Sri Brhad Bhagavatamrta Part 1. Sri Bhagavata Kripanardhara, The Search for the Lord's Mercy, Chapter 1. Bhama, the Earth, Text 1. Glory to He who is a great ocean of many sweetnesses, who is scented with the fragrance of youth, and who, in the form of Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu, descended to this world, to give pure love for his own lotus feet and to personally taste the perfect eternal love felt by the gopis. Text 2. Glory to the gopis headed by Srimati Radharani, who are famous as the beloveds of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, and the sweetness of whose intimate friendship with Lord Hari no one will ever have the slightest power to describe. Text 3. Glory to Lord Hari who, seeing the very sweet love his dear devotees bear for him, eagerly descended to this world, in the form of a devotee, who is now splendid as gold, who is dressed as a sannyasi, who is the son of Srimati Sasi Devi, and who bears the name Sri Krishna Caitanya. Text 4. Glory to Goddess Mathura, the best and most beautiful of cities, most dear to Lord Krishna, beautified with his birth pastime, the place where his pastimes are narrated eternally, the place that, because it removes all sins and grants liberation and devotional service, is eternally glorified in this world. Text 5. Glory to Vrindavana forest, the place dearer to Lord Krishna than the transcendental realm of Vaikuntha, the place where Lord Krishna eternally protects the Surabhikas, and where, sweetly playing the flute, he arouses the pure love of the gopis in the arena of the rasa dance. Text 6. Glory to the Yamuna river, which is the daughter of the sun god, the sister of Yamaraya, the friend of Mathura, superior to the Ganges and very dear to Lord Krishna, and which flows with what seems to be water but is actually the nectar of the lotus flower of Lord Krishna's feet. Text 7. Glory to Govardhana hill, the king of mountains, the hill the gopis declared was the best servant of Lord Hari, the hill personally worshipped by Lord Krishna when he stopped the Indrayana, the hill that for 7 days rested on Lord Krishna's lotus hand. Text 8. Glory to devotional service in pure love for Krishna. Rejected by the devotees, finally understanding the confidential secret of all Vedic knowledge, and abandoning all trust in mantra chanting, Vedic sacrifices, and severe austerity, liberation now worships the feet of devotional service. Liberation now yearns to take shelter of the feet of devotion. Text 9. All glories, to the all-blissful holy name of Sri Krishna, which causes the devotee to give up all conventional religious duties, meditation, and worship. When somehow or other uttered even once by a living entity, the holy name awards him liberation. The holy name of Krishna is the highest nectar. It is my very life and my only treasure. Text 10. Obeisances to boundlessly merciful Lord Sri Krishna Kandra who, appearing as Sri Caitanya, distributed the nectar of pure love of God in the age of Kali. Text 11. This book is bhakti literature's essence, which was revealed by the Lord who is dear to the heart. Note: the Lord who is dear to the heart is Nanda's son, who plays the flute and whose handsome form gracefully bends in 3 places. By his mercy he appeared in the heart and revealed the truth of devotional service. Another interpretation is Caitanya Dev is Lord Caitanya Mahaprabhu and Rupa is Srila Rupa Goswami. Then the phrase becomes which was revealed by Srila Rupa Goswami, who is dear to Lord Caitanya Deva. Text 12. May the saintly devotees hear this confidential book, the Bhagavatamrta, the nectar of the Supreme Personality of Godhead and his devotees, which Mini Rishi affectionately spoke to Maharaja Janamjaya. Text 13. Hearing the wonderful story of Mahabharata from Himini, the king of sages, and becoming very eager to hear more, Maharaja Janama, the son of Maharaja Pariksit, asked. Text 14. Sri Janama said, O Brahmana, the sweet nectar I found in your narration of Mahabharata I did not find in Vasampyana's version. Please now sweetly finish that story. Texts 15-17. Sri Himini said, of Sri Pariksit, who was the best of kings, and who by Sukadeva's instructions had become free of all fears, wise in all spiritual knowledge, and plunged in love for Sri Krishna, and who at that moment was about to ascend to his desired destination in the spiritual world. His mother, Uttara, who was a great devotee of Lord Krishna, who was flooded with love, and who was first distressed, and then, encouraged by her son, had become cheerful, asked. Text 18. Sri Uttara said, Son, as nectar was taken from the ocean of milk, please extract for me the essence of Sukadeva's teachings. Text 19. Sri Himini said, Maharaja Pariksit, who was both affectionate to his mother and eager to repeat the very wonderful nectar history of Lord Govinda he had heard, respectfully said. Text 20. Maharaja Pariksit said, Mother, although at this time I wished to follow a vow of silence, the sweetness of your question makes me eager to speak. Texts 21-23 Bowing down, by my Guru Srila Sukadeva Goswami's mercy, to the infallible Supreme Personality of Godhead, who gave life to both you and your son, by the power of his mercy I will speak the beautiful Bhagavatamrta, the nectar of the Supreme Personality of Godhead and his devotees, which the great devotees extracted with great effort, which is the great conclusion of the assembly of sages, and which is a great secret. Please listen with great attention. Texts 24 and 25 Ons. During the month of Magha, at Prayaga, the best of holy places, many great sages bathed in the morning, happily sat down near the deity of Lord Madhava and, thinking how to attain spiritual success, praised each other, saying, "You are dear to Lord Krishna." Text 26 O Mother, then a great Brahmana devotee of the Lord came there to Dasasvamedha Tirtha. Text 27 A wealthy landowner, he and his associates had come to feed the Brahmanas. Text 28 That great soul performed his morning duties, set aside a large area, and brought many wonderful things. Text 29 He quickly fashioned a charming courtyard, set up many open tents, and anointed the ground with his own hand. Text 30 Then he placed Lord Krishna, in his salagrama sila form, on a beautiful golden throne. Filled with happiness, and carefully following the proper rituals, he devotedly worshipped the deity. Text 31 He offered delicious foods, costly garments and many other valuables to Lord Hari. Then he celebrated a great festival where he himself danced to the accompaniment of singing and instrumental music. Text 32 Then he bowed down to offer respects to the Brahmanas, who could eloquently speak on the Vedas, Puranas, and other scriptures. He bowed down to the sannyasis, householders, and brahmacharis. Text 33 Then with sweet words and polite behavior he pleased the many Vaisnavas, who were always eager to taste the bliss of chanting Lord Krishna's glories. Text 34 He placed on his head the water that had washed their feet. He worshipped them by giving them the food and valuables that had been offered to the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Text 35 Then he respectfully fed the poor and the outcasts, and he satisfied even the dogs, jackals, birds, and insects. Text 36 When everyone was satisfied in this way, the saintly persons requested that he also eat. He and his associates then happily ate the remnants of the nectarean feast. Text 37 Then he approached Lord Krishna, and with folded hands offered the fruits of all his actions to the Lord. Texts 38-40 Then he put the Lord to rest and was about to go home when Sri Narada, who is always eager to serve the Lord, and who had been observing all his actions from far away, suddenly stood up in the assembly of sages, again and again said, "This person is very dear to Lord Mahavishnu," quickly went to the Brahmana and, proclaiming to the world that this person is the object of Sri Krishna's great mercy, said. Text 41 Sri Narada said, "O King of Brahmanas, Lord Krishna is very merciful to you. I have seen how in this sacred place you have given your money, property, generosity, and power." Text 42 The learned Brahmana then said to sage Narada, "It is not true, my lord. What signs of Lord Krishna's mercy do you see in me?" Text 43 I am insignificant. Who am I? How much can I give in charity? What power do I have? Where is my devotion to the Supreme Personality of Godhead? Text 44 In the south is a great king in whose country are many temples of the Lord. This king is the real object of Lord Krishna's mercy. Text 45 Sustained by eating food offered to Lord Krishna, many sannyasis, pilgrims, and others comfortably travel through his country. Text 46 Near the royal palace is a deity of the Lord. It is as if the Supreme Personality of Godhead himself, whose spiritual form is eternal and full of knowledge and bliss, has, out of his great kindness, personally come there, and is deliberately standing still without moving even slightly. Text 47 In that place is always a newer and newer festival where at every moment many newer and newer valuable presentations are made to the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Text 48 He respectfully feeds all the residents of his kingdom, as well as many visitors from foreign lands, with prasadam offered to Lord Vishnu. Texts 49 and 50 Because they are very eager to see the deity of the lotus-eyed Supreme Personality of Godhead, because they are filled with happiness by tasting the remnants of food offered to the deity, and because in this place they may meet many saintly persons, many devotees of Lord Vishnu come from foreign lands and permanently reside in his country. Text 51 The king worships the Supreme Personality of Godhead and the Brahmanas, and he has given his country to them as their property. For this reason, in his country there is no calamity, no suffering, and no fear. Text 52 In his country the ground produces crops even without being plowed. The rain falls as much as one could desire, and excellent fruit, roots, and garments are very easy to obtain. Text 53. Righteously engaged in their various occupational duties and completely devoted to Lord Krishna, all the people of his country are very happy. They all follow their king as if they were his sons and daughters. Text 54. Prideless and always humbly engaged in the service of the Lord, he pleases everyone. He is very dear to the infallible Supreme Personality of Godhead. Texts 55 and 56. In the presence of the deity, regularly chanting the Lord's holy names with his brothers, wives, children, grandchildren, servants, government ministers, priests, and other associates, and in that Sankirtana personally dancing, singing transcendental songs, and playing musical instruments, he always brings great happiness to the Lord. Text 57. A host of good qualities follow his great devotion to Lord Krishna. How many of them can I enumerate? Of how many of them am I aware? Text 58. Sri Pariksit said, Then Narada went to see that great king. As he was traveling in that king's country, he noticed that the people were intently and happily engaged in the worship of the Supreme Lord. Text 59. Happily playing his veena, Narada entered the palace and could see the king there. Impelled by the Brahmana's words, Narada approached him and said, Text 60. Sri Narada said, You have great royal power, saintly subjects, a host of good qualities, piety, wealth, learning and devotion to the Lord. You are certainly the object of Lord Krishna's mercy. Text 61. Sri Pariksit said, Narada Muni, the best of Vaisnavas, played his veena and glorified the king's good qualities in song. Narada embraced the king again and again. Text 62. His head bowed down with embarrassment to hear so much praise of himself. The humble king worshipped the great sage Narada and then spoke the following words. Text 63 and 64. Devarsi Narada, my life is short. My power is very circumscribed. I have very little to give in charity. I am not independent. I am governed by fear. I remain under the dominion of the threefold miseries. Why, without considering all these points, do you consider me, who am so unqualified, to be the object of Lord Krishna's mercy? Text 65. The demigods have effulgent and very powerful bodies. They are always worshipped by human beings. They are the actual object of Lord Vishnu's mercy. Text 66. The demigods are sinless. They are situated in the mode of goodness. They never suffer. They are always happy. They are completely independent. They have the power to fulfill all the desires of their devotees. Text 67. Whenever they wish, they can drink nectar that satisfies all their hunger and thirst and frees them from old age, disease, death, and all distress. Text 68. My lord, by the power of their great good fortune, these demigods reside in Svargaloka. The human beings who reside in Bharatavarsa may enter that Svarga realm only by performing many pious deeds. Text 69. The most important of these demigods is Maharaja Indra. He has the power to reward or punish. It is he who nourishes the world with rain. Text 70. For 71 yugas he is the master of the three planetary systems. If a human king performs 100 Asvamedha yajnas, he will not obtain such a post. Text 71. His horse is Uka, his Rava, his great elephant Airavata, his cow Kamadhak, and his garden the Nandana. Text 72. In the Nandana garden are Parayatas and many other flowers that fulfill all desires, and there are also many Kalpadruma trees and Kalpalata vines that also fulfill all desires. Text 73. A single flower from that garden fulfills all desires. Indra's abode is filled with very wonderful singing, dancing, instrumental music, colorful garments, delicious food, and a host of other opulences and pleasures. Text 74. Ah, what more can I say about his good fortune? The Supreme Personality of Godhead Lord Vishnu became his younger brother Vaimana. Text 75. Lord Vaimana brings Indra great happiness. Lord Vaimana protects Indra from all calamities. Lord Vaimana personally accepts the opulent worship Indra offers. You know all this. What more need I say? Chapter 2. Divya, the higher material planets. Text 1. Sri Pariksit said, after glorifying the king, Narada Muni went to Svargaloka and in a great assembly of demigods saw Lord Vishnu. Text 2. Who was decorated with garlands of Kalpadruma flowers, anointed with fragrant scents, dressed in beautiful garments and ornaments, served palatable nectar and a host of other very splendid offerings, and was comfortably seated on Garuda's back. Text 3. Whom Brihaspati and the great sages were glorifying with prayers, whom Aditi was caressing and pleasing with sweet words. Text 4. Who was pleased by the prayers, exclamations of Jaya, Instrumental music, singing, and dancing of the Siddhas, Vidyadharas, Gandharvas, and Apsaras. Text 5. Who emphatically assured Indra that he need not fear the demons, who gracefully accepted and chewed the betel nuts Kirti Devi offered. Texts 6 and 7 Whom Indra glorified, raining tears from his 1,000 eyes as again and again he happily described how his Lord had come to his aid, and who splendidly sat on his throne, his transcendental potencies at his side. Text 8 Following Lord Vishnu as he departed for his own residence, Narada returned to the assembly and, praising Indra, said. Text 9 Sri Narada said, "You are a great leader. Surya, Candra, Yama, and all the demigods and rulers of planets, what to speak of others, obey your commands. Text 10 Sages like myself are under your order. The Vedas praise you as the master of the universe. You grant the results of pious and impious deeds. Text 11 Lord Narayana is your younger brother, born from the same womb. Honoring the path of religion, he always treats you with great respect." Text 12 Sri Pariksit said, repeatedly praising Indra's great good fortune in this way, and playing his veena, Devarsi Narada began to dance. Text 13 Then, with great embarrassment, Indra slowly said to Devarsi Narada, "O learned musician, why are you mocking me?" Text 14 Do you not know the history of the king of Svargaloka? How many times have we not left this place out of fear of the demons? Text 15 Once Bali Maharaja occupied the post of Indra. He personally enjoyed Indra's portion in the Vedic sacrifices. He posted demons as the rulers of the sun, moon, and other planets. Text 16 Then, pleased by my parents' long and severe austerity, the infallible Supreme Personality of Godhead appeared by his plenary portion as my brother. Text 17 Still, the Lord did not kill my enemies. He merely pretended to beg the kingdom from them, and then embarrassed me by giving the results of his begging to me. Text 18 Because we are envious, embroiled in unremitting competition, and filled with many faults, and because we sometimes murder brahmanas and commit many other sins, we lie in constant fear of falling down from our positions. Where is there any happiness for the residents of Svargaloka? Text 19 You should know that Vaimana treats me with contempt. He forcibly took both the Sudharma assembly house and the Parayata flower from Svargaloka and brought them to the earth. Text 20 He stopped the cowherds' traditional worship of me, and he burned to the ground the Kandava forest which is so dear to me. Text 21 When I begged him to kill the demon Vritra, who had terrified the three worlds, the Lord was not willing to do anything. He told me to kill the demon myself. Text 22 Treating me with contempt, he left my city of Amaravati and made a new home for himself above all the worlds. Text 23 At the time of his departure he only accepted my worship to show kindness to my priest Brihaspati and because my parents were also worshipping him. Very quickly he left for his own abode, far beyond the range of my sight. Text 24 When I said to him, "We will be honored if you quickly return to accept our offerings of Arghya," he cheated me by speaking this instruction. Text 25 When I am not here you may worship Brahma or Shiva, for they are not different from me. Text 26 Have you forgotten the words of scripture? The one Supreme Lord has expanded into the three forms of Vishnu, Brahma and Shiva. Text 27 Neither I nor the sages can go to his abode. He does not stay for very long in any one place. Sometimes he stays in Vaikuntha, sometimes in Dryavaloka, and sometimes in the Ksirodaka ocean. Text 28 Now he is at Dvaraka. But he does not always stay there. Sometimes he is in the palace of the Pandavas, sometimes in the city of Mathura, and sometimes going from forest to forest in Gokula. In this way it is very difficult for us to see him. Where is his mercy to us? Text 29 O best son of Brahma, know that your father is the actual object of Lord Krishna's mercy. He is directly the son of Lord Narayana, the husband of Lakshmi. Text 30 Within his day, which lasts for 1000 Katar Yugas, lie 14 Manas and many Indras like myself. Text 31 His night is as long as his day, 360 such days and nights are his 1 year, and 100 such years is the span of his life. This is the description of Smriti Sastra. Text 32 He creates both the ordinary living entities and the demigods who rule over planets, and he gives them each a specific sphere where they may act. He protects them, gives them the fruits of their work, and, on the arrival of his night, destroys them all. Text 33 The thousand-headed Mahapurusa incarnation of the Lord always stays on Brahma's planet, eating a great multitude of sacrificial offerings and giving transcendental bliss to all. Text 34 In this way I have given thousands of reasons to consider Brahma the object of Lord Krishna's mercy. What more need I say? Brahma is himself an empowered incarnation of Lord Krishna. Text 35. This fact is celebrated in the words of both Shruti and Smriti Sastras. My lord, you know this fact and many other glories of both Brahma and those who reside on his planet. Text 36. Sri Pariksit said, when he heard Indra's words, Lord Narada said, well done, oh, well done, and then quickly traveled to the planet of Brahma. Text 37. From a distance Narada heard the sounds of great sages continually, and with great devotion, performing a series of great Vedic sacrifices. Text 38. Then among them he saw the blissful Supreme Personality of Godhead in his Mahapurusa form, his hair matted. Text 39. Accompanied by the goddess of fortune, the thousand-headed Supreme Lord of all sacrifices was pleasing the performers of sacrifice by accepting their offerings. Text 40. Taking the offerings in thousands of hands and placing them in thousands of mouths, the Supreme Lord, in order to please Brahma, ate the offerings. Text 41. The Lord offered to the performers of sacrifices all the benedictions they requested. He then retired to his bedroom, and, as the goddess of fortune massaged his feet, he happily fell asleep. Text 42. Brahma ordered the sages, who were his sons, to perform sacrifices and then, to tend to his duties in managing the universe, Brahma left for his own abode. Text 43. As Brahma comfortably sat on his throne and intently heard the recitation of the glories of his Lord, the personality of Godhead, tears came to his 8 eyes. Text 44. Approaching his father, who was served by a host of wonderful opulences, Narada fell down like a stick to offer respects and said, Text 45. Sri Narada said, you are certainly the object of Lord Hari's mercy. You are the master of the Prajapatis and the grandfather of all living entities. Text 46. You alone create, maintain, and destroy the 14 worlds. You are eternally the master of the universe. It is said that you are parentless and self-born. Text 47. Born from your 4 mouths, the personified Vedas, Puranas, and other scriptures that reveal the goal of life, stay in your assembly house. Text 48. The saintly sages, who are free from lust and all other vices, attain your planet after faithfully and faultlessly performing their prescribed duties for 100 births. Text 49. In this universe no place is superior to your abode. Even Lord Narayana's planet named Vaikuntha exists only within your realm. Text 50. Eating the offerings of sacrifice and granting the fruits of their sacrifices to his worshippers, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, in his form of the Mahapurusa, eternally resides in your abode. Text 51. At first you made a great endeavor to find the Supreme Personality of Godhead, but you could not find him. Then, by performing austerities you were able to see him for a moment in your heart. Text 52. The truth is that you are very dear to Lord Krishna. Indeed, you are the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Krishna, who assumes many different forms for his pastimes. Text 53. Sri Pariksit said, again and again singing Brahma's glories, which Indra had described, and which he now personally saw, Narada bowed down before Brahma with great devotion. Text 54. As he heard Narada's words, Brahma became very agitated. Covering his 8 ears, through his 4 mouths he said, I am only a servant again and again. Text 55. Restraining with great effort the anger these unbearable words created within him, 4-faced Brahma rebuked his son Narada. Text 56. Sri Brahma said, I am not the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Krishna. From your earliest childhood have you not repeatedly learned this from the Vedic scriptures, from common sense logic, and from my own explanations? Text 57. His potency is Mahamaya. In his eyes Mahamaya is like a maidservant who, employing the 3 modes of nature, creates, maintains, and destroys the material universe. Text 58. All of us are bewildered by this Mahamaya. We are very firmly under her control. For this reason you should know that I have not received even a small portion of Lord Krishna's mercy. Texts 59 and 60. I continually think, I am the great spiritual leader, the supreme controller, and the grandfather of this universe. I was personally born from the lotus flower sprouted from the navel of Lord Krishna. I am a performer of great austerities. I am a great devotee of Lord Krishna. In this way Lord Krishna's illusory potency Maya destroys me with intense pride. In addition to that I am always angry, overwhelmed by the endless duties I must perform to maintain the universe. Text 61. I am anxious that someday my planet will be destroyed. Afraid of all devouring time, I pray for ultimate liberation. Text 62. Only for this purpose I worship the Supreme Personality of Godhead and I cause others to worship him. You may say that the Supreme Personality of Godhead personally resides on my planet, but I say, where does the Supreme Personality of Godhead not reside? Text 63. He personally accepts the sacrificial offerings here only to firmly establish the Vedic revelation and also to bestow mercy on the dear devotees who make offerings to him. He does not do it to bestow mercy on me. Text 64. O Narada Kriya, think for a moment. You should know that the Lord is pleased only by devotion. He gives his mercy only to the devotees, never to the non-devotees. Text 65. I am very far from having any devotion to the Lord. If I somehow avoid offending him, I think I am doing very well indeed. The Lord does not forgive my offenses as he forgives the sins of Siva. Text 66. One time I gave benedictions to a demon named Hiranyakasipu, who became an enemy of the devotees and proceeded to torment the entire world. Text 67-70. When the Lord, in his form of Sri Nrsimha, killed that demon, I and my companions, staying far away out of fear, spoke many eloquent prayers to the Lord, but he refused to recognize us even with a momentary sidelong glance. Later, during the coronation ceremony of Maharaja Prahlada, he kindly approached me and angrily ordered, "Do not give any more benedictions like this to the demons." In spite of this order, I have since given many benedictions to Ravana and many other demons, whose tongue has the power to describe the sins of Ravana. Text 71. You may remember how I gave administrative posts to Indra and many others whose good sense became completely destroyed by their inflated pride. Text 72. Indra offended the Lord by showering incessant rains on the Govardhana sacrifice, by fighting with the Lord over the Parayata flower, and in many other ways also. Vruna, the king of the waters, kidnapped Nanda Maharaja, stole the cows from the forest, and committed many other offenses. Text 73. Yama terribly killed the son of the Lord's teacher, and Kuvera is partly responsible for the sins of his follower, the demon Sankachita. Text 74. Also, in the lower worlds the demons and the angry serpents who are relatives of Kalyanaga have become enemies of the Vaisnavas. Text 75. When Krishna stopped for lunch, I used my illusory potency to kidnap the boys and calves personally protected by him in Vrindavana. Text 76. Then I saw something very wonderful. Frightened, I bowed down before him and offered prayers. I arrogantly offended him, and he responded by cheating me with his pastimes of a cowherd boy. Text 77. Because I was able to enter his dermost land of Brhad, and because I was able to obtain his merciful lotus glance, I thought that at that moment my life was all perfect and all successful. Text 78. Fearing that I would commit many more offenses if I stayed, I left Brhad. What is the use of saying anything more about my misfortunes? Text 79. Siva is famous as the personal friend of Lord Vishnu. In this universe I do not see anyone who is the object of the Lord's mercy as Siva. Text 80. Always intoxicated by the sweet nectar of Sri Krishna's lotus feet, Siva has lost all interest in material goals, in supreme power and opulence, and in varieties of sense pleasure. Text 81. Eating dastura seeds and arka leaves, decorated with a garland of skulls, and his naked body smeared with ashes, Siva laughs at materialists like myself, who are addicted to sense pleasures. Text 82. Wearing matted locks of disheveled hair, and eager to conceal his actual nature, he staggers about like a madman. On his head he happily carries the Ganges, which has washed the lotus feet of Lord Krishna. When he dances he destroys the universe. Text 83. Lord Krishna is so kind to him that not only does he have the power to grant the most valuable liberation to demigods like myself, but even his wife has that power. Text 84. All the residents of Sivaloka are liberated souls. By Siva's mercy how many of them are not only liberated, but are now pure devotees of Lord Krishna. Text 85. To consider Siva different from Lord Krishna is a great offense. The Supreme Personality of Godhead may forgive offenses committed to him, but he does not forgive those committed against Siva. Text 86. When Tripisvara, Vrikasura, and other demons maddened by benedictions he gave them, placed Siva in a very dangerous position, Lord Krishna at once rescued him and comforted him with words as sweet as nectar. Text 87. Conquered by the intimate love of his devotee, Lord Krishna personally worships Siva just to glorify him. Texts 88 and 89. Lord Krishna personally asked Siva to drink the terrible poison produced from the churning of nectar. In this way Siva became worshipped by the Prajapatis and showered with streams of great glory. Text 90. The Purana sing of the mercy of Lord Krishna to Siva. You know this already. O sage, please remember his glories. Text 91. Sri Pariksit said, O affectionate mother, Narada offered obeisances to his spiritual master and was about to depart for Kailasa hill when Brahma glanced at his son and said, Text 92 Sri Brahma said, submissive to the loving service of Kuvera, Siva resides in Kuvera's place on Mount Kailasa in the material universe. Text 93 Assuming the role of the protector of the northern direction, Siva resides there, surrounded by his associates, and keeping very little material wealth. Text 94 The Supreme Personality of Godhead Krishna becomes conquered by the loving service of devotees like myself, and for this reason he resides on my planet, on Svargaloka, and in many other places as well, and enjoys suitable pastimes there. In the same way Siva resides in Kailasa because of the devotion of Kuvera. Text 95 I quote the opinion of Vayu Purana. The planet of Siva is beyond the sevenfold coverings of the material world. It is eternal, transcendental, and full of bliss. Only the greatest servants of Siva may enter it. Text 96 In that place Siva is decorated with splendid transcendental garments and ornaments. There he is the master of great powers and opulences, and there he is surrounded by many associates as splendid and glorious as he. Text 97 In that place, even though the two of them are not different, Siva worships the supremely powerful and opulent Lord Sankarsana as his chosen deity. Is this not very wonderful? Text 98 Because you are a pure devotee of Siva you have the power to go there. Go, take shelter of Siva, and see how he is the object of Lord Krishna's mercy. Text 99 Sri Pariksit said, O mother, instructed in this way, and chanting the holy names of Siva and Krishna, Narada eagerly went to Saitaloka. Chapter 3 Prapankatita, Beyond the Material World. Texts 1-3 Seeing Lord Siva who, wrapped in love for Krishna, was singing and dancing as he worshipped Lord Sankarsana, and who was also praising his followers, headed by Nandisvara, as they were singing, playing musical instruments, and joyfully calling out, Jaya, Jaya, and who was also praising Goddess Uma as she was expertly playing the Karatalas. The sage Narada became happy, sounded his veena and bowed down to offer respect. Text 4 Again and again Narada sang, You are the great object of Lord Krishna's mercy. Repeating his father's words, Narada glorified Siva in a melodious voice. Texts 5 and 6 When, eager to touch the dust of Sri Siva's lotus feet, the sage dear to Krishna approached him, the demigod, intoxicated by the flooding nectar stream of love for Sri Krishna, pulled the sage to him, embraced him, and respectfully said, O son of Brahma, what are you saying? Text 7-9 When, by conversing with Narada, the best of Vaisnavas, Siva, who is the lord of Parvati's life, became plunged in the nectar of transcendental bliss, stopped his ecstatic dancing, retired with a few intimate associates, and sat in the Vrdsana yoga posture on a kusa grass seat. With great devotion Narada bowed down to offer respect to him and recited many prayers describing his glory as the master of the universe. Then he sang of Lord Krishna's great mercy to Siva. Text 10 Covering his ears, Siva, the best of all Vaisnavas, the preacher of devotion for Lord Vishnu, very angrily said. Text 11 I have never been the master of the universe, and I am not the object of Lord Krishna's mercy. I always yearn for the mercy of the servants of Lord Krishna. Text 12 Sri Pariksit said. Bewildered, Narada stopped his prayer of Siva's identity with Krishna. Thinking himself an offender, he slowly said. Text 13 Sri Narada said. Lord, in truth you both understand and preach the great mystery of the glories of Lord Vishnu and his devotees. Text 14 For this reason the best of Vaisnavas yearn for your mercy and Lord Krishna himself is pleased with you and wholeheartedly chants your glories. Text 15 How many times did Lord Krishna, assuming many different forms, worship you with devotion? How many benedictions did he take from you? Text 16 Sri Pariksit said. Unable to remain peaceful while hearing these words, the embarrassed Siva suddenly rose from his seat and with both hands covered Narada's mouth. Don't speak this reckless nonsense about me, he said. Text 17 Struck with wonder, Siva loudly said, O sage, you should see the inconceivable power and opulence of the Supreme Lord's transcendental pastimes. Text 18 My Lord is a wonderful deep ocean of transcendental glory. Even though I have many times offended him, he does not become averse to me. Text 19 Sri Pariksit said. Filled with bliss, Narada touched Siva's feet, made him sit down, and continued his glorification of Siva, who is always plunged in the nectar of devotion to Lord Krishna. Text 20 Sri Narada said. You are very dear to the infallible Supreme Personality of Godhead. You have never offended him. In the eyes of the common people you may seem to have sometimes offended him, but he does not see any offense in you. Texts 21-23. When a demon named Bana, who was your devotee, who was very proud of the strength of his arms and who brought many troubles to the saintly devotees, captured and bound Anrada with his mystic power, fought with Lord Krishna, the holder of the Chakra, was almost dead, and was saved by you, who prayed that his life be spared. Lord Krishna at once stopped killing him, became pleased with him, gave him a form like his own, and made him your personal associate, a state even the demigods cannot attain. Text 24. When Gargya and other enemies of the Vaisnavas worshipped you with severe austerities, you granted them a clever benediction that proved to be no benediction at all. Text 25. Even though Citraketu and many others had offended you, because they took shelter of Lord Krishna, you were not at all angry with them. Text 26. You desire only the satisfaction of Lord Krishna. You eloquently pray only to remain a pure devotee of Lord Krishna. Text 27. For this reason the Supreme Personality of Godhead gave to you and Goddess Durga the power to grant the liberation prayed for by Brahma and the demigods. Text 28. Living as an ascetic, you have a low opinion of all the happiness found in your power and opulence, which is greater than that of Brahma and all the demigods. Text 29. Who else, filled with ecstatic love for Lord Vishnu, and clothed in only the 10 directions, would dance as a madman with his wife and friends? Text 30. Today I have seen the wonderful glory of your intense desire to attain pure devotional service to the Supreme Personality of Godhead. This desire has made you eternally very dear to Lord Krishna. Text 31. What more can I say? You are very dear to Lord Krishna, and by your mercy many others have also become dear to him. Text 32. By Parvati's mercy also many have become dear to Lord Krishna. She knows very perfectly the truth about you both, Siva and Krishna. Text 33. Lord Krishna loves her as if she were his own sister. For this reason, even though you are very renounced and advanced in spiritual life, you have great respect for her. Text 34. You please her by always chanting the wonderful glories of the Supreme Lord's holy names and pastimes. In this way you attain the happiness of associating with a pure devotee of Lord Vishnu. Text 35. Sri Pariksit said, O mother, then Siva, the best of the Vaisnavas, his head bowed with embarrassment, said to the great devotee Narada. Text 36. Sri Siva said, Alas, alas, O completely prideless Narada, who am I, the root of all pride, in comparison to your master, Krishna? Text 37. I think that I am the master of the world, the supreme teacher, the omniscient philosopher, liberated, the giver of liberation, a pure devotee of Lord Vishnu, and the giver of pure devotion to others. In this way I am filled with pride. Text 38. When the terrible time for devouring the entire world comes, I am ashamed of my duty to destroy everything in the darkness of ignorance. Text 39. Narada, if I had received even a small particle of Lord Krishna's mercy, would I have been willing to fight with him over the Parayata flower, over USA's kidnapping, and over so many other things? Text 40. Would he worship his own servant? Would the Lord have ordered me, with the philosophy of your own invention, make everyone averse to me? Text 41. You happily glorify us both as givers of liberation, but the very terrible liberation we give brings pain to the devotee's ears. Text 42. O best of Lord Krishna's associates, don't think I am the object of his mercy. Know that the residents of Vaikuntha are the actual objects of his very great mercy. Text 43. Renouncing everything material as if it were only a clump of grass, with great devotion they worship their beloved Lord Krishna. If all material benefits and yogic perfections come before them, they will not look at them, even from the corner of their eye. Text 44. They who are free of all pride may go to that realm of Vaikuntha, which is beyond the 3 modes of material nature, free of all fear, eternal, and full of transcendental knowledge and bliss. Text 45. Their forms already eternal and full of knowledge and bliss, the devotees there do not worship Lord Krishna to attain eternity, knowledge, bliss, or opulence equal to his. Text 46. Happy with devotional service to the Lord, protecting the devotees and preaching devotional service, they travel as they wish. Text 47. As in the forms of birds, trees, and other creatures, they eternally serve the Supreme Lord in many ways in the realm of Vaikuntha. They seem to mock the souls merged in impersonal liberation. Text 48. They gaze at the delightful Supreme Lord Hari, whose lotus feet are massaged by the goddess of fortune. They enjoy blissful pastimes in his company. Text 49. The great glory of Lord Krishna's mercy is eternally granted to the residents of Vaikuntha Loka. Where else may that mercy be placed? Text 50. In that place is only a wonderful, blissful, eternal flowing stream of pure love for the Lord and Sankirtana and a host of devotional activities. In that place there is not anything other than this. Text 51a. The happiness of impersonal Brahman does not equal even a very small portion of half a drop of the great wonder that is the glory of that nectar ocean of the bliss of pure devotion. Text 52. Vaikuntha, its residence, and everything within it are the greatest object of the transcendental love and mercy of Lord Krishna's lotus feet. Text 53. The glory of the opulent residents of Vaikuntha, who are all the objects of Lord Krishna's mercy, is much greater than any glory I may possess. How will it be possible for me to describe their glory? Text 54. People like myself should also always bow down to offer respect to they who, although they live in the earthly planets, and although they possess material bodies made of the 5 elements, are expert at always tasting the nectar mellows of pure devotional service to the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Text 55. They have placed themselves at the lotus feet of Lord Krishna. Hoping to attain pure love for Lord Krishna, they have renounced wealth, followers, and the whole sphere of material life. Text 56. They do not care for material activities or material goals either in this life or the next. They have crossed to the farther shore of Varnasrama duties based on the circumstances of birth. Text 57. Because of the power of their pure devotional service to Lord Hari, they are free from the 3 debts. They have crossed beyond the path of the Vedas, and they are eternally free from all fear. Text 58. They do not desire anything in this world. They only yearn for the nectar of pure devotional service. They see heaven, hell and liberation to be the same. Text 59. In truth, to me they are as dear as the Supreme Personality of Godhead Himself. I pray that I may always have their company. Text 60. Narada, I think that wherever devotees like this live is already Vaikuntha Loka. Of this I have no doubt. Text 61. Because they drink the nectar of pure devotional service to Lord Krishna, and because they thus forget everything of the material body and the great host of things in relation to it, they have forms of eternity, knowledge, and bliss, even while they stay in bodies made of material elements. Text 62. They patiently wait for the time when they will enter Vaikuntha to enjoy transcendental pastimes with the Supreme Personality of Godhead Himself. Text 63. The devotees I have described are all my superiors. They are very dear to Lord Krishna. They are the special object of His mercy. Text 64. Sri Parvati said, of these devotees Lakshmi Devi is the most dear to Lord Hari. She is the queen of Vaikuntha and its residents. Text 65. By her sight along glance one may attain powers and opulences like the demigods who rule of the various planets. By her mercy one may attain perfect knowledge, renunciation, and devotional service. Text 66. Even though many sages like yourself worshipped her with great reverence, she ignores you all, and chooses her beloved Lord Narayana instead. Even though Narayana is indifferent to her, she worships him and performs severe austerities to please him. Text 67. She eternally resides on his handsome chest. A faithful wife, she follows her husband in all his incarnations. Text 68 and 69. Sri Pariksit said, his heart trembling with great happiness, Narada Muni called out, O husband of Lakshmi, glory to you. O master of Vaikuntha, O Lord Hari, glory to you. O realm of Vaikuntha, glory to you. O residents of Vaikuntha, glory to you. O Lakshmi, O beloved of Lord Krishna, O queen of Vaikuntha, glory to you. Text 70. Narada rose to go to Vaikuntha and meet Lakshmi. Understanding his plan, Siva took his hand, stopped him, and said, Text 71. Sri Siva said, O sage whose memory is defeated by the wish to meet Lord Krishna's beloved, do you not remember that the Lord is now lives in Dvaraka on the earth? Text 72. Lord Krishna is the original Supreme Personality of Godhead and Rukmini is the goddess of fortune, Mahalakshmi, whose plenary portions are the consorts of Lord Vaimana and the other incarnations of the Lord. Text 73. Rukmini, the original goddess of fortune, eternally serves the 2 lotus feet of Lord Krishna, the original personality of Godhead. Text 74. O Brahmana, sit down, and I will whisper a great secret in your ear. Please listen with great faith. Text 75. Prahlada, whose fame as a great devotee is spread throughout the entire universe, is more dear to Lord Krishna than your father, than me, than Gruda and all the other devotees, and even than the goddess of fortune herself. Text 76. Have you forgotten the words of the Supreme Personality of Godhead? Do you not remember this verse in the Puranas, Srimad Bhagavatam 9.4.64? Text 77. O best of the Brahmanas, without saintly persons for whom I am the only destination, I do not desire to enjoy my transcendental bliss and my supreme opulences. Text 78. Neither I, all the demigods, or even his own transcendental forms are as pleasing to him as his dear devotees. Who can properly glorify the devotees? Text 79. The Supreme Personality of Godhead himself proclaims that the inconceivably fortunate Prahlada is the most fortunate of all the devotees. Text 80. When Hiranyakasipu was ripped apart by the Lord, Lakshmi Devi and all of us were able to see directly the incomparable good fortune of Prahlada. Text 81. Although Lord Vishnu wished to give him a host of benedictions one after another, Prahlada never asked for liberation. He only wished for pure devotional service. I bow down to offer my respects to him. Texts 80-84. Bali Maharaja jumped over the rules of propriety, disobeyed the order of his spiritual master, and was unable to keep his own promise. Did Lord Vishnu become his doorkeeper as a reward for Bali's very insignificant gift? Did the Lord protect the demon Bana because of my prayers? The Lord became Bali's doorkeeper and protected Bana only to please his dear devotee Prahlada. Shall I say any more about this? After all, Lakshmi's friend Parvati is here. Note: Siva hints that Parvati may become offended if Prahlada is glorified at the expense of her friend Lakshmi. Text 85. Quickly go now to Sudhalaloka. Speak many words of blessing to Prahlada, embrace him, and tell him that I also embrace him again and again. Text 86. Prahlada, the best of the devotees, will not tolerate our bowing down before him. Also, if you wish to remain happy, do not make the mistake of praising him. Chapter 4. Bhakta, the devotees. Text 1. Sri Pariksit said, after hearing these very wonderful words of Lord Siva, Narada Muni became eager to see Prahlada. By mystic power the sage, within a moment, flew to Sudhalaloka and entered the city of the Asuras. Text 2. At that moment Prahlada, the best of devotees, was sitting in a secluded place, his mind wrapped in loving meditation on the lotus feet of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. When he saw Narada in the distance, Prahlada at once stood up, and when the Brahmana Narada approached him, Prahlada bowed down to offer his respects. Text 3. Prahlada carefully seated Narada on a throne and began to worship him with elaborate, ancient ritual. Agitated at heart, Narada suddenly embraced Prahlada. Showering many tears of joy, and embracing him again and again, Narada said to Prahlada. Text 4. Sri Narada said, now, after a very long time, I am able to see your lordship. Now the great trouble I took to come here has borne its fruit. You are the object of the great mercy of Lord Krishna. Since earliest childhood you have possessed a devotion for Lord Krishna so pure it cannot be seen in any other person. Text 5. When your own father tried to torture and kill you in 1,000 ways, you thwarted all his attempts. By your influence all the demons have now become devotees. Text 6. Wrapped in thoughts of Lord Krishna, you appear like a madman singing, dancing, trembling, and crying. You rescue everyone from the cycle of repeated birth and death. You give them pure devotional service for Lord Vishnu. In this way you fill them with transcendental bliss. Text 7. Lord Krishna appeared on the shore of the great ocean, placed you on his lap, and caressed you as a mother. Although Brahma, Siva, and all the demigods were reciting many prayers, and although the goddess of fortune was worshipping him, he ignored them all. Text 8. Although frightened Brahma offered prayers from far away, you approached the Lord and fell down before his splendid lotus feet. Lord Nrsimha then picked you up, placed his lotus hand on your head, and licked your body. Text 9. With great eloquence and very wonderful persistence, Brahma and the other demigods repeatedly pray for liberation and entrance in the transcendental realm. When Lord Hari offered that liberation to you as a gift, you ignored his offer and prayed only for pure devotional service birth after birth. Text 10. In order to please your Lord, and because in your prayers to Lord Nrsimha you prayed for the deliverance of all living entities, you accepted from him the kingdom of your father. That is why you remain here, wrapped in meditation on your Lord. Text 11. One time, as you were going to Masaranya forest to see the lotus feet of Lord Narayana, who wears yellow garments, you accidentally met him on the path. He challenged you to a fight, and when he was finally pleased by your strength in battle, he declared, I am always defeated by you. Note: this pastime is narrated in the Vamana Purana. Text 12. As he spoke these words, Narada became plunged in the nectar ocean of pure devotional love for Lord Hari. Narada, the confidential servant of the Lord, danced and called out, we have defeated him. Text 13. Sri Narada said, O best of the Vaisnavas, the Supreme Personality of Godhead was defeated by you. What more need I say? It was because of your mercy that Lord Mukunda was defeated by your grandson Bali, the king of the demons, and became a guard standing at Bali's gate. Text 14. From now on I shall always stay here. Your power has enabled me to counteract the curses of Daksa and many others. Note: Daksa and others cursed Narada always to travel, unable to stay for long in any one place. Text 15. Sri Pariksit said, unable to bear hearing himself praised, Prahlada lowered his head in embarrassment. He bowed down before Narada and slowly and respectfully said. Text 16. Sri Prahlada said, O my Lord, O my spiritual master, please consider how it was that in my childhood I learned about your devotional service to Lord Krishna. Texts 17 and 18. When a person is instructed by great pure devotees of Lord Hari, he naturally becomes glorious. He is never defeated by any obstacles. He has the power to preach the truth of spiritual life even to children. He is compassionate to the suffering conditioned souls, and he easily rejects impersonal liberation and all other material benedictions. Text 19. The great souls know that these things are not the real signs of Lord Krishna's mercy. O noble one, Lord Krishna's mercy is given only to those who engage in devotional service. Text 20. I never rendered direct service to the Lord as Hanuman and many others did. I simply meditated on the Lord when my heart was troubled. Text 21. You may praise the Lord's affectionately embracing me, but some say that embrace was only a feature of the Lord's illusory potency, and others think it was only a pastime of the Lord. Text 22. Great souls like yourself may consider the Lord's embracing me to be a sign of his genuine love. For myself, I consider it like a dream, or, even if it is true, it is not a sign of the Lord's mercy to me. Text 23. Saintly persons consider that the wonderful gift of direct devotional service the Lord gave to Hanuman and other devotees to be his real kindness. They do not consider anything else to be the display of the Lord's mercy. Text 24. Lord Nrsimha's pastimes were not performed to show mercy to me. They were meant for the protection of the devotee demigods and the deliverance of the Lord's two eternal associates, Jaya and Vijaya. Text 25. They were meant to establish the truthfulness of the words of Brahma and his sons the Kumaras. They were meant to show the great glory of pure devotional service. Text 26. O best of the great saints who have taken a vow of poverty, when the Lord gave me a kingdom I could understand that he was not merciful to me. Text 27. The Lord has said, Srimad Bhagavatam 10.27. 16. When I desire to show mercy to someone I take away his material wealth and opulence. The instructions of the great devotees also bear witness to these words of the Lord. Text 28. Look at me. I am so absorbed in ruling my kingdom and so much surrounded by friends, relatives, and servants, that I have now completely given up the worship of the Lord. Fie on me. Fie. I do not even lament for my own misfortune. Text 29. If this were not so, then why would I, who am trapped in this world of repeated birth and death, have personally fought with the glorious Supreme Personality of Godhead at Vaisala Tirtha? Text 30. When I preached the truth of spiritual life I mingled with many mystificated demons, and by their association I became infected with a host of dry, non-devotional theories. Even today not a single wretched fragment of those false theories has left me. Text 31. By pure devotion one attains the mercy of the Lord. What pure devotion do I have? As I meditate on the misdeeds of Bana I can see the clear signs of my own lack of devotion. Text 32. I have heard that the Lord bound Bali, imprisoned him, and now stands at the door to prevent his escape. What is his fate now? I do not know. Text 33. Ravana and others have seen the Lord there as the gatekeeper, and Durvasa has also seen him. From devotional faith the sight of the Lord is obtained. Text 34. One who yearns to attain the Lord may attain him in any place. He need not travel to the Lord's abode. Text 35. If the Lord always stays at Bali's gate, then why did I travel so far to Masaranya to see him, the Lord who wears yellow garments? Text 36. By your Lordship's mercy the Supreme Personality of Godhead may have some affection for me. Still, the glory of that affection is very insignificant in comparison to the great mercy received by even the newest devotees. Text 37. O Lord whose heart melts with limitless mercy, why should I make you suffer by describing my own great misfortune? Better that you place your glance on the great mercy the Lord has given to the Kimpurusa Hanuman. Text 38. O Lord, please know that when the Supreme Personality of Godhead appeared in his half-man half-lion form to kill my father, he very quickly did his work and then disappeared again. Text 39. I was not able to see the Lord to my heart's content. On the shore of the great ocean I saw him for only a moment. It was like a flickering dream. Text 40 Hanuman was very fortunate. He was able to enjoy the happiness of directly serving the Lord for many thousands of years without obstruction. Text 41 Even in his childhood he was extremely strong. By the mercy of the demigods he received many benedictions. He is always free from old age and death. Text 42 He is completely fearless, a follower of austere vows, saintly, a heroic fighter, and the uncommon servant of Lord Ramacandra. Text 43 He casually jumped over the fathomless 800-mile-wide ocean. He expertly comforted the distressed Sita captive in the palace of the king of Raksasas. Text 44 He taunted his enemy, burned Lanka, destroyed its fortifications, returned with news of Sita, and was firmly embraced by his master. Text 45 He was the great carrier of his master. His tail became a white parasol shading his master, and his broad back became a comfortable seat for his master. He was the leader of those engaged in building the bridge at Setubandha. Text 46 He fulfilled the needs of Vibhisana, broke the strength of the Raksasas, and, with his great strength, brought the medicinal herb Vaisalya Karini. Text 47 He brought life again to the army. He greatly pleased both his master and his master's younger brother. He became the devoted carrier of both his master and Sri Laxmana. Text 48 With very intelligent tactics he attacked and defeated the enemy. He chanted the transcendental glories of his master, the killer of the Rakshasa king. Text 49 He brought great happiness to Sita. He is the object of the great transcendental mercy of his master. Even though he is not able to bear separation from his master, he remains in this world by his order. Text 50 He sustains himself by always hearing the glories of his master. Even today he stands beside the transcendental deity form of his master as he had always stood by him in the past. Text 51 My lord, the scriptures declare, the monkey king Hanuman attained perfection by serving the supreme lord. In this way Hanuman's glory is famous in this world. His service brought him the Lord's mercy. Text 52 I offer my respectful obeisances to Hanuman. Even if it were to come to him of its own accord, he has no desire to accept any kind of liberation that would check his service to Lord Vishnu, the son of Maharaja Dasaratha. Text 53 I have left much unsaid. Still, your lordship knows his glorious position very well. Please go now to Kimpurusa Varsa. See him and become happy. Text 54 Sri Pariksit said, O mother, Narada then exclaimed, this is very auspicious. This is very auspicious. He then rose from his seat and traveled through outer space to Kimpurusa Varsa. Text 55 There he saw Hanuman devotedly worshipping the lotus feet of the deity of Lord Ramacandra with wonderful offerings taken from the forest as if the Lord were directly present before him. Text 56 Hearing the nectarean story of the Ramayana sung by the Gandharvas and other celestial singers, Hanuman became full of bliss. He trembled and shed tears. The hairs of his body stood erect. Text 57 Hanuman was himself reciting many wonderful and splendid prayers in prose and verse, and he was also falling down like a stick to offer respectful obeisances to his lord. Text 58 Narada then jubilantly called out, O Lord of the Raghavas, all glories to you. O husband of Sita, all glories to you. O elder brother of Laxmana, all glories to you. Text 59 Hanuman became filled with joy to hear the chanting of the holy names of his worshipable Lord. He at once jumped into the sky and embraced Narada, placing his arms around his neck. Text 60 As he stood in the sky, Narada Muni jubilantly danced, moving his feet to and fro, and at the same time wiped away the stream of Hanuman's tears of ecstatic love with his hands. Filled with ecstatic love, Narada loudly said. Text 61 Sri Narada said, O noble sir, you are very dear to the Supreme Personality of Godhead. By seeing you I have now also become very dear to him. Text 62 Sri Pariksit said, Within a moment Hanuman composed himself and then respectfully bowed down before Devarsi Narada. Then he took Narada to the temple where he could bow down before Lord Ramacandra, the hero of the Raghu dynasty. Text 63 Narada Muni bowed down before the deity and then sat in a seat carefully arranged by Hanuman. Narada, wealthy with the wonderful opulence of pure devotional love, sounded his veena and said, Text 64 Sri Narada said, You are in truth the object of the incomparable great mercy of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. You are always plunged in the very wonderful nectar ocean of pure devotional service to the Supreme Lord. Text 65 You are the Lord's servant, friend, chariot, sitting place, flag, parasol, awning, fan, poet to offer prayers, counselor, military commander, and most helpful assistant. You always chant the Lord's transcendental glories. Text 66 You have offered yourself to Lord Ramachandra without any reservation. You are the object of his great mercy. The narration of his glories is your life and soul. You bring great transcendental bliss to the devotees who have taken shelter of him. You are eternally more glorious than Garuda and all the other devotees of the Lord. Text 67 Because you are a pure devotee, and because you do not consider anything better than the happiness of pure devotional service, you spoke to the Supreme Lord, who is the crest jewel of all generous philanthropists, the following words, which bring great happiness to the devotees. Text 68 O Lord, you are the Master, and I am your servant. I do not desire any liberation from the bonds of repeated birth and death that will also break our relationship. Text 69 Sri Pariksit said, For Hanuman, hearing this description of the great mercy of the Lord's lotus feet became a spark that ignited a great fire of the pain of separation from the Lord. Hanuman lamented and cried. Narada Muni comforted him. Hanuman then said, Text 70 I am very unhappy because I no longer have the lotus feet of Lord Ramachandra. O best of the sages, why do you make me cry by reminding me of his cruelty to me? Text 71 If I am his servant, then why did he abandon me when he took Sugriva, the residents of Ayodhya, and many other dear devotees to his side? Text 72 Because you are very affectionate to me you think that because I had the good fortune to serve the Supreme Lord directly, therefore he is very merciful to me. Texts 73 and 74 Now the supremely opulent and powerful Lord has descended to Mathura city, where he gives his mercy to the great Pandavas. The mercy he gives to me cannot be compared to even the smallest fragment of that mercy. It is like a pebble compared to Mount Sumru. Text 75 By sending them so many troubles since their early childhood, the Lord has shown to the world their patience, adherence to religious principles, fame, transcendental knowledge, pure devotion, and spiritual love for the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Text 76 The Supreme Personality of Godhead became their chariot driver, companion, servant, counselor, messenger, guard, and follower. The Lord even offered prayers to them and bowed down before them. Text 77 The Supreme Lord is overcome with love for them. What will he not do for them? He has become their servant, friend, and most affectionate well-wisher. Text 78 Because the Lord always resides with them, their capital has become like a sacred forest where great sages perform austerities. Residence in their capital now brings the results of all austerities. Text 79 Sri Pariksit said, As Sri Narada heard these words he yearned to reside eternally in Dvaraka and always stay by the lotus feet of Lord Krishna. Narada loudly shouted, rose again and again into the sky, and danced with joy in his heart. Text 80 Hanuman became blissful by seeing Narada dance. His heart plunged in the nectar of the Pandava story. Hanuman again and again described their glories. Text 81 Sri Hanuman said, The host of calamities that befell the Pandavas were very auspicious for them. These calamities made Lord Krishna anxious for the safety of the Pandavas and at once brought Lord Krishna into their company. Text 82 O Pandavas, you have become overpowered by love and no longer know how to do what is right. You have made my Lord into your messenger and chariot driver. Text 83 O Pandavas, you must know a very powerful magic spell or possess a very powerful potion to bring others under your control. Text 84 O Mother, O celebrated wife of Abhimanyu. After speaking these words, Hanuman began to jump again and again. For a long time he danced with Narada Muni. Then he said, Text 89 O Supreme Personality of Godhead, O Lord overwhelmed with love for your devotees, O Lord whose transcendental activities attract your devotees' hearts, this is the way you act. Text 90 It is my great good fortune that in the middle of the sons of Kunti, the Pandavas, is my dear younger brother Bhimasena. Text 91 Out of kindness and friendship the Lord gave his own sister in marriage to Arjuna, who carries a flag whose insignia is a likeness of me. Text 92 Without the transcendental mercy of they who are very dear to the Lord, the loving service of the Lord's servants will not be successful. That service will not bear any good fruit. Text 93 O best of the devotees, O most dear favorite of the Lord, let us go there to see them. Texts 94 and 95. The transcendental opulence, sweetness, and wonder that is very difficult for Brahma, Siva, and the other demigods to understand, that increases the love of the devotees, and that had not been revealed when the Lord appeared in Ayodhya, is now displayed in Mathura and Dwarka. Text 96. Sri Narada said, "This sweetness and opulence is not manifested even in Vaikuntha, what to speak of Ayodhya. Rise, rise, friend, let us quickly go there." Text 97. At that moment Hanuman became as grave as the ocean. He reflected within himself for a moment, sighed, bowed down, and then said to Narada. Text 98. Sri Hanuman said, "It is right for us to go to see and serve the most dear devotees of the Supreme Personality of Godhead." Text 99. The sweetness of great mercy the Lord displays now is greater and more profound than what he had shown in the past. Text 100. The supremely charming and wonderful waves of the Lord's present transcendental pastimes have bewildered even the most learned and intelligent of the sages. Text 101. Even Brahma, the father of you and your exalted brothers, the grandfather of all the worlds, and the original teacher of the Vedas, is bewildered by these pastimes. Text 102. If even he becomes bewildered, then what can be said about unintelligent monkeys like myself? You can easily understand the Lord's activities, but I fear I will commit an offense. Text 103. The Lord's wonderful transcendental pastimes increase the love and devotion of the devotees. These pastimes are the final destination of they who repose all their love in the Lord alone and in no one else. Texts 104-108. I pray that for Lord Ramacandra, whose heart is naturally soft with sincere compassion, who is honest and righteous, who has taken a vow to accept only one wife, whose face and eyes are always bowed down with great humility and shyness, whose good character delights the world, who is the monarch of Ayodhya city, who is the greatest of all kings, who is served by Sita and Laxmana, who is the elder brother of Brhad, who is the dear friend of Sugriva, who is the ruler of the monkeys, who is the shelter of Vibhisana, who holds a bow in his hand, who is the son of Dasaratha and Kausalya, and who is the great king of the Raghu dynasty. May my devotional love always increase. Text 109. I shall simply stay here, gaze at the deity form of Lord Rama, and drink the nectar of his pastimes. Texts 110 and 111. When Lord Krishna, out of his great mercy, may call me to give me the great transcendental happiness of the opportunity to serve him, will he, out of love for me, show me the form of Lord Rama, that is more dear to me than life. Texts 112 and 113. When the Lord reveals himself as Ramacandra, I shall go to him at once. Now you please go to the Pandavas and in their palace see the Supreme Brahman, whose transcendental form is like that of a human being, who is full of transcendental bliss, who is beyond the touch of the words and thoughts of the sages, who is very charming, and who is a great jewel mine of the sweetnesses of wonderful transcendental pastimes. Text 114. Don't become an offender, thinking we are celibate Brahmacharis, and they are only householder Kshatriyas ruling a kingdom. Text 115. By serving the lotus feet of Lord Krishna they have become free from all desire for material sense gratification. Their lotus feet are worshipped by the leaders of the swan-like devotees. Text 116. The eldest Pandava, with the pleasure of the Supreme Personality of Godhead as his only motive, now rules the kingdom. He is the master of a great variety of royal opulences rare even among the demigods. Text 117. By amassing great pious credits in the performance of Rajasiddha Yajnas, Asvamedha Yajnas, and other religious rituals, he attained the spiritual world of Visnuloka. Even within this material realm he became king of the entire earth. Texts 118 and 119. His pure fame is spread throughout the three worlds. His faultless royal opulences, envied by even the demigods, and granted to him by the mercy of Lord Krishna, he has offered back to Lord Krishna. These opulences were never able to actually please the king. Text 120. His heart is on fire with pure love for Lord Krishna. He is like a man burning with hunger who cannot be pleased by sweet-scented flower garlands, sandalwood or perfume. Text 121. What more shall I say? Srimati Draupadi is his exalted queen. Sri Bhimasena, Arjuna, and his other brothers are all as noble and exalted as he. Text 122. They are not dear to him because of their bodily relation. They are not dear to him as assistants in the quest for material piety, wealth, sense gratification, or liberation. They are dear to him because they love the lotus feet of Lord Krishna. Text 123. I am a monkey. How can I describe their great glories? O Lord, you know how great they are. Chapter 5. Purya, the dear devotees, text 1. Dancing and overcome with happiness, Narada flew to Kurudesa, where he quickly entered the capital. Texts 2-5. When Narada Muni arrived at the door, Maharaja Yudhishthira was saying to his relatives, "Let us arrange for either a grand Vedic sacrifice or else a terrible calamity that will force Lord Krishna to come here, and then we will be able to see him." Seeing Narada at the door, Maharaja Yudhishthira, accompanied by his brothers, mother, and wives, at once stood up, hastily ran to him, greeted him, bowed down before him, brought him into the palace, carefully seated him on a grand throne, and brought various articles to worship him. "O mother," Narada then took the articles of worship and began himself to worship your fathers-in-law and their servants. Text 6. His words ornamented by Veena music, Narada elaborately repeated Hanuman's description of Lord Krishna's great mercy to the Pandavas. Text 7. Narada Muni said, "My dear Maharaja Yudhishthira, all of you the Pandavas are extremely fortunate, for the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Krishna, lives in your palace just like a human being. Great saintly persons know this very well, and therefore they constantly visit this house." Texts 8 and 9. Even Brahma, Siva, and the other great demigods can only rarely see him in a trance of meditation. The words of the Vedas described him. Lord Nrsimha, Vamana, and Ramacandra are his plenary portions, and the other incarnations are portions of his plenary portions. Brahma and the other demigods are considered his potencies. The illusory potency, Maya, who creates, maintains, and destroys the material universes, is a maidservant on the pathway of his glance. Texts 10 and 11. Inspired by the lament of Mother Earth, Brahma and the demigods went to the shore of the milk ocean and, although they faithfully worshipped the Lord with prayers, they could not obtain the Lord's mercy. Then the order of the Lord was manifested in the sky, and when Brahma understood it in his own heart, all the demigods became happy. Text 12. In a secluded place the very intelligent sages, headed by Garga Muni, secretly revealed that he is the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Lord Narayana, and no one is his equal. Text 13. Then he went to Mathura city, where he became known as Duravisnu, Mahahari, Mahavishnu, and Mahanarayana. Text 14. We pray that by spiritual activities beginning with vows of silence, being peaceful, and engaging in devotional service, we may attain his mercy. You, however, have already pleased him and brought him under your control. Text 15. Listen. Although in his previous incarnations he gave it to only a chosen few, this time he gives liberation to everyone. Texts 16 and 17. Although Kalanemi, Hiranyaksa, Hiranyakasipu, Ravana, Kumbhakarna, and many other demons were personally killed by him, they did not attain liberation. Pure devotional service was not given to any of them. Devotional service was given only to the demon Prahlada during the advent of Lord Nrsimha. Text 18. Although Sri Hanuman, Jambavan, Sugriva, Vibhisana, Guha, Dasaratha, and a few others attained pure devotional service from him during the advent of Lord Ramacandra, there was not even the briefest mention of the highest stage of pure love of God. Text 19. Now your maternal cousin Krishna has caused many to become liberated. Many he has given pure devotional service, and many he has filled with pure love of God. Text 20. Demons killed by Lord Krishna, by Arjuna, or by the Lord's associates, although they deserved to go to hell, attained a glorious liberation. Text 21. Visvamitra, Gautama, Vasista, and many other sages intently performing austerities, chanting mantras, and seeking knowledge, went to Kurukshetra and by Lord Krishna's mercy came to desire only pure devotional service. They all became pure devotees. Text 22. Even trees, vines and other immobile living entities in forms of life darkened by ignorance have now attained pure ecstatic love for Lord Krishna. Now they are all nourished by the nectar rains of pure love for him. Texts 23 and 24. O cousins of Lord Krishna, how can I describe the great, never seen before wonder of the sweetness of the handsomeness of his transcendental form? His pastimes, qualities, love, glory, and pastime places are unprecedented and wonderful. Text 25. I think that if he had not descended to this world, the fact that he is the Supreme Personality of Godhead would not have been revealed. Text 26. The great wonder of his sweetness and glory is now displayed to its fullest perfection. Text 27. Let the description of Lord Krishna's kindnesses stay far away. His mercy is shown even in his fighting. Kansa, Kalya, Piyatana, Bali, and a host of others bear witness to this. Text 28. Sri Pariksit said, after singing these words, Narada Muni instructed his tongue, which was greedy for Lord Krishna's glories. Aha! You are chanting the glories of the Lord. Narada then bit the tongue with his teeth. Note: Narada feels he is not qualified to say anything about Lord Krishna. Text 29. O tongue, you are very fortunate to have spoken these words. Now, as much as you are able, please glorify the dear devotees of the Lord. Text 30. O great souls, what person would be so bold to think that the Lord's kindness and love for you can be actually brought to his tongue? Text 31. When your mother Kunti heard from Akrira's mouth a single sentence of affectionate consolation from Lord Krishna, she at once became plunged in a great flood of pure love. Text 32. Lord Krishna's many wonderful words of consolation made her cry. That cry pierced the chests and hearts of the stoutest men. She loved you so much only because you are so dear to Lord Krishna. Text 33. When, after a long time, Lord Krishna, the life of the Yadus, was about to leave for Dvaraka, she spoke many prayers in a voice choked with emotion and convinced him to continue to stay as a guest in her home. Text 34. Lord Krishna made Yudhishthira very famous in both this world and the next. Although Lord Krishna was himself the actual cause of Jarasandha's death, he gave all the credit to Bhima. Text 35. Lord Krishna and Arjuna became famous for their close friendship. Hundreds of the greatest Puranas are not able to properly describe the glory of that friendship. Text 36. Everyone saw how the twins Nakula and Sahadeva, who are both full of love for Lord Krishna, recommended that the Lord be worshipped first in the Rajasiya Yajya. Text 37. During the Rajasiya Yajya and other festive occasions, Lord Krishna personally performed the auspicious ritual of sprinkling water on Draupadi's hair. He used to address her, "Oh, my dear friend." He protected her from the fearful dangers presented by Durvasa, Dustsana, and others. He removed all her grief. Text 38. He accepted the boiled rice offered by Vidura. He performed the funeral festival of Bhisma. Please consider how many times he has taken your part in a dispute. Text 39. It is very wonderful that the learned and devoted prayers the women in your palace offered to Lord Krishna are now glorified by the greatest poets and philosophers. Text 40. Although Prahlada, his grandson Bali, and Hanuman received the Lord Hari's mercy, you and all your friends and relatives have received both his great mercy and his sincere love. Text 41. When he had just received opulent gifts from the Kuras, Lord Krishna said to me and my friends, "They who are friends of the Pandavas are my friends, and they who are their enemies are my enemies. The Pandavas are my life breath." Text 42. How bold and arrogant I am. Only the Supreme Lord has the power to know or describe your virtues. I think the Lord descended to this world for your sake only. Text 43. Sri Pariksit said, after a moment's embarrassed silence, Maharaja Yudhishthira sighed, and, in the company of his mother, brothers, and wives, said, Text 44. O crest jewel of eloquent orators, Lord Krishna did not give his mercy to me and my brothers. We thought about this for a long time and we decided that he never gave his mercy to us. Text 45. By seeing the many calamities that have fallen on me and my brothers, materialistic men will lose faith in Lord Krishna and they will become less interested to engage in devotional service to him. Text 46. If that were to happen, it would be a great torment for us. Lord Krishna is our life and soul. Without him we are like men without food or fish without water. Text 47. For this reason I prayed to the Lord. O Lord, please use this Rajastral Yajya as a trick to grant to both devotees and non-devotees faith in your pure devotional service. Note: the Rajastral Yana displayed the opulent position of the devotees. Maharaja Yudhishthira considered that the sight of the devotees' opulence will encourage materialistic men to become devotees. Text 48. In this way all the people of the world will see the splendid, wonderful, and extraordinary opulences of your devotees, both in this world and the next. Then the people will become full of faith and they will worship your lotus feet. In this way they will become free from suffering and fear and they will attain perfect transcendental happiness. Text 49. Now that he has given us a kingdom and killed the irreligious men who were our enemies, our grief is greater than before. Text 50. My teachers, headed by Drona and Bhisma, my sons, headed by Abhimanyu, and many others also, have entered the realm of death for my sake. Text 51. I wish for the association of the devotees of Lord Vishnu more than I wish to remain alive. Separated from them I cannot for a moment find the smallest amount of happiness. Text 52. Because we are now pressed with so many duties, it has been a long time since we have enjoyed the happiness of seeing Lord Krishna's lotus face. Text 53. Now he always stays in Dvaraka, giving pleasure to his dear relatives, the extremely fortunate Yadu dynasty. Text 54 Your Lordship personally saw how he became our messenger, chariot driver, and servant in many other ways. Still, all this was only to protect the principles of religion and, by vanquishing a host of sins, to remove the burden of the earth. Text 55 Sri Pariksit said. Then Krishna's dear friend Bhima laughed aloud and said, O student of Lord Krishna, please listen to these words. Text 56 No one has the power to understand the vast ocean of Krishna's pastimes. Krishna is the original creator of all illusions. He is the guru of all skillful liars and cheaters. When has he not been very clever in his words and deeds? We do not understand him, and neither do we trust him. Text 57 O mother, repeatedly sighing, my grandfather, Sriman Arjuna, the dear friend of Lord Krishna, then spoke the following sorrowful words. Text 58 Sri Bhagavan Arjuna said, O Lord Narada, the great mercy your dearmost Lord Krishna gave us simply led to our suffering. Text 59 Bhisma and others, all intent on performing their religious duty as Kshatriyas and all fixed in transcendental knowledge, hurled many powerful weapons at me in the battlefield to break my armor and pierce my heart. Lord Krishna, who carries the Sudarsana Chakra in his hand, for my sake again and again intercepted all those weapons, allowing them to fall on his own transcendental body instead of mine. Text 60 Even today, as I think of this act I cannot pull the arrow of grief from my heart. O Brahmana Narada, how is it possible for me to be happy? Text 61 Action that brings pain to a dear friend is not the symptom of either love or kindness. Text 62 Originally I refused to fight with Bhisma, Drona and the others, but then Lord Krishna, the greatest of philosophers, taught me something that convinced me to fight with them. Text 63 Hearing those words Lord Krishna spoke to me gives great pleasure to the dry impersonalist philosophers. This fact brings great pain to those of us who live by glorifying the path of devotional service. Text 64 When I reflect on the words he spoke to me then I do not become happy. Those words were a trick to cheat me. Text 65 and 66 I always have full faith in the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Lord Krishna, who is supremely pure, boundlessly merciful, always true to his word, and the very best of friends. No one is more dear to me than the Supreme Brahman, Lord Krishna, whose glorious transcendental form completely enchants the heart and mind. Text 67 and 68 Sri Nakula and Sahadeva said, Lord Krishna gave us the power to be peaceful in the midst of a host of calamities. He killed our enemies. He enabled us to perform the Asvamedha Yajna and other Vedic rituals. He gave us great fame. He gave us a kingdom others could not attain even with a host of pious deeds. O Lord Narada, we do not consider any of these acts to be Lord Krishna's kindness to us. Text 69 By accepting the offering of first worship he brought us great happiness and made our festival of many great Vedic sacrifices a grand success. That was his mercy to us. Text 70 Now it is difficult even to see him. We have been cheated by him. How is it possible for us to remain alive? Text 71 Sri Pariksit said. By hearing these words Draupadi became overwhelmed with grief. Composing herself with a great effort, she still continued to cry as she spoke the following words in a voice choked with emotion. Text 72 Sri Draupadi said, Many times my dear friend Sri Krishna rescued me from great embarrassment. Many times he killed the demons who were my enemies. Text 73 Always thought he would be merciful to me. Now my father, brothers, sons, and everyone else have fallen on the battlefield. Text 74 Do not lament. I am surrendered to his will. What shall I desire? On the pretext of these calamities, he grants a great benediction that fulfills all desires. Text 75 When all my relatives had been killed, Lord Krishna personally sat by my side and consoled me with many eloquent words. Text 76 I pray that I may always drink the charming sweet nectar of his smiling words in this way. Text 77 Lamb very far from any good fortune. He no longer comes as he came to us before. O sage, what kind of mercy is this? Text 78 Sri Pariksit said, Kunti, for whom the sight of Lord Krishna was her life and soul, became stricken with grief. Shedding tears as she remembered Lord Krishna's kindness and cruelty, she spoke the following pitiful words. Note, Kunti considered Lord Krishna's staying in Dvaraka, where she could not have his continued association, to be his cruelty to her. Text 79 Sri Kunti said, Lord Krishna repeatedly delivered me, a helpless widow with sons, from a host of calamities. For this reason I thought he was more kind to me than he was to his own mother, Devaki. Text 80. Now both in my own home as well as in the homes of others I can hear the wailing of the women whose relatives are now dead. My heart does not see this as mercy. Text 81. I shall abandon this prosperous condition that robs me of the sight of Lord Krishna, and I shall pray for a host of calamities to bring him again within my sight. Text 82. Thinking, because I have given them an unrivaled kingdom, the Pandavas are now happy he has abandoned us. Now he stays always at Dwarka. Text 83. Gone is the hope that he will return here. For a long time I thought my death would be his mercy to me. Text 84. The rope of hope that is the thought Krishna is our dear friend is now broken, severed by friction with the strong family ties Krishna keeps with the Yadu dynasty. Text 85. Please go to visit the Yadu dynasty. They are most dear to Lord Krishna. They are plunged in a great ocean of incomparable transcendental bliss. O Lord Narada, you know their incomparable greatness. What can we say to describe it? Text 86. Sri Pariksit said, O mother, O wife of the son of the sister of Lord Krishna. At that moment the great sage Narada quickly went to Dwarka. He entered the palace and saw in the distance the exalted leaders of the Yadu dynasty. He repeatedly fell down like a stick to offer respectful obeisances. Text 87. Narada saw the members of the Yadu dynasty comfortably sitting in their own seats in the Sudharma assembly house. They wore garlands of parayata flowers. They were very richly ornamented with the handsomeness of their bodily forms. Text 88. They were entertained by splendid and festive music and dance, and they were glorified by poets with wonderful words. Text 89. They spoke wonderful joking words among themselves and laughed. They were very charming and the splendor of their forms eclipsed the sun. Text 90. They were wonderfully decorated with many kinds of very splendid ornaments. Everyone, even the very old, was in the prime of youth. Text 91. For them the greatest happiness was always to drink the nectar of Lord Krishna's lotus face. Surrounding Maharaja Ugrasena, they respectfully waited for the arrival of Lord Krishnadeva. Text 92. Countless millions of yadus waited, eagerly talking about Lord Krishna, and their hearts and eyes fixed on the path coming from Lord Krishna's residential quarters. Text 93. Becoming aware of Narada's presence, the Yadavas hastily ran to him, lifted him up, and at once led him by the hand into the assembly hall. Text 94. He was offered a great and splendid throne, but he would not sit on it. By his own wish he sat on the floor. Everyone at once sat around him. Text 95. When they brought paraphernalia to worship him, Narada, the humble leader of the divine sages, bowed down before them with folded hands, stood up, and addressed them. Text 96. O great souls who have obtained the mercy of Lord Krishna's lotus feet, please be kind to me and allow me to wander through this universe always singing your glories. Text 97. The Yadu dynasty is the most glorious. The Yadus are more glorious than the residents of Vaikuntha. By the mercy of the Yadus this world of men has become more glorious than Vaikuntha. Text 98. O earth, now your life is a great success, for now the Yadus have taken birth, reside, and enjoy pastimes on your surface. Now the Supreme Personality of Godhead resides on your surface in the homes of the Yadus, and enjoys with them many unprecedented transcendental pastimes. Texts 99 and 100. By placing himself before the eyes of the Yadavas, by conversing with them, touching them, following them, sitting with them, eating with them, sleeping with them, arranging for marriages between their families, and in many other ways, Lord Krishna bound the Yadavas with unbreakable bonds of intense love stronger than the love they bore for their own selves. In this way he broke their desire for impersonal liberation or residence in the celestial material planets, and greatly increased their pure devotion to him. Text 101. By enjoying transcendental pastimes in their company, Lord Krishna, who has now forgotten Vaikuntha Loka, gives to the Yadus an indescribable and intense transcendental pleasure that is newer and newer at every moment. Text 102. Even though engaged in sleeping, sitting, walking, talking, playing, bathing, eating, and a host of other activities, they are so absorbed in love for Lord Krishna they cannot remember anything except him. Text 103. O great King Ugrasena, who is able to describe the wonderful glory of your great good fortune. Text 104. It is very wonderful. It is a great jewel mine of wonders. The Supreme Personality of Godhead allows himself to be controlled by the love of his devotees. Text 105. O King of the Yadus, when you are seated on the throne, Lord Krishna stands before you like a servant, and respectfully says, Text 106. O my Lord, please be kind to me and I am your servant, please order me. For this reason I offer my respectful obeisances to you again and again. For this reason I offer my respectful obeisances to all your relatives, friends, servants, and anyone connected with you. Text 107 Sri Pariksit said. Then all the Yadas, who are great devotees of Lord Krishna, the deity of the Brahmanas, bowed down before the great sage Narada, touched his feet, and said. Text 108 The Yadava said, even our master, the great Lord Krishna, worships you. O Lord, why do you bow down like a lowly person to offer respects to us, who are so lowly and unimportant? Text 109 O eloquent orator who has defeated even Lord Brahma, it is only because of the great power of Lord Krishna, the king of the Yadas, that what you have said about us is not untrue. Text 110 With the slightest scent of Lord Krishna's association, what person will not attain perfection? Lord Krishna is a jewel mine of great mercy. He is the best friend of everyone. Text 111 He is an ocean of great transcendental glory. Remembering him grants all the goals of one's life. He is the only shelter of the poor and shelterless. To the humble and lowly he gives a benediction far more valuable than material piety, economic development, sense gratification, or liberation. Text 112 However, among us the fortunate Uddhava is the real object of Lord Krishna's great mercy. Uddhava is Lord Krishna's counselor, disciple, servant, and dear friend. Text 113 The Lord sometimes leaves us and goes traveling. Not noticing our suffering, he goes away. Text 114 We do not know when or where he will go again. Uddhava, however, always stays with him and serves him. Text 115 Sometimes the Lord sends Uddhava to go accomplish something that should actually be done by the Lord himself. Uddhava's going to deliver Samba is an example of such a mission. Text 116 When the Lord enjoys the pastime of taking his meals, Uddhava stays nearby. Uddhava alone regularly obtains the Mahaprasadam remnants of Lord Krishna's meals. Text 117 Uddhava happily massages the Lord's lotus feet. Uddhava enters the happiness of sleep with the Lord's feet pressed against his chest. Text 118 Sometimes Uddhava accompanies the Lord in his confidential pastimes. In the government assembly hall Uddhava is the prime minister, who speaks many jewels of good counsel to the Lord. By repeating Lord Krishna's many wonderful joking words and charming words of praise, Uddhava delights us and fulfills all our desires. Text 119 Is it possible to describe his great good fortune? Since childhood he has always been wrapped in service to the Lord's lotus feet. For this reason a host of ignorant fools proclaims him a madman. Text 120 Because he has attained the wonderful glory of always intensely desiring the Lord Krishna's lotus feet, Uddhava has now abandoned his human material form and attained a transcendental form resembling that of Lord Krishna. Text 121 Uddhava is more handsome than Pradyumna, and also more dear to Lord Krishna. Always wearing yellow silk garments, jeweled shark-shaped earrings, garlands of forest flowers and necklaces of jewels that had all been worn at one time by Lord Krishna, Uddhava delights us by bewildering us into thinking that instead of him we are actually seeing before us Lord Krishna, whose handsome splendor attracts the hearts of his devotees. Texts 122 and 123 Sri Pariksit said. When he heard these words describing Uddhava's transcendental good fortune, Narada Muni became very eager to go to Uddhava's home. Overwhelmed with wonderful ecstatic love for Lord Krishna, and already knowing the way, Narada began to walk on the path to Uddhava's place when Maharaja Ugrasena, the king of the Yadas, said. Text 124 Sri Ugrasena said, My lord, please hear something for a moment. Without the Lord's express command, Uddhava never leaves Lord Krishna's company. Text 125 I cannot associate with him whenever I wish. The temporary maintenance of the kingdom robs me of that great attainment. Text 126 I am happy to execute his order, but still I am cheated by the false respect he offers me. Text 127 Uddhava, however, is very happy. Because he has the good fortune always to serve at the Lord's side, he is never cheated by Lord Krishna. Text 128 Please go there at once and give my message to Uddhava. Tell him, the time for the Lord's arrival is already past. Please bring the Lord. Please give the royal assembly its Lord. Chapter 6. Priyatama, the most dear devotees. Text 1 Sri Pariksit said, O noble lady, after hearing these words, Lord Mahavishnu's dear devotee Narada, who holds a veena in his hand, overwhelmed with love, forgetting everything, and like a man possessed, walked on the path to the inner rooms of the Lord's palace, a path full of wonders that he had traveled many times before. Text 2 Sometimes he stumbled. Sometimes he fell to the ground. Sometimes he stood motionless. Sometimes he trembled. Sometimes he rolled about. Sometimes he cried out. Sometimes wept floods of tears. Sometimes he sang and danced. Sometimes in a single moment he manifested together all the symptoms of the treasure of ecstatic love. Text 3. O my mother, please be attentive. Please carefully hear some eating that makes me become stunned with love. Text 4. On that day, as Lord Krishna morosely slept in his bedroom, Srimanu Uddhava left his side and came to the doorway. Then Baladeva, Devaki, Rohini, Rukmini, the other queens headed by Satyabhama, Kansa's gossipy mother Padmavati, the servants, and many others became silent, and with wonder they gazed at Narada, who was acting in a way never seen before. Text 5. Rising, they made him wash his face and brought him to his natural condition. Slowly and softly they said, 0 Brahmana, we have never seen anything like this. What has suddenly happened to you? Please sit quietly for a moment. Text 6. Sri Pariksit said, bowing down, trembling, and his bodily hairs erect, with great effort he opened his eyes flooded with tears, and with a voice choked with emotion said. Text 7. Sri Narada said, please bring me to supremely fortunate Uddhava. The dust of his feet will bring peace to my heart. Text 8. No devotee, either in ancient times or today, has attained the great mercy of the Lord he has attained. He is the greatest of devotees. The Lord himself has described his glories. Text 9. His ancient and recent sons headed by Brahma, his brothers headed by Balarama, his friends headed by Siva, his wives headed by the goddess of fortune, and even his own transcendental form are not as dear to the Lord as Uddhava is. The Lord himself has said this. Text 10. The Lord's words since ancient times show the great glory of Uddhava's good fortune. Text 11. Today the extraordinary wonders of this mercy were sung by the best of the yadis. Text 12. Passing through the door of my ears and entering my heart, that description has now plundered all the wealth of my peaceful composure. Text 13. Sri Pariksit said, bewildered, Uddhava at once stood up, placed Narada's feet on his chest, embraced them, understood what was in Narada's heart, remembered the great souls who had attained the Lord's great mercy, and was overcome with tears. With a great struggle regaining his peacefulness, happy with transcendental envy, he said to Narada Muni. Text 14. Srimanu Uddhava said, O all-knowing one, O best of the truthful, O best of the great sages, O Lord, because you are the first teacher of the path of devotional service to the Lord, what you say is certainly true. Text 15. All that you have said and more is true of me. I know this and others also know. Text 16. Recently I went to Brhad and saw something that ground into dust my pride in my own great good fortune. Text 17. There I could understand the wonderful sweetness of Lord Krishna, his mercy, his love, and his devotees. Text 18. By seeing them I became very fortunate and attained all the Lord's mercy. Thinking that I had attained the Lord's great mercy, I became flooded with bliss. Text 19. Singing about them again and again, I yearned to become their follower. Everyone knew. I cannot say more. O best of sages, I bow before you again and again. With plaintive words I beg you, don't be so eager to hear of this. Text 20. Sri Pariksit said, understanding the meaning of what Uddhava said, Rohini, who having stayed for a long time in Gokula was dearly loved by the people there, tearfully said. Text 21. Sri Rohini said, O servant of Lord Hari, I am happy. I have not a moment's worry. Please don't place on the path of my memory they whom misfortune has destroyed, who have not the slightest scent of good fortune, who are plunged in an ocean of sorrows, who are poisoned, who are set aflame by a host of burning volcanoes. Text 22. When Maharaja Vasudeva took me to Mathura, Yasoda cried so bitterly her tears broke what is harder than thunderbolts. On his mouth who can place the news of the other women there, who were like the living dead. Text 23. When your master returned from his guru's home I, being a fool, briefly and sadly told him their story. Text 24. His heart was not softened, for he did not return, but in his stead sent you, an eloquent speaker of messages. Text 25. Why, then, do you say that your master has given his best mercy to them? Text 26. When Krishna was in Brhad, from demons beginning with Pitana and ending with Kasi, from demigods beginning with Vruna and Indra, from a serpent and other creatures, from the breaking of the old cart and the Arjuna trees, what calamity did not attack Brhad before my own eyes? Still, the people there were not troubled. Text 27. It was as if they had become enchanted. They always wished for Krishna's welfare and they never considered their own. Text 28. Everything they did was for Krishna's happiness, done out of love. Text 29. Before your master did not do anything for their welfare. How can I describe what he does now that his goals are fulfilled? Text 30 Shri Pariksit said. Hearing this, wicked Katsa's arrogant and senile mother, shaking her head, said. Text 31 Shri Padmavati said. Alas! From childhood Krishna protected in a forest of brambles the cows of these merciless cowherds. Text 32 They never gave him even shoes. When, tortured by hunger, he drank a little milk, the women tied him up. Text 33 Let them cry. Krishna suffered so much in the course of time. What must he do for them now? Text 34 Deeply intelligent Rohini, who was very dear to Brhad, ignored her words and chose to glorify the people of Brhad. Text 35 Shri Rohini said. Krishna went to the Yada's capital, Mathura, killed his enemies and then became the happy king of kings of kings. Text 36 Your master, to whom the defeated demigods bow down, in his heart does not remember them. Text 37 Shri Pariksit said. Unable to tolerate these words, Krishna's beloved Queen Rukmini, who always stays in his heart, said. Text 38 Shri Rukmini said. O mother, how, without understanding how his heart is softer than fresh butter, can you speak in this way? Text 39 All of you please hear what I have heard. When he sleeps at night sometimes he sweetly and lovingly calls many cows by name and sometimes he calls his charming Gopa friends. Sometimes his transcendental form bends in 3 places and he pretends to place the flute to his mouth. Sometimes he says, Mother, give me some fresh butter. Sometimes he calls to me, Shri Radha, Lalita. Sometimes he says, Kandravali, why? And tugs at my garment. Sometimes, as he sleeps, he softens the pillow with many tears. Text 40 Suddenly rising from the bed, he weeps, making sounds of grief, and by this we become plunged in an ocean of tormented grief. Text 41 Seeing something in a dream last night, he has become very depressed. Weeping in grief, he covers his head with a blanket and pretends to sleep. Today he has not done any of his regular duties. Text 42 Surrounded by her co-wives, Queen Satyabhama jealously said, O Shri Rukmini, why do you say at night? Text 43 Awake he is dazed, as if in his heart he sleeps, and again he laments, as when he slept. We are his wives in name only. His young gopi maid servants are more dear to him than we. Text 44 Shri Pariksit said. Unable to tolerate these words, Rohint's son, glorious Balarama, who was the life friend of Gokula, angrily said. Text 45 Shri Baladeva said. Girls, my brother is tricking us. His talk of the sorrows of the people there, in Brhad, is only his expert skill at cheating others. Text 46 Although, wishing to bring the people there to an auspicious condition of life, I stayed in Brhad for 2 months. With my words and deeds I was not able to do it. Text 47 Seeing that no one but Krishna could help them, with hundreds of promises I comforted them a little, and then I quickly returned here. Text 48 I anxiously said, Krishna, go at once to Brhad and with your company save the lives of the people there. Text 49 His mouth said, I will go, but his heart did not say it. His deeds bear witness to the real condition of his heart. Text 50 Shri Pariksit said. Hearing this, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, who is conquered by his dear devotee's love, suddenly rose from bed and, weeping loudly, went outside. Text 51 Overcome with compassion, and raining streams of tears from his blossoming lotus eyes, in a choked voice he said. Text 52 The Supreme Personality of Godhead said. Through struck by the greatest thunderbolt, my heart does not break in two. Text 53 I have forgotten their extraordinary love for me and how they protected me for a long time since I was a child. Text 54 May they somehow become happy. I have cruelly brought great suffering to they whose hearts are gentle. Text 55 All-knowing, dearest friend, brother Uddhava, what should I do? Please tell me at once. Lift me up from this ocean of grief. Text 56 Shri Pariksit said. Then Devaki, who loved her son and who was the dear friend of Nanda's wife, said. You should give your dear friends whatever they wish. Text 57 Then Padmavati, who is the Lord's old grandmother and Yadodhara Ugrasina's senile queen, who feared that now the kingdom would be given away in charity, and who felt insulted because Balarama's mother would not listen to her words in order to protect her husband's kingdom, cleverly spoke, as if joking. Text 58 With her words to change his mind and bring an auspicious condition to him, Lord Krishna, the only shelter of the Yadu family, she said. Text 59 Shri Padmavati said, Krishna, why are you troubled? Listen to my advice. With his own hand Garga Muni will calculate every morsel of food you two brothers ate for the 11 years you protected the cows in Nanda's home. Then I promise that my husband, Ugrasena, will give him, Nanda, twice that. I promise this. Text 60 Sri Pariksit said, as if he both heard and did not hear, and as if he did not understand at all, out of grief the Supreme Personality of Godhead spoke to Uddhava. Text 61 The Supreme Personality of Godhead said, O best of the wise, O you who know all the wishes of Brah's people, tell me at once what they wish of me. Text 62 Sri Pariksit said, hearing the Lord's words, Uddhava became filled with wonder and unhappy at heart. He sighed and unhappily said to him. Text 63 Sriman Uddhava said, they do not wish the opulences of the King of the Kings of Kings. They do not wish from you any glorious valuables. They do not wish anything but you in this life or the next. Text 64 Please give me the mercy of your attention. I will speak, and then you may consider what should be done. Text 65 Previously, when the people of Brhad saw the ornaments and other things you had sent back with Nanda, they became plunged in an ocean of grief and said. Text 66 Alas, alas, alas. Now Krishna thinks we want these things, and giving them to us is his mercy. Miserable. Miserable is the life breath that still stays on our throats. Miserable. Miserable are Nanda and the Gopas, who left Krishna behind and brought us these things. Text 67 Now that they have given up hope that you will return, the people of Brhad, along with your mother, Yasoda, are on the verge of death. Now they have begun a great fasting, until death. Text 68 Overcome with grief, and thinking he had committed an offense, Nanda could not speak for 3 days. Then, explaining with great reason, and repeating your promise to return, he gave hope to the people of Brhad and saved their lives. Text 69 Sri Nanda said, my son sent these things as tokens of his love. He will keep his word. He will quickly return as soon as he finishes his duties there. Text 70 Sriman Uddhava said, hearing these words, the simple-hearted people of Brhad believed them. Seeing these ornaments as signs of your love, they placed them on their bodies. Text 71 They thought, when he returns, Krishna will see that we followed his order by wearing these prasadam ornaments and he will be very kind to us. Text 72 When you did not personally return, but only sent me with a message, they all became as if dead. Text 73 Seeing this, I promised you would return, and with a great effort I saved their lives. Text 74 To attain you they have renounced all sense pleasures. Ask your elder brother what condition they have attained. Text 75 Sri Pariksit said, seeing that Devaki, Rukmini and the others were terrified of being separated from him and their bowed faces were wilting and shedding tears out of love, Krishna's heart became softened and, agitated, he suddenly called for leaf pages and a pot of ink. Text 76 After I finish my duties and have comforted my friends here, I will soon return. Oh dear friends, please know this. With his own hand he wrote this comforting letter of love to make their faith strong. Text 77 Knowing what Krishna had done, and also knowing the hearts of the people of Brhad, Uddhava became very unhappy and exclaimed. Text 78 Sriman Uddhava said, Lord, please understand the conclusion. Without the auspicious return of your lotus feet the people of Brhad cannot remain alive. They do not desire anything but this. Text 79 Sri Pariksit said, shaking her head and laughing, Katansa's mother, senile Padmavati said, foolish Devaki, now I understand. Now I understand. Text 80 By giving him milk again and again the cowherd people bewitched Uddhava so he would bring your son Krishna back to Brhad to help them. These rascals want him to protect their cows in the terrible, impassable, bramble-filled forest filled with wild animals. Text 81 Sri Pariksit said, unable to bear hearing these horrible words, Rohini, who was Balarama's mother and Yasoda's dear friend, became angry and spoke. Text 82 Sri Rohini said, O mother of Katansa, what is this about Krishna being used to protect the cows? If they do not see him, the people in Brhad cannot lie for a moment. Text 83 When Krishna was behind a tree or something else, his friends would call out, Shri Krishna, Krishna, with a loud sound. Without Krishna every moment of the day and night became like a yuga for the people of Brhad. Again and again they looked for the sun or the pathway of dust or listened for the flute. Note, when during the day Krishna was protecting the cows in the pasturing ground, the people of Brhad anxiously waited for his return. They looked to see how soon the sun would set the time of Krishna's return. They looked in the distance for signs of dust raised by the cows' hooves, the harbinger of Krishna's return, and they listened for the sound of Krishna playing the flute. Text 84 Eager to play, he would happily wander with his elder brother, his friends, and the cows through many forests. Text 85. There are many splendid lakes fragrant with lotus flowers moving with the pastimes of many intoxicated waterbirds and bumblebees. There the very wonderful Yamuna touches the land of Brhad. There many other rivers like the Yamuna gloriously flow from the Vindhya hills and other places. Text 86. The charming river and lake shores are filled with delicate pakula flowers, covered with fresh grass, crowded with many different birds and animals free from natural feelings of enmity, decorated with many vines, trees, and bushes bowing down with the great weight of many splendid fruits, flowers, and blossoming twigs, and musical with the sounds of maddened peacocks and cuckoos. They are the object of Brahma's prayers. Text 87. In the land of Brhad, in Vrindavana forest, or on Govardhana hill, places where there is no danger of their being killed or stolen, the cows, buffaloes, and other animals go in the morning, eat grass and drink water to their heart's content, and then voluntarily return to their homes in the evening. Note: the people of Brhad have no need to lure Krishna back to protect the cows that can take care of themselves and need no protector. Text 88. The old lady said, "O talkative child, then why have we heard that now, for want of protection, many of the cows and other animals have died?" Text 89. Sri Pariksit said, hearing this, Lord Krsn, bewildered, tormented with fears, his heart burning with pain, and his lotus face withered, tearfully looked at the face of Balarama, who knew all the news, past and present, of Brhad. Text 90. Balarama understood his brother's condition. Unable to remain peaceful as he remembered Brhad, weeping, he spoke. Text 91. Sri Balarama said, "O Krishna, what can I say about the cows? Everyone in Brhad is dear to you. The deer, birds, trees headed by the bandiras and kadambas, vines, forest groves, and even the grass have now given up their lives for your sake. Even the hills and rivers have withered and gone dry." Text 92. Brother, nourished by the hope that you will keep your promise, a few humans remain alive. You don't wish to hear any more. Text 93. If you are not kind to them now, then death will quickly be kind to them. Text 94. That you removed the potion from Kalya lake makes them lament bitterly. Now please hear another reason for their lamentation. Text 95. The Yamuna river has very little water. It is almost dry. Govardhana hill, which you personally held, has become stunted. Text 96. They do not eat, but because they still drink the nectar of your name, death does not leave them. Their future is a fire in the great dry forest. Text 97. Sri Pariksit said, hearing this, gentle Krishna was overwhelmed with grief. Clinging to Balarama's neck, he loudly wept as if he were the most miserable person. The stream of his tears washed away the ointments decorating his body. Text 98. O mother, then Krishna and Balarama rolled about on the ground and, after a moment, fainted. Seeing the unprecedented nature of their weeping and pain, Rohini, Devaki, Rukmini, Satyabhama, and everyone else in the palace's inner rooms became overwhelmed with grief. They wept again and again. Text 99. Hearing from the palace's inner rooms screams of grief never heard before, Vasudeva and the Yadavas headed by Ugrasena quickly ran there. Arriving, and seeing their lord in that way, they wept, overcome with grief. By seeing this sight, which had never been seen before, the people of the city and the Brahmanas headed by Garga Muni also wept. Chapter 7. Parma, the perfect devotees. Text 1. Sri Pariksit said, Mother, the great weeping of the Lord and his associates filled the universe and at once created a great host of terrible calamities. Text 2. Because no one, but Krishna, could have brought these calamities, Brahma, accompanied by his associates, the demigods and the scriptures headed by the Vedas and Puranas, personally came to Dvaraka. Text 3. Gazing with wonder on his father and guru, Lord Mahanarayana, who, tortured with love for his dearest devotees and his most secret glories openly displayed, was in a wonderful, unprecedented condition of heart. Brahma lost all composure and for a moment wept. Text 4. Carefully composing himself, he thought how to bring the Lord to an auspicious condition. Then, in his heart he found the way. Text 5. Addressing Gruda, who loudly wept by the Lord's side, and with great effort gaining his attention, Brahma spoke. Text 6. Sri Brahma said, built by Visvakarma and decorated with deities of Nanda, Yasoda, the other cowherd people, and many cows, a district of Mathura is splendidly manifest between Mount Rayavada and the ocean. It is as if Vrindavana itself had come there. Text 7. Carefully and slowly, as his delicate state allows, bring Krishna there with his elder brother. Rohini may also come, but no one else. Text 8. Sri Pariksit said, carefully brought by Brahma to his normal state. Garuda, who is the king of birds and the best of the wise and skillful, very gently placed the two of them, Krishna and Balarama, on his back. Text 9. Brahma brought everyone to their natural states and they all returned to their own places. As he was being carried by Garuda, Balarama seemed to regain his original consciousness. Text 10. Then Lord Krishna was gently put in that place. It was as if the Gopas and Gopis stood around him. Text 11. Uddhava, Devaki, who dearly loved her son, Padmavati, and the queens headed by Rukmini and Satyabhama, unable to leave Krishna in that state, went there. By Brahma's order they hid, staying far from the path of Krishna's eyes. Text 12. Thinking himself an offender, Narada did not follow the demigods and Yadavas. Text 13. Tightening his yoga garment, he stayed in the sky to see the sweetness of the Lord's pastimes. Text 14. Garuda also went into the sky where he followed the Lord, giving shade with his wings. Text 15. Krishna's elder brother, Balarama, the crest jewel of philosophers, quickly attained his original consciousness and understood everything. At once he covered Krishna's lotus face and gently placed a flute in his belt, a horn bugle and stick under his arms, a kadamba garland on his neck, a peacock feather on his head, and nugi earrings on his ears. Text 16. Having thus dressed Krishna with forest garments fashioned by Visvakarma, Balarama picked up Krishna and loudly spoke. Text 17. Sri Balarama said, Shri Krishna, Krishna, brother, rise, rise, wake up, look, it is late, the cows already entering the forest. Text 18. Your friends headed by Sridama are waiting for you. Overcome with love, your parents have no power even to speak to you. Text 19. Gazing at your lotus face and whispering in each other's ear, the gopis smile at you. Text 20. Sri Pariksit said. In this way Balarama spoke again and again, affectionately called Krishna's names and lifted Krishna with his hands and made him stand up. After a long time Krishna regained consciousness, filled with wonder, and saying, Good, good, Krishna stood up. Text 21. Opening his lotus eyes and looking in all directions, he smiled broadly. Seeing the deity of Nanda before him, he became shy and bowed down to him. Text 22. Seeing the deity of Yasoda by his side, and gazing at her face with unblinking eyes, he happily smiled and spoke. Text 23. The Supreme Personality of Godhead said, O Mother, this morning how many wonderful dreams unlike my waking life have I seen. Text 24. I went to Mathura city and I saw Katansa and many others killed, Jarasandha and other kings defeated, and the demigods made happy. Text 25. I built a great city named Vraka on the seashore. I cannot now tell all the other stories. Text 26. On no other day did I wake from sleep with a dream like this very long, so charming to the heart dream. Text 27. O noble one, if you do not think this great wonder is completely incomprehensible, when we have gone to the forest I will tell it to you. Text 28. Sri Pariksit said. After saying these words, he offered obeisances to his mother. Wise Rohini, seeing that he wished for a lunch to bring in the forest, then spoke. Text 29. O child, today your mother, who has only you as a son, is worried because you slept so long. What is the need for speaking many words to her? Text 30. The cows have already left. Quickly follow the gopas. I will make your lunch and have it sent to the forest. Text 31. Sri Pariksit said. As affectionate Rohini spoke these words, Krishna offered obeisances to her, gently smiled as he stole the fresh butter placed in his mother's hand, and called out to his elder brother. Because he had not yet come to the cows, kind Krishna did not eat the butter. Text 32. With sweet words he asked his mother to arrange for lunch. Then he went to the gopis and joked with them. He stopped the cows with his flute, and then he came to Radhika, who was surrounded by her friends, and with a joking smile, spoke. Text 33. Sri Krishna said, O Queen of my life, now you have met your sincere devotee in this secluded place. Why do you not speak? Are you angry with me? Text 34. Have I offended you? O all-knowing one, you must know all about the dream I had last night. Text 35. I left you and married many princesses who were on the verge of death. I begot many children and grandchildren. Text 36. So be it. Now I must quickly go to the forest. O delightful one, this evening you will enjoy with me. Text 37. Sri Pariksit said. After saying these words he threw flowers on her and, after first looking in all directions, kissed and embraced her. Then he rejoined the cows and gopas. Text 38. When she saw Krishna playing the flute and charmingly dressed as a gopa, things she had never seen before, Devaki became filled with love and, even though she was very old, out of love milk flowed from her breasts. Text 39. The queens headed by Rukmini and Jambavati lost all composure, fainted out of love, and fell to the ground. Text 40. Satyabhama and mad old Padmavati became overwhelmed with amorous desires. With their arms forward they ran to Krishna to kiss and embrace him. Text 41. Peaceful because she had seen this feature of the Lord before, Kalindi and very intelligent Uddhava forcibly stopped them and pulled them away. Text 42. As he walked, herding the cows, Krishna saw the ocean. Thinking it the Yamuna, he happily called his friends, to come and play. Text 43. Where are my friends? Sridama, Subala, Arjuna, everyone happily run here. We will make the cows drink from the Yamuna, and then we will play as we like. We will dive into the river flowing with sweet, pure, cool water. Text 44. Going ahead with the cows, the infallible Lord came near the ocean, which made a tumultuous sound with its garlands of great waves. Text 45. From the shore looking in all directions and seeing his own great city, he became astonished and said, "What is that? Where am I? Who am I?" Text 46. Saying this again and again, he gazed with wonder at the great ocean and the city. Then Sriman Balarama spoke to him. Text 47. Sri Balarama said, "O King of Vaikuntha, O my Lord, please understand who you are. Requested by the demigods, you have descended to remove the burden of the earth." Text 48. Kill the demons. Protect the others. Perform the sacrifice of your cousin, the saintly king. Note: the others are the devotees. The sacrifice is the Rajasityayana and the saintly king is Yudhishthira. Text 49. Make Yudhishthira the emperor and with your great power frighten the demons headed by Anusalva. Note: Anusalva is Salva's younger brother. Text 50. Now that you have come here, with the Yadavas' help please kill these demons that out of hatred torment your devotees. Text 51. Sri Pariksit said, when he heard these words Balarama spoke to bring him to his original consciousness. The Lord entered a different mood. Text 52. Now angry, the Lord said, "O brother, who are these tiny creatures headed by Salva's younger brother? I will go there now and kill them by myself." Text 53. You should know that this vow of mine will be true. In this way, because of Balarama's presence, the Lord abandoned his bewilderment. Text 54. Again and again looking in every direction, he understood that he was the master of Dvaraka and the king of the Yadavas. Text 55. Then, seeing the flute in his hand and his brother's forest garments, he remembered how he had fallen unconscious in the palace. Text 56. Seeing how he had left the palace and gone to protect the cows, he became filled with doubt and wonder. Thinking in his heart, he smiled and laughed. Text 57. Then Balarama, who was very dear to his heart, smiled and told him how Brahma had arranged for everything. Text 58. Embarrassed, he looked at his brother's face and smiled. His body covered with dust, he and Balarama went and bathed in the ocean. Text 59. Then, climbing on Garuda, who was expert at understanding the Lord's moods, the Lord, unseen by anyone, returned to his own palace. Text 60. Informed of everything by all-knowing Uddhava, the women headed by Devaki and Rukmini went to the Lord's side in the inner rooms of the palace. Text 61. Mother Devaki greeted her son with words of blessing and then, aware of the time, quickly went to prepare his meal. Text 62. The Lord's dear and pious queens were also there, hiding behind pillars and other things. Satyabhama, however, did not come there, and Lord Krishna asked Uddhava about her. Text 63. Lord Krishna's servant Uddhava said, when the Lord enjoyed his glorious pastimes at the Vrindavana by Mount Rayavata, then foolish, wicked Padmavati, who with your queens was hiding far away, saw your ecstatic state which bewilders the foolish, she said. Text 64. O impious Devaki, O unfortunate Rukmini, O lowly Satyabhama, O lowly queens headed by Jambavati, look, give up your pride and perform great austerities to become maidservants of some cowherd girls. Text 65. Hearing these wicked words, wise Devaki, who became the resting place of you, the resting place of all the universes, said. Text 66. Why do you speak these astonishing words? Fool, in our previous birth Vasudeva and I performed great austerities to get Krishna as our son. That is why the king of all who give blessings became our son. Nanda and Yasoda begged Lord Brahma to grant them devotion to Krishna. Text 67. By the blessings of Brahma, who is the best of devotees, they, Nanda and Yasoda, and their associates attained a glory greater even than ours. Text 68. They lovingly protected Krishna in many ways. I greatly admire the love they felt for him. Text 69. Then Rukmini Devi happily spoke. By hearing her words the love of all the devotees increased. Text 70. To the Gopis, who renounced everything, beginning with husbands and children, who did not care for the best things in both spiritual and material worlds, who, tormented with love, worshipped Krishna in rasa dances and many other pastimes. Text 71. Who meditated on the Lord with a love so great it is cannot be attained or even imagined by performing many great spiritual activities. Text 72. Who are better servants and better lovers of Krishna than we, because we are attached to pious rituals, children, grandchildren, homes, and a host of other things, toward whom we feel no jealousy, and whom the Lord praises more than us, even though we are his wives. The Lord shows his glory of being submissive to his dear devotees. Text 73. The other queens agreed. But Satyabhama, who could not tolerate these words, entered the realm of jealous anger. Text 74. Sri Pariksit said. Then Sri Krishna, who is the Lord of the Gopis lives, angrily said, "Bring that foolish princess here at once." Text 75. Satyabhama, who was the most intelligent of girls, was trying, with the expert skill of her jealous devotional service, to please her very intelligent husband by arousing his love for the Gopis. When from the maidservants she heard his order, the intelligent girl washed her body and quickly went to him. Text 76. Embarrassed and frightened, she hid her body behind a pillar. The Lord saw her and angrily spoke. Text 77. The Supreme Personality of Godhead said, O daughter of King Satrajit, O girl whose intelligence is very slight, as you were jealous many times before, beginning with the time when Rukmini got a parayat of flour, so you are now jealous of the people of Brhad. O insignificant girl, do you not know that out of great love for them I am their servant and I fulfill their every wish? Text 78. If the people of Brhad thought it good, I would leave all of you. I swear that at this moment I speak the truth. Text 79. What Brahma said as he offered prayers is not false. I have no power to repay my debt to the people of Brhad. I am deeply in their debt. Text 80. If to please them I go and live with them I do not see that will be for their welfare. Text 81. By seeing me they will faint, overcome with deep love. They will no longer be aware of themselves, their bodies, or their surroundings. What more can I say? Text 82. When they see me they may become free of suffering, but then they will be overcome with fear of being separated again. In this way what fate created for their happiness will only double their pain. Text 83. Because of not seeing me sometimes they are tortured by the blazing fire of separation and sometimes they are almost dead with madness. In this way they are filled with wonderful sweet love. Text 84. Sometimes they worship the darkness, which is like the color of me. Thinking it really is me, they kiss and embrace it. What more can I say to describe them? Text 85. Seeing that my presence and absence are the same, I do not go there. Now hear the reason why I married you. Text 86. O proud and jealous girl, when I was living in Mathura city and I was separated from them, I had no desire to marry. Text 87. When from a Brahmana's mouth I heard the pathetic letter of passionate Rukmini, who was on the verge of suicide, I removed the pride of a host of demon kings, took her away in the midst of a battle as the kings looked on, and accepted her hand. Text 88. When I see her I remember the Gopis and I become filled with grief. Text 89. To heal my heart by reminding it of the 16,100 Gopis who with a vow worshipped goddess Katyayani to attain me, I married you all. O noble lady, even so, happiness and glory have left me and gone to a better place. Note, the better place is Vraya. Text 90. When I was in Vraya I enjoyed supremely wonderful and beautiful pastimes with the charming people there. Plunged in an ocean of bliss, I did not understand how the days and nights were passing. Text 91. In the happiness of my childhood pastimes I killed many demons, conquered and sent away wicked Kalya, and held Govardhana hill in my left hand. Text 92. In this way I was plunged in an ocean of happiness. I thought the words and sight of Brahma and the other demigods as they offered obeisances and prayers were painful. I forgot my mission on behalf of the demigods. Text 93. With my handsomeness and the unprecedented nectar music of my flute, I charmed the universe and filled it with great love. For the moment let us not even consider the residents of Brhad. Let them stay far away. Text 94. Brahma, Siva, Indra, Kandra, the siddhas and demigods flying in airplanes, the cows, bulls, calves, deer, trees, birds, bushes, vines, grass, rivers and clouds, the moving and unmoving creatures and the conscious and unconscious all became plunged in an ocean of love. Overcome with ecstasy, they left their own natures and attained the opposite nature. Note. For example, the moving creatures became stunned and motionless and the unmoving creatures trembled with ecstasy. Text 95. You may doubt, thinking my words may be true or not true. Ask Kalindi. She personally saw the bliss of my pastimes with the people of Brhad. Text 96. At the present, even with the bliss of playful joking pastimes, I cannot bring my relatives, the Yadavas, to that same kind of ecstatic love. Text 97. Because it is very difficult to break the pride here of people like you. With shame I have put down my dear flute. Text 98. The situation there cannot even be described here. Text 99. Vyasa's son Sukadeva, who is dear to me as the people of Brhad, with great love will describe something of it to his disciple, Pariksit, whose life I once saved. Text 100. Sri Pariksit said, fearing that by glorifying the good fortune of Brhad, the Lord would again become overcome with ecstatic love, Minister Uddhava called for the queens to come. Text 101. Quickly coming, grasping his feet, and offering prayers with sweet and plaintive words wet with tears, the queens, headed by Rukmini and including Satyabhama, gradually pacified their husband. Text 102. Uddhava quickly brought in Devaki and Rohini with the Lord's meal. Then he brought in Balarama, who had just bathed. Then he told the Lord that Narada was standing at the door. Text 103. Then Nanda's son, Lord Krishna, who sees within everyone's heart, said, why was he stopped today? This is not the way he came before. Text 104. Uddhava smiled and said, Lord, out of timidness and shyness, he does not come. Then Krishna, the master of the Brahmanas, personally went to Narada, spoke to him, and brought him in. Text 105. The Supreme Personality of Godhead said, Dear friend Sri Narada, O saint overcome with love for me, O best of they who taste nectar, you have done me great favor. Texts 106 and 107. Although in the forest fire of separation my gopi beloveds are filled with pain, that pain is more glorious than the happiness of directly meeting me. It is indescribable and enchanting. It is an ocean of ecstatic love. Only they who are learned in tasting the mellows of spiritual love can understand it. Text 108. When the pain of their grief ends they become filled with happiness, a happiness greater than what they feel by directly meeting me. Text 109. If one desires this kind of anxious ecstatic love, I do not remain present before him. The thought he is not here make my dear lovers always think of me. Text 110. Know that remembering me keeps them alive. For they who think me more dear than life, forgetting me for a moment is worse than death. Text 111. The dear devotees who think of me as their very life cannot forget me at any time. Remembering me in any way brings them a great festival of happiness. Text 112. You have done me a great favor. I am very pleased with you. Please choose some benedictions that you wish. Text 113. Sri Pariksit said, calling out glory, glory, chanting the holy names, elaborately describing the Lord's pastimes in Brhad, and playing the Veena, Narada Muni chose a benediction. Text 114. Having wandered from Dasasvamedha Tirtha to Dvaraka, having heard the explanations of many Brahmanas, and now desiring to hear the final goal of spiritual life from Sri Krishna's own mouth, Narada, the king of sages, requested from the Lord, who is the lion of all who are generous, the following benediction, which is very pleasing to the heart. Text 115. O Sri Krishna Kandra, may I never become jaded to your mercy, devotional service to you, love for you, and the bliss that comes from serving you. Text 116. The Supreme Personality of Godhead said, O teacher of the wise, what kind of benediction is that? My mercy, devotional service to me, and love for me are by nature like that. Note, these things never make one jaded. Text 117. O sage, starting at Prayaga Tirtha, you have wandered here and there and you have seen and heard from many devotees. For all of them every desire is fulfilled. All have crossed beyond the material world. All are the objects of my mercy. Some are greater and some lesser. Text 118. Still, not one of them is ever jaded. Please take from me some other benedictions. Benedictions that you wish. Many benedictions. Text 119. Sri Pariksit said, happily dancing, Narada, as if begging alms, asked two benedictions of he who is the crest jewel of the generous. Text 120. Sri Narada said, O Lord, who after giving himself away in charity still thinks he has not given enough, now I am perfectly successful. Now I understand who is the great object of your mercy. Text 121. I think your mercy is the best of benedictions. O King of the generous, I request your mercy eternally. Text 122. O Swan, staying in the lake of the love of Brah's people, drinking again and again the nectar of your holy name and the sweetness of your form and pastimes in the nectar ocean of Gokula, and giving bliss to everyone in the world, may I wander like a madman. Text 123. May they who, in this world, even only once, with their words, glance, hearing, or limbs touch your pastimes, attain eternal spiritual love for your lotus feet, which are splendid with kunkuma from the beautiful gopis water-pot breasts. Text 124. Sri Pariksit said, raising his lotus hand, Lord Krishna, the master of the gopis, affectionately and blissfully said, so be it. Text 125. Then Narada Muni became plunged in a great ocean of spiritual bliss. Singing and dancing, he greatly pleased Lord Krishna. Text 126. As Devaki and Rohini looked on, Narada and the two lords, Krishna and Balarama, enjoyed delicious foods and drinks served by Rukmini. Text 127. Uddhava gave the Lord advice, Satyabhama fanned him, and the other queens pleased him in different ways. Text 128. After he rinsed his mouth, the Lord personally anointed Narada Muni with fragrant scents and decorated him with garlands and many ornaments. Text 129. Saying I should go to Prayaga and make successful the lives of the sages waiting there for me, Narada took Lord Krishna's permission to leave. Having personally seen the glories of devotional service and now very eager to engage in devotional service, Narada wandered here and there, playing his veena and singing. Text 130. Hearing all the wonderful descriptions from Narada's mouth, the wise sages, who could understand the highest truth, firmly gave up everything but devotional service. Text 131. By Narada's teachings they very humbly worshipped the lotus feet of Lord Maidana Gopala. Text 132. O Mother, please become devoted to chanting the Lord's holy names and eager to serve the gopis. Worship the Lord who in the nectar ocean of the rasa dance Isakau heard boys surrounded by gopis and chanted with love for him. Text 133. As a small bee has no power to swallow Mount Meru, so I have no power to describe even one of the gopis glories. Text 134. Plunged in the nectar of Lord Krishna, my Guru, Srila Sukadeva Goswami, always chants the names of Lord Krishna and his dear queens headed by Rukmini Devi. Tormented by burning sparks of love whenever he does it, he has no power to place on his mouth the names of the gopis, who burn with great flames of a very wonderful love. Text 135. O Mother, with love taking shelter of the gopis Lord, who is surrounded by them, by his mercy you will be able to understand a little of their greatness. Text 136. Person who with faith takes shelter of this great narration describing the search to find the object of the Lord's greatest mercy will attain pure love for Lord Krishna. Part 2. Sri Galoka Mahatmya, the glory of Sri Galoka, Chapter 1. Vairagya, renunciation, invocation. Nama Shri Krishnaya Bhagavate Vasudeva. Obeisances to Lord Shri Krishna, the son of Vasudeva. Text 1. Sri Janama said, my father, who dearly loved Lord Krishna, taught the rare, secret meaning of the scriptures to my mother. Note. Srila Sanatana Goswami begins his Digdarsini Tika commentary with the following prayers. O Lord, dressed in yellow silk, I, who am full of love for you, have tied you with the ropes of hearing about Krishna, the ropes of meditating on you, and the chains of chanting your names. Now I hold you tightly. You will never escape. Nama Shri Gopinatha. Obeisances to Lord Shri Gopinatha. Obeisances to Lord Shri Chaitanya Deva. By taking shelter of the jewel of his form, even this dull and foolish person dances wonderfully. Text 2. O best of sages, as I drink the Bhagavatam ocean's nectar, which is fragrant with the lotus flower of your mouth, I am still not satiated. Text 3. O wise one, please relate more of the nectar and conversation of mother and son, who both relished the nectar of Lord Krishna's lotus feet. Note. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that the mother is Uttara and the son Maharaja Pariksit. Text 4. Sri Himini said, O king, what they said even the all-knowing sages and the seers of Brahman cannot know or describe by their own powers. Note. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that the topic of their conversation was the glory of Galoka Vrindavana. Text 5. By the mercy of Sukadeva Goswami, who is an ocean of the nectar of devotion to Krishna, I stayed by the side of King Pariksit and Uttara Devi and directly heard what they said. Note. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that only the mercy of a great devotee can one understand or speak the nectar of Srimad Bhagavatam. Text 6. O fortunate one, now please hear the glory of Galoka, which although a great secret, the Vedas say may be revealed to an affectionate disciple. Text 7. When she heard this description of Lord Krishna's great mercy, your grandmother became filled with bliss. Texts 8 and 9. Wishing to hear of 1. The result of great devotion to Lord Gopikanta, and 2. The Lord's pastime place above Vaikuntha, and not fully understanding them in her heart, she asked Sri Pariksit. Text 10. Sri Uttara said, 3 worlds are abodes for materialistic householders who perform pious deeds. Above them are 4 worlds that are abodes for they who are not householders. Note. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that the 3 worlds are the Bha, Bhuva, and Sva planets. The householders here wish to enjoy the fruits of their work. Householders that have no material desires, by performing prescribed duties may go to Maharloka or the other higher planets and, when their hearts are pure, may become liberated. This is described in Srimad Bhagavatam 4.24, 29. The persons who are not householders are the Nastika Brahmacharis, Vanaprasthas, and Sannyasas. The 4 realms they attain are Maharloka, Janaloka, Tapaloka, and Satyaloka. The ultimate fate of these renounced souls is described in Srimad Bhagavatam 2.6, 20. The spiritual world, which consists of 3/4 of the Lord's energy, is situated beyond this material world, and it is especially meant for those who will never be reborn. Others, who are attached to family life and who do not strictly follow celibacy vows, must live within the 3 material worlds. Text 11. When their enjoyments are ended they all return. Some who go to Maharloka and the other higher planets become liberated with Lord Brahma. Note. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains they who have material desires again take birth, but they who have no material desires and only act out of duty become liberated. Text 12. Some, after enjoying on Archerloka and other planets, attain liberation. The renounced souls devoted to transcendental knowledge attain liberation at once. Note. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that Arsi is the demigod of fire and the other planets here are the planets in the Susumara circle. This is described in Srimad Bhagavatam 2.2, 24-31. Text 13. The Lord's devotees that have material desires enjoy according to their own desires and when they become purified they also attain that abode. Text 14. The devotees that have no material desires at once attain the blissful spiritual realm of Vaikuntha, which even the liberated souls cannot attain. Note. Srila Sanatana Goswami here quotes the description of Vaikuntha in Srimad Bhagavatam 2.2, 17-18, 2.9, 9-10, and 10.28, 14-15. Text 15. Eternally and in many different ways experiencing there the happiness of direct service to Lord Krishna's lotus feet, a happiness that eclipses impersonal liberation, they feel great bliss. Text 16. Some are devotees situated in knowledge, Jnana Bhakta, some are pure devotees, Sudha Bhakta, some are devotees situated in love, Prema Bhakta, some are devotees situated in great love, Prema Prabhakta, and some are overwhelmed by love, Prematura Bhakta. Note. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that here 4.5 with the Jnanabhaktas the half kinds of love are described. The devotion of the Jnanabhaktas is mixed with the desire for knowledge. The knowledge here is not the pathetic liberation of the impersonalists, but rather the awareness of the glories of serving the Lord's lotus feet. Maharaja Bharata is an example of the Jnanabhaktas. The Sudha Bhaktas are devoted to the 9 processes of devotional service. Their devotion is not distracted by fruitive work, the desire for knowledge, or non-devotional renunciation. Maharaja Ambrisa is an example of the Sudha Bhaktas. The Prema Bhaktas want only to serve the Lord's lotus feet with love. Hanuman is an example of the Prema Bhaktas. The Prema Prabhaktas are the Lord's affectionate associates who by the Lord's boundless mercy are tied by the chains of affectionately gazing at the Lord with the longings of love, friendship with the Lord, and close friendship where they joke with the Lord. The Pandavas are examples of the Prema Prabhaktas. The Prematura Bhaktas are always overwhelmed by the treasure of wonderful love. Uddhava and the Yadavas are examples of the Prematura Bhaktas. Although Vaikuntha cannot be attained without love for the Lord, there are varying degrees of that love. Thus the Prema Bhaktas are better than the Sudabhaktas, the Prema Prabhaktas better than the Prema Bhaktas, and the Prematurabhaktas better than the Prema Prabhaktas. Text 17. These different kinds of devotees do not attain the same results. Still, in Vaikuntha one is not considered better than the others. Text 18. Sripya Mukti, Samipya Mukti, and the other kinds of liberation are also all equal. What place is better than Vaikuntha? The Vedas do not say. Note. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that Srupya Mukti is the liberation where one attains a four-armed form like the Lord's, and Samipya Mukti is the liberation where one always stays near the Lord. Text 19. Each in his own part of Vaikuntha, each according to his own kind of love, and each attaining his own object of love, everyone is happy. Note. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that Ayodhya, Dvaraka, and the many other abodes of the Lord are situated in Vaikuntha. This is described in the Vedic literatures. The Lord's many favorite cities that rest on the earth also exist in Vaikuntha, so the Lord may enjoy different pastimes in them. Text 20. The devotees in the different mellows have all attained the highest happiness. Still, what is the destination of they who are devoted to the Lord who performs the Rasa Leela? Texts 21 and 22. My heart is not happy if others attain the same destination attained by the loving devotees who chant the holy names and who, indifferent to all material goals, yearn to become Sri Radha's maid servants. I cannot tolerate that others attain the same destination as that attained by Nanda, Yasoda, and their associates. Note. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that the others here are the Pandavas and Yadavas. Text 23. The most sublime of millions of glories rest in them as many rivers enter the ocean. Text 24. They must have their own place above Vaikuntha. Please show it to me and rescue me. Note. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that the word prakasya means please show me by describing it, and udarasva means please rescue me from this ocean of unhappiness filled with waves of doubts and whirlpools of illusions. The description of the glories of Goloka Vrindavana, which is above the material worlds, which is not destroyed at the time of cosmic devastation, and which is above even the realms of Vaikuntha, is the answer to this question of Uttara Devi. Text 25. Sri Himini said, delighted by his mother's beautiful question, the son bowed before her and, shedding tears and the hairs of his body erect in ecstasy, began to speak. Text 26. Sri Pariksit said, O mother, for whom Lord Krishna is your very life and who cannot bear separation from him, you can ask such a question. Others cannot. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that the word Krishna Jivat may also mean you whom Krishna rescued from Asvathama's Brahmastra weapon. That Uttara could not bear separation from Lord Krishna is described in Srimad Bhagavatam 1.10, 9-10. That Lord Krishna is her very life and that she cannot bear separation from him show that Uttara is a very exalted devotee. For this reason it is proper for her, and not others, to ask this question. Text 27. In your womb I have taken a very pious birth as the grandson of Subhadra's husband, who was your dear friend. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that Subhadra was Lord Krishna's sister and her husband was Arjuna. Texts 28-32. Bowing down before Lord Krishna who, holding a club and chakra, in your womb protected both you and me from the Brahmastra, who in my childhood made me search, as the great devotees do, again and again for his form in the world of men, who gave me the virtues of the great souls, who made me famous for subduing Kali, who gave me wonderful royal opulence, who filled me with despair by arranging a Brahmana's curse, who in the form of his disciple told me of the curse, which I welcomed, who as Lord Vasudeva dragged me from the blind well of my home and made me sit by the Ganges, fasting until death, who in the form of Sri Sukadeva Goswami taught me the truth in the assembly of sages, dispelled my fears and delighted me, who by giving me the company of his dear devotee now makes me drink the nectar of words about him, and who is kind without limit. I, nourished by the Brahmana's words, with a single heart, at this, my last moment, will speak the answer to your question. An answer that contains the essence of all Vaisnava scriptures. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that these activities of King Pariksit are described in the following verses of Srimad Bhagavatam. 1.12, 9, 10.1, 6, 1.12, 8, 9, 1.12, 30, 1.12, 1925, 1.18, 37, 1.19, 14, and 1.19. 2 Texts 33 and 34. I could satisfy you by quoting and explaining the Shruti and Smriti, but instead I will tell a story I got from the mercy of my Guru, a story that will explain this and dispel all doubts. Texts 35-37. In ancient times a certain penniless Brahmana who lived in Pragyatisapura, who had no knowledge of the scriptures and who with the desire for great wealth daily worshipped goddess Kamadevi there with faith in a dream received from the satisfied goddess a 10-syllable mantra for the worship of Lord Maidana Gopala's lotus feet, a mantra that was spoken with instructions on its use in meditation and various kinds of worship and was like a great treasure. Text 38 By the goddess instruction always chanting the mantra in a secluded place, he gave up all desire for wealth and became happy at heart. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that thinking it only a dream, the Brahmana did not at once chant the mantra. Only when she instructed him again, in a second dream, did he chant it. Text 39 Although he could not understand the truth, he thought there was both a spiritual goal to be attained and a way to attain it. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that although formerly he had no interest in anything spiritual, now, by the power of the mantra, he had faith in a spiritual goal and a way to attain it. Text 40 Renouncing his home and other things, and maintaining his body by begging as he wandered to the holy places, he came to the place where the Ganges meets the ocean. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that as he traveled to the holy places he became free from sin and material desires. Text 41 At the Ganges shore he saw many dutiful brahmanas who were learned in all knowledge and were mostly householders. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that the branches of knowledge these brahmanas knew are described in the Vishnu Purana. The 14 branches of knowledge are the 4 Vedas, the Vedangas, the Mimarsa, the many Nyasastras, the Dharmasastras, and the Puranas. Text 42 He heard them describe the regular and occasional ritual duties by which one attains material things and goes to Svargaloka. Text 43 Seeing their faith in these various duties, he also had faith and he acted on their teachings. Text 44 By the goddess order he regularly chanted the mantra in secret. By the mantra's power his heart was not satisfied with these karma rituals. Text 45 Dissatisfied, he went to Varanasi, where he saw many people from different countries, mostly sannyasis, debating the theories of monism. Text 46 He offered obeisances to Lord Visvesvara and then, going to each monastery, offered obeisances to the sannyasis, conversed with them, and rested by their side. Text 47 Their intelligence clear in the Vedas, they spoke as if liberation stood in the palms of their hands. He thought about the essence of their views. Texts 48 and 49 Again and again hearing from them the words of Vedanta which proclaim the superiority of impersonal liberation, bathing at the Manikarna Gata, gazing at Lord Visvesvara, happily staying among them, and eating many sweets, he wished to take sannyasa. Text 50 Because it brought happiness to his heart, he did not stop respectfully chanting the mantra the goddess gave. Then one night in a dream he saw the deity of the mantra. Text 51 Attracted by the deity's great handsomeness, he became filled with bliss. Now his heart had no power to do anything but chant. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that his heart was no longer attracted to sannyasa, ritual bathing, or other activities. Text 52 The poor fellow was bewildered about what to do. Then, accompanied by the goddess, Lord Shiva appeared in a dream and gave him this instruction. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that he thought, should I take sannyasa, or should I chant this mantra? Text 53 Fool, don't take sannyasa. At once go to Sri Mathura. There, in Vrindavana, your desires will be fulfilled. Text 54 Eager to go to Mathura, and glorifying it again and again, as he went there he came to Prayaga. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that again and again he called out, O Mathura, with great love. Text 55 There he saw hundreds of saintly persons who had come at sunrise in the month of Magha to bathe there at that king of holy places, which was beautiful with the Ganges and Yamuna, and which was touched by Lord Madhava's glistening lotus feet. Text 56 Everywhere he saw them, with songs, obeisances, prayers, Sankirtana, instrumental music, and dancing, observing a beautiful festival of the worship of Lord Vishnu. Texts 57-59 Ignorant, and struck with wonder, he asked the Vaisnavas, O singers, O reciters of prayers, O you who fall to the ground as sticks, O musicians, O you calling out Rama, Krishna, O you crying, O you with beautiful tilaka, O you wearing a beautiful garland, be quiet for a moment, stop making so much noise, and tell me, what are you doing? Whom are you worshipping with such reverence? Text 60 Hearing this, some laughed at him, some said, Fool, be quiet. And some, kind to the poor fellow, said, Text 61 O son of a Brahmana, you don't know anything. Your intelligence is confused. Don't again and again call out to the Vaisnavas and don't talk to them in this way. Text 62 Initiated by a guru in mantras and rules of worship, we always worship Lord Vishnu, the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Text 63 O best of Brahmanas, some of us worship the form of Lord Nrsimha, some Lord Ramacandra, and some Lord Gopala. We worship Lord Vishnu, who has many forms. Text 64 Sri Pariksit said, embarrassed, the Brahmana humbly and cheerfully asked, where does he live? What benediction can he give? Text 65 The Vaisnava said, he is the Supreme Personality of Godhead. He lives everywhere eternally. He is within and he is without. No one is like him. Text 66 He, the Supersoul in everyone's heart, the master of the demigods that control the universes, the handsome person whose form is full of eternity, knowledge and bliss, eternally lives in Vaikuntha. He gives himself as a gift to his servants. Text 67 The Shruti and Smriti offer prayers to him. Who can speak his glories? In this place again and again you may hear the Puranas that described him. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that the question in the second sentence is answered in the third. Text 68 Gaze on Lord Madhava, the deity form of the Lord of the universes, and soon you will understand everything. Text 69 Sri Pariksit said, gazing at Lord Madhava and bowing down, he saw that Madhava and the Maidana Gopala he meditated on in his mantra were the same person. Text 70 There he heard some passages of the Purana in the Vaisnava's company and he saw the many forms of Lord Vishnu they worshipped. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that the word Tatra means in Prayaga, near the deity of Lord Madhava, and Kifisit means the Magha Mahatmya and other passages. Text 71 Bewildered, and still not understanding, he thought, the Lord of my mantra is the Lord of the universes, and Lord Madhava is the Lord of the devotees. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that he did not understand that Lord Maidana Gopala, the deity of his mantra, and the deity of Lord Madhava were the same person. Text 72 He wondered, is the Lord I worship a person different from the Lord they worship, Madhava, the Lord of the universes? Text 73 This Lord has 4 arms decorated with conch, chakra, club, and lotus. My Lord is not like he. How can my Lord be the same person as Lord Madhava? Text 74 My Lord does not have a form half man and half lion. He is not a dwarf. He does not have forms of a fish, tortoise, boar, or other animals. Text 75 He is not Ramakandra, who is a king and holds a bow in his hand. He is like the Gopala worshipped here by some. Text 76 Still, I don't think my Lord is the Lord of the universes. He is not like the Lord I heard of in the Magha Mahatmya and the other passages. Text 77 Holding a flute to his mouth and decorated with forest flowers, he protects the cows with his coward boyfriends. A rake who enjoys pastimes with the gopis, he jumps over the religion of the pious. Text 78 By the power of the goddess I found bliss in worshipping him. I will never give him up or stop chanting his mantra. Text 79 Chanting his mantra in a secluded place, by the power of associating with the devotees he saw his Lord. Text 80 He fainted in ecstasy. When somehow he again stood, he lamented that so much time for chanting had been lost. Text 81 How has this calamity happened to me? This is a great obstacle. Night has come, but I have not completed my chanting. Text 82 Was I overcome by sleep? Was I possessed by a ghost? I am so wretched that even in this misfortune my heart somehow feels happy. Text 83 Lamenting and fasting, he fell asleep. Lord Madhava then consoled him, saying, Text 84 Remember, O Brahmana, the words of Lord Siva, the master of the kings of the universe and the husband of Uma. Go on the Yamuna's path to Sri Vrindavana. Text 85 By my mercy you will find uncommon happiness there. Don't delay. Text 86 He rose early in the morning and, a happy man, began his journey. Gradually he reached Mathura city and he bathed at Visramatirtha. Text 87 Then he went to Vrindavana. As he chanted, in meditation he saw the Lord's associates. At every moment he rejoiced. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that he saw the very boatful cows, cowherd people, kadamba trees, and other associates of the Lord. Text 88 Not seeing anyone in that land decorated with cows, he wandered here and there. Then he heard crying east of Kasitirtha. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that he did not see any people, only cows. Kasitirtha is glorified in the Vraha Purana, Mathura Mahatmya. Kasitirtha, where Kasi died, is hundreds of times more sacred than the Ganges, and Visramatirtha, where Lord Hari rested, is hundreds of times more sacred than Kasitirtha. Text 89 He went in that direction. Hearing a human lovingly chanting the holy names again and again he searched for him. Text 90 Because of the forest's blinding darkness he could not see anyone. Concluding that the sound was coming from the Yamuna's shore, he eagerly went there. Text 91 There, in a Kadamba grove, he saw a handsome youth with delicate limbs dressed as a cowherd boy. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that the youth wore a peacock feather crown and was holding a flute, buffalo horn bugle, stick, and other objects. Text 92. Mistakenly thinking this was his worshipable deity, in great happiness he called out, "O Gopala," and to offer respects fell as a stick to the ground. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that the Brahmana thought this person was Krishna because of his dress and ornaments. Texts 93 and 94. Returning to external vision, this person, who was the crest jewel of they who know everything, could understand that this was a Brahmana of Mathura living in Kamadya and engaged in the worship of Lord Maidana Gopala. He came out from the forest grove, lifted his guest up, bowed before him, embraced him, and made him sit by his side. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that this person could understand that his guest had been sent by Sri Radha. Text 95. He pleased him with hospitality and, to gain his trust, with a smile revealed something of what he had seen in life. Text 96. Aware that this was a cowherd boy, and thinking him his dearmost friend, the Brahmana, full of faith, happily narrated the story of his entire life. Text 97. Thinking him the best of they who know everything, the humble Brahmana plaintively said to the exalted cowherd boy. Text 98. The Brahmana said, "I have heard of many goals of life and many ways to attain them, but I do not have the power to determine what goal should be sought and how it is attained." Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that some of the goals here are attainment of Svargaloka and attainment of impersonal liberation, and some of the methods to attain them are karma, pious fruitive work, and jnana, philosophical speculation. The Brahmana had heard of these at the Ganges shore, at Varanasi, and at other places. Text 99. I always follow the goddess order. What am I doing? What will be the result? I don't know. Text 100. Thinking my life wasted, I yearn for death. It is only by the mercy of Lord Madhava and the two Saivas that I live. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that the two Saivas here are Lord Siva and Goddess Kamadevi, Parvati. Text 101. Here today I have attained you, who are very kind, who know everything, and who are like my own Lord. I am surrendered to you. Please rescue me, a wretched man. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that the word Svadavat means like Lord Maidana Gopala, and the word Samadara means please rescue me from the ocean of doubt, or please rescue me from the ocean of repeated birth and death. Text 102. Sri Pariksit said, respectfully hearing these words, he thought, this person has attained the goal of life. He has attained all that is good. Text 103. For him only the direct sight of the Lord's lotus feet remains. He should not attach to chanting mantras. He should be attached to chanting the Lord's holy names. Texts 104 and 105. There is no way other than the worship of Sri Maidana Gopala's lotus feet, a worship that consists mostly of glorification of his holy names, that gives a result beyond what one can desire, and that should be performed with faithful and respectful seeing of the places where the Lord enjoyed pastimes. Text 106. There is no goal other than pure love, which mocks the four goals of life and conquers the Lord's lotus feet. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that the four goals of life are material piety, economic development, sense gratification, and liberation. Text 107. Therefore to enlighten him and remove his doubts I will tell all of my own story. Text 108. Although the great souls think a person should not speak his own glories, there is not another story that will be good for him. Text 109. Thinking in this way, the very experienced cowherd boy turned to the Brahmana and, as a sage speaking the Puranas to a company of sages, began to tell of his own experience. Srila Sanatana Goswami quotes Devala Muni's definition of a sage. A sage is one who is celibate, very austere, who eats little, controls his senses, speaks the truth, and has the power both to curse and to forgive. Text 110. The cowherd boy Gopakumara said, for this there are many histories in the scriptures. Still, as I remember, I will tell the story of my own life and what I experienced in ecstatic trance. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that the word moha means what I experienced in the trance of love for the Lord, and adi means and other very confidential topics. Texts 111 and 112. O best of Brahmanas, I, the young son of a Vaisya cowherd of Govardhana hill, accompanied by young friends, tend my cows on Govardhana, the Yamuna's shore, here in Vrindavana forest, and in the circle of Mathura. Srila Sanatana Goswami here quotes the description of the activities of the cowherd boys in Srimad Bhagavatam 10.24, 21. He also notes that later in the book it will be revealed that Gopakumara's eternal rasa is as a cowherd boy. Texts 113-116. In the middle of the forest we always see a great Brahmana whose form is splendid, who is rich in renunciation, and who wanders here and there again and again chanting the holy names of Lord Krishna, sometimes engaged in japa and meditation, sometimes dancing, sometimes singing, sometimes laughing loudly, sometimes crying, sometimes falling to the ground, sometimes rolling on the ground as a madman, sometimes lulby calling out, sometimes fainting unconscious, sometimes muddying the ground with a stream of tears of love, and sometimes lying as a corpse on the dust of the cow path. Text 117. Out of curiosity we boys always go to see him. When we come he bows down to us with devotion. Text 118. Out of love he tightly embraces us and kisses our bodies. As if we were his dearest friends, he cannot leave us. Text 119. He was pleased by my gifts of milk and other services. One day, finding me on the Yamuna's shore, he embraced me and said, Text 120. Child, if you wish the perfection desired by all, then bathe in Kasi Tirtha and you may take from me the mercy of the Lord of the universes. Text 121. Then, when I had bathed, he, the crest jewel of the merciful, who, although he was indifferent at all material things had all his desires fulfilled, taught me your mantra. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that this was the same 10-syllable mantra the Brahmana chanted. Text 122. Then, to teach the method of worship he began to describe the Lord, the object of meditation. Overcome with love and crying as a woman separated from her lover, he suddenly fainted in ecstasy. Text 123. When he became conscious again I was too frightened to ask him anything. His mind fixed on something else, he suddenly rose and left. I never met him again. Text 124. What had I obtained? What result would it bring? How should the mantra be chanted? I did not know anything. Text 125. Out of respect for his words this mantra alone was on my mouth. Unnoticed by anyone, I eagerly chanted it at every moment. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that he chanted the mantra silently. The word Kautukat may also mean filled with wonder. Text 126. By the power of that great person my heart became purified as I chanted. Then I developed faith. Text 127. Thinking of his words I decided that this mantra would lead me to the Lord of the universes. I became happy and I was dedicated to chanting it. Text 128. I thought, what is the Lord of the universes like? When will I see him? Intent only on him, I left my home and everything and went to the Ganges. Text 129. Hearing a chant shell I went to the river bank. Seeing a Brahmana worshipping a Salagrama Sila, I bowed down in respect. Text 130. Asked him, O Swami, whom are you worshipping? He smiled and said, Child, don't you know? This is the Lord of the universes. Text 131. When I heard this I became happy as a penniless man who finds a treasure or a man who finds his long-lost dearest friend. Text 132. I gazed at the Lord of the universes and with faith I fell down as a stick to offer respects. By the Brahmana's mercy I got the water of the Lord's feet and the prasadam offered to him. Text 133. When he was about to go home he put the Lord of the universes to rest in a box. When I saw this I became very unhappy and, shedding tears, I lamented. Text 134. Alas, alas, the Supreme Lord is put in a very unsuitable box. He has not eaten anything. How can he sleep if he is hungry? Text 135. O best of Brahmanas, that there might be another Lord of the universes in another place, I did not understand. Text 136. Me, who was sincerely aggrieved, the humble Brahmana, as if embarrassed, comforted and said. Text 137. O new Vaisnava, what more can I, a poor man, do? I offer to the Lord of the universes only what I myself can eat. Texts 138-140. If you wish to see his opulence and a great festival of his worship, then to the nearby palace of this country's saintly king, who loves to worship Lord Vishnu. There you will directly see the Lord of the universes, who is so difficult to see. There you will see your heart filled with bliss. For now come to my home and eat the food that Lord Vishnu has enjoyed. Text 141. I was delighted to hear his words. Even though I was hungry I did not go to his home, but I bowed down before him and, following the path he showed, at once went to the palace. Text 142. From far away I heard unprecedented tumultuous sounds of the worship of the Lord of the universes. I asked questions of the people there. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that the sounds were wonderful singing and instrumental music. The questions asked may have been, where is the Lord of the universes? Or what are these sounds? Text 143. Understanding that the Lord of the universes was there, I, not stopped, and why anyone, quickly entered to see him. There before my eyes I saw him, a conch shell, disc, lotus and club in the splendid hands of his four handsome arms. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that he understood either 1. Where the sounds were coming from, or 2. Where the Lord of the universes was. Without being stopped by anyone, he quickly entered the temple. Text 144. All his limbs very handsome, splendid as a new cloud, dressed in yellow silk, rich with a garland of forest flowers, decorated with golden ornaments, his youthful form beyond description, his face a full moon, his smile nectar, his eyes lotus flowers. Text 145. Worshipped by his devoted servants with a host of rare and glorious things, seeing the dancing and other entertainments played before him, sitting on a wonderful throne, and served with a flood of paraphernalia. Text 146. Filled with bliss, again and again I fell down as a stick to offer obeisances. I thought, today I saw what I wished to see. Text 147. Now my birth is a success. I will never leave this place. By the Vaisnava's mercy I happily lived there. Texts 148 and 149. O Brahmana, I ate the prasadam of Lord Vishnu, saw the great festival of his worship, heard the glories of worshipping him, and secretly chanted my mantra with great care. Still, from my heart the beauty of Brhad jabbed me, and the happiness of playing as a cowherd boy never left my heart. Srila Sanatana Goswami quotes the following verse glorifying the prasadam of Lord Vishnu. In Kali Yuga they who eat Lord Vishnu's prasadam attain the same result said to be gained by fasting for 6 months. The word kadasit here means awake or even asleep. Text 150. Happily staying there for some days, I developed a great yearning to worship the Lord in that way. Text 151. The king, who was sonless, and who, seeing my good character, affectionately considered me his adopted son even though I was a foreigner, soon died. Text 152. Inheriting his kingdom, I increased the bliss of the worship of Lord Vishnu. Every day many saintly devotees enjoyed his prasadam. Text 153. Not attached to any of this, I remained as before. I chanted my mantra and I ate the Lord's prasadam. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that by the mantra's power he remained unattached to the royal opulences there. He continued to live as an unattached, penniless person, as he had before he inherited the kingdom. He accepted only the Lord's prasadam, and that only to maintain his body. Text 154. Although I divided the kingdom among the king's associates, still it made me very unhappy. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that a kingdom does not please an intelligent Vaisnava. Text 155. Sometimes I was afraid of other kingdoms. Sometimes the emperor's orders curtailed my independence. Text 156. Sometimes a pious person would not eat the prasadam of the Lord of the universes because it had been touched by someone else or carried outside. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that these bewildered brahmanas were concerned that the prasadam may have been touched by a non-brahmana. The prasadam of the Lord never becomes contaminated. This is confirmed by the following words of the Vishnu Purana. O Brahmana, one should not consider whether it is proper to eat or not to eat the food, drink, or other things offered to the Lord of the universes. These offerings are spiritual as Lord Vishnu himself is spiritual. Brahmanas who make such distinctions in eating the Lord's prasadam become afflicted with disease and bereft of wife and children. They go to a hell from which they do not easily return. Text 157. At this my heart was wounded by an arrow and I became despondent. Still, I could not leave the Lord I so yearned to see. Text 158. At this time some saintly pilgrims come from the southern country said. Text 159. In Purushottam etc. Nilakala, by the shore of the salt water ocean, the Lord of the universes Jagannatha is splendidly manifest in a spiritual form of wood. Srila Sanatana Goswami quotes the Padma Purana's description of Lord Jagannatha. On the northern shore of the ocean, in Purushottam etc., the supremely blissful personality of Godhead pretends to be made of wood. The Vishnu Purana explains, in the country of Orissa, in Nilakala in Purushottam etc., the spiritual and blissful personality of Godhead appears as the wooden deity named Lord Jagannatha. Text 160. Opulent and powerful, he personally protects the kingdom of Orissa. He is glorious. He loves his servants. Srila Sanatana Goswami quotes the Tattvayamala. in Bharata Varsa, in the country of Orissa, in Baisvarga, in Purusotamaxtra, the Lord of the universe is Jagannatha, who makes the devotees fearless, whose pastimes are like those of a human being, and who grants liberation, appears in a form of wood. Text 161. The goddess of fortune personally cooks for him. When he has eaten, the merciful Lord gives his remnants, which even the demigods cannot obtain, to his devotees. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that the question may be asked, if the Lord eats the food, how is anything left? The answer is found in the word daluna, merciful. Although the Lord eats all that is offered to him, and leaves no remnants, he mercifully makes it as full as before and then gives it to his devotees. Text 162. These remnants, called Mahaprasadam, should be eaten without considering who has touched them or from where they were brought. Srila Sanatana Goswami quotes the Vedic literatures. The food, cooked by the goddess of fortune, that the Supreme Personality of Godhead eats, is like Lord Vishnu himself. One should not consider whether some unworthy person has touched it or not. Vedic literature, whether old, dried up, or already tasted by someone else, the prasadam of the Lord removes all sins. Skanda Purana, whether touched by people of the lowest caste, people who have no caste, or people born of mixed caste, food once eaten by the Lord of the universes destroys all sins. Bhavasya Purana, O king, there is no consideration whether or not some unworthy person has touched the Lord's prasadam, for by once touching it even the most unworthy person is at once purified. Tatvilyamala, O Brahmanas, if one desires liberation he should eat the Lord's prasadam at once, without considering whether it is the proper time, as one does in the Kandrayana Vrata. Gruda Purana text 163. O, the glory of that place! Even an S there becomes a four-armed resident of Vaikuntha. Anyone who goes there once is never born again. Srila Sanatana Goswami quotes Lord Brahma in the Brahma Purana. O, the glory of that place of 80 miles! When one goes there he sees that everyone is a four-armed resident of Vaikuntha. Veda Vyasa explains in the Gruda Purana, when the demigods in heaven see that the people there are four-armed residents of Vaikuntha holding a conch shell, kakra, and lotus in their hands, again and again they faint. Narada Muni says in the Bhavri Parasista, the people who live there are all seen to be four-armed residents of Vaikuntha. Veda Vyasa also says in the same scripture, touching that places gives liberation to human beings. The Supreme Personality of Godhead enjoys pastimes there, playing as a wooden deity. By performing difficult austerities for 100 births one is able to touch that place and become equal to Lord Vishnu. Text 164. I heard that when blossoming lotus-eyed Lord Jagannatha is seen, the seer's birth in this world brings a wonderful result never heard of before. Srila Sanatana Goswami quotes the following words spoken by Narada Muni to Prahlada Maharaja in the Padma Purana. They who see the Supreme Personality of Godhead who, gloriously manifest on the summit of Nilakala hill, stands before all eyes and is seen by hearing of him and in other ways also, attain Lord Vishnu's abode. What to speak of they who are like you? Text 165. Conquered by the desire to see him, I at once gave up everything and, glorifying Lord Jagannatha, set out for the country of Orissa. Text 166. Quickly reaching that place and falling down as a stick to offer respects to the people there, I entered the temple by the devotee's mercy. Text 167. From far away I saw the moon of the Supreme Person's face, a moon with large glistening eyes, a forehead decorated with jeweled tilaka, a splendor like a glittering cloud, and a delightful glory of red lips, and shining with moonlight of a smile blossoming with all kindness. Text 168. Although I had a mind to go before him, I was not able. I trembled with love, the hairs of my body stood erect, tears removed my power to see. Somehow I came to the Gruda Stambha. Texts 169-170. As I gazed on Lord Jagannatha, who was adorned with splendid garments, ornaments, and garlands, whose eyes and heart were filled with happiness, who gracefully sat on his throne, who enjoyed many offerings of delicious foods, who lovingly glanced at they who were bowing before him, dancing, reciting prayers, playing musical instruments, and singing, and who was the abode of great glories, I suddenly fainted and fell to the ground. Text 171. Regaining consciousness, opening my eyes, and gazing into the Lord's eyes, I became like a madman. I suddenly ran to embrace the Lord. Text 172. I called out, I can see the Lord I so long yearned to see. My life is a success. My life is a success. I have my Lord, the Lord of the universes. Text 173. Striking me with sticks, the guards stopped me. thoughtful and ashamed, I went outside and there I received Mahaprasadam. Texts 174 and 175. O Brahmana, after eating the prasadam I again entered the Lord's temple. There I saw many blissful wonders. My mind cannot measure it. How can my mouth speak of it? There I spent the entire day filled with bliss. Text 176. At night there was a great festival of decorations and a great festival of flowers offered in folded hands. Then I left the temple. Text 177. Enjoying newer and newer festivals in the devotees' company, I was not aware how the time was passing. It was as if the grief of separation from Vrajabhumi had gone away. Text 178. I heard of in many accounts, and I also saw directly Lord Jagannatha's great mercy to his servants. Text 179. Nothing other than gazing at Lord Jagannatha pleased me. Even my desire to hear the Purdna's description of the Lord's glories left me. Text 180. Sometimes I would suffer in body or mind, but when I saw the lotus-eyed Lord my sufferings were at once destroyed. Text 181. I thought, I have attained the goal of my chanting. For many days I lived there very happily. Text 182. Then I began to yearn to do some confidential service for the Lord. That desire brought me great anxiety. Texts 183 and 184. When, during great festivals, that country's king, who was a great servant of the Lord, came to see the Lord's glorious face, he brought many saintly visitors and filled the gardens. Then poor people like myself were no longer able to see the Lord whenever we wished. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that the most important of these festivals was Rathayatra. Some may protest that this action is not proper for a saintly king. The answer is given that the king brought with him many saintly persons eager to see Lord Jagannatha. The gardens were filled with the horses and other animals of the king's entourage. Text 185. One day when for this reason I felt sick at heart I saw my guru, who was overcome with love as he stood before Lord Jagannatha. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that this was the guru who first gave him his mantra in Vrindavana. Text 186. He was not able to speak. My heart attracted by Lord Jagannatha's face I did not see when he went somewhere else. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains the guru could not speak because he was overcome with love. Text 187. Searching here and there, one day I found him alone on the ocean's shore, dancing and chanting the holy names in ecstasy. Text 188. Seeing me falling down as a stick to offer obeisances, he blessed me, embraced me, and, knowing all, mercifully gave me the following instruction. Text 189. O child, whatever you desire, you should chant your mantra. By its power all will be fulfilled beyond what you can desire. Text 190. Know that chanting your mantra is also service to Lord Jagannatha. Have faith and never give up chanting. Text 191. By the mantra's power you will become an eternally youthful cowherd boy. Now your heart is worthy to attain that. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that here the Guru is giving his disciple a benediction. Text 192. Sometimes you will see me here and sometimes in Vrindavana. After speaking these words of instruction, he suddenly left. Text 193. Distraught in separation from him, I went to see Lord Jagannatha. I became strong and again I chanted. Texts 194 and 195. When I yearned to see Vrajabhumi, by Lord Jagannatha's glory the gardens there became like Vrindavana forest, the ocean like the Yamuna, and Nilakala hill like Govardhana. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that this happened by Lord Jagannatha's mercy. Text 196. Thus I lived happily there. Every day, after seeing Lord Jagannatha, I would follow my Guru's order and chant to attain my desired perfection. Text 197. When the king's time was over, his eldest son, a very renounced soul, refused to accept the kingdom. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that the king died. His son became very renounced by serving Lord Jagannatha. Text 198. After asking him, by Lord Jagannatha's order looking for the signs of a great king, the ministers crowned me. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that the king's eldest son refused the kingdom, and the younger sons and other relatives were not qualified to accept it. The king's ministers asked Lord Jagannatha what should be done. Lord Jagannatha might have said to them, my devotee Gopakumara, who was born on Govardhana hill, should be crowned king. Or then he might have said, he on whom the signs of a great king are seen should be crowned king. Seeing the signs of a great king on Gopakumara, they crowned him king. The signs of a king are described in Srimad Bhagavatam 9.20. 24 in these words. Maharaja Brhad, the son of Dusmanta, had the mark of Lord Krishna's disc on the palm of his right hand, and he had the mark of a lotus whorl on the soles of his feet. Text 199. I expanded the great festivals of worshipping the Lord, and I specifically expanded the 12 great yatras, including the yatra to Gundika. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that the 12 great yatras, beginning with Dola Yatra, Daimanak Yatra, Kandan Yatra, Jalasnan Yatra, and Rath Yatra, are performed in the 12 months. The yatra to Gundika is Rath Yatra. Text 200. Coming in groups and meeting here, all the saintly persons on earth sang and danced with such ecstatic love they looked like madmen. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that this statement may mean that they came for the 12 great yatras or that they came for the Rath Yatra. They came from the different sampradayas. Text 201. Personally living as a penniless man and placing my kingdom and all royal enjoyments at Lord Jagannatha's lotus feet, I served him according to my wish. Text 202. Sometimes the Lord jokes with his dear eternal servants and sometimes he enjoys loving pastimes with them. Text 203. When the blissful Lord playfully becomes motionless, the devotees following his pastimes become filled with wonder and bliss. Text 204. I yearned to become like those devotees. I was a newcomer. My faith was not fixed on Lord Jagannatha alone. How could I enjoy his mercy? Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that Gopakumara was attached to Vrindavana. Text 205. When I thought of the good fortune of the Orisan devotees, I yearned to be like them and I became sick at heart. Text 206. The chanting of prayers, songs, and the holy names before the Lord reminded me of Mathura and filled me with pain. Text 207. By associating with the devotees I saw the lotus-eyed Lord. Then all my unhappiness disappeared and I did not wish to go anywhere. Text 208. Still, because I was a king, my heart could not feel the same bliss it once felt to see the Lord. Text 209. Surrounded by kings, I could not enjoy the great yatra festivals to my heart's content. Text 210. Placing the burden of the kingdom on the king's sons, ministers, and relatives, I became aloof as before. Text 211. Chanting my mantra in a secluded place and serving Lord Jagannatha's lotus feet to my heart's content, I lived happily. Text 212. Because the people continued to treat me with great respect, I became very unhappy at heart. Text 213. One morning I went before the Lord to ask permission to go to Vrindavana, but when I gazed at his glorious face I forget everything. Text 214. A year passed. One day I heard Mathura described by some people come from there. Text 215. That night, as I slept overcome with grief, the Lord, who suffers when others suffer, instructed me, saying, Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that the Lord here is Lord Jagannatha. The Lord could not tolerate his devotees' sufferings. Text 216. O cowherd boy, as this place is dear to me, so is Mathura dear. Mathura is even more dear, for it is the land of my birth. Text 217. It is decorated with the places of my childhood pastimes. I still lie there, enjoying pastimes. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that the word childhood here also includes the Lord's adolescence. The word Vibrahman may also be interpreted to mean wandering here and there. Text 218. Why, your heart wavering so, do you suffer? Go there. In time you will see me there in this form. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that Gopakumara's heart wavered between two decisions. I will stay here, and I will go there. In this way he was filled with doubt and torn in two. The form the Lord predicts he will see is the form of Maidana Gopala, the deity of Gopakumara's mantra. Text 219. That morning some priests from the temple came to my home and gave me the Lord's order in the form of Lord Jagannatha's garland. Tying the garland around my neck and bowing down to offer respects to the Kakra, I went to the country of Mathura. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that Gopakumara might think, this is just a false dream. Why, simply by words in a dream, should I leave this place and go to another? The sudden appearance of the priests with the garland confirmed the Lord's order. Go to Mathura. Chapter 2. Jnana, Knowledge. Texts 1 and 2. Sri Gopakumara said, O best of Mathura Brahmanas, I bathed at Visramatirtha and then went to Vrindavana, to Govardhana and other places, wandering as I wished, drinking milk, unnoticed by my former friends, and chanting my mantra. I passed some days. Text 3. My longing to see Lord Jagannatha making me see everything as if it were a desert. I remembered Purusottama etc. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that this verse may mean that Gopakumara saw everything asa if it were a desert, or that he saw Mathura Mandala as if it were a desert. Lord Krishna lives in Vrindavana eternally. This is described in Srimad Bhagavatam 4.8, 42, 10.1, 28 and 10.44, 13. Text 4 Unhappy. I was returning to Orissa to see Lord Jagannatha when on the path by the Ganges shore I saw some Brahmanas devoted to religious duties. Text 5 From those Brahmanas learned in many scriptures I heard something wonderful, that in the sky above is a place named Svargaloka where the demigods live. Text 6 That place is glorious with many airplanes. In it are no fears, sufferings, old age, death, disease, or any other faults. Text 7 That very happy place, where the king is Indra, the elder brother of the Lord of the universes, is attained by performing many great pious deeds. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that King Indra is the elder brother of Lord Vamana. Text 8 That realm, named Divya Svarga, is better than the realm of Vila Svarga, which is decorated with the forms of Lord Vishnu, Lord Sisa, and other forms of the Lord, and it is also better than Bhama Svarga, which in its continents, countries, and other places is splendid with festivals of worship for Lord Krishna, who appears in many forms. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that Lord Vishnu is the deity of Sutalaloka and Lord Sisa is the deity of Saptama Patalaloka. The word Adi refers to deities described in the Ramayana, as well as to Lord Kapila, who is the deity of Atalaloka, and the Rudras, who are he deities of Vitalaloka. The word Dvipa refers to continents, such as Jambudvipa. The word Varsa refers to countries, such as Bharata Varsa, and the word Adi refers to other places, such as the ocean of milk. In Plaxadvipa the deity is Lord Sturya, in Ilavrita Varsa the deity is Lord Sankarsana, and in Bhadrasva the deity is Lord Hyagriva. Thus in the different places are different forms of Lord Krishna, as is described in the 5th canto of Srimad Bhagavatam. Divya Svarga is the abode of the demigods. The other Svargas here are the other planets, below that realm. Texts 10 and 11 Then I heard the wonderful story of Aditi's son Upendra, who is the Lord of the universes personally present there, enjoying pastimes, traveling on the king of birds, killing demons, always pleasing the demigods with playful, beautiful words, and worshipped by them as their own brother. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that the king of birds is Garuda. Text 12 Yearning to see him, I chanted my mantra, and in a very short time an airplane came. I happily entered it and went to the realm of the demigods. Text 13 There I saw Lord Vishnu, his form filled with eternity knowledge and bliss, sitting on the throne of Garuda's graceful shoulders, surrounded by demigods, and worshipped by Narada who very sweetly played a veena. He was the same Lord I had seen before in a king's palace by the Ganges shore. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that this was the Lord four-armed form. Text 14 Now having attained the Lord I yearn to attain, seeing the Lord I yearn to see, and thinking I now had the goal of my life, from far away again and again I fell down as a stick to offer my respects. Then, with words melding with compassion, he called to me. Text 15 It is good, very good that you have come, O cowherd boy. Why should you fall down as a stick? Come close to me without fear. Text 16 Respectfully brought before him by demigods sent by Indra, I very carefully sat down. Text 17 Residing in the Nandana forest, and pleased with heavenly things, I was happy. I saw that there was no fear, lamentation, disease, death, withering, suffering, or old age. Text 18 There may have been some defect there but, enjoying the sight of the Lord of the universes, I did not consider them. Text 19 With the opulences of Svarga, day after day Indra worshipped the Lord as his brother, master, and shelter. Srila Sanatana Goswami gives the Parayata flower and the heavenly nectar as examples of the opulences of Svarga. Texts 20-22 In my heart I thought, Indra is fortunate, obtaining from Lord Vishnu fearlessness and mastery over the three worlds. He worships the Lord with celestial things, and the Lord personally accepts his offerings. Will the Lord be kind to me in this way? With this desire I chanted my mantra and lived there. Text 23 Then Indra, having raped the dear wife of a great sage, ashamed, and fearing a curse, hid somewhere. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that this event occurred soon after Gopakumi Era's desire was manifest. Indra hid in a lotus stem in Manasa Sarovara. Text 24 Although they searched in many ways, the demigods could not find him. Because there was no king, the three worlds were overcome by calamities. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that the calamities were caused by the demons. Text 25 Then, on Lord Vishnu's order, the demigods, sent by their guru, crowned me in Indra's place. I delighted at Aditi and the others. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that the guru here is Brihaspati. Why did Indra's mother Aditi, wife Sasi, and many friends tolerate this? They were happy with this arrangement because it was the Lord's order. Text 26 I worshipped Aditi, Sasi, Brihaspati, and the Brahmanas. I made the three worlds always full of devotion to Lord Vishnu. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that the word Jivam here is a name of Brihaspati and the word Manayan means worshipping. Gopakumara made the worlds more full of Vishnu Bhakti than they had been under King Indra. Text 27 Although made king of Svarga by the Lord's order, I lived as before, a penniless man in the Nandana forest. Text 28 Fearing that I would become ungrateful, I did not give up my chanting. Thus I could never forget the land of Brhad. Text 29 Tormented by this, my face dried up. Noticing this, the Lord of the universes again and again pleased me with the touch of his lotus hand and the many nectars of his words. Text 30 Acting as if I were his elder brother, to please me he took and ate the food I offered him. Text 31 With this I forgot my sufferings. I pleased him with unprecedented worship and loved him as one loves a younger brother. Text 32 Seeing that I had become well, glorious Upendra then went to his own abode. Then I could not always see him. Text 33 Then I became very unhappy. I yearned to go and see Lord Jagannatha, the master of Nilakala, who out of love never leaves they who take shelter of him. Text 34 When Lord Vishnu appeared, his great mercy and the hope it brought me made all my sufferings disappear. Text 35 O Brahmana, living as Indra there, I happily passed 1 year of the demigods. Text 36 Then Brhad and other great sages, who were mercifully going on foot to purify the holy places of the earth, unexpectedly came to Svarga. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that the sages in this group included Marichi, Angira, Pulastya and Pulaha. The great devotee Bhrigu Muni is glorified in Bhagavad Gita 10.25 and Srimad Bhagavatam 3.11. 30. The Ganges and other holy places become contaminated by the very sinful people that visit them. These sages were going to purify them again with the touch of their feet. Text 37 I gazed on them with wonder as all the demigods and sages, Brihaspati, and Lord Vishnu himself worshipped them. Text 38 I, a novice whose heart was charmed by the bliss of serving Lord Vishnu, did not know them. Pushed by my friends, I also worshipped them. Text 39 They blessed me and then left by their own wish. Lord Upendra also disappeared. Then I asked the demigods. Text 40 Who are these sages that they are worshipped by demigods who receive the worship of human beings? What are their splendid glories? Where do they live? Text 41 Their hearts filled with envy, the embarrassed demigods did not speak. Then Brihaspati said. Text 42 Sri Brihaspati said, Above this realm is splendid Maharloka, which is attained by great pious deeds, and which does not perish when the three worlds are destroyed. Text 43 As Indra's happiness is millions of times more than an earthly king's, so the Prajapati's happiness is considered millions of times greater than Indra's. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that the Prajapatis here are Bhrigu Muni and the other residents of Maharloka. Text 44 Taking shelter of the Lord's sacrifices and worshipping him at every step, they live there very happily. Text 45 Sri Gopakumara said, Hearing this and losing interest in Indra's post, I yearned to see the Lord worshipped by these great, supremely worshipable sages. Texts 46 and 47 Desiring this as I chanted my mantra, very soon I went by airplane up to that planet and there I saw all was faultless and beyond description. The happiness, opulence, and worship was not like that in the three worlds. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that the happiness there is faultless because 1. There is no fear it will perish at the arrival of Brahma's night. 2. It is free from material rivalry. And 3. It is not a cause of future suffering. The opulence there is faultless because it is free from diminution and other faults. The worship is faultless because it is done without material motives. Text 48 When thousands of devotee sages perform great fire sacrifices, the Lord of sacrifices rises from the fire and enjoys pastimes of eating the offerings. Text 49 Charming the world's hearts and splendid as millions of suns, he who is the personification of sacrifices extends his hands, accepts the offerings, and blesses the worshippers. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that the Lord of sacrifices is described in Srimad Bhagavatam 3.13, 35-36. Text 50 To me, filled with awe and reverence and happily bowing before him, with his own hand he gave his prasadam remnants and said in a voice melting with compassion. Text 51 By his great mercy I attained unprecedented bliss and all my desires were fulfilled. Text 52 Wandering with the kind sages, I saw in every home the Lord of the universes. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that this was the form of the Lord appearing in the midst of the sacrificial fire and eating the offerings. Text 53 Thinking I had attained all success, I very happily lived there. Then the great sages said to me. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that Gopakumara thought that his birth and his mantra chanting were successful because now, by the Lord's grace, he could directly see the many forms of the Lord of the universes. Text 54 The great sages said, O son of a Gopa Vaisya, please accept from us the status of a Brahmana in these worlds. Text 55 Become one of the great sages and worship with sacrifices the Lord of the universes you long desired to see. Text 56 Sri Gopakumara said, O Brahmana, when I heard this I thought, there is great happiness in being a Vaisya, for then I can serve both the Lord and his Brahmana devotees. Text 57 By staying with these sages devoted only to sacrifices, I will become lax in chanting the mantra taught by my spiritual guru that shows me such good results. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that from chanting this mantra came the results of kingdoms on earth, the kingship of Svarga, and the attainment of Maharloka. Text 58 Showing all respect to them, but not accepting the status of a Brahmana, I continued to live there, enjoying the great happinesses of the Prajapatis. Text 59 In that place is no fault, lamentation, or anxiety. There is nothing but festivals of sacrifices for the pleasure of the Lord of sacrifices. Text 60 However, when the sacrifices are over and the Lord disappears, there is suffering, and when the sacrifices are performed and the Lord appears, again there is happiness. Text 61 When the three worlds burn at the end of 1,000 Katar Yugas, a time that here is a single day, the sages go to Janaloka. Text 62 Then, when it was like night, and there were no sacrifices, the Lord of sacrifices was not seen. For me this was a fire greater than the fire of devastation. Text 63 Then, going to Sri Purushottam etc., which stands in the shade of an eternal banyan tree, I saw Lord Jagannatha. Thus I became happy. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that because it is shaded by that eternal banyan tree, Purushottam etc. is not destroyed at the time of cosmic devastation, but stays there eternally. Text 64 When I returned to Maharloka my chanting, done in secret as before, made me unhappy, for I wished to see the earth. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that he wished to see Vrindavana. Text 65 and 66 When I worshipped him, the Lord, who was an ocean of kindness, appeared, and when he affectionately called me and gracefully ate what I offered, all my unhappiness went away, as darkness goes with the rising of the sun. Now, bound by desires, I had no power to go anywhere else, even at night. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that, shackled by the desire to see and worship the Lord of sacrifices, Gopakumara would not go to Purushottam etc. or any other place at the time of Brahma's night. Text 67 One day a naked and very splendid boy, 5 or 6 years of age, came from the higher planets. Text 68 Leaving their sacrifices, standing up with devotion, and bowing down, the great sages worshipped that meditating sage as if he were the Lord of sacrifices. Text 69 After he left ill asked the great sages, Who is he? Where is he from? Why do you worship him? Text 70 The great sages said, His name is Sanat Kumara. He is older than we. He is a great soul. He is the first guru of the 4 Brahmas, they who take pleasure in the Supreme, and the Aptakamas, they who have attained all desires. He has taken the great vow of celibacy. Text 71 He lives in a higher world named Tapaloka with 3 brothers, great yogas as he is. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that Tapaloka is above Maharloka. Text 72 That place is attained only by the celibate sages. There the auspicious happiness of the celibate sages is millions of times greater than the happiness of the Prajapatis. Text 73 We householders abandoned our duties and worshipped Sanat Kumara because is as much to be worshipped as the Lord of sacrifices himself. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that Sanat Kumara should be worshipped because 1. He is a form of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, 2. He is an incarnation of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, and 3. He is a great devotee of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Text 74 Sri Gopakumara said, Then in my heart I thought, What happiness do they experience there? How many are like them? What form of the Lord do they worship? Text 75. Wishing to see them, and my heart fixed on them, I chanted, became very powerful, and quickly went to their world. Text 76. There I saw glorious Sanaka, Sanandana, Sanat Kumara, and, the fourth, Sanatana. Text 77. They were being worshipped by other sages like themselves. They were happily conversing, but those like myself could not understand their words. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that a sample of their conversation is found in the prayers by the personified Vedas chapter of the 10th canto of Srimad Bhagavatam. Text 78. Although they were not like the Supreme Personality of Godhead Himself, still, simply be seeing them I felt great happiness. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that they did not have four-armed forms or supreme power and opulence as the Lord does. Text 79. To see the Lord of the universes as I had before, I wandered among the sages fixed in meditation. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that, expecting to find the Supreme Lord, as he had found him in Svargaloka and Maharloka, Gopakumara visited many places in Tapaloka. He did not find the Lord, but instead found only yogis living alone, hardly talking to each other, and wrapped in meditation. Text 80. Not seeing him anywhere, I asked the sages about him. As I bowed before them and recited prayers, they did not even see me. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that he asked the sages, where is the Supreme Lord? Text 81. Almost always situated in ecstatic trance, finding pleasure in the Supreme, all their desires fulfilled, and served by the mystic perfections, all were perfect celibate sages. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that the words almost always mean that sometimes they would converse amongst themselves, and sometimes they would perform external worship of the Lord. Text 82. My great desire to see the Lord did not bear fruit. Indeed, it seemed to be checked by associating with the sages. Text 83. Because of seeing their great power, I stayed among them, and because of respect for my Guru's words, and also because I had seen the results it brings, I did not abandon my chanting. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that Gopakumara's Guru had ordered him, never abandon your chanting. Text 84. Because this place is naturally very pleasing to the heart, my chanting increased, and with that my desire to see the Lord also increased. Text 85. Seeing that I desired to go to Nilakala and see Lord Jagannatha, Pipalyana Muni said to me. Text 86. Why do you wish to leave this great place and go to another? Why would you go to see the Supreme Lord with your eyes? Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that here the sage implies that the Supreme Lord is beyond the perception of the eyes and other senses. Text 87. Fix your mind in meditation and you will always see him everywhere, within and without, as if he were always before you. Text 88. In this way, and not in another way, the Supreme Self, Lord Vasudeva, whose form is eternal and full of knowledge and bliss, will always appear in your purified heart. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that this way to see the Lord is described in Srimad Bhagavatam 4.3. 23. Pipalyana Muni here implies that because the Supreme Lord is all-pervading and is manifest only by his own wish, he cannot be seen with the eyes or other senses. Text 89. Because one cannot actually see without the action of the mind, the action of seeing the Lord with one's eyes is only perfectly done when the mind is also fixed on him. Text 90. The happiness of all the senses rests in the happiness of the mind, and the actions of the words, eyes, ears, and other senses also rest in the actions of the mind. Text 91. Without the action of the mind, the actions of all the senses are fruitless. When the mind does not act, one cannot experience anything. Text 92. If sometimes, out of Lord for his devotee, the Lord appears and is seen with the eyes, he is actually seen with the eye of transcendental knowledge, although one may think he is seen with the physical eyes. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that someone may protest. Dhruva, Prahlada, and others saw the Lord with their eyes. To answer, Pipalyana Muni speaks this verse. He asserts that the senses are helpless without the mind. Text 93. Or if, by the power of his mercy, he is seen by the external eyes, the bliss of seeing him is felt in the mind. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that the power of the Lord's mercy is described in the following words of Srila Sridhara Swami. The Supreme Personality of Godhead has the form of Saksidananda, transcendental bliss, knowledge, and eternity. I offer my respectful obeisances unto he who turns the dumb into eloquent speakers and enables the lame to cross mountains. Such is the mercy of the Lord. Text 94. After he is no longer visible to the eyes, he still enjoys pastimes in the mind. The mind is the place where the happiness of seeing him is felt. Text 95. By his mercy the happiness in the mind expands. The happiness in the senses has no power to expand in that way. Text 96. When one sees the Lord in meditation, it is as if one sees him directly. The demigod Brahma gives evidence for this special mercy of the Lord. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that, seen in meditation, the Lord grants benedictions, talks with the devotee, touches him, and relates to him in many ways. Lord Brahma's vision of the Lord is described in Srimad Bhagavatam 2.9, 9, 2.9, 14, 2.9, 17, 18, 2.9, 37, 3.8, 22, 23, 3.8, 33, 3.9, 29, and 3.9, 29. Text 97. It is said that the direct sight of the Lord delights the devotees, but fills Katansa, Duryodhana, and those like them with fear and a host of faults. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that anger and envy are examples of some of the faults here. Texts 98 and 99. Even though they directly saw Lord Narayana's handsome, glorious, blissful form, which with its virtues delights all the senses, Madhu, Kaitadha, and a host of other sinful demons would not abandon their wickedness, which tormented everyone. Text 100. To show the glories of devotional service, the blissful Lord delights his devotees and hides that delight from others. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that as a fire's heat is concealed by smoke, so the Lord conceals from the demons the bliss of seeing him. This verse is explained in Srimad Bhagavatam 7.1, 18. Text 101. Of the 9 ways of devotional service, remembering the Lord is the best, for it engages the mind, which is the best of the senses. Text 102. The mind is able, without stopping, and as much as it wishes, to give to the Lord pure love, the most confidential of spiritual gifts. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that love for the Lord is more confidential than transcendental knowledge and renunciation. The word avisramam here means without impediment. Texts 103-105. Pure love, which is the goal to be attained by other spiritual practices, which is the best of all goals of life, which is the only powerful way to bring the Supreme Lord under one's dominion, which is only attained by the Lord's mercy, which is the only great treasure of the deities, which is flooded with the sweetness of wonderful transcendental bliss, which is glorious beyond description, and which manifests the transformations of ecstasy, arises from the actions of the mind. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that the other spiritual practices begin with transcendental knowledge and renunciation, and the goals of life are piety, sense gratification, economic development, and liberation. Texts 106 and 107. If you think meditation is difficult for the mind, or if you wish to see the Lord and thus make your eyes fruitful, then go to Brhad Varsa and on Gandha Maidana mountain see Lord Narayana, the friend of Nara. Text 108. Fixed in meditation, we see him within and without. Therefore we never suffer separation from him. That is why the Lord has gone there. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that someone may ask, why do the sages stay in Tapaloka if the Lord is not present? Someone may also ask, how can the Lord, who loves his devotees, leave that place and go somewhere else? The answer is given in this verse. Text 109. As a very austere Brahmachari archery teacher with matted locks of hair, he stays there to benefit the world with his teachings. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that the word hita means that his teachings brought auspiciousness to the people. Text 110. Seeing that I wished to go there, the 4 sages headed by Sanaka said to me, go there. Then they showed me many forms of the Lord. Text 111. The first one became Lord Narayana, another became the form of Lord Vishnu. Another became the Lord of Sacrifices. Another assumed many different forms. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that the first one was perhaps Sanaka, or perhaps another of the Kumaras. The form of Lord Vishnu here was either Lord Upendra, whom Gopakumara had seen in Svargaloka, or perhaps it was a form like his. The Lord of Sacrifices is the deity worshipped in Maharloka. The forms of Lord Nrsimha and Lord Vamana were among the many different forms. Text 112. Trembling with fear and bowing down, with folded hands I said to them, O Lords who love the poor, please forgive my horrible offenses. Text 113. They touched me on the head and I entered a trance of meditation and saw those forms again as before. Sometimes, by the power of meditation, I still see those forms as if they were right before my eyes. Text 114. As I chanted my mantra I found happiness and faith. Then the sweetness of Brhad agitated my mind. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that by chanting he remembered Brhad and then became agitated with the suffering of separation from it. Text 115. Sometimes I experience a certain state like deep sleep, where I see many forms of the Lord. That state hinders my chanting. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that the state described here is ecstatic trance, samadhi, where the mind and all the senses became inactive. Text 116. For this I lamented. I wished to go to Nilakala. Consoling me, the sages asked what had happened. Text 117. Hearing my lament, they praised me. I could not understand. I became unhappy. Text 118. Then, by the power of my regular practice, I saw, as if before my eyes, the Lord of the universes in many forms, everywhere, within and without. Text 119. Sometimes seeing Sanaka and the other sages so wrapped in meditation that they manifested forms of the Lord, I became very happy. Text 120. Even when there were no such displays I did not lament with a desire to see them. In this way I happily lived there for many days. Text 121. One time, as on his swan he was kindly going to see his devotees at Puskaradvipa, four-headed Brahma came. Text 122. Humbly bowing down, Sanaka and the other sages respectfully worshipped the elderly, supremely opulent demigod. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that Brahma's opulences included being accompanied by a great entourage. Although he had a white beard, he was not conquered by old age because, as an incarnation of the personality of Godhead, his form was eternal and full of knowledge and bliss. Text 123. Blessing them, affectionately smelling their heads, and speaking some instructions, he quickly left for Puskaradvipa. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that he instructed them on the secrets of devotional service to the Lord. Text 124. When I asked about him, the sages laughed and said, "O cowherd, after coming here even now you don't know who he is." Text 125. He is our father, Brahma, who is the leader of the Prajapatis and the creator of the universe, who was self-born, who is most exalted, and who protects and teaches the universe. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that Brahma, by giving the universe the Vedas, teaches the principles of religion. Text 126. His realm, named Satyaloka, which is attained by those pure souls that follow religious principles for 100 births, is splendidly manifest above all the worlds. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that this is described in Srimad Bhagavatam 4.24. 29. Text 127. In his realm is Vaikuntha-loka, where the thousand-headed Supreme Person, the Lord of the universes, stays eternally. Text 128. In the Shruti Sastra it is heard that Brahma is like the Supreme Lord's son. There is not difference. We think Brahma playfully appears in two forms. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that the two forms are four-headed Brahma and the thousand-headed Lord of the universes. Text 129. Sri Gopakumara said, "Hearing this, I chanted my mantra and, in a trance of meditation, went to Tapaloka to see the Supreme Person." Text 130. After a moment I opened my eyes and saw that I was in Brahmaloka and I also saw the Lord of the universes. Text 131. Who was very great, who had 1,000 handsome arms, heads, and feet, who was splendid as a monsoon cloud, who was opulent with many tasteful ornaments, who was an ocean of splendor, whose navel was a lotus, who reclined on the couch of Lord Ananta's coils, who delighted every eye. Text 132. Whose feet were massaged by the goddess of fortune, who glanced at Gruda standing with folded hands, who was worshipped by Brahma with great opulences and treated with great love, who placed his attention on Narada's loving devotion. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that the first way Brahma expressed his love was by touching the Lord's lotus hands. Narada expressed his devotion by singing and dancing. Text 133. Who to Brahma was carefully teaching the path of devotional service, the great secret of the Vedas, who was splendidly manifest in his regal palace. Text 134. Who happily heard jubilant Brahma humbly repeating what he had learned, whose feet Brahma worshipped again and again. Text 135. Who is the husband of the goddess of fortune, and to whose side the goddess of fortune, seeing me faint in ecstasy, and reviving me, and being affectionate as if I were her own son, brought me. Text 136. Gazing at the Lord, and again bowing before him, I said to my heart, "O heart, today you have attained your desire. Now you may enjoy eternal happiness." Text 137. This place is free of all lamentation, fear, and suffering. It is full of supreme opulence and supreme bliss. It is worshipped by the universes. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that this is a description of Satyaloka. Text 138. O brother, here the Lord of the universes, situated at the highest pinnacle of all glory, shines with great splendor. Text 139. Aware that the goddess of fortune is affectionate to you, gaze now on the Lord with your eyes. Conquer your grieving over Mathura and Vrajabdhami and your desire to go to another place. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that the grief is out of separation from Mathura and Vrajabdhami. The other place is Nilakala. Text 140. If you wish that the Lord of the universes love you as he does Brahma, then by the power of the mantra you learn from a great soul, your wish will be fulfilled. Text 141. Then the Lord enjoyed pastimes of sleep, and at a certain time the creation was again manifest on the lotus of worlds born from the Lord's navel. Seeing this, Brahma came out to perform his duties. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that because the Lord is spiritual he does not sleep. That is why the word pastimes of sleep is used. Brahma had been in the Lord's abode. He left and went to his own abode to perform his duties in the world. Text 142. Seeing both the Lord's wonderful form below and the universe on the lotus of his navel, and also seeing the currents of divine love flowing in four-headed Brahma as he heard confidential teachings from the Lord, I happily lived there. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that the Lord's teachings were about the secrets of pure devotional service. Text 143. During the night when all the three worlds perished and all was flooded by an ocean, accompanied by Brahma, the Lord happily rested on Lord Anantasesa. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that the night here is Brahma's night, which occurs after 1000 Katar Yugas. The Lord here is the thousand-headed form of the Lord. Text 144. By Brahmaloka's power I saw the Lord as the residents of Janaloka and other planets glorified him with many wonderful prayers. Text 145. If the Lord went somewhere we suffered. When he returned our suffering perished at its root. Text 146. After some days, one morning Brahma touched some foam and it suddenly became a demon. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that this foam was on the ocean of cosmic devastation. Text 147. Brahma fled in fear. The Lord killed the demon. When terrified Brahma did not return, the Lord appointed me to his post. Text 148. I created Vaisnavas to increase the world's devotion to the Lord, and I appointed Vaisnavas to all the different administrative posts. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that these were the posts of the demigods, such as Prajapati, Kandra, and Saurya. Text 149. In place after place worshipping the Lord with the Svamedhoyanas and other sacrifices, I flooded the universe with happiness. Texts 150-152. Although I was elevated to the post of Brahma, and although the personified Vedas, sacrifices, Puranas, Itihasas, Agamas, and holy places, as well as the Maharsas and Brahmarsas, again and again very happily offered prayers to me, I did not abandon my humility. Still, drowning in the waves of the ocean of a Brahma's duties, my heart became filled with anxieties, and I could not enjoy serving the Lord as before. Text 153. Although I heard that would lie for 2 Parartas, many millions of years, I was still afraid of time. My chanting also brought me great distress. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that to overcome his fears, Gopakumara chanted his mantra, but the chanting made him yearn for Vrajabhumi. Text 154. The Lord of the universes was affectionate to me as if I were his son. This made me happy and destroyed the sadness in my heart. Text 155. Serving him, thinking of him as my father, and staying near him, I sometimes offended him, but he forgave me. Text 156. Although I was anxious at heart, the goddess of fortune loved me as if she were my mother, and that made me happy. In this way I lived there for a long time. Text 157. One day, hearing the people of that planet praise a person about to attain impersonal liberation, I asked them about that wonderful thing. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that this person had attained liberation in Bharata Varsa. Gopakumara asked, "What is liberation? How is it attained?" Text 158. I heard from them that impersonal liberation is very important and very difficult to attain. Again I asked those all-knowing sages, when one desires it, by what method does he attain it? Text 159. The goddesses of the Upanishads, accompanied by the personified Shrutis and Smritis, then said, "Impersonal liberation is attained by knowledge alone. It is not attained in any other way. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that this is confirmed in the Svetasvatara Upanishad 6.8 and 6.15. By knowing the Supreme, one travels beyond death. There is no other way. Text 160. Some Puranas and Agamas then very gravely said that transcendental knowledge, which is so difficult to attain, is easily attained by devotional service to the Lord. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that the Puranas and Agamas, who were here accompanied by the Pathikaratras and other scriptures, are very expert in preaching the service of the Lord. The word Gambhiryam here means that they spoke without wavering. Although liberation is attained by transcendental knowledge is difficult to attain save by devotional service to the Lord. Text 161. Then some Shrutis and Smritis were seen to agree with that idea, that transcendental knowledge is easily attained by devotional service to the Lord. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that this is confirmed by the following quotations. For one who has firm devotion to Lord Janardana, the master of the demigods, all good things come. That is why the deities are the best of all transcendentalists. Brhad Purana. As all living entities take shelter of their mother, so all perfections take shelter of devotional service. Vaisnava Sastra. My dear Arjuna, only by undivided devotional service can I be understood as I am, standing before you, and can thus be seen directly. Only in this way can you enter into the mysteries of my understanding. Bhagavad Gita 11.5. For good children, wealth, beautiful wife, precious necklaces, palaces, horses, elephants, pleasures, residence in Svargaloka, and liberation are never far from devotional service. Padma Purana. Text 162. Refusing to hear these words, some great Upanishads, along with their Agamas and other scriptures, became angry. They agreed with a more direct view. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that the scriptures here are the great Upanishads very devoted to the glories of the Supreme Lord. The Agamas here are the scriptures that follow these Upanishads, and the other scriptures are some Puranas and other scriptures. The more direct view here is their opinion that only by devotional service can liberation easily be attained. This view is confirmed by the following quotations. O best of Brahmanas, they who are devoted to Lord Hari attain the goals of human life, namely, piety, economic development, sense gratification, liberation. Of this there is no doubt. Brhad Purana. O Lord, liberation rests in the hand of a person devoted to you, the root from which all the universes have sprouted. What use does he have for piety, economic development, and sense gratification? Vishnu Purana. Text 163. Some confidential Upanishads, along with some confidential Agamas and Puranas, smiled and remained silent. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that the Srimad Bhagavatam and Vaisnavadantras were part of this group. Perhaps they were surprised that the Lord's glories, which are so clearly described in the scriptures, remained unknown to these so-called all-knowing sages. Therefore they were silent. Or perhaps they were silent because they were so convinced that devotional service grants liberation that they had only contempt for they who did not agree. Or perhaps they thought it not proper to reveal this confidential truth to such an unqualified audience. The truth is that pious works and rituals, cultivation of knowledge, and liberation are only steps leading to devotional service. The scriptures here thought it not the proper time to explain this. Texts 164 and 165. Then the Agama Sastras debated with the Puranas and Amnas whether or not liberation is attained simply by chanting mantras of the Supreme Lord. Not tolerating this, many Puranas, Agamas, and Upanishads covered their ears and left. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that the scriptures that left were the same ones that smiled and remained silent before. They left because the discussion was not even slightly touched by the slightest scent of the great glories of devotional service to the Lord. Text 166. Then, on the mediation of the great Puranas and great Upanishads, the Agamas were declared the victors. This pleased me. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that the scriptures that left were considered neutral, not taking either side, and therefore they were called to decide the case. Hearing the arguments of both sides, they decided that the winners were the Agamas, whose opinion was that merely by chanting mantras of the Supreme Lord one may certainly become liberated. Their view is confirmed by the following quotations. They who go to Chandraloka, Strayaloka, and other material planets return again, but they who chant the 12-syllable mantra glorifying the Supreme Lord never return. Vishnu Purana. The Supreme Lord is pleased when he is regularly glorified by mantra chanting. He gives many great happinesses and eternal liberation to the chanter. Padmanabhaya Text 167 Understanding their exalted nature, I humbly glorified these Puranas and Agamas and brought them to my own assembly. Text 168 When I respectfully asked them about the truth, the Srimad Bhagavatam and other Agamas that teach the Vaisnava conclusion, accompanied by the crowns of the Shruti, spoke. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that he asked them why they smiled, remained silent, covered their ears, and left the assembly. The crowns of the Shruti are the confidential Upanishads. Text 169 The devotional scripture said, O Deva who has attained the Brahma's post made willing to speak by your many virtues, we will tell you something more to be guarded than the greatest treasure. Text 170 We, who are intent on devotional service to the Lord, have sometimes discussed impersonal liberation and its associates. We have criticized it and we say it should be completely rejected. Text 171 Sometimes, in order to describe the glory of devotional service, we have also described impersonal liberation. Impersonal liberation does not fulfill the purpose of life. In it is not the slightest scent of happiness. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that the happiness of devotional service is many millions of times greater than the happiness of impersonal liberation. Actually, there is no happiness in impersonal liberation. Text 172 The happiness in impersonal liberation is like the happiness in having good health or in sleeping soundly. The ignorant call it happiness. The ignorant are pleased by it. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that the happiness in good health and sound sleep are not positive happiness, but merely the absence of pain. This is seen in the statement I slept happily. I don't remember a thing. The happiness of impersonal liberation is like that. It is only some relief from the sufferings of the world of birth and death. Impersonal liberation is described by Lord Brahma in Srimad Bhagavatam 10.14, 20. Text 173 Entering the ear or spoken only once, even the dim reflection of the Lord's holy name brings perfect liberation. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that even if one chants as a joke, or even if one chants to mock the holy name, one still attains liberation. This is described in Srimad Bhagavatam 6.3, 24. Jamila, for example, was extremely sinful, but while dying he merely chanted the holy name, and although calling his son, he achieved complete liberation because he remembered the name of Narayana. This is also described in the story of Satyatapa in the Vraha Purana. A demon once came to eat a Brahmana who was chanting the holy name in the water. By hearing the holy name from his dying victim, the demon became liberated. Text 174 The Vedas, Puranas and other scriptures say that only they who have no good sense like impersonal liberation. Text 175 Impersonal liberation may vanquish all sufferings, or it may end actions done in ignorance, or it may, by enabling one to renounce the unreal forms made by the illusory potency, give direct perception of the self to the individual spirit soul, who is really eternal, full of knowledge, and full of bliss, but the happiness it gives is very slight. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that liberation is described in Srimad Bhagavatam 2.106. Text 177 The proponents of impersonal liberation say that the pure soul is in reality quality-less, solitary, formless, inactive Brahman. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that they say Brahman has no qualities, such as mercy, is alone and does not associate with the great devotees or anyone else, does not have wonderful forms, and does not enjoy any sweet pastimes. It is the personal form of the Lord, which is eternal and full of knowledge and bliss, that is and does all this. By seeing him one can experience happiness. Text 178 The Supreme Person, however, is the ultimate form of Brahman. He is the Supersoul. He is the Supreme Controller. His form is eternal and full of knowledge and bliss. He is an ocean of glory. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that these statements are confirmed in Bhagavad Gita 10.12 and 14.27 and Srimad Bhagavatam 10.87. 1. Text 179 The presence and absence of qualities, as well as a host of other contradictions, are all present in him. He is famous as the opulent Supreme Person and the Brahman. He is both. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that as many rivers flow into the ocean, so many contradictory features are present in the Supreme Lord. As the Brahman, he has no qualities, and as the Supersoul and the Supreme Controller, he has qualities. Another example is that in some scriptures it is said he has no name, and in others his names are given. The Vedic literatures describe this in these words. Because the Supreme Lord's qualities cannot be completely known, it is said he has no name. Because the Supreme Lord's form is not material, it is said he has no form. The Lord has spiritual qualities, but because his qualities are not material, it may be said, in one sense, that he has no qualities. Text 180. Therefore, by devotional service one may see the Lord's intensely blissful, glorious lotus feet. In this way one experiences intense bliss. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that the personal feature of the Supreme Lord is the origin of the impersonal Brahman. This is explained in Bhagavad Gita 14.27 and Brahma Samhita 5.40. Text 181. Sri Krishna's feet are the personification of happiness. They are a too great reservoir of happiness. They are sweet as sugar. Impersonal Brahman has only slight happiness. Text 182. If the individual spirit soul is Param Brahman, spirit, then he must also be the Supreme Personality of Godhead, who is full of eternity, knowledge, and bliss. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that Srimad Bhagavatam 2.7.11 explains that Brahman is a feature of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. If the individual spirit souls are Brahman, then they are also a feature of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Text 183. The truth is that the individual spirit souls are parts of the Supreme Personality of Godhead as rays of light are parts of the sun. Text 184. The individual spirit souls are eternally different from the Supreme Personality of Godhead. They are different as rays of light are different from the sun, sparks are different from a fire, and waves are different from the ocean. Text 185. By the Lord's eternal potency, which is full of spiritual pastimes and opulences, and which is called Mahamaya and Yogamaya, the difference between the individual spirit souls and the Supreme Personality of Godhead is established eternally. Text 186. Therefore the devotees consider that the individual spirit souls are both different from the Lord and not different from him. In the liberated condition the difference is prominent. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that because the individual spirit souls are Brahman they are not different from the Supreme, and because they are only parts of him they are different from him. Even Sankaracharya agrees that the liberated souls are different from the Lord, for he says, even the liberated souls have form. They worship the Supreme Personality of Godhead and enjoy pastimes with him. That the liberated souls worship the Supreme Personality of Godhead is also confirmed in Srimad Bhagavatam 6.14.5. Text 187. Although the individual spirit souls have forms that are eternal and full of knowledge and bliss, by the influence of Lord Krishna's Maya, which places them in ignorance without beginning and makes them forget the truth, they become bewildered and wander in the world of birth and death. Text 188. When he understands his own nature, material illusion departs, and he becomes liberated. Then he understands that he is an intensely blissful part and parcel of the Supreme Brahman. Text 189. In every circumstance one reaps the fruit of his actions. In the liberation attained by knowledge of one's own self, the fruit is only slight happiness. Text 190. Persons who yearn for Svargaloka praise the celestial worlds. In the same way persons who, because they are tormented by the world of birth and death and cannot taste nectar, yearn for impersonal liberation, again and again praise impersonal liberation. Text 191. The ultimate happiness is in devotional service. That happiness is attained by they who serve the Lord's glorious lotus feet. Text 192. To describe the greatness of the happiness in devotional service we have spoken the word ultimate. This means it has no limit. Text 193. The happiness of devotional service increases at every moment. Its greatness has no limit. However, the Brahman happiness in impersonal liberation does not increase. It stays within its limits. Text 194. There are the Supersoul, the impersonal Brahman, and the Supreme Controller. Because these three are one, the difference between them is destroyed. Text 195. In truth, the individual spirit souls are eternally different from the Supreme. Then again, because they are his parts and parcels they are not different from him. Then the difference is destroyed. Text 196. In this, our final conclusion, which is perfectly logical, and which proclaims that the individual spirit souls and the Supreme are simultaneously one and different, there is no flaw. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that even Sankaracharya admitted that the individual spirit souls are subordinate to the Supreme. Sankara prayed, O Lord, even when all differences between us have gone, still I am yours, but you never become mine. A wave is the property of the ocean, but the ocean never becomes the property of a wave. Text 197. As the words of great souls quoted here by us are always conclusive evidence, so the actions of great souls are also evidence. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that this evidence includes Srimad Bhagavatam 1.7, 10, 6.17, 28 and 10.87, 21, as well as the statement of Hanuman. I have no desire for any liberation from the bonds of birth and death that will break the relationship where you are the master and I the servant. Text 198. Many histories support this view. They are not myths or fables. Srila Sanatana Goswami gives Srimad Bhagavatam 4.20, 31-32 as an example. Text 199. They who think these stories myths become offenders and are thrown into a terrible hell. Srila Sanatana Goswami quotes the Narada Purana. O best of Brahmanas, they suffer in hell who claim that the stories in the Puranas, which teach the path of religion, are myths. Text 200. How can impersonal liberation be worthy of praise when even the demons, who are criticized by the scriptures and who kill cows, Brahmanas and others, attain it? Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that the demons' killing of others is described in the advice given by Katsa's ministers in Srimad Bhagavatam 10.4, 40. Text 201. The devotees and demons are opposite in all respects. Therefore their destinations and the ways they attain it must also be opposite. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that the goal of the devotee is to love the Supreme Lord and the devotees attain it by worshipping the Lord's lotus feet. The goal of the demons is impersonal liberation and the demons attain it by following the theory of impersonalism. Sometimes anger or other vices may also lead to the devotee's goal. This is explained in Srimad Bhagavatam 10.97, 23. By practicing the mystic yoga system and controlling their breath, the great sages conquered the mind and senses. Thus engaging in mystic yoga, they saw the supersoul within their hearts and ultimately entered into the impersonal Brahman. However, even the enemies of the Supreme Personality of Godhead attain that position simply by thinking of the Supreme Lord. The damsels of Brhad, the gopis, simply wanted to embrace Krishna and hold his arms, which are like serpents. Being attracted by the beauty of Krishna, they ultimately acquired a taste for the nectar of the Lord's lotus feet. We can also taste the nectar of Krishna's lotus feet by following in the footsteps of the gopis. This is also described in Srimad Bhagavatam 7.1, 30. Many persons have attained liberation simply by thinking of Krishna with great attention and giving up sinful activities. This great attention may be due to lusty desires, inimical feelings, fear, affection, or devotional service. I shall now explain how one receives Krishna's mercy simply by concentrating one's mind upon him. Text 202. By devotional service to Lord Krishna one becomes saintly. Devotional service is the best way to progress in spiritual life. By devotional service one attains the Lord's two lotus feet as the result of his efforts. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that Lord Krishna himself glorifies the devotees in these words. Srimad Bhagavatam 9.4, 63-68. I am completely under the control of my devotees. Indeed, I am not at all independent. Because my devotees are devoid of all material desires, I sit only within the cores of their hearts. What to speak of my devotee, even those who are devotees of my devotees are very dear to me. O best of the Brahmanas, without saintly persons for whom I am the only destination, I do not desire to enjoy my transcendental bliss and my supreme opulences. Since pure devotees give up their homes, wives, children, relatives, riches, and even their lives simply to serve me, without any desire for material improvement in this life or in the next, how can I give up such devotees at any time? As chaste women bring their gentle husbands under control by service, the pure devotees, who are equal to everyone and completely attached to me in the core of the heart, bring me under their full control. My devotees, who are always satisfied to be engaged in my loving service, are not interested even in the four principles of liberation, Slokya, Sartipya, Samipya, and Sarsti, although these are automatically achieved by their service. What then is to be said of such perishable happiness as elevation to the higher planetary systems? The pure devotee is always within the core of my heart, and I am always in the heart of my pure devotee. My devotees do not know anything else but me, and I do not know anyone else but them. Text 203. The great souls who know the truth and relish the nectar of devotional service to the Lord attain the nectar of the Lord's lotus feet as the result of their efforts. Text 204. The nectar of Lord Krishna's lotus feet is attained only by Lord Krishna's mercy. It is not attained by pious fruitive work, philosophical speculation, or renunciation. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that this is described in Srimad Bhagavatam 10.14, 8, 5.19, 19, 11.20, 35, 36, 11.20, 9, and 5.5, 23. Text 205. Pious fruitive work interferes with devotional service and dry renunciation destroys it. However, when these two are purified they help it. Srila Sanatana Goswami says this is described in Srimad Bhagavatam 11.2, 42, and 11.20, 31, 33. Text 206. Because of the Lord's mercy and the devotees' association, the self-satisfied sages abandon their faith in impersonal Brahman and enter the path of devotional service. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that this is described in Srimad Bhagavatam 11.19. 3. Text 207. They become liberated and by the Lord's potency they attain bodies of eternity, knowledge, and bliss. With spiritual senses they serve Lord Hari. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that the exalted position of the devotees is described in Srimad Bhagavatam 6.14. 5. Text 208. The happiness of the impersonalists is attained by renunciation of false ego. That renunciation is easily done by they who know the truth. Text 209. Although impersonal liberation may come from devotional service, the devotees never accept the happiness of the impersonalists, for it checks their love for the Lord. Text 210. Love that can never be satisfied is the great result of devotional service. The devotees think all other results should be given up. Text 211. Because the happiness of the impersonalists comes without devotional service, it does not satisfy the heart. The great devotees do not think it very good. Text 212. By devotedly performing one's own religious duties one attains the purity of heart that brings the happiness of the impersonalists. By performing this external devotional service one attains a slight result, but by performing internal devotional service one attains a very great result. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that internal devotional service consists of hearing and chanting the Lord's glories. Text 213. Leaving the happiness of the impersonalists behind, the devotees worship the Lord's lotus feet without stop and quickly attain great happiness and faith in devotional service. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that this is described in Srimad Bhagavatam 10.14, 8. Text 214. In devotional service the person who experiences what he experiences and the activities of the senses by which he experiences are all manifested in many different ways. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that the person who experiences is the devotee, who thinks I am the Lord's servant, or who thinks himself related to the Lord in any one of a number of ways. What he experiences is the Lord, who manifests many very wonderful and sweet transcendental forms, pastimes, and other features. The devotee experiences through the activities of the senses, which include a host of devotional activities beginning with hearing and chanting. Text 215. Because the mind remains inactive, no happiness can be perceived in the meditative trance of the impersonalists. However, when the mind is active, happiness shines through as light shines through a crystal mountain. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that in the trance of the impersonalists the mind and senses are inactive, and therefore neither happiness nor anything else can be perceived. In that state there is only void. This is described in Srimad Bhagavatam 10.84, 29. However, for the devotees, who with love and devotion actively serve the Lord's blissful lotus feet, great happiness is experienced in the mind, intelligence, and senses. Text 216. Therefore the happiness of devotional service, which comes from the sweetness of the mercy of the Lord who loves his devotees, is greater than the happiness created by the meditative trance of the impersonalists. Text 217. The happiness in impersonal liberation is of only one kind, but the happiness in devotional service is of a wonderful variety of kinds. Therefore the happiness in devotional service is different from the happiness in impersonal liberation. The impersonalists cannot guess how great is the sweetness of the pastimes of devotional service to Lord Hari. Text 218. Lord Vishnu, whose form is one, by employing his transcendental potency, which is beyond the understanding of the non-devotees, creates at every moment hundreds of newer and newer wonderful sweetnesses of devotional service. Text 219. The Supreme Personality of Godhead is much sweeter than the impersonal Brahman. The Lord gives his greatest mercy to his devotees, who experience the highest bliss of the most intense sweetness, a bliss that revels and eclipses the happiness in impersonal Brahman. Text 220. To splash his devotees with the waves of bliss of his many kinds of sweetness, the Lord appears in many ways. His Brahman feature has no variety, but his feature as the Supreme Person eternally presents a wonderful variety to his devotees. Senses. Text 221. May Lord Krishna, whose opulence is eternal, whose great variety of many features is eternal, whose handsomeness is eternal, who is eternally surrounded by his eternal servants, who is worshipped eternally, whose realm is eternal, and who appears as the eternal, non-dual Brahman, protect you. Text 222. Although the wise do not push the hard thorns of logic into the very soft nectar of devotional service, to please the new devotees they do use those thorns against they who are attached to impersonal liberation. Texts 223 and 224. If you can see that impersonal liberation is very insignificant, and if you desire the treasure that is faith and pure devotional service to the Lord, then worship your Maha Mantra, and now hear a great secret that will please your heart. Text 225. Outside the material universe, which is 4 billion miles in diameter, are 8 coverings, each one 10 times greater than the one before. Text 226. Crossing these coverings, one attains eternal liberation, which is called Mahakadla, Pura, because the subtle and gross material elements are not manifest there. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that the Mahakalapura here may also be interpreted to mean the place Krishna and Arjuna visited to rescue Abrahama's sons. The words Karya and Karana may also be interpreted to mean the material senses and the gross material elements. Text 227. Each according to his own idea, the wise say that indescribable place either has form or has no form. Text 228. By their own wish the Lord's servants go there and see the Lord's pleasing, intensely spiritual form. Text 229. By the power of your Maha Mantra you will attain the result you so long desired. Text 230. If you are waiting here for a long time to pass, don't continue to wait. Go to Sri Mathura's Vrajabhumi at once. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that Gopakumara was waiting for his lifetime as Brahma to end. Text 231. Sri Gopakumara said, O Brahmana of Mathura, in my heart their words increased my devotion for the Lord. Text 232. The Supreme Person to whom I should be devoted is present here as my father. Why should I leave and go to some other place? Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that Lord Vishnu acted as Brahma's affectionate father. Text 233. Then, to me, who was very anxious at heart, the merciful Lord, knowing my thoughts, personally spoke the following words of instruction. Text 234. The Supreme Lord said, Go to Mathura's Vrajabhumi, which is most dear to me, and which is decorated with the places of my transcendental pastimes. Text 235. There Lord Brahma prayed to become a blade of grass. Unchanged after all this time, it is splendidly manifest as it was before. Text 236. Again you will find your Guru, who is very dear to me. By his mercy you will understand everything. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that the word Nitaram here means everything. Text 237. In the spiritual world of Mahakalapura you will see me at once. There you will attain transcendental bliss that will please your heart. Text 238. By the power of my mercy wandering as you wish, you will see hundreds of great wonders. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that Gopakumara will wander in the spiritual realms of Vaikuntha. Text 239. After some time all your desires will be fulfilled and you will enjoy pastimes with me in Vrindavana as you wish. Text 240. Sri Gopakumara said, filled with both joy and grief, by his order I at once came, traveling by the mind's power, to beautiful Vrindavana. Chapter 3. Bhajana, Worship. Text 1. Sri Gopakumara said, coming from Brahmaloka to earth, I saw that not even the slightest fragrance of what had been before still remained. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains the demigods, humans, and their abodes had all been destroyed by the influence of the time of cosmic annihilation. Text 2. Sri Mathura, however, with its forests, hills, streams, and moving creatures, was splendidly manifest as before. Text 3. Remembering the Lord's instruction, I wandered in Vrindavana. Entering a forest grove, I saw my Guru, who had fainted in the ecstasy of love. Text 4. Revived after many efforts, and seeing me as I bowed before him, he embraced me. Omniscient, he understood my desire. Text 5 After bathing, he taught me the rules of meditation and other rules of the mantra he had given me. Some things he directly said, and others he hinted. Text 6 He said, "To you, who are very dear to me, I gave everything. By the power of what I gave, you will know everything and attain everything." Text 7 As with great happiness I fell at his feet, he suddenly left. I could not see where he had gone. Text 8 With a great effort calming my mind now tortured by separation from him, I began to chant my mantra in the way he had taught. Text 9 I saw that my body was no longer made of the 5 gross material elements. Going through the circle of the sun, and then going higher, I saw that the different planets were filled with defect, decorated with false shadows of happiness, and filled with illusions, as desire seen in a dream. Text 11 Planets that before would take a long time to attain, one by one, now were all passed in a single moment, as if I were traveling at the speed of mind. Text 12 Then I reached the universe's coverings, which had happinesses and opulences millions of times greater than Brahmaloka. Texts 13 and 14 I came to the coverings of gross material elements and the subtle material elements, which are named linga, and which contain many great pleasures enjoyed by living entities free from the gross elements. Texts 15 and 16 First I entered the covering of earth, where I saw the supremely opulent earth goddess who, with offerings of things difficult to get the material universes, was worshipping the Lord, who had the form of a great pore, the pores of his body the place from which the universes come. Text 17 I saw that the entire material universe, including its ingredients, were present in her, its subtle cause. Text 18 Putting aside the worship of the Lord, the earth goddess welcomed me as a guest and asked me to stay for some days and enjoy the happinesses there. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that this place is described in Srimad Bhagavatam 10.89. 47. Text 19 Taking her permission, I quickly went through that covering, as if being somehow dragged through it, and I came to the other coverings. Texts 20 and 21 Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that the deity of water worshipped Lord Matsya, and the deity of fire worshipped Lord Strya. In this way each element deity worshipped a specific form of the Lord. Text 22 Each gross material element, and then each subtle material element manifested greater and greater objects of worship, worshippers, enjoyment, beauty, and glory. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that in each element covering these things were greater than in the previous covering. The objects of worship were the deities beginning with Lord Matsya, and the worshippers were the element deities beginning with the element fire. Text 23 Passing through these coverings as before, I came to the very dark covering of material energy, its dark color very pleasing to the eyes. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that this covering is described in Srimad Bhagavatam 10.89. 47. Text 24 Seeing this dark color, so like the color of my worshipable Lord, I became very pleased, and did not wish to go any further. Text 25 The very beautiful material nature, concluding the worship of her deity, the splendid form of Mohini Devi, at once approached me. Text 26 Placing Anima and the other mystic powers as an offering before me, she begged me to stay, as had the earth goddess and the other deities. Text 27 She affectionately said, "If you wish impersonal liberation, then you must please me, for I guard the door to it." Text 28 If you wish devotional service to Lord Vishnu, then you should worship me, for by his mercy I am his maidservant, sister, and potency. Text 29 Sri Gopakumara said, thinking of her as Lord Vishnu's potency, I bowed before her and, ignoring everything, wandered about to gaze at the covering, which had a very beautiful color. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that Gopakumara ignored everything she said and all the offerings she presented before him. Text 30 Which was supremely glorious, which was enjoyed by many individual spirit souls manifesting forms of subtle material elements. Text 31 Which had many forms, which was difficult to understand, which had opulences that charmed the heart, which was worshipped by the gross and subtle material elements, and which consisted of the material universes. Text 32 Then, by the Lord's wish, I traveled a great distance through that great darkness and finally I saw a light so splendid it made me close my eyes. Text 33 With great devotion and care I looked ahead and saw, splendid as millions of suns, the Supreme Lord. Text 34 Who delighted my eyes and heart, who was all-powerful, who was decorated with wonderful sweetnesses, who had all the characteristics of the Supreme Person, who was perfectly spiritual, who was very wonderful. Text 35 Who was eternally beyond the modes of material nature, who had all spiritual qualities, who had no form, whose form charmed the hearts of the world, who was splendidly manifest as the creator of the material energy, who had no relationship with the material energy, and who was infallible. Srila Sanatana Goswami says the statement that the Lord had no form means he had no material form. Text 36 What should I do? Overcome with great fear, reverence, bliss, and love, I had no power to understand at all. Text 37 Although he is manifest only by his own wish, and although he is beyond the material senses, by the power of his mercy he is seen directly. Text 38 Was I seeing him with my eyes, or my heart, or something beyond them both? I could not decide. Text 39 One moment seeing him formless, I remembered the mercy of Lord Jagannatha. In the next moment seeing, as before, that the great splendor had form, I became happy. Text 41 Moment I began to merge into that light, but by the Lord's mercy I was saved by the touch of the splendor of his lotus toe and nail. Text 41 My heart became pleased when at one moment I saw the Lord, as the sun is surrounded by rays of light, surrounded by perfect devotees at once different and not different from him. Text 42 My heart plunged in an ocean of bliss. I became like a self-satisfied sage, or like a person whose desires are all fulfilled. Text 43 Thinking a flood of thoughts worshipped by logic, I concluded that this was the best place, the ultimate, the final fruit of all endeavors. Text 44 In my heart tossed by waves of bliss, awareness of everything else disappeared. Text 45 Because of the instruction of the great devotee, because of the power of my service to my mantra, and because of my yearning to see directly the lotus feet of my worshipable Lord, I never merged in impersonal liberation. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that the great devotee here is Gopakumara's guru, and the Lord here is Lord Maidana Gopala. Text 46 The sight of that supreme person increased my long-nourished yearning to see my worshipable Lord and carried it on the path of my memory. Text 47 Gazing at him as he was manifest before me, I was not as pleased as before. I feared merging into him. Text 48 I thought, when I come to Vrajabhumi, I will attain my desire. Then I heard wonderful sounds of singing and instrumental music. Text 49 Happy, I looked in that direction and saw, coming from above, a person different from all the others, riding an bull. Text 50. His body fair with camphor, having 3 eyes, his only clothing the 4 directions, crowned with a half-moon, graceful, holding a trident, his matted locks holding the Ganges water, anointed with ashes, wearing a necklace of glorious bones. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that the bones were glorious because they were the bones of great Vaisnavas. Text 51 Pleased by Goddess Gauri sitting on his lap, and served with very splendid paraphernalia by associates whose handsome forms and graceful actions were like his. Text 52 I became filled with joy and wonder. I thought, who is this that, surrounded by his associates, stands above impersonal liberation? Text 53 His opulences seem unworldly and he seems better than all the liberated souls, but yet he looks like a great hedonist who does not care to act rightly. Text 54 When my heart overcome with bliss by seeing him, I bowed before him and his associates. He mercifully glanced at me. Text 55 Joyfully approaching the leader of the associates, who was named Sriman Nandisvara, I asked about him. Text 56 He laughed and said, O cowherd boy, O devoted worshipper of Lord Gopala, you don't know Lord Siva, who is the Lord of the universes. Text 57 Who gives both material pleasures and liberation, who increases devotion to the Supreme Personality of Godhead, who is worshipped by the liberated souls, and who is dear to the Vaisnavas. Texts 58 and 59 Conquered by the devotion of his friend Kubera, from his own abode, which is like himself, and which is attained by the devotion of they who see that Lord Siva and Lord Krishna are not different, he is now going, along with his beloved Parvati and his many associates, to decorate Mount Kailasa. Text 60 Sri Gopakumara said, Hearing this, I became happy, and I desired to get the blissful mercy of Lord Siva. Text 61 Understanding my heart, Lord Siva gave a meaningful glance to Nandi. Nandi then explained to me the pure truth, which was at once manifested before me. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that the fact the Lord Krishna and Lord Siva are not different was the truth manifested to Gopakumara. Text 62 The truth was that Lord Siva, who increases one's love for Lord Krishna, is not different from Lord Maidana Gopala, my Lord, who is more dear to me than life. Text 63 I happily joined their company and all of Lord Siva's associates treated me well. From Sri Nandi heard of Lord Siva's extraordinary glories. Text 64 always in the same form. Lord Siva stays in his own abode eternally. There he is always seen by his devotees, who have faith in him alone, and who are pleased to stay in his abode. Text 65 he is always filled with devotion for Lord Krishna, who is not different from him. With singing, dancing, and other pastimes he delights his associates. Text 66 although he is the Lord of the universes, Lord Siva always worships thousand-headed Lord Sisa with great love, as if he were his servant. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that this is described in Srimad Bhagavatam 5.17, 16. Text 67 even though I became very happy to hear of the supreme glories of Sivaloka, still I noticed that my heart felt empty. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that Gopakumara still yearned to see the lotus feet of Lord Maidana Gopala. Text 68 thinking about the reason for this, by the power of my service to the mantra my guru gave, I suddenly understood. Text 69 the absence of the pastimes and glories of Lord Madna Gopala's lotus feet gave me pain. Text 70 then I told my mind that because he is the same as Lord Maidana Gopala, Lord Siva himself has performed these wonderful pastimes, although in a different form. Text 71 and 72 seeing it was still unhappy, I said to my mind, although you have not yet seen in Lord Siva the sweetness of Lord Maidana Gopala's form and other glories, still, your long-cherished desire to see them will certainly be fulfilled by Lord Siva's mercy. Text 73 my mind somehow became satisfied. Then Lord Siva became tired and stopped, and for a moment I stayed happily by his side. Text 74 then, O Lord, from far away came the very sweet sound of some great soul singing. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that the word Lord here refers to the Mathura Brahmana, who is very fortunate because he is a devotee of Lord Maidana Gopala. Text 75 hearing this, Lord Siva became plunged in an ocean of bliss and, overcome with ecstatic love, began to dance. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that he manifested the symptoms of ecstasy, such as perspiring, speaking with a choked voice, trembling, his bodily hair standing up, and his eyes shedding tears. Text 76 the goddess, best of chaste ladies, along with Nandi and the others, encouraged the Lord by singing and playing musical instruments. Text 77 then I saw suddenly come many handsome four-armed men, who were filled with the glories of youth, handsomeness, and sweetness. Text 78 the splendor of whose limbs decorated their ornaments and put Lord Siva's followers in the shade, who were plunged in the nectar of the bliss of the great glories of their Lord. Text 79 who were beyond description, whose clothing and ornaments charmed the heart, and who were accompanied by the four sages headed by Sanaka that we had seen before. Text 80 the sight of them created a bliss that tugged at my heart. I did not know anything within or without more dear than the sight of them. Text 81 after a moment I composed myself. My heart filled with awe and shyness, I could not beg to serve them. Text 82 the desire to serve them overwhelmed me. By Lord Siva's mercy would they speak even once to me. Text 83 from whence had they come? Who were they? I prayed they would mercifully glance at me. Tightly embracing them, Lord Siva fainted in the ecstasy of love. Text 84 encouraged by Goddess Uma, who faithfully followed Lord Siva's heart and who could understand my thoughts, Ganesa softly spoke. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that Ganesa spoke softly because he was to say something very confidential, and it was not right for Lord Siva's followers hear it. Text 85 Sri Ganesa said, they are the personal associates of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Sri Krishna, the Master of Vaikuntha. They have forms like his. They have come from Vaikuntha. Texts 86 and 87 Look, some of them are going to a four-headed Brahma's small universe. Others, far away, are quickly going to an eight-headed Brahma's universe, which is twice the size. Still others are going to a 16-headed Brahma's universe, which is twice the size again. Texts 88 and 89 Ganesa then showed me these many associates, who were decorated with appropriate ornaments, who charmed the eyes and heart, and who in their pastimes were entering the millions and millions of universes of millions and millions of great lotus-faced Brahmas. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that these associates of the Lord are described in Srimad Bhagavatam 10.14.11, 10.87.41, and 6.16.37. Texts 90 and 91 Ganesa said, from all fears they protect devotees who somehow even once get the slight reflection of the Lord's holy name on their tongue or the pathway to their ear. fond only of devotional service, by their own wish they wander everywhere preaching of glorious devotional service. Srila Sanatana Goswami says these two verses explain why the liberated devotees of Vaikuntha come to the material universes. Texts 92 and 93. These four, who are incarnations of the Lord in the forms of devotees, who are the best of celibate sages, and who appear to be the Lord's associates, wander about for the welfare of the worlds. They reside in Tapaloka, bringing auspiciousness to the sages who stay there bereft of Lord Narayana's company, feeling lost and without a master. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that the four sages here are the four Kumaras, headed by Sanaka, who are devotee incarnations of the Lord of Vaikuntha. They bring auspiciousness to the residents of Tapaloka by glorifying the Supreme Lord's pastimes. Texts 94 and 95. Having recently gone to Vaikuntha and seen the Supreme Personality of Godhead, who is full of all attractive transcendental qualities, having drowned there in a flood of limitless bliss that mocks the happiness of impersonal liberation, and in the company of devotees having drunk there the sweet nectar of devotional service to Lord Hari, they, the four Kumaras, have now come here. Texts 96 and 97. How will I be able to describe Vaikuntha Loka, which is filled with the limitless ultimate of all happiness and opulence, which is decorated with the pastimes of the lotus feet of Lord Narayana, the husband of the goddess of fortune, which the devotees full of love find easy to attain, and which they whose hearts are wounded by the desire for impersonal liberation and filled with the sinful desire to become one with the Lord, find very difficult to attain. Srila Sanatana Goswami quotes the following warnings from Vedic literature. The half-awake fool that proclaims everything is Brahman takes birth again in a terrible hell. Vasistha Sastra. A person who claims I am the Supreme Brahman, who now enjoys pastimes of sense gratification, burns in hell for billions of kalpas. Brahma Vaivarta Purana. A person who claims I am the Supreme Brahman, who now enjoys pastimes of sense gratification in the worlds of repeated birth and death, loses the merit of his spiritual deeds and becomes like an outcast. The Puranas. Text 98. If my father is kind, then you may hear of the glories of that place and you may also go there and see them directly. Text 99. Sri Gopakumara said, O Brahmana, filled with a great yearning to attain that place, I danced on the waves of a shoreless ocean of anxiety. Text 100. Thinking I would not be able to go there, I cried, and by the power of my grief, I fainted from moment to moment. Text 101. Then Lord Siva, who is very merciful and very dear to the Vaisnavas, and who cannot bear to see others suffer, picked me up, comforted me, and spoke to me. Text 102. Lord Siva said, O Vaisnava, Parvati and I yearn to stay always in Vaikuntha Loka, just as you do. Text 103. That realm is very difficult to attain. The liberated souls pray for it. Lord Brahma, his sons, and I myself strive for it. Texts 104-106. A person who has great faith in the pure and desireless performance of one's own varnasrama duties attains the mercy of Lord Hari. If that mercy is multiplied 100 times, one attains the post of Brahma. If that mercy is again multiplied 100 times, one attains my post. If the mercy I receive from the Lord is multiplied 100 times, one attains Vaikuntha. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that this is described in Srimad Bhagavatam 4.24, 29. It is also described in Itihasa Sama in these words. Saintly persons free of false ego, material possessiveness, and material duality, who devotedly engage in the yoga of meditation, and who know that the pure, eternal, splendid Supreme Brahman effulgence is beyond the realm of the demigod Brahma, go to that effulgence. They who worship Lord Hari, who is known as Vishnu, Krishna, Jisnu, Sanatana, Narayana, Aya, Visvaksana, and Katarbhuja, and who meditate on him, the transcendental divine person, and who remember him, the infallible Lord, attain his eternal abode. That is the conclusion of the eternal Shruti Sastra. Text 107. You are a Govardhana Gopa's son, a devotee of Lord Mathresa, and a disciple of a Brahmana attached to the Lord's service. You devotedly chant a mantra glorifying the Lord and you love the Lord. You should go to Vaikuntha. Texts 108-111. Know that impersonal liberation, Sayo Mukti, which is one of the four kinds of liberation, and which is attained by sannyasi who imagine that they are not different from the Supreme, whose hearts are withered by the great flames of sufferings in the world of repeated birth and death, who cherish what is worthless and cannot distinguish the worthless and the valuable, and whom I, by the order of Lord Krishna, who wished to conceal the path of loving devotion to his lotus feet, cast into an ocean of illusions, is rejected by they who taste the bliss of devotional service to the Lord. You should also reject that liberation, which is a great obstacle. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that the impersonal Brahman effulgence is described in the Harivamsa, where Lord Krishna says to Arjuna, O best of the Bharatas, I am the divine Brahman effulgence that you see. It is my eternal splendor. It is my superior potency. Although it is sometimes manifest and sometimes not manifest, it is eternal. The greatest of the knowers of yoga enter it and become liberated. O son of Partha, it is the goal of the Sankhya philosophers, the yogis, and the ascetics. It is my supreme Brahman effulgence, which pervades the entire world. O scion of Bharata, you should know that this great effulgence is mine. That impersonal liberation is worthless is explained in the prayers of Lord Brahma, Srimad Bhagavatam 10.144, where it is compared to the empty husks left remaining after rice is threshed. That Lord Krishna ordered Lord Shiva to preach the theory of Mayavada impersonalism is described in Padma Purana, Uttarakhand. The Mayavada philosophy Lord Shiva informed his wife Parvati is impious, a Sakshastra. It is covered Buddhism. My dear Parvati, in the form of a Brahmana in Kali Yuga I teach this imagined Mayavada philosophy. In order to cheat the atheists, I describe the Supreme Personality of Godhead to be without form and without qualities. Similarly, in explaining Vedanta I describe the same Mayavada philosophy in order to mislead the entire population toward atheism by denying the personal form of the Lord. This is also described in the Brhad Sahasranama, where Lord Krishna orders Lord Shiva, in Kali Yuga, mislead the people in general by propounding imaginary meanings of the Vedas to bewilder them. Text 112 A Brahmana who lived in Dvaraka and prayed only for the nectar of devotional service, by his own mystic powers brought his sons from impersonal liberation to Dvaraka. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that the wonderful loving devotion the residents of Dvaraka, who had forms of eternity, knowledge and bliss, felt for Lord Krishna's lotus feet completely eclipsed the happiness of impersonal liberation. The glories of devotional service are described in Srimad Bhagavatam 10.47. 37, 7.1, 46, and 4.29, 47. Text 113 By the mercy of your spiritual guru, even here you see the Supreme Lord. That sight makes you yearn to see Lord Krishna. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that the words even here mean even in this realm, where impersonal liberation is manifest. Text 114 Sri Gopakumara said, O Brahmana, by Lord Shiva's mercy I was filled with bliss. Although wishing to say something, because of shyness I could not speak. Text 115 Hearing Lord Shiva's words, the Lord's humble associates respectfully bowed before him and with love said to him. Text 116 The Lord's associates said, O Lord, you are not different from the Lord of Vaikuntha, and Gauri is not different from Goddess Lakshmi. Text 117 It is right that you and your goddess stay in his realm, Vaikuntha. You are famous for being very dear to him and for being his great incarnation. Text 118 What you have just said about yourself is proper for one very dear to the Lord. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that the reference here is to text 103, where Lord Shiva says about Vaikuntha, that realm is very difficult to attain. The liberate souls pray for it. Lord Brahma, his sons, and I myself strive for it. Such a humble statement that he prays to attain Vaikuntha is proper for a person who is very dear to the Lord. Text 119 You enjoy pastimes in the nectar waves of devotional service. The Vaisnavas glorify you. You are the most glorious of all incarnations. Text 120 Sri Gopakumara said, ashamed to hear himself praised, Lord Shiva remained silent. The very friendly associates of the Lord then embraced me and said, Text 121 The Lord's associates said, O you who worship our Lord's transcendental mantra, O you who are dear to Lord Shiva, O cowherd boy, we count you among the devotees. Text 122 An exalted Mathura Brahmana named Jayanta was born on the Ganges shore. He is an incarnation of Lord Krishna. He is your great guru. Text 123 Know the truth. We have come here for your sake. Hear what you should do for your own welfare. If you desire Vaikuntha, then renounce everything and perform the 9 kinds of loving devotional service. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that the word here means in this realm of impersonal liberation. Renouncing everything here means renouncing even his mantra chanting. The 9 kinds of devotional service begin with chanting and hearing the Lord's glories. Text 124 Worship Srimad Bhagavatam and the other scriptures that teach devotional service. Regularly hear of the Lord's pastimes. When they lovingly enter the ear, the narrations of his pastimes have the power to give the Lord's feet at once. Text 125 Any one of these 9 kinds of devotional service is the best of all ways to attain Vaikuntha, the highest goal. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that any one of the 9 kinds of devotional service is better than pious work, karma, philosophical speculation, jnana, and other spiritual methods. Vaikuntha is better than sense gratification, impersonal liberation, or any other goal. This is explained in the following verses of the Brahma Purana. Simply by being initiated, the devotees of Krishna attain liberation. What to speak of they who always worship Lord Achyuta with devotion? They who with a vow always remember Lord Janardana attain the blissful realm of Vaikuntha when they leave this body. Text 126 The glories of Vaikuntha make the great souls reject all material results as insignificant. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that the great souls here are the devotees who relish devotional service and have the power to distinguish what is valuable and what is worthless. Text 127 To taste its sweetness, the devotees who know how to taste nectar engage in devotional service, which has 9 ways. Text 128 When these kinds of devotional service are performed with faith, at a certain time pure love for Lord Krishna's lotus feet appears of its own accord. Text 129 Devotional service performed with love cures the heart disease, that is the desire for other attainments, a disease that prevents the attainment of Vaikuntha. Text 130 Wherever devotional service is performed, that place becomes Vaikuntha. There the Lord stays. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that this is confirmed by the Lord himself in these words. I live neither in Vaikuntha nor in the yogis' hearts. O Narada, I stay where my devotees chant my glories. Text 131 Although the Lord is always present in other places, he is not always seen there. The devotees yearn for Vaikuntha because he is always seen there. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that the Lord's wonderful handsomeness, virtues, pastimes, sweetness, and other features are not eternally visible in places other than Vaikuntha. Text 132 The faithful devotees cannot attain this kind of pure devotional service, eternal and without any obstacles, in any other place. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that the words like this mean performed with pure love. Because in Vaikuntha there are no obstacles presented by material time or other material limitations, the pure devotees there, filled with pure love and manifesting forms of eternity, knowledge, and bliss, engage in pure devotional service eternally. For this reason the devotees aspire to attain Vaikuntha. Text 133 Do not think devotional service is an activity of the material senses, mind, or body. It is beyond the modes of material nature. It is eternal, spiritual, and full of bliss. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that in the activities of devotional service it is not the material cars and voice that hear and chant the Lord's glories, not the material mind that remembers the Lord, and not the material body that bows down before the Lord or serves him in other ways. Text 134 To bring happiness to the devotees, devotional service is splendidly manifest by Lord Krishna's mercy in many ways to the souls beyond the modes of material nature, who have forms of eternity, knowledge, and bliss. Text 135 When, by using proper discrimination, a pure soul goes to Lord Hari's spiritual abode, the many kinds of pure devotional service are splendidly manifest in him. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that proper discrimination is described in Bhagavad Gita 5.9. Text 136 In a soul by knowledge purified of material actions performed by body or senses, there is no contact with any actions other than devotional service. Text 137 How can a person who remains aloof from the activities of devotional service to the Lord, as if they were like other activities, go to Vaikuntha? He attains impersonal liberation. Text 138 It should not be thought that the activities of devotional service are like other activities. It should not be said, with external vision, that a devotee's body or possessions are like anything else. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that this is described in Srimad Bhagavatam 10.2. 35. Text 139 Whether in Vaikuntha or in another place, the devotees have forms, limbs, and senses that are eternal and full of knowledge and bliss. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that by the potency of the Lord's mercy a devotee's material body becomes spiritualized. Text 140 We ourselves, the Lord's associates in Vaikuntha, who day and night serve him in many ways and remain untouched by the modes of material natures, are the proof of this. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that this is described in Srimad Bhagavatam 7.1. 34 Text 141 Devotional service lovingly appears before the new devotees because of the actions they perform with their senses. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that these are the actions of devotional service, which begin with glorifying the Lord. Devotional service appears before the new devotees to increase their faith. Text 142 The great souls do not think devotional service is independent of the Lord. They see devotional service as the Lord's great mercy. Text 143 If you wish to see beautiful Vaikuntha at once, then go to beautiful Vrajabhumi, the best of holy places that fulfill all desires. Text 144 To the Lord's beautiful lotus feet always render pure devotional service, which consists mainly of glorifying the holy name. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that glorifying the Lord's holy name quickly brings one to Vaikuntha. Pure devotional service is not mixed with fruitive work, karma, philosophical speculation, jnana, or anything else. Text 145 By this you will attain a great wealth of spiritual love and you will easily see Lord Krishna in Vaikuntha. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that this is described in Srimad Bhagavatam 3.15. 25 Text 146 Some think that remembering the Lord, not glorifying Him, is the best, most confidential way to attain spiritual love because the devotional service of glorifying the Lord is easily manifested, is done without knowledge, and only appears on one sense, the voice. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that this is the opinion of Pipalyana Muni and the other sages in Tapaloka. According to them, because glorifying the Lord is done with one of the working senses, the voice, and not one of the knowledge-acquiring senses, it is done without knowledge. They also say that because glorifying the Lord quickly brings a result, that result, because it is quickly attained, must be inferior. Text 147 The devotional service of remembering the Lord, which appears when the fickle, horrible, childish mind, which is the king of all the senses, is brought under control and purified, is the best. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that this is described in Srimad Bhagavatam 11.23, 45 and 11.23, 47. Text 148 We think that because it engages the voice, ears, and mind, and because it attracts others as it does oneself, glorifying the Lord is better than remembering the Lord with the fickle mind. Texts 149 and 150 When the voice and the other restless internal and external senses are controlled, then the mind becomes steady in remembrance of the Lord. Remembrance of the Lord is the result of this endeavor. This is the opinion of they who are attached to meditating on the Lord. They who have faith in meditation employ only the mind in remembering the Lord. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that these and the following verses present the opinion of they who are attached to meditation. They think that remembering the Lord is the result obtained by glorifying the Lord. The external senses begin with the ears and the internal senses begin with the mind. The mind may be controlled either by observing a vow of silence or by actively glorifying the Lord. Text 151 By the power of meditation the activities of the senses, beginning with glorifying, touching, and seeing, rest within the mind. For this reason meditation is better than glorifying the Lord. Text 152 The kind of devotional service one loves and enjoys and finds sweet as nectar is the best kind for him. The saintly devotees say it is not the same for the result one obtains. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that the result has not the same nature as the means, for it is not many, but is only one. Spiritual love for the Lord. Text 153 With glorification of the Lord the happiness of meditating on the Lord increases. By meditating on the Lord the happiness of the sweetness of glorifying Him increases. We see that they increase each other. They are one. Text 154 As glorifying the Lord gives happiness, so does meditating on Him. They whose hearts are attached to one thing become peaceful when in their hearts they see the object of their desire. Text 155 As men stricken by fever break their thirst and becomes happy by drinking water cool as nectar, so by glorifying or meditating on the Lord one becomes happy. Text 156 If they have the power to glorify the Lord, the devotees are ashamed to remain silent in a secluded place. Text 157. In solitude meditating on the Lord becomes perfected. Glorifying the Lord may be done either in solitude or surrounded by many people. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that if obstacles prevent one from glorifying the Lord in the presence of others, one may glorify him in a secluded place. Text 158. Of the many ways to glorify Lord Krishna, chanting his holy name is the first. Because it has the power to give the great wealth of pure love for him, it is considered the best. Text 159. Who can describe the peerless glory of Lord Krishna's holy name, which delights the heart and is waves of nectar always lovingly tasted by the tongue? Text 160. Although all the Lord's names are equally glorious, by chanting the names that are dear to the devotees one quickly and easily attains his desire. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that there are no gradations of higher and lower in the Lord's names. All are unlimitedly glorious. Some names, however, are especially dear to the devotees. This is described in these words. O beautiful-faced Parvati, the holy name of Lord Rama is equal to 1,000 other names of the Lord. Text 161. The devotees attracted to various names of the Lord gradually become attracted to all his names. They all become dear to him. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that first one, then two, then three, and gradually all the Lord's names become dear to the devotee. Text 162. Appearing in one sense, the nectar of the holy name floods all the senses with sweetness. Text 163. The holy name's appearance on the voice sense delights both oneself and others. For this reason glorifying the Lord's holy name is better than meditation on him. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains the holy name delights both the chanter and they who hear him. Text 164. It is said that chanting the holy name is a great treasure of love for Lord Krishna. It is the best and most powerful spiritual practice. It is like the best mantra. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that the glories of chanting the holy name are described in Srimad Bhagavatam 11.2, 39-40. Text 165. They who know how to taste spiritual nectar know that spiritual love is the fruit of devotional service. In spiritual love one chants the holy name without stop. Text 166. They who know how to taste nectar describe the spiritual qualities of intense love for Lord Krishna. When the chanter is in distress, the Lord's holy name is chanted with great love. Text 167. Know that, as the Kataka birds lament when there is no rain cloud, and as the Kakravaki birds lament when separated at night from their husbands, so the devotees, distressed by separation from the Lord, make a lament of chanting the holy names. Text 168. Only by the wonderful mercy of the Lord, who is a nectar ocean of wonderful pastimes, is the wonderful sweetness of chanting the holy name manifest. It is not manifest by one's own efforts. Text 169. The karmic reactions of they who worship the holy name are destroyed as much as they could wish. Others, however, must still experience their karma. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that this is described in the Hari Bhakti Sudhota, where the Lord says, "Know that my devotees transcend the wheel of karma, which the demigods and demons cannot escape." Text 170. Afraid to reveal the secret treasure of devotional service, the holy name's exalted servants pretend that they themselves are also suffering because of their own fault. Text 171. Simply by chanting the holy name, all Lord Hari's devotees are free of sins and sufferings. However, some devotees who are merciful as the Lord is, teach the people of the world to act rightly. Text 172. As King Brhad and others showed the fault of bad association, as King Yudhishthira and others showed it is a mistake to gamble, and as King Mrga and others showed the fearful danger of stealing from a brahmana, by their own actions, these pure souls teach the people. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that King Brhad became degraded by becoming attached to a fawn. Text 173. By the power of devotional service and by thoughtful understanding, you will surmount the greatest obstacles in this world. We will also help you in all circumstances. Text 174. Lord Krishnachandra has placed his great and unwavering mercy on you. We know this because even the words of the sage Intapaloka could not make you abandon your wish to see the Lord directly. Text 175. The Lord's form is real. It is eternal and full of knowledge and bliss. This form of eternity, knowledge, and bliss can be seen only with proper senses. Still, by the power of the Lord's mercy he can be seen even by eyes of matter. Thus, either by one's own power or his mercy, the Lord may be seen. Text 176. The mind thinks, Although he is seen only with eyes of knowledge, I am seeing him with these material eyes. In this way the teacher, that is the power of Lord Krishna's mercy, acts to increase the devotee's happiness. Text 177. By the power of a flood of his mercy, or by the power of devotional service, the Lord may be seen. Even with limited material eyes he may be seen perfectly and always, as he is seen by the mind. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that these words refute Pipalyana Muni, who said that with the naturally limited material eyes one may sometimes see the Lord, and sometimes not see him, and only with the subtle mind is one able to see the Lord always and without impediment. The conclusion is that by the Lord's mercy, or by devotional service, one is able to see the Lord always and without impediment. Text 178. If the power of the Lord's mercy or the power of devotional service is not present, then it is not possible to see the self-manifest Lord in one's heart. Only when he is worshipped does the intensely blissful Lord give bliss. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that the Lord is supremely independent. He appears only by his own wish. Therefore he is called self-manifest. Text 179. By seeing the Lord with one's eyes, one obtains the Lord's great mercy. This is seen everywhere. By hearing about the Lord and serving him in outward ways one can attain the supremely blissful goal of seeing him. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that this and the following two verses declare that seeing the Lord directly is better than seeing him in meditation. Kardama Muni and Dhruva Maharaja are examples of devotees who by seeing the Lord obtained his mercy. Pipalyana Muni may say that Lord Brahma saw the Lord in a trance of meditation and obtained his mercy in that way. To this it is replied that Lord Brahma is an exception here. The other ways of serving the Lord mentioned here include glorifying the Lord and remembering him. As one of the activities of devotional service, remembering the Lord in meditation also leads to the result of directly seeing him. Text 180. Directly seeing the Lord is the best result of all kinds of spiritual practices. By seeing him, illusion perishes at its root and spiritual love for him grows. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that this is described in Srimad Bhagavatam 1.2. 21. Text 181. Although Prahlada and other devotees always saw the Lord in their hearts, they still yearned to see him directly. The proof of this is that after directly seeing the Lord, their love for him increased. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that this is proven by the Hari Bhakti Sudhoda's description of Prahlada's attaining great love for the Lord by seeing him on the ocean's shore. Text 182. Someone may say that sometimes the devotees close their eyes in meditation when they directly see the Lord. To this it is answered that this is not meditation, but it is like trembling or other symptoms of ecstatic love. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that someone may quote the description of the four Kumaras closing their eyes when they saw Lord Narayana in Vaikuntha, Srimad Bhagavatam 3.15. 44. However, they did not close their eyes in order to meditate on the Lord, but rather because they were overcome with ecstatic love. Text 183. Meditation is proper when the Lord cannot be seen, but not when he can be seen. Whether the Lord is seen or not, glorifying him is always proper. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that glorifying the Lord when he is not present is described in the account of the Rasa dance in Srimad Bhagavatam 10.33. 7. It is also described in Vishnu Purana in these words. Bereft of his company, the gopis sang Lord Krishna's name again and again. Bereft of his company, the gopis called out, O Krishna, O Krishna. Text 184. The Lord's beautiful name, which is more dear even than his beautiful deity form, is auspicious for the world, is easily worshipped, and is full of nectar. Nothing is equal to it. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that this is described in Srimad Bhagavatam 11.14. 15. Text 185. Therefore, obey Lord Shiva's order and quickly go to beautiful Mathura, to which we bow down to offer our respects, and which is most dear to Lord Krishna. Text 186. Sri Gopakumara said, drinking this nectar for my ears, I became filled with bliss. I bowed down to them and to Lord Shiva and Goddess Parvati, and then I was suddenly in the land of Brhad. At this my intelligence was bewildered. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that the statement that Gopakumara was bewildered means that he was either surprised or full of joy. Chapter 4. Vaikuntha. Text 1. Sri Gopakumara said, wandering alone as I lived in the forest, when I saw the beauty of that land, a beauty never before seen, I forgot everything as if I were under a spell. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that this statement shows that the land of Brhad is more glorious than any other place in the material or spiritual worlds. Its beauty is so great it made Gopakumara completely forget the realm of Vaikuntha. Text 2 Playfully wondering, I came to the beautiful city of Mathura. From the Brahmanas there I heard Srimad Bhagavatam and other scriptures. Text 3 After learning from them the ninefold devotional service, I came to this forest and suddenly saw my exalted Guru. Text 4 He was glorious as before. Seeing me bowing before him, he, who knew everything, happily blessed me, embraced me, and gave me his mercy. Text 5 I attained his mercy. He revealed great secrets. As he taught me, I practiced the yoga of devotional service. Text 6 Soon I was overcome with a flood of love. I could not do anything. I could only chant the holy names. Text 7 O Shri Krishna, Gopala, Hari, Mukunda, Govinda, O son of Nanda, Krishna, O son of Yasoda, life of the Gopis, Lord of Radhika, please be kind. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that these 10 names of the Lord are especially dear. Text singing these words again and again I called out to the Lord, sometimes dancing and sometimes crying out as a madman. I wandered here and there, forgetting my own body and everything else. Text 9 Once I saw the Lord of my life before me. Running to grasp him, I fainted and fell, overcome with love. Text 10 At that moment the Lord's associates came to bring me to Vaikuntha. I entered their airplane. Regaining consciousness, I restlessly moved my eyes to and fro. Texts 11 and 12 Seeing everything was changed, I was filled with wonder. I was comforted when I saw at my side the dear friends I had seen before. Eclipsing the splendor of the most splendid things, they were now riding on an incomparable, supremely splendid, indescribable, beautiful airplane. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that the dear friends here are the Lord's Vaikuntha associates he had met before. Text 13 I respectfully bowed before them. They embraced me and again reassured me. With 100 reasons they wished to give me a form like theirs. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that they wished to give him a four-armed form. A human form is not appropriate in Vaikuntha. In such a form you will not be happy. There is an example of one of the reasons they gave. Text 14 I did not accept. Instead, my own form, which had been born on Govardhana hill, attained spiritual qualities like theirs. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that Gopakumara did not accept the Sripyamukti they offered. Instead, his own form became eternal, splendid, and filled with the same spiritual attributes as theirs. Texts 15-18 Traveling with them to Vaikuntha on a blissful, inconceivable, supernatural path, I became embarrassed when I glanced at the different planets and the coverings of the universe. With folded hands and bent heads, the rulers of the planets eagerly worshipped me with showers of flowers, as they praised me with words of glory. And as they bowed before me at every step, I saw insignificant impersonal liberation before me, and then, going above it, went to Sivaloka. Text 19 I happily bowed down before Lord Siva and Goddess Parvati. With a network of affectionate, respectful, and kind words, he delighted me. Then I went to Vaikuntha, which is garlanded with glories beyond the reach of the mind and words. Text 20 Then the Lord's associates said to me, wait outside for a moment. We will inform the Lord, and then you may enter. Text 21 Stay here and, with eyes alight with devotion for the Lord, see the waves in this ocean of wonders never seen or heard of before. Text 22 Sri Gopakumara said, as they went inside and I stayed outside the gate, I saw someone come and begin to enter that city. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that the city here is Vaikuntha and the person entering is a resident of Vaikuntha. Text 23 He was on a transcendental airplane that was rich with the opulences of hundreds of universes, singing wonderful songs and glorifying the Lord in many other ways. He was filled with happiness. His splendid handsomeness and other features were like the Lord's. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that the word adibha here means chanting, acting in dramatic performances, and glorifying the Lord in other ways. The word kanti here means that his bodily complexion was dark and his features were like the Lord's. The word adaya here means that his youthfulness, ornaments, bracelets, handsomeness, and other features were like the Lord's. Text 24 Thinking he was Lord Hari, again and again I said to him, O Lord, please save me. He at once covered his ears, bowed down before me, and stopped me with these words. Text 25 He said, I am a servant. I am a servant of the servants, and went inside. Then another person, who was even more opulent and glorious, came. Text 26 Seeing him, I thought he must be the Lord of the universes, who in his pastimes had gone somewhere and was now entering his own city. Text 27 Seeing me respectfully bowing down and speaking prayers as I had before, he affectionately spoke to me as the other person had, and then he entered the city. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that Gopakumara again said, "O Lord, please save me." And the person addressed covered his ears and said, "I am a servant of the servants." Texts 28 and 29 More persons, some alone, some in groups of 2, and some in very large groups, came, each more glorious than those before, and entered the Lord's city. Seeing them, as before, I dived into the ocean of awe and reverence, bowed down before them, and offered prayers to them, but they stopped me and spoke to me with the nectar of affectionate words, as the others had before them. Text 30 Some were carrying things to offer the Lord, and some, intoxicated by the nectar of loving devotion, ran ahead. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that they were carrying parasols, kamara whisks, and other paraphernalia for worshipping the Lord. Text 31 Their minds and senses were intent on their own specific services. They were decorated with pastimes of the bliss of wonderful services. Texts 32 and 33 All their limbs decorated the decorations they wore. They were glorious as the Lord himself. Bowing down and reciting prayers, they acted wonderfully. They enjoyed a wonder of great pastimes, as emperors do. They yearned to see the lotus feet of the Lord, the goddess of fortune's husband. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that their handsomeness and other virtues were like those of the Lord of Vaikuntha himself. Their wonderful activities included chanting and dancing. As an emperor's doorkeepers and other servants eat, drink, and enjoy in royal style, so did they. Text 34 Some came with associates, some with paraphernalia, and some with both associates and paraphernalia. Text 35 Some merged their associates and paraphernalia in their own selves and became like penniless solitary sages plunged in the nectar of meditation. Text 36 Some moment by moment manifested different wonderful and charming forms, each opulent with different and wonderful ornaments, features, and pastimes. Text 37 Some were humans, some monkeys, some demigods, some demons, and some sages. Other carried the marks of being initiated in the orders of Varna and Ashrama. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that the forms of the Vaikuntha residents are all eternal and full of knowledge and bliss. They were not actually humans, or any of these other forms. Text 38 Some were like Indra, Kandra, or the other demigods. Some had 3 eyes, some 4 heads, some 4 arms, some 8 arms, and some 1,000 faces. Text 39 I will tell you the reason for this great wonder. How can they who taste the nectar of devotion to Lord Krishna not be handsome? Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that Hanuman, Jambavan, and others were handsome because of their devotion to the Lord. Texts 40 and 41 The glories of Vaikuntha's residents, who are all beyond the material world of 5 elements, of Vaikuntha Loka, and of Vaikuntha's hero, cannot be described with examples drawn from the world of 5 elements. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that Vaikuntha's residents are eternal and full of knowledge and bliss. They cannot be described with examples drawn from the world of matter. The hero of Vaikuntha here is the Lord. Texts 42 and 43 O Brahmana, because you are a resident of the material world, and because your thoughts and vision are placed within the material world, I have used material examples so certain things may be easily understood. I pray that Lord Hari will forgive any offenses I have committed because of this. Text 44 The residents of Vaikuntha are all equal. Then again, among them there are gradations of higher and lower. There is not contradiction in this. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that although the residents of Vaikuntha have different powers and opulences, each, according to his own desire, employs all his powers and opulences in serving the Lord. Text 45 For them there is no envy nor any other fault. They have thousands of natural, eternal, transcendental virtues. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that this is described by Lord Brahma in Srimad Bhagavatam 3.15, 18-19. Text 46 Although in external vision they may be seen as materialists eager for material pleasure, the liberated souls worship their feet. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that this is described in Srimad Bhagavatam 3.15, 17 and 3.15, 20. Text 47 Although they never accept material forms, they do playfully manifest many wonderful forms appropriate for the Lord's pastimes. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that they do this to please the Lord. Text 48 Although they are different, they all have the same nature. That place, its many airplanes, and everything there, are all like that. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that in Vaikuntha everything is eternal and full of knowledge and bliss. Because everything there is spiritual, it is, in one sense, all one. Still, variety is manifested as a natural feature of the Lord's pastimes. In this way everything there is simultaneously one and different. Text 49. Sometimes everything there seems made of gold and jewels, and sometimes they seem made of solidified moonlight. Text 50. With power given by the Lord, this place can be understood to a certain extent. It cannot be understood in any other way. The material mind has no power to grasp the truth of it. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that because it is spiritual, it cannot be understood by the material mind. Text 51. No one can understand it without having seen it. Only in this way can one properly describe it. Text 52. For they who see Vaikuntha, the happiness of seeing the impersonal Brahman becomes very insignificant. It stops as if it were embarrassed. Texts 53 and 54. Self-satisfied impersonalists, whose desires are all fulfilled, and who have renounced everything, when they have the association of Vaisnavas, give up everything they have learned and attained, and, understanding what is really valuable and what is worthless, enter the path of devotional service. I have personally seen this very clearly. Text 55. Seeing them coming and going, I thought, if his servants are like this, what is the Lord like? Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that Gopakumara saw that the servants of the Lord of Vaikuntha were glorious with handsomeness, opulences, powers, and many other things. He wondered, how glorious must be the person they serve. Texts 56 and 57. Dragged by joy, I stood and then I sat down as I waited by the gate. Then by the Lord's associates I was quickly brought inside. Then I saw a wonder of wonders. Even Lord Ananta with his thousands of mouths could not describe it in the time of Brahma's life. Text 58. There were gate after gate, and at each gate there were gatekeepers as before. Each time the gatekeepers informed their master and then allowed me to enter. Texts 59 and 60. As I went to each gate I saw there was one leader to whom the gatekeepers bowed down. I thought this must be the Lord of the universes, and I also bowed down to him and glorified him again and again. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that this leader was the supervisor of the gatekeepers. Text 61. Then the Lord's affectionate associates described to me the Lord's uncommon features and taught me how to glorify and worship him. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that the gatekeepers described the Lord's Srivatsa mark and other features. Texts 62 and 63. Passing through many very wonderful and colorful gates, I came to a very glorious palace, its feet served by many other palaces. This one palace was most excellent. It was flooded with glory. It was more splendid than millions of suns and moons. It charmed the eyes and the heart. Texts 64 and 65. Inside I saw, far away, on a regal golden throne glistening with many jewels, happily sitting a splendid white swan cushion, handsome as a splendid moon, and his left elbow resting on a soft cushion, the supremely opulent and eternally youthful Lord of Vaikuntha. Text 66. Who with his sweetly handsome limbs glory, which eclipsed the glory of new clouds, decorated his ornaments of jewels and gold, his garments, and his scented ointments. Text 67. Whose splendid and broad forearms were decorated with bracelets and amulets, who wore 2 yellow silk garments, the circle of whose cheeks had beautiful earrings. Text 68. Whose broad chest was decorated with the Kaustubha jewel, whose conch shell neck held a strand of pearls, the moon of whose face held the nectar of a charming smile, the lotus of whose eyes glittered with wonderful glances. Text 69. Whose eyebrows danced with great mercy, to whom the goddess of fortune, appropriately staying at his left side, respectfully offered prayers, who took and chewed sublime betel nuts. Text 70. Whose glorious laughter was illumined by a row of white jasmine flower teeth breaking through the glory of the red bimba fruits of his lips, the waves of whose joking words charmed his devotees' hearts. Text 71. Whom Goddess Dharani, holding a leaf in her hand, and splashing him with waves of sidelong glances, worshipped again and again, whom the Sudarsana Chakra and other handsome weapons, bearing auspicious markings on their heads, served. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that Goddess Dharani held a leaf to collect betel nuts after the Lord had chewed them. The Lord's club, conch, sword, and bow were among the weapons worshipping him. Text 72. Whom many servants glorious as the Lord and their hands splendid with kamara whisks, fans, slippers, and other beautiful paraphernalia, respectfully surrounded and served. Text 73 whom Sisa, Gruda, Visvaksina, and many other important associates, their folded palms placed on reverentially bowed heads, worshipped with wonderful words. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that this is described in Srimad Bhagavatam 8.21, 16-17. Text 74 whom Sri Narada worshipped with graceful artistry of wonderful singing, dancing, and Veena music, who joked and laughed with his beloved Lakshmi and Dharani. Text 75 and who, to fill with bliss the devotees whose hearts were fixed on him alone, placed on them his splendid and wonderful lotus feet. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that this is described in Srimad Bhagavatam 3.8, 26. Text 76 filled with bliss by seeing him, and forgetting the instructions of the Lord's associates, I called out, O Gopala, O my life. Shedding tears, I ran to embrace him. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that the Lord's associates had instructed him to offer prayers. Text 77 held by some wise associates standing behind the Lord, I piteously begged with many plaintive words, and then, overcome with love, I fainted unconscious in the Lord's presence. Text 78 they quickly picked me up and I regained consciousness. Tears blocked my eyes. Carefully wiping the tears with my hands, I opened my eyes. Text 79 then I heard the most merciful and affectionate Lord, in a deep, soft voice, say some words beginning with, be calm, come, child, at once. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that some of the other words the Lord spoke were, give up this awe and reverence, come and talk with me. Text 80 then I attained the ultimate in happiness. Again and again I danced as a man possessed. The Lord's associates carefully made me calm down. Text 81 then the Lord said, welcome, welcome, child. It is so fortunate that you are here with me. For so long I have longed to see you. Text 82 dear friend, somehow you passed many births without coming to see me. Text 83 hoping that in this birth you would turn to me, I danced as a fool. Text 84 brother, I could not find a pretext to bring you to my abode and still protect the ancient rules of religion. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that had Gopakumara chanted the holy name, even as a Jamila and others had done, the Lord could have brought him to his abode. Texts 85 and 86 seeing that you had not attained my mercy, I became overcome with mercy for you. Ignoring the rules of karma, I gave you a birth on Govardhana Hill, my favorite place, and then, oh dear friend, I became your guru, who was named Jayanta. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that this is described in Srimad Bhagavatam 2.7, 42 text 87 today you have suddenly fulfilled my long-cherished desire. Please stay here always and make me happy. Text 88 Sri Gopakumara said, intoxicated by drinking the sweet nectar of the Lord's words, I did not have the power to recite any prayers, to understand anything, or to do anything. Text 89 in the Lord's presence came some cowherd boys like myself, who were playing flutes. Very affectionate, they took me in their midst and encouraged me to play the flute. Text 90 in many ways playing on my favorite flute from Govardhana Hill, I pleased Lord Madhava, who is an ocean of artistic skill and a treasure house of mercy, and who was surrounded by his associates. Text 91 at a certain time they all left. By the goddess of fortune's order they took me outside, although I was not willing to go. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that this was the time for the Lord to take his meal. Text 92 great opulences surrounded me, but I shunned them. I stayed as a cowherd boy, as I had been before. Text 93 the opulences there have forms of eternity, knowledge, and bliss. They are independent and are manifest as they like. Text 94 whether opulences are manifest or not, humbleness is present as a natural feature in Vaikuntha. Text 95 by the great strength of my previous activities, I considered humble worship of the Lord eternal happiness. Text 96 then in my heart I decided that, by the Lord's mercy, I had attained the highest fruit of all I had done in all my births. Text 97 what rare happiness, what a glorious place, what a wonderful Lord, what wonderful mercy. Text 98 by the Lord's mercy I fanned him with a kamara whisk and performed other personal services. When I played the flute his glance brought me eternal bliss. Text 99 by the strength of my previous actions sometimes I would call out, O Krishna, O Gopala, again and again. Text 100 with many prayers I would always sing the great glories of the Lord's pastimes in Gokula. Text 101 smiling and laughing, the residents of Vaikuntha took me outside and, their hearts melting with love, again and again spoke to me many words of instruction. Text 102 The residents of Vaikuntha said, "Don't address the Lord of Lords in that way, don't praise him in that way. With elegant verses you should praise his real, limitless greatness." Text 103 To kill the demons and protect the others, the Lord cheated Katansa and disguised himself as a cowherd boy. Text 104 The devotees do not take these disguises of the Lord very seriously. In the beginning of devotional service it may be right, but we do not glorify the Lord in that way. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that this is described in Srimad Bhagavatam 2.7, 53. Text 105 Then some of them said, "The Lord, whose pastimes are difficult to understand, has pastimes like that. There is no fault in glorifying him in that way." Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that pastimes discussed here are pastimes like the Lord's protecting the cows. These pastimes are not like his creation of the material universes. They have no contact with the illusory potency Maya. Someone here may protest. When the Lord protects the cows sometimes he is stung by brambles as he wanders in the forest. What kind of happy pastime is that? This objection is answered here by the word Durbodha Karidasya. Because the Lord is the supreme controller, it is not possible to understand his activities perfectly. Texts 106 and 107 Then some great souls rebuked them all and said, "Ah, why do you speak as fools? Out of love for his devotees, Lord Krishna will do anything. Glorifying his deeds is a great virtue. It pleases the Lord." Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that the Lord himself says, "To enjoy pastimes with my devotees I act in many ways." Text 108 These words made me first embarrassed and then pleased. Still my heart was not perfectly satisfied. Text 109 Because I could not see my worshipable Lord Gopala's lotus feet, form, pastimes, and everything else, I became like a Purach. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that the everything else here refers to the Lord's associates, paraphernalia, mercy, and other features. Text 110 Then I saw the Lord of Vaikuntha, who is the crest jewel of the all-knowing, become Krishna, the joy of Nanda. I saw Lakshmi and Dara become Radhika and Kandravali and the Lord's associates become the boys of Brhad. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that this was not a vision in meditation. Gopakumara actually saw this. Text 111 When I could no longer see the Lord enjoying pastimes in the land of Brhad with his associates, my heart became unhappy. Text 112 Sometimes I would see him enjoying pastimes with the cows in the gardens there. But then again I would see him as before, as a master sitting on his throne. Text 113 Still, because I was aware that he is the Supreme Lord, because I could remember coming to Vaikuntha, and because of the presence of a great awe and reverence that killed spontaneous love, my heart was not satisfied. Text 114 In meditation, by Lord Gopaladeva's mercy, I would embrace him, kiss him, and enjoy pastimes with him in many ways. Now that the Lord was present before my eyes, I was unhappy, for although I desired these things, I could not attain them. Text 115 Sometimes the Lord would go to a secluded place with his intimate associates. Then everyone else would lament for not seeing the Lord. Text 116 Asked what the Lord was doing. Concealing what they knew, as if it were a great secret, no one told me clearly. Text 117 At that moment the Lord of the universes appeared and was visible again. Then that lamentation died and an ocean of joy overflowed. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that this is described in Srimad Bhagavatam 3.11. 37 Text 118 The glory of that place killed whatever suffering stayed in my heart as the sun kills the darkness. Text 119 Whenever my heart became unhappy, as it had been many times before when it could not attain its desire, I considered what was the cause of this malady, and the perfection of Vaikuntha cured it at once. Text 120 I said to my mind, nothing is better than residence in Vaikuntha. Don't doubt. For what more could you ask? Text 121 O fickle mind, leave your restless nature far behind. No result is better than this. Think about the hundreds of reasons for this and become peaceful. Text 122 As I was explaining this to my mind, I saw that I was made of eternity, knowledge and bliss, and that I eternally experienced wonderful, intense, transcendental bliss by worshipping the Lord in Vaikuntha Loka. Text 123 In this way, sometimes happy and sometimes distressed, I lived in Vaikuntha. One day Narada saw me in a secluded place. Text 124 He who is the crest jewel of the merciful, who is the friend of the Vina, who is very dear to the Lord, and who is an ocean of the nectar of devotion to him, touched my head with his hand and blessed me, saying. Text 125 Lord Narada said, O son of Agopa, O object of the Lord of Vaikuntha's mercy, I can see by the withering of your face and other symptoms that you are as unhappy as a very wretched person. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that the other symptoms include a vacant expression in his eyes and sighing in his breath. Text 126 What is the reason for your unhappiness? Please tell. I am very eager to know it. I have not seen anyone like that here. Text 127 Sri Gopakumara said. Then to Narada, who was exalted, who was the best of friends, and who was like my own guru, I told all that was in my heart. Text 128 After hearing everything, he sighed, moved his eyes everywhere, pulled me to his side, and spoke very slowly and with great compassion. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that Narada moved his eyes everywhere, that is to say he looked in every direction, because he was about to reveal a great secret. Text 129 Sri Narada said, that no place is better than Vaikuntha. The opinion you hold for many reasons is the truth. It is not otherwise. Text 130 You wish to see the pastimes of your worshipable Lord directly, pastimes you have seen only in meditation. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that the worshipable Lord here is Lord Maidana Gopala. Text 131 His pastimes bring great bliss. They charm the heart and are filled with the greatest love. They are the greatest secret. They are attained only by the great love of Brahma's people. They are not easy for those like me to attain. Text 132 His pastimes are splendidly manifest in a certain realm that attracts its own devotees and is situated somewhere above everything. By devotedly worshipping the Lord of the universes you have come to Vaikuntha. How can you see these pastimes here? Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that the words above everything mean above all material and spiritual worlds. Text 133 How can these very confidential pastimes be manifest here in Vaikuntha, which manifests the Lord's supreme opulence? Text 134 Give up all lamentation and see that the Lord of Vaikuntha is the same as your worshipable deity, Maidana Gopala. Don't think of them as two different persons. Text 135 Then even here you will attain limitless, transcendental, eternally increasing bliss that fills your heart. Text 136 Sri Gopakumara said, with limitless yearning I wished to hear with my ears whatever of these truths could come in the range of my understanding. Texts 137 and 138 Overcome with awe and shyness, I could not ask him about them. Then he, the best of the all-knowing and the best of the Lord's devotees, understanding all that was in my heart, to please both my ears and his tongue, briefly revealed everything. Text 139 Sri Narada said, don't think that the animals, birds, trees, vines, shrubs, grass, and other things you have seen here are made of the darkness of matter. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that the cows, horses, elephants, and other animals, and the Paravatas, Kakilas, and other birds, and the Mandaras, Kundas, and other trees, vines, and other things in Vaikuntha Loka are not material. Text 140 They are Lord Krishna's personal associates and their forms are eternal and full of knowledge and bliss. To enjoy the bliss of serving the Lord in many wonderful ways, they assume these forms. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that in the third canto of Srimad Bhagavatam, Lord Brahma explains that the birds, bees, trees, vines, and other beings in Vaikuntha are not material. Texts 141-144 According to the specific form and nature of the Supreme Lord that they worship meditate on as their beloved, the devotees attain a form like the Lord's. In this way they manifest many different forms and opulences. They have forms like the Lord's incarnations as humans, sages, demigods, and philosophers, and as the Lord's incarnations as Matsya, Kurma, Vraha, Nrsimha, Vamana, Siva, Brahma, Indra, Sisa, Sturya, Indu, Vayu, Vani, and many other forms. They also attain four-handed forms and still other forms, with the specific garments and features of the Lord. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that the devotees attaining a form like the Lord's is described in Srimad Bhagavatam 2.9.11. The Lord's human forms include Lord Ramacandra, his sage forms include Lord Kapila, his demigod forms include Lord Satyasena, and his philosopher forms include Lord Parasurama. Texts 145 and 146. The form and features of the Lord. One worshipped in worshipping Lord Krishna's lotus feet one attains when he enters Vaikuntha at the end. All those features of the Lord become dear to him. These nectar mellows of the Lord please him. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that the forms and features of the Lord are the Lord's incarnations, such as Lord Ramacandra and Lord Kapila. By worshipping them in the material world one is able to see them in Vaikuntha. The words at the end here mean at the end of one's stay in the cycle of repeated birth and death. The word rasina means by engaging in the different kinds of devotional service which begin with glorifying the Lord. Text 147. In Vaikuntha everyone sees the Supreme Lord, Narayana, who manifests various form appropriate to each person. Text 148. Worshipping the Lord as they had before, the devotees always attain the newer and newer limitless bliss of devotional service here in Vaikuntha. Texts 149 and 150. These supremely faithful great souls see, now surrounded by all extraordinary associates whose handsomeness pleases the heart and mind, the same Lord they had worshipped before, and as before they desire to serve him eternally. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that each form of the Lord is surrounded by his own specific associates. In this way, for example, Lord Ramacandra is surrounded by his own associates headed by Sita Devi and Laxmana. Text 151. Worshipping their own lords in Ayodhya, city and other places, the devotees become happy. Text 152. The devotee's faith and love is not placed in one form alone. The Lord has many forms and each form is served by certain devotees. Text 153. All who devotedly chant the 8-syllable mantra and other mantras glorifying the goddess of fortune's husband attain Vaikuntha at the body's end. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that this is described by Parasara Muni in the Vishnu Purana. They who attain the sun, the moon, and the other celestial planets again return to the lower worlds, but they who meditate on the 12-syllable mantra never return. Text 154. They attain as much happiness as they could wish, a happiness greater than they had known before. Because they taste different kinds of the nectar of devotional service, they are different, being more or less advanced in devotional service. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that the word rasa here means the different kinds of devotional service which begin with hearing and chanting the glories of the Lord. Texts 155-157. The Lord happily appears as Nara and Narayana Ursis, Dattatreya, Parasurama, Kapila, and other incarnations, all of them jewels decorating the earth. In Svargaloka and other celestial worlds he appears as Vishnu, the Lord of sacrifices, and other incarnations you have personally seen. He also appears as Madisa, Karma, Mahabraha, Sriman Nrsimha, Vaimana, and many other incarnations, all bearing different names, all with forms of eternity, knowledge and bliss, and all simultaneously different and eternally one. Text 158. That these incarnations of the Lord are different persons is an illusion. They are not different persons as the individual spirit souls are different persons. The Lord's potency shows his incarnations to be different persons so he can enjoy different transcendental pastimes. The devotees are different persons because that is their actual nature. Text 159. The variety of the Lord's forms is not like the sun's reflections on the water. The Lord's forms are like the sun shining as one in the sky but seen as many by people in different places. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that a person in one place sees the sun as shining near a certain tree and another person in a different place far away sees the same sun as shining near a different tree. In this way the two persons see the same sun to be present in two different places. They see two different suns although only one sun shines in the sky. This example shows how the one Supreme Lord is seen as having different forms and characteristics. Text 160. As transcendental knowledge as the bliss it brings are simultaneously the same and different, so the Supreme Lord and his many incarnations are simultaneously the same and different. That is clearly so. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that the spiritual nature of the Lord's incarnations is described in the Varaha Purana. The Lord's form is not material. It is not made of flesh, fat, and bones. Because he is neither a yogi nor a demigod, the infallible Supreme Lord has an eternal spiritual form. The Mahabharata Purana explains, the transcendental forms of the Supreme Personality of Godhead are eternal and imperishable. They were not created at a certain point, and they are never to be destroyed. They are not products of the material energy. All the forms of the Supreme Personality of Godhead are completely filled with transcendental bliss, knowledge, and all auspicious qualities. These spiritual forms of the Lord are free from all material defect. They do not lack anything. Nothing is greater than they. They have all transcendental virtues. For the Supreme Personality of Godhead there is no difference between himself and his form. Texts 161 and 162. As in a dream one may go to different places, so Lord Krishna, his associates, and his abode are seen as many although they are also one. The variety and the oneness are both true. When one form of Lord Krishna is pleased, then all his forms become pleased. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that by worshipping one form of Lord Krishna all his forms are also worshipped. Text 163. Sri Krishna is the only Lord of Vaikuntha. To please his devotees he manifests different forms in different places. Text 164. Brahma saw this when he stole Lord Krishna's boys and calves in Vrindavana, and I myself saw it when I wandered through the palaces in Dwarka. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that these pastimes are described in Srimad Bhagavatam 10.13, 54, 10.14, 18, 10.69, 23, and 10.69, 41. Text 165. The Supreme Lord's potency is wonderful and inconceivable. Still, it is not a secret to his pure devotees. Text 166. The one Supreme Lord ate simultaneously the many meals his thousands of queens offered simultaneously. Each queen saw her husband and thought, he has taken his meal from me first, now he eats. Text 167. Sometimes, because of the entrance of the Lord's potencies in certain individual spirit souls, empowered incarnations appear. The wise think these incarnations to be like the Lord himself. Text 168. As Lord Krishna expands in many incarnations, so does Goddess Mahalakshmi, his eternal beloved, whose form is filled with eternity, knowledge, and bliss. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that this is described in Vishnu Purana. O best of the Brahmanas, Lord Vishnu's transcendental potency, Srimati Lakshmi Devi, is his constant faithful companion. She is eternal and she is the mother of the entire material universe. She is all-pervading, just as Lord Vishnu is. Lakshmi Devi appears in different forms corresponding to the forms of Lord Vishnu. When the Lord appears as a demigod, she assumes a demigod-like form, and when he appears in a human-like form, she assumes a human-like form. Text 169. Devoted to him, she always stays on the Lord's chest. As Lord Krishna manifests his different incarnations, she manifests her incarnations as his devoted consorts. Text 170. She is like a great mystic perfection among the other goddesses of fortune. She is the queen of all opulences. As the giver of material opulences, she is neglected by the devotees, the liberated, and they who aspire for liberation. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that because the sense pleasures that come from material opulences obstruct the path of liberation and spiritual advancement, the transcendentalists neglect this feature of the goddess of fortune. Text 171. Everywhere it is said that she, being very fickle, arranges that the newest devotees become most dear to the Lord. Text 172. Dharani Devi and others are also dear to the Lord. The Lord's potency is also dear to him. Text 173. Sometimes she is called Mahavibhiti, sometimes Yoga, and sometimes Yogamaya. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that some of the names of goddess Yogamaya are given in the Mahasarnhita. The goddess that fulfills the Lord's desires is known as Shri, B, Durga, Jivamaya, Atmamaya, Gunamaya, and Jadatmika. The Skanda Purana explains, O limitless Lord, the potency that fulfills your desire is called Myamaya, Avidya, Niyati, Mohini, Prakriti, and Vaisana. Texts 174 and 175. She arranges for the Lord's pastimes, which are filled with eternity, knowledge and bliss. She is eternal, transcendental, beginningless, endless, and indescribable. She is the mother of the wonder that is the bliss of service to the Lord. By her the Lord is revealed in many ways. Text 176. By Goddess Lakshmi the wonderful variety of the Lord's devotees, of the many kinds of devotional service, of the Lord's spiritual realms, and of the Lord's pastimes are eternally manifest. Text 177. She and her actions can be understood only by the pure devotees. She cannot be understood by they whose minds are filled with the mistakes of dry speculation. Text 178. The Lord's potencies are called superior and inferior. She is his superior potency. She is his internal potency. She is famous by the name Prakriti. Text 179. Her expansions are manifested in many ways according to their different duties. The illusory potency Maya, which consists of the modes of nature, is her shadow. Text 180. Maya is the mother of the illusory world of the five material elements. She is filled with the darkness of illusion. She is indescribable, temporary, and transcendental. She is the cause of the individual soul's stay in the world of birth and death. Text 181. She is the controller of the eighth covering of the universe. She has a form. Because she does not change form to do her duties, she is called Prakriti. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that the words Vikriti, transformation, and Prakriti, nature, or the original state that is not transformed, are opposites. Because she does not change her form, Maya is called Prakriti. Text 182. By transcending her, one attains liberation and devotional service. She has created this material universe, which is like a mirage. Text 183. By her potency are seen the long-lasting and real magical creations Kardama Muni and others showed by austerity, yoga, and other practices. Srila Sanatana Goswami gives Saudhari Muni as an example of another yogi that had these magical powers. Text 184. However, whatever is created by the potency of Lord Krishna, who gives the results of all pious deeds and whose lotus feet are worshipped by the greatest yogis, is both real and eternal. Text 185. In this way the incarnations are not different from Sri Krishna, who is the Supreme Personality of Godhead and the origin of the incarnations. They are real and eternal as he. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that Srimad Bhagavatam 1.3.28 proves that Sri Krishna is the origin of all incarnations. Text 186. Krishna, whose form contains all incarnations, is glorious with many opulences which are greater than all others and which described by the word Bhaga. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that Lord Krishna many limitless and extraordinary opulences are described in this verse, which uses the word Bhaga. The Supreme Personality of Godhead has 6 opulences, all wealth, strength, fame, beauty, knowledge, and renunciation. Text 187. Even if he is considered an incarnation, his many sweet and charming glories, which can be understood only by they whose hearts melt with love and devotion for him, make Lord Krishna better than Narayana. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that someone may protest. LNRD Narayana is the source of all incarnations. How can Krishna be more glorious than he? This verse answers that protest. Text 188. The servants of his many incarnations attain great happiness by serving the lords dear to their hearts. Text 189. The Lord gives them results according to their worship. They are never displeased with what they attain. Text 190. Who can understand the pastimes where the Lord, who enjoys many wonderful pastimes and whose thoughts are deeper than millions of oceans, enjoys, with his devotees, is a wonderful exchange of nectar of love. Text 191. Engaging in activities free from rivalry and other faults, and each according to his own nature, whether higher or lower, the devotees attain, as much as they desire, the highest happiness of devotional service. This proves the greatness of the Lord's mercy. Text 192. The Lord's associates in Vaikuntha, whose forms are eternal and full of knowledge and bliss, do not think the slight happiness of they who live in the world of repeated birth and death, or the slight happiness of the impersonalist sannyasas to be great happiness. Text 193. As there are many gradations of service, so there is a wonderful variety of gradations of happiness according to the different mellows. Text 194. Some of the residents of Vaikuntha have been the Lord's associates eternally, and others have come to that position by the Lord's mercy. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that Sisa and Gruda are examples of persons who have been the Lord's associates eternally, and Jaya, Vijaya, Bharata, and Priyavrata are examples of persons who became the Lord's associates by his mercy. Text 195. Although the bliss of serving the Lord is the same in all circumstances, some think it different to perform open or confidential service, or to be far from the Lord, or standing by his side, or in some other place. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that the phrase some other place here means to join the Lord in his pastimes in the material world, and sometimes to have and sometimes not to have his association. Text 196. Although, because they are both eternal, they are like the Lord, their natural relationship with him, where he is the served and they are his servants, is both real and eternal. Texts 197 and 198. Although, because they are eternal and full of knowledge and bliss, they are like the Lord, awareness of the sweetness of the bliss of serving Him impels them to become eternally servants of Sri Krishna lotus feet, which are an ocean of many kinds of inconceivable sweetnesses. Text 199. Even if he were not the origin of all incarnations, and even if he were the same as all incarnations, who are eternal and full of bliss and knowledge, Sri Krishna would still be distinguished by his very sweet glories. Text 200. Some say that Sri Krishna, whose form is eternal and full of knowledge and bliss, is the supreme Brahman and all others are his spiritual, liberated associates. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that the all others here are the devotees headed by Sisa and Gruda. The word liberated here means they who have attained Vaikuntha. Text 201. To enjoy the bliss of devotional service, aided by the Lord's transcendental pastime potency, they assume forms suitable for the Lord's pastimes. Text 202. Sri Gopakumara said, I asked him, O Lord, are the Lord's deity forms on the earth all eternal and full of knowledge and bliss, as is the form of Lord Jagannatha, the master of Nilakala? Text 203. Although the Lord, whose form is filled with eternity, knowledge, and bliss, is one, in his pastimes he appears in many places in many different forms. Text 204. By renouncing everything and worshipping the deity, what mistake is done? When the deity is worshipped, one becomes aware of a great gain. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that the everything here is material piety, fruitive work, yoga, and other things like them. Text 205. Why, then, do we hear from the Purana so many statements contradicting this? These statements cannot be rejected as evidence, for they have come from the mouths of great souls. Srila Sanatana Goswami gives Srimad Bhagavatam 11.2, 47, 3.29, 22, and 3.29, 24 as examples of scriptural statements that minimize the importance of deity worship. Text 206. Hearing this, he who is the guru of the path of deity worship stood up, embraced me with great bliss, and replied. Texts 207-209. Sri Narada said, I have already explained that the deity forms of the Lord are the same as the Lord himself. Deity worship is very glorious. They who, aware that the deity is the Lord himself, worship the deity, even though they neglect other duties, and even though their worship is not sincere, do not fall down. They have no faults. Their merits are very dear. Their devotional service is thought to be the greatest. They attain a very great result. Text 210. By seeing the deity, by worshipping Tulasi, or by once chanting or hearing even the reflection of the holy name, one may attain perfection. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that the worship of Tulasi begins with watering her and bowing down to offer respects to her. Text 211. How can there be any fault with worship of the Lord's deity form, whose form reminds one of the Lord, who is properly installed with mantras, and who is the object of all activities of devotional service? Text 212. They who worship the deity of Lord Krishna never offend the devotees of Lord Krishna. If somehow they do offend them, the devotees do not take offense, but rather praise their attachment to the Lord. Texts 213 and 214. They who, seeing the deity as different from the Lord himself and thinking the deity as made of stone or some other material, worship the deity of Lord Hari, do not respect the Lord's devotees. Disrespectful to all, and proud of their worship, they rebel against the Lord's commandments in the Vedas. Text 215. They are the least of all the devotees. Their intelligence is slow. They do not find the fruits of their worship. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that they are described in Srimad Bhagavatam 11.2.47 and 9.7.11. Texts 216 and 217. Although the transcendental fruit of their deity worship is greater than the fruits of all ordinary pious deeds, they do not attain the real fruit that comes from service to the Lord. For this reason the saintly devotees criticize their method of worship in different ways and in different places. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that the real fruits of devotional service are love for Lord Krishna's lotus feet, attainment of Lord Krishna's planet, seeing the Lord, and enjoying pastimes with him. Text 218. Although all the statements of the Puranas and other scriptures condemn them, don't think everyone who worships the Lord's deity form is like them. Texts 219 and 220. If they do not abandon their worship, then by the mercy of the Lord's devotees, who see the good in others, all the faults in their hearts, now purified by their faith, are destroyed, and in time they become the greatest devotees. Text 221. After enjoying what they desired, materialistic devotees, by the power of their devotional service, in time attain the real fruit of their service. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that material sense gratification is insignificant in comparison to the result obtained by devotional service. Text 222. Because in this way one does not immediately attain the fruit of devotional service, the pure devotees criticize the first result of the materialistic devotees' efforts. Text 223. They who are devoted to the Lord's lotus feet think the real fruit of devotional services is the bliss of always seeing, enjoying pastimes with, and serving in many ways the Supreme Lord. Text 224. They cannot bear even a moment's delay. The Lord also cannot bear to leave them for even a moment. Text 225. The fruits of all other desires are very insignificant in comparison. Liberation is easily attained, but devotional service is not. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that this is described in Srimad Bhagavatam 5.6, 18. Text 226. By the mercy of devotional service the Lord is controlled by his devotees. Because it destroys his independence, the Lord does not bestow devotional service. Text 227. I think that being under the control of his dear devotees is not a fault for the Lord, neither does it make him unhappy. It brings him happiness. It increases his glories, which begin with his love for his devotees. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that in the previous verses Narada Muni has been relating the opinions of others. In this verse he gives his own opinion. Text 228. Eclipsing his independent bliss and other glories, the Supreme Hero Lord Krishna's being under the control of his dear devotees is the greatest of his divine glories. Text 229. From the perfection of loving devotion comes great ecstatic love. Gazing at the truth, that love eternally dances in the kingdom of great bliss. Text 230. Although externally this ecstatic love may show signs of great suffering, this suffering is not real, for the Lord would never allow his dearest devotees to suffer in that way. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that these devotees experience great bliss, a bliss that equalizes the happiness of Brahman. Text 231. With external eye seeing this bewildering condition of great love, the people in general have no desire to engage in devotional service. They laugh at the devotees. The Lord does not give loving devotion to them. Text 232. Loving devotion is very difficult to attain, and the pleasures of Svargaloka and other celestial planets are very easy to attain. Common people cannot attain a Cintamani jewel, although they may attain a glass or sometimes a golden trinket. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that in this example the Cintamani jewel is loving devotion, the glass trinket is the pleasures of Svargaloka, and the golden trinket is impersonal liberation. Text 233. Sometimes, to a wise and extraordinary person who wishes it alone, the Lord gives devotional service. Text 234. We are not able, nor is it proper for us, to describe the nature of this ecstatic love in the same way as it is not proper for the scriptures that describe the activities of the Lord's service to describe it to fools. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that the nature of ecstatic love is described in Srimad Bhagavatam 11.2, 40. Text 235. They who serve the mellows of devotional service understand the sweetness and glory of that ecstatic love. By the Lord's mercy you, staying there, will also quickly understand it. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that the phrase staying there means staying in the land of Gokula. Text 236. Sri Gopakumara said, these words greatly increased my yearning to see the lotus feet of Sri Gopala, the Lord I worshipped. Text 237. Not noticing that at that moment I, filled with a desire to attain that love, was thrown into an ocean of lamentation, he, comforting me, said. Text 238. Sri Narada said, although this great secret should not be told in this place, made talkative by your anxiety, I will speak. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that in this place means here in Vaikuntha-loka. Text 239. Not far from here, Lord Ramakandra's city of Ayodhya is splendidly manifest. Far from that the city of Dwarka, which is like the beautiful and charming city of Mathura and is very dear to Lord Krishna, the Lord of the Yadas, is splendidly manifest. Go there, and with a glance worship your beloved Lord. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that the Harivatansa affirms that Dwarka is like Mathura. Text 240. First hear the way to go to Ayodhya, a way approved by they who taste the nectar of service to Sri Ramakandra's lotus feet. Texts 241 and 242. Although by directly worshipping Lord Krishna, the origin of the incarnations, everything is obtained, I will now describe how to attain the nectar of the lotus feet of Lord Rama, the hero of the Raghu dynasty. Text 243. As you meditate on his form, virtues, and opulences, which are all described in the Vedas, glorify him, beginning with the words, O husband of Sita, O glorious lord of the Raghas, O elder brother of Laxmana, O Lord, O dear master of Sri Hanuman. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that some other names used to glorify Lord Rama are, O delight of Kausalya, O son of Dasaratha, O elder brother of Bharata, O friend of Sugriva. Lord Rama's virtues begin with his shyness and humbleness, and his form, holding a bow in the hands of his strong arms, is very handsome. Text 244. In this way the great devotees attain their worshipable Lord. Even the slightest scent of the Lord brings great happiness to they who have placed their faith in him alone. Text 245. If when you see Lord Rama's lotus feet your desire to see the Lord remains unsatisfied, Lord Rama himself, his heart melting with compassion, will happily send you to Dvaraka. Text 246. Glorifying your Lord, as the scriptures prescribed, you will go there and see your beloved Lord, handsome Sri Krishna Kandra, whom you long desired to see, surrounded by the Yadas. Text 247. Kasala, Dvaraka, and many other places are provinces of the kingdom of Vaikuntha. Go now, and do not wait for the Lord's order. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that Kasala is another name of Ayodhya. Text 248. By the order of he who knows what happens in everyone's heart, I have come here. Know that his order has come through my mouth. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that the Lord told Narada, O Narada, go to Gopakumara, and in a secluded place, fulfill his desire. Text 249. To show mercy to a great devotee, the Lord has gone somewhere. You will not be able to tolerate any delay. This is the right time for you to go. Text 250. Sri Gopakumara said, hearing this, I became very happy. Again and again I bowed down before Sri Narada. I took his blessing and meditated on his instructions. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that these are the instructions of text 243. Text 251. Then I left. From far away I saw many restless monkeys jumping here and there and calling out, Rama, Rama. Text 252. As they tugged at my flute, I went with them. Then I saw human beings more handsome than the Lord's associates in Vaikuntha. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that the residents of Vaikuntha had forms like that of Lord Narayana. These humans had forms like that of Lord Rama. Text 253. Very saintly and well behaved, they would not allow me to bow down and worship them. Led by them, I came to the city's outer courtyard. Text 254. Seeing glorious Bharata comfortably sitting with Satruvna, many charming human beings, and monkeys headed by Sugriva, Angada, and Jambavan, and thinking Bharata was Lord Ramakandra himself, I began to glorify him with many prayers. He at once covered his ears, and saying again and again that he is only a servant, forbade me to continue. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that Gopakumara said, O King of Kings, O Lord of the Raghu dynasty, O beloved of Sita, glories to you. That Gopakumara mistook Bharata for Lord Rama proves that Bharata is like Rama, Bharata's wife is like Siyadevi, and Satruvna is like Laxmana. Text 255. Frightened, I stood with folded hands. Hanuman then suddenly dragged me inside and there I saw the supremely wonderful, human-like Lord Rama. Text 256. Who comfortably sat on a royal throne in the charming palace, who was joyful, who had the features of an exalted personality, who was like Lord Narayana. Text 257. Who was enchanting with many charming sweetnesses, whose hand was glorious with a bow, whose humble, shy glances were delightful, who enjoyed pastimes of being the King of Kings, and who was explaining the principles of religion. Text 258. Overcome by the bliss of seeing him, I fainted before him as if I had bowed down as a stick to offer respects. Then he who is desired by the best of religious duties mercifully picked me up and I gazed on him. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that the Lord is attained by devotional service, the best of religious duties. Text 259. Pulled by his service, Hanuman left me and in one jump came before Lord Rama. Beautiful beloved Sita was glorious at the Lord's left and his younger brother Laxmana was glorious at his other side. Text 260. Sometimes Hanuman fanned the Lord with a splendid white kamara, sometimes he sang of his virtues, and sometimes, standing before him with folded hands, recited wonderful prayers in verses of his own composing. Text 261. One moment he holds a white parasol, another moment he massages the Lord's lotus feet, another moment he easily does many different services simultaneously. Text 262. Overcome with bliss, I called out, "Glory! Glory," and bowed down again and again. His heart melting, the Lord pleased me with the very wonderful nectar of sweet words. Text 263. The Supreme Lord said, "O Gopa's son, O dear friend, well done, well done. With your love you have conquered me. Please stop. What is the need of all this trouble you take? What is the need? Don't make me, your eternal friend, suffer like this." Text 264. Rise, rise, auspiciousness to you. Give up this awe and veneration. Friend, eternally I am conquered by your love. Text 265. By the Lord's order, Hanuman picked me up and placed me at the Lord's lotus feet. Text 266. In my heart I thought, now my long yearning has borne fruit. Now I have a result more than I can desire. How can I go to some other place now? Text 267. In the form and garments of a cowherd boy as before, for how long a time did I stay there, overcome with bliss? Srila Goswami explains that the meaning of this rhetorical question is that he stayed in Ayodhya only very briefly, although while he was there he was overcome with bliss by drinking the nectar of Lord Ramakandra's lotus feet. Text 268. There I saw Lord Rama's pastimes as a saintly king. Text 269. Still, I did not see anything like the playful sweetness of my worshipable Lord's pastimes, and I did not attain mercy like his mercy. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that the worshipable Lord here is Lord Maidana Gopala. Examples of his pastimes are his playing the flute and charming the gopas. Texts 270 and 271. I was unhappy there. By hearing from Sri Hanuman the glories of Lord Ramakandra's lotus feet and by directly gazing at the Lord, I tried to cast off the pain in my heart. I tried to see that all the features of my worshipable Lord were also present in Lord Rama. Text 272. By the power of my previous activities in Vrajabhumi, a yearning for my Lord's pastimes and mercy invaded my heart. Text 273. Then, seeing my condition, Sri Hanuman, the best of counselors, tried to console me with many very wonderful arguments. Text 274. Then Lord Rama, who knows what is in the hearts of all the world, his own heart soft with great mercy, comforted me with sweet and affectionate words. He told me to go to Dvaraka, and he at once sent me there with Jambavan, the king of the Balikas. Chapter 5. Purya, the Beloved. Text 1. Sri Gopakumara said, I went there and saw the Yadavas playing with their children and some Mathura Brahmanas. Text 2. Wandering everywhere I had never seen such great sweetness as shown amongst them. Text 3. The bliss of seeing them made me forget everything. Understanding everything, they firmly embraced me. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that Gopakumara forgot to offer obeisances to them. Text 4. Aware that I was the son of a Gopa of Govardhana hill, they took my hands and, their hearts melting with a flood of love, took me inside the palace. Text 5. From afar I saw the splendid Lord comfortably sitting on a throne of gold and jewels. Text 6. He was served by all the wonderful sweetnesses of the Lord of Vaikuntha, and his opulence was even greater than the Lord of Vaikuntha. Text 7. He was worshipped by the sweet nectar of youthful handsomeness. His handsome arms embraced his devotees. The waves of his sweetness charmed his servants' hearts. He was an ocean of very wonderful pastimes. Text 8. Above him a white parasol was splendidly manifest. By his two sides 2 kamaras moved. In front of him was a golden footstool. Text 9. Everywhere were servants and associates, many great opulences, and the paraphernalia of a king of kings of kings. Texts 10 and 11. To the Lord's right were Vasudeva, Balarama, Akrira, and others, each seated on his own throne. To his left were King Ugrasena, Gada, Satyaki, Kritavarma, the counselor Vikadru, and the best of the verseness. With playful, joking songs and Veena music, Sri Narada made the Lord laugh. Text 12. Sri Gruda stood before the Lord and recited prayers. Uddhava massaged his Lord's lotus feet and pleased him by telling him many dear secrets. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that Uddhava's secrets were about Gokula. It was not right to speak them openly. Text 13. Seeing him I had long desired to see, I fainted, overcome with love. The Lord, also flooded with love, told Uddhava to bring me to him. Text 14. Uddhava came. Seeing that I was a cowherd boy, he was very happy. He carefully picked me up and brought me back to consciousness. Taking both my hands, he brought me before the Lord. Text 15. As the Lord rose to greet me, Uddhava, with his own hand, placed my head at the Lord's feet. Text 16. With his lotus hand the Lord of my life stroked my body. Seeing my flute, he took it from my hand and stood silently, shedding tears as if he were in great pain. Text 17. Saying, is all well with you? Are you happy? How can anything inauspicious happen there? He was overwhelmed until Uddhava, the best of counselors, pacified him. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that the there in this verse is Gokula. Text 18. Uddhava then gave a sign to Vasudeva and the Yadavas, the kings, the demigods, and the sages in the assembly. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that the sign was a movement of the eyebrows. Of the kings there, Yudhishthira was prominent, of the demigods Indra was prominent, and of the sages Garga Muni was prominent. Text 19. With great effort opening his eyes and seeing them all before him, he composed himself and decided to enter the inner rooms of the palace. Text 20. So quickly attaining my desire, the Lord of my life, I was plunged in an ocean of happiness. What should I do? What should I say? I did not know at all. Text 21. Going out, he worshipped the best of the Yadavas with betel nuts, ointments and other gifts, and taking my folded hands with his right hand, with Balarama and Uddhava entered the inner rooms of the palace. Text 22. Placing their mother-in-law, Devaki, and Rohini in front, 16,108 joyful queens, accompanied by their maidservants, followed the Lord. Text 23. Among them were the queens Rukmini, Satyabhama, Jambavati, Kalindi, Mitravinda, Satya, Bhadra, and Laxmana. Text 24. There were other queens also, headed by Queen Rohini, very qualified in all ways and served by maidservants like them. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that these were the queens rescued from the palace of Narakasura. The most important of them was named Rohini, who is mentioned in Srimad Bhagavatam 10.61. 18. Text 25. Glorious with the two men, the many shy women, and a host of children, the Lord entered his palace and, concealing the real condition of his heart, happily sat on the throne. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that the Lord was thinking of Gokula. Text 26. Then, first in meditation and then directly before my eyes, seeing the Lord holding a flute and decorated with all the cowherd boys and the gopis headed by Yasoda, I fainted in ecstasy. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that the Lord became Maidana Gopala. No longer was he the king of Dvaraka. The flute he held in his lotus hand was the same flute he had taken from Gopakumara's hand. Queen Devaki became like Yasoda, the queens became like the gopis, Pradyumna, Samba, and the other boys became like the cowherd boys. Balarama's mother, Rohini, remained as before. Text 27. His heart overcome with compassion, the Lord, the son of Nanda, suddenly rose and, stroking my limbs, with the touch of his lotus hand awakened me. Text 28. When it was time for lunch, the Lord had no desire to eat. His mothers made him perform his midday duties. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that because the Lord was suffering in separation from Gokula, he had no desire to eat. The mothers are plural here because they refer to the many wives of Vasudeva. Text 29. The Lord, the son of Devaki, personally fed me with his own hand and then, to satisfy me, he also ate. Text 30. Then the Lord made a circle of his sons, placed his elder brother, Balarama, in the middle, and personally fed them as he had done in his childhood pastimes. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that this is described in Srimad Bhagavatam 10.13. 11. Text 31. Uddhava ate some of the Lord's Mahaprasadam remnants, and then, knowing the Lord's desire, took me, almost as if by force, to his own home. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that the cowherd boy Gopakumara could not become happy in the opulences of the palace, therefore the Lord wanted him to stay with Uddhava, who is very dear to the people of Gokula. Text 32. Then I again became fully conscious. Thinking of what I had experienced, I danced again and again. I thought. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that the word then here means when he arrived at Uddhava's home. Text 33. Today the greatest of my desires is fulfilled. In meditation have seen my worshipable Lord, the hero of Brhad, with all his sweetnesses. Text 34. Going in Uddhava's company, I would gaze at my Lord, but, overcome with happiness, I could not do anything else. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that Gopakumara was so overwhelmed he was not able to serve the Lord. Text 35. Living there and attaining the Lord's abundant, wonderful, eternal mercy, I was flooded with bliss. Text 36 Living as long as Brahma, even a great devotee of the Lord could not understand that mercy with his mind or describe it in words. Text 37 The happiness in impersonal liberation is said to be very great, but the happiness in Vaikuntha is said to be many millions of times greater. Still greater is the happiness in Ayodhya, and greater than that is the happiness in Dvaraka. How is it possible to describe the happiness in Dvaraka? Text 38 By what actions of the mind or words can the wise understand the happiness of a devotee who loves the Lord alone and who has finally attained the Lord of his life he long yearned to see? Text 39 To me, who was living there in this way, the best of the Yadavas, their hearts melting with the desire to see me enjoy all happiness within and without, said. Text 40 The Yadava said, Friend, you have come to this place, which is more opulent than Vaikuntha, and now you stay here with us. We do not think it is good that you continue to dress as a poor person that lives in the forest. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that Gopakumara was still dressed also a resident of the forest. Text 41 It makes us unhappy at heart. Please dress as we do. Text 42 Sri Gopakumara said, Although they persisted, I never heard anything from the Lord, so I continued to dress as a humble, poor person. Text 43 To leave the side of the Lord who, served by great opulences, sat in the assembly, I was both ashamed and afraid. Text 44 Sometimes I saw him display 4 arms, something he never did in the land of Brhad. Text 45 Sometimes he went alone to see his dear relatives, the Pandavas, who were not far away. Text 46 Because my long-held desire was still not fulfilled, my heart was agitated. Still, when I saw the Lord's handsomeness and virtues, it became peaceful again. Text 47 How can my tongue touch the happiness brought by the merciful nectar of his words? Srila Sanatana Goswami explains this means Gopakumara could not adequately describe his happiness. Text 48 In this I spent some days in Uddhava's home. If I was unhappy, I concealed it. Text 49 One time, seeing that Narada had come, I bowed before him, and with wonder and joy spoke the following words. Text 50 O King of Sages, O greatest of the Lord's associates, I see you like this in Svargaloka and the other material planets, in Vaikuntha-loka, and now here also. This fills me with wonder and curiosity. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that the words like this mean that in each of these places Narada manifested the same form of a sage playing the wind. His form never changed. Text 51 Sri Narada said, You are a playful cowherd boy eternally. Did I not tell you before? Text 52 As Lord Sri Krishna, who is one, manifests in many forms in many places, so do we, his servants. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that here Narada says, We also manifest in many forms in many places. Text 53 All the devotees, those led by Gruda, those led by Hanuman, those led by the Yadavas and Uddhava also, are like that. Text 54 Dedicated to serving him, we are all the Lord's associates eternally. As the Lord does, so do we assume different forms in different pastimes. In this way we worship him. Text 55 The Lord's paraphernalia, names, pastimes, and favorite abodes are all eternal and real. Know that they are both one and many. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that these things are so because they are all eternal and full of knowledge and bliss. Text 56 It is surprising that even though you are also like that, even in these pastimes you manifest your previous nature. I see that even here you are always unsatisfied and unhappy at heart. This is very surprising to me. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that the phrase previous nature means the nature of a cowherd boy, and the phrase also like that means you also have a spiritual form of eternity, knowledge and bliss, as we do. Narada is curious to know why, even in Dvaraka, Gopakumara is still dissatisfied. Text 57 Sri Gopakumara said, bowing down and touching his feet, I humbly said, Lord, you know everything. Then Narada smiled and, glancing at Uddhava's face, spoke. Texts 58 and 59 Sri Narada said, O Uddhava, he was born a cowherd's son on Govardhana hill. Very restless, he has been searching place after place for something even those like you and me cannot attain. Not finding it, his heart is filled with pain and grief. Text 60 You are overcome with kindness for the people there. Why did you not enlighten him for even a moment? Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that the phrase the people there means the people of Brhad. Text 61 His home is very far away and his happiness is also very far from us. We pray for them, but they are very difficult for us to attain. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that the home here is the realm of Gokula, which is far from Vaikuntha, and which, because it is very exalted, is very difficult to attain. The happiness here is the happiness of seeing the son of Nanda and enjoying pastimes with him. Even though Narada and Uddhava are eternal associates of the Lord, they still pray to attain this realm and this happiness. Text 62 Srimad Uddhava said, "He was born in the land of Brhad and there he was a cowherd boy. His faith is placed in the worship of Gopala. He is more exalted than we." Text 63 Narada eagerly and happily embraced him and said, "Teach him how to quickly attain his desire." Text 64 Uddhava said, "O great sage, I am a Kshatriya by birth. I should not teach when you are present." Text 65 Narada laughed and said, "Even in Vaikuntha you don't think you are a Kshatriya." Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that the costs exist only in the material world, not in the spiritual world, where everything is eternal and full of knowledge and bliss. Text 66 Uddhava smiled and said, "What I say is not my idea. Our Lord has not rejected his status as a Kshatriya." Text 67 As he does there, so here also he protects the principles of religion by following the restrictions of household life, conquering his enemies, worshipping the elders and brahmanas, and acting piously in other ways also. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that there is the dvaka in the material world. Some of the Lord's other religious actions, beginning with rising for Brahma Muhurta, are described in the 10th canto of Srimad Bhagavatam. Text 68 With these words Narada's heart was overcome with joy. Filled with wonder, laughing, jumping up and down, and crying out, he spoke. Text 69 Sri Narada said, "Ah, the wonder that is the glory of the sweetness of the Lord's pastimes. Ah, the depth of faith in him alone, held by his servants, who are like him." Text 70 Ah, I have seen a great wonder. The Supreme Lord, who stays in a place above even Vaikuntha, enjoys pastimes in the material world to please they who are dear to him. Text 71 Persons like me become bewildered when we see the Lord's pastimes. Are we in the material world or in the dvaka of Vaikuntha? Text 72 and 73 You have love and devotion for the Lord's lotus feet, and the Lord, who loves his devotees, fulfills their desires. Your actions have nothing to do with living in Vaikuntha, nor do they have anything to do with living in the material world, nor do they have anything to do with material opulences or with material friends and relatives. Text 74 You are always humble, and that helps your love and devotion for the Lord. The Lord enjoys pastimes as if he were an ordinary person, and that helps the exchange of love between him and his devotees. Text 75 Who can describe the great glory of that love? That love makes the Supreme Lord act as an ordinary person that is the dear friend of his devotee. Text 76 I glorify that seemingly ordinary relationship, by which transcendental love for Krishna is manifest without awe and reverence. Text 77 Sri Gopakumara said, speaking these words, the sage became overcome with ecstatic love and fell silent. Seeing that I was unhappy, he began again to teach me. Text 78 Sri Narada said, O beloved of Gopaladeva, O son of Agopa, very far from here a beautiful place named Goloka, the crown of all Vaikuntha planets, is splendidly manifest. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that Goloka is described in Brahma Samhita 5.43. Text 79 Goloka's form is the beautiful land of Brhad in the district of Mathura. Although the splendid city of Mathura is also there, Goloka cannot exist without its heart, the land of Brhad, which begins with Vrindavana forest. Text 80 Because it is primarily a land, Loka, of cows, Mathura is called Goloka. Although it is a secret place, it is famous everywhere. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that Goloka is a secret place because the Lord enjoys secret pastimes there. Text 81 Goloka is attained only by one who follows the pure love the people of Brhad feel for Krishna. Text 82 Love like this is never manifest when one sees the Lord's opulence, for that brings awe and reverence. Text 83 This love is perfect when one thinks the Lord is an ordinary person, one's life friend. This love is beyond the coverings of the material worlds. It is beyond the realm of Vaikuntha. Text 84 This mutual love, as if they were ordinary persons, is very extraordinary. It is mixed with ordinariness, sweetness, wonder, and glory. Text 85 His and their actions increase their love. This love is not possible in Vaikuntha, the realm of opulence. Text 86 Ayodhya is like Vaikuntha, and Dvaraka is even more opulent. Krishna has placed Goloka very far from those two places. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that because Vaikuntha, Ayodhya, and Dwarka are very opulent, Krishna placed Goloka very far from them. Text 87 situated in the highest sweetness, his happy pastimes with the people there become perfect there, the proper place for them. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that the people there are the residents of Sri Goloka. His means Sri Krishna's and their means in Goloka. Text 88 I think that Lord Hari's most confidential feature is manifested there. Text 89 The glory of Goloka, which is situated above Vaikuntha, and which is the crest jewel of all the worlds, is supreme. Text 90 Who can describe the supreme and wonderful glories of Mathura Gokula, which is beyond the material world? Text 91 Friend, listen. My restless tongue itches to speak. Now I will show you the jewel I have long kept in the box of my heart. Text 92 Desiring to enjoy loving pastimes, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Sri Krishna, the Master of Goloka, within whom all incarnations of God rest, descends there at the end of the Prayuga. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that the there in this verse is Mathura, Gokula. Texts 93 and 94 Taking all his incarnations into himself, leaving Vaikuntha Loka and the other spiritual worlds with all their paraphernalia, leaving the devoted goddess of fortune and his own transcendental opulences far behind, and ignoring all his devoted servants, like myself, he goes there. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that the there is Mathura Gokula in the material world. Text 95 In another place, Mathura Vrata, which is not easy to attain, he enjoys transcendental pastimes with others, his proper companions there, as much as he desires. Text 96 With a mercy never shown before, he revealed the glories of Mathura Gokula to the devotees fortunate to have firm devotion for him. Text 97 You will see things even the Lord of Vaikuntha has never seen in Vaikuntha Loka. Texts 98-100 Seeing the sweetness and glory of the Lord, the saintly persons from the different planets described, each according to his own idea, the Lord who has descended to Mathura city. Some sages say he is the hero of Vaikuntha, others he is thousand-headed Lord Ananta, others he is Lord Vishnu, others he is Kshirodakasai Vishnu, and others he is Lord Kesava. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains because Lord Krishna is their source, all the incarnations of God joined with him when he descended to the material world. The incarnations were therefore absent from their particular planets in the spiritual world, and the residents of those spiritual planets each thought that the Lord of their planet had descended to the material world. That is why the sages had different opinions of the identity of Lord Krishna. That Lord Krishna is the source of all incarnations is confirmed in Srimad Bhagavatam 1.3.28. Lord Narayana the friend of Nara is described in Srimad Bhagavatam 4.1.57, and Lord Kshirodakasai Vishnu in Srimad Bhagavatam 2.7.26. Text 101 However, the truth is that the Lord of Goloka eternally manifests on the earth his own abode and pastimes. Text 102 Here there is no outsider. Uddhava is dear to the people there, and you were born there. Therefore I will tell you a secret. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that the here is in Uddhava's home. Narada will now tell the secret he had previously described as a jewel he had kept hidden in the box of his heart. Text 103 There the Lord's ultimate opulence, mercy, handsomeness, glory, sweetness, charming pastimes, and submission to his devotees is manifest. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that there is in Mathura Vrajabdhami. Text 104 The Lord's virtues made Nanda's cow pasture a place of transcendental pastimes, and the glance of Vaikuntha's queen made it a place of all opulences. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that this is described in Srimad Bhagavatam 10.5.18. O Maharaja Pariksit, the home of Nanda Maharaja is eternally the abode of the Supreme Personality of Godhead and his transcendental qualities, and is therefore always naturally endowed with the opulence of all wealth. Yet beginning from Lord Krishna's appearance there, it became the place for the pastimes of the goddess of fortune. Text 105 Any tree there can fulfill all the desires of they who ask. Still, they can never produce great opulences, for that would obstruct the Lord's pastimes. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that there the Lord enjoys pastimes as an ordinary person, and great opulences there would be only an obstruction. The trees, however, do offer many nice flowers, fruits, and other things. They are described in Srimad Bhagavatam 10.22.34. with their leaves, flowers, fruits, shade, roots, bark, wood, fragrance, sap, ashes, pulp, and sprouts. These trees fulfill all desires. Text 106. To a Demas that only pretended to be a devotee, he gave the status of being his mother. In his pastimes, to his friends and relatives, and even to the demons who hate the devotees, he gave liberation. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that this Demas, Pitana, pretended to act as Mother Yasoda acted, so Krishna gave her a situation in life like Mother Yasoda's. Puatana is praised in Srimad Bhagavatam 3.2, 23 and 10.14, 35. Text 107. He allowed himself to be bound at the waist to a grinding mortar with a cow rope. He enthusiastically danced and performed in many ways asked by the women of Brhad. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that these pastimes are described in Srimad Bhagavatam 10.9, 17, 19 and 10.11, 7, 9. Text 108. Who can describe the glory of his handsome form? I will describe it as far as I have the power. Seeing the wonder of it, the cows, birds, trees, and vines became filled with ecstatic love. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that this is described in Srimad Bhagavatam 3.2, 12 and 10.29, 40. Text 109. O dear one, he became a thief that robbed the peacefulness of many girls whose feet are worshipped by saintly girls and who have beauty, noble character, virtues, and saintly deeds more glorious than the great goddess of fortune. Text 110. Gazing on him, they curse the blinking of their eyelids. They curse the Creator, Brahma, and praise thousand-eyed Indra. They wish all their senses were eyes. No one in all the worlds is like them. Text 111. How can I describe the glory of Brhad, where the Lord revealed a handsome form he did not show in any other place? Text 112. The Lord's form is the resting place of the charm of childhood. It is eternally worshipped by the pastimes of youth. It eternally rests on his handsome teenage years. Its transcendental virtues are newer and newer at every moment. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that the Lord's childhood is characterized by his delicateness and restlessness, his youth by his many expert skills, and his teenage years by his handsomeness and other virtues. Text 113. What he had never done before in any circumstance, now he did. In his pastimes as a handsome child in Brhad, he performed tasks that were impossible before. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that what the Lord was not able to do before as Lord Nrsimha, Lord Ramacandra, or in any of his other forms, he now did as a child in Brhad. Text 114. Although it is always very fond the sweetness there, my tongue is terrified to dive in the nectar ocean of the Lord's pastimes. This person is not qualified to do this task. Text 115. Whose heart will not become charmed when his ears once drink the nectar of the Lord's pastimes? My restless tongue is no longer shy. Now it yearns to drink that nectar. Text 116. When he was 3-month-old infant lying down in his bed, with his soft foot he broke a great cart. When he was a child that cried for breast milk, he twice showed to his mother the universe in his mouth. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that these pastimes are described in the 10th canto of Srimad Bhagavatam. Text 117. May his pastimes of killing Turnavarta, crawling on the ground, pleasing the gopis, and stealing milk protect you. Text 118. May his pastime of carefully looking here and there in fear of his mother or in fear of the gopis rebukes, his pastime of being curious to eat clay, and his pastime of playing with his mother as she churned yogurt, protect me. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that as his mother churned yogurt, child Krishna would playfully grab the churning stick. Text 119. The Lord's pastimes of crying, breaking yogurt jars, stealing butter from jars hanging on ropes, fleeing in fear of his mother, and looking about with restless, frightened eyes are very wonderful. Text 120. May his pastime of dragging the grinding mortar his mother tied to his waist with a rope, breaking the Arjuna trees, and then, in that condition, giving them benedictions, charm my heart. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that this pastime is described in Srimad Bhagavatam 10.10, 42. Text 121. May he who enjoys pastimes of herding the calves in Vrindavana, who killed Vatsasura and Bakasura, who is the first teacher of playing the flute, who is decorated with forest ornaments, and who playfully imitates the sounds of the forest creatures, protect me. Text 122. I worship the Lord's sweet pastime of going to Vrindavana forest with his friends and calves, pausing for a moment to think and then entering the mouth of a great serpent, and doing many other things. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that this pastime is described in Srimad Bhagavatam 10.12, 28. Text 123. The Lord's pastime of first a picnic on the grass by the lakeshore and then his hand splendid with a mouthful of rice and yogurt. His search for the calves attracts my heart. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that this is described in Srimad Bhagavatam 10.13, 14. Text 124. Seeing the sweetness of these pastimes, the demigod Brahma became bewildered. Who can describe them? Why did the Lord search for his friends and calves as if he had become bewildered? Why did he assume the forms of his calves and boys? Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that by assuming the forms of the boys and calves, Krishna showed his supreme power, and then he also searched for them as if he had become bewildered. This contradiction, that he is simultaneously powerful and bewildered, is the reason for the last two questions in this verse. Text 125. Understanding the glory of the pastime place Gokula, Brahma respectfully offered prayers to the Lord, the personified nectar of great love. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that the glory of Gokula is described in Srimad Bhagavatam 10.13, 22, 10.14, 31, and 10.14, 34. Text 126. Please worship the Lord's beautiful pastimes, where he protected the cows, worshipped his elder brother, glorified the beauty of Vrindavana forest, imitated the singing of the bees, and did many other things. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that some of the other pastimes hinted at here are the Lord's imitating the parrots' conversations, with a deep voice calling the cows from far away, and taking a nap on a bed of leaves and flowers. Text 127. In Talavana he crushed Denakasura's relatives, and in the evening he met the girls of Brhad. I cannot properly glorify the Lord's pastimes. I simply bow down to offer respects to them. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that the Lord's meeting the gopis in the evening is described in Srimad Bhagavatam 10.15.42-43. Text 128. Overcome with grief and joy, I cannot even remember the pastimes Yasoda's son enjoyed in Kalya's lake. How can I speak of them? Text 129. How did the Lord angrily punish that wicked demon? How did he enjoy a festival of dancing on the demon's raised hoods? Text 130. How did the Lord defeat Kalya? How was he merciful to him? Even Lord Sisa cannot describe it. To the separants' wives, who offered prayers and worship to the Lord, and to Kalya also, I offer my respectful obeisances. Text 131. May the Lord's pastimes in a forest fire on the shore of that lake and in another greater fire in Manajuvana forest, his expert games in Bandravana, and his praise of his elder brother, bring auspiciousness to you. Text 132. Glories to his monsoon season pastimes, where he took shelter in the lap of a tree, made the women of Brhad burn with amorous passion, and praised the beauty of the autumn forest. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that the Lord's making the gopis burn with amorous passion is described in Srimad Bhagavatam 10.20, 45. Text 133. When will I directly perceive his forest flower decorations, his flute music flood of sweetness that enchants everyone's heart, and his pastimes of enchanting the gopis? Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that these are described in Srimad Bhagavatam 10.21, 3, 10.21, 5, 10.21, 9, and 10.21. 19. Text 134. When will I directly perceive his festival of stealing the gopis' garments, his quickly climbing to the top of a kadamba tree, his joking words, the girls' prayers and obeisances with folded hands, and his taking the garments from his shoulder and giving them back? Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that these pastimes are described in Srimad Bhagavatam 10.22, 10, 10.22, 18, and 10.22, 19. Text 135. I glorify his pastimes of begging food from the Brahmanas, performing sacrifices, attracting their wives, being handsomely decorated, speaking words of kindness, and gracefully accepting the food the wives offered. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that these pastimes are described in Srimad Bhagavatam 10.23, 22, 10.23, 25, 10.23, 35, and 10.23, 38. Text 136. I offer my respectful obeisances to his pastimes of gracefully worshipping Govardhana hill, lifting the great hill with his left hand, pleasing the gopis, being pacified by Indra, and being crowned king of the Surabhi cows. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that these pastimes are described in Srimad Bhagavatam 10.10.25.29 and 10.26.24. Text 137. I have no power to describe his pastimes of showing the realm of Vaikuntha to the people of Brhad and rescuing Nanda Maharaja from the realm of Vruna. How can I describe the Lord's supreme sweetness? Text 138. How can I describe the glory of the Lord's pastimes in Vrada? When words describing them enter the ear, great love appears at once. Text 139. With perfect logic a fortunate person proves the superiority of Lord Krishna's pastimes. Simply by hearing a little of his pastimes a person becomes filled with love. I offer my respectful obeisances to the Lord's pastimes. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that the pastimes of Lord Krishna are superior to those of his incarnations. Text 140. Can my tongue hope to touch the glories of the supreme, dear thing, suitable for him alone, that the Lord always holds in his lotus hand? Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that this verse refers to the Lord's flute, which is described in Srimad Bhagavatam 10.35. 2. Beginning here is a lengthy description of the Lord's flute music. Text 141. By the power of the Lord's mercy, as far as I am able I will now say something of it. Please listen with care. Text 142. Because it taught you the Lord's bimba fruit lips, the wooden flute could say things that even the best of the Upanishads, the words of the Vedas, and the nectar words of other scriptures, all spoken from the Lord's beautiful mouth, could not say. Text 143. Hearing it, the demigods and siddhas, traveling in airplanes with their wives, fainted in ecstatic love, and Indra, Siva, Brahma, and their followers became first bewildered and then filled with wonder. Text 144. Their meditations broken, the great sages became overcome with ecstasy. The moon and other planets traveling on the wheel of time became stopped in their courses. Text 145. The cowherd men offered their bodies, relatives, possessions, hearts, actions, and thoughts to Krishna, gave no thought to gaining anything in the two worlds, and offered respectful obeisances to their wives, who dearly loved him. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that this is described in the Hrivatansa, where the cowherd men say to Nanda, O sinless one, from now on, in any calamity the cowherd people and cows of Brhad will always take shelter of Lord Krishna, whose large eyes are so beautiful. Text 146. Their sons, who were always happy to be with him, and who had become like his shadows, and who became unhappy when for a moment he was far away and they could not see him, eagerly ran to him, touching him, and enjoying pastimes with him. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that this is described in Srimad Bhagavatam 10.12. 60. Text 147. And supremely glorious Radha and her associates at once renounced their husbands, children, relatives, possessions, religious principles, and shyness, became filled with love and poisoned with its sweetness, and, overcome with ecstasy, became like trees, unable to search for it. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that the word Parama Bhagavata shows that Radha and the Gopis are more exalted than either Mahalakshmi or Rukmini Devi and the queens at Dwarka. This pastime is described in Srimad Bhagavatam 10.35. 16-17. Text 148. Please hear this wonder. The unintelligent animals, the cows, calves, bulls, forest deer, the birds who live in the trees, the creatures who play in the sky and the water, the motionless trees and plants, and the ignorant rivers and clouds, all abandoned their own natures. Text 149. The moving became motionless. The motionless moved. The conscious fainted unconscious. The unconscious became thoughtful. They became plunged in a great nectar of love. They became overwhelmed with ecstasy. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that this is described in Srimad Bhagavatam 10.21. 19. Text 150. The Lord's rasa dance is a great secret of the greatest opulence. It is the greatest treasure. It manifests the ultimate of intense sweetness. Even with hundreds of desires, Goddess Lakshmi could not attain it. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that the glorification of the Lord's flute music now ended. The glorification of the Lord's rasa dance begins in this verse. That the goddess of fortune could not enter the rasa dance is described in Srimad Bhagavatam 10.47. 60, where Uddhava says, when Lord Sri Krishna was dancing with the gopis in the Rasa Leela, the gopis were embraced by the arms of the Lord. This transcendental favor was never bestowed on the goddess of fortune or the other consorts in the spiritual world. Indeed, never was such a thing even imagined by the most beautiful girls in the heavenly planets whose bodily luster and aroma resemble the lotus flower. And what to speak of worldly women who are very beautiful according to the material estimation. Text 151. The heart of what wise and pious person would not be attracted to the Lord's supremely sweet genius? Even as the saintly Gopis wept in the forest, his eloquence charmed them. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that Srila Sukadeva Goswami describes these pastimes in Srimad Bhagavatam's 5 chapters of Rasa Leela. Text 152. I praise Lord Hari's expertly disappearing and then, impelled by the Gopis' plaintive appeals, appearing again in their midst. Charming them with the arts of love, he enjoyed pastimes with them. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that these pastimes are described in Srimad Bhagavatam 10.29. 46 and 10.90, 48. Text 153. Who will not sing the praises of the disappearance pastime of the Lord, who expertly enjoys the pastime of being away from his beloveds? Although they are naturally very grave and peaceful, the Gopis spoke and acted wonderfully in a very wonderful condition of life. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that an example of the Gopis' words is found in Srimad Bhagavatam 10.30, 5. An example of their wonderful actions is their imitation of Krishna's pastimes. The wonderful condition they attained was transcendental madness. Text 154. I fear the Lord, whose pastimes are inscrutable. Why did he one moment give her a gift of the greatest good fortune? Why did he the next moment suddenly disappear and leave her alone, tormented, without a master, and drowning in an ocean of weeping? Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that this verse describes Srimati Radha. Text 155. May the Lord who, impelled by their suffering and the weeping of their songs, appeared amongst them, flooded them with bliss, and, answering their questions, affirmed that he was their debtor, protect you. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that the Gopis' questions begin in Srimad Bhagavatam 10.32.16. Lord Krishna affirmed that he was their debtor in these words. Srimad Bhagavatam 10.32, 22. My dear Gopis, our meeting is certainly free from all material contamination. I must admit that in many lives it would be impossible for me to repay my debt to you because you have cut off the bondage of family life just to search for me. Consequently, I am unable to repay you. Therefore, please be satisfied with your own honest activities in this regard. Text 156. May the Lord's pastimes, which charm the Gopis, which are filled with expert artistry of singing, dancing and other arts, which have unprecedented beauty and other virtues, and which charm the entire world, charm my heart. Text 157. They who yearn to drink the honey of Lord Krishna's lotus feet know the great glory of they who are able to lick that honey. Brahma knows the glory of they who were born in Gokula, and Uddhava knows the glory of the Gopis. They both yearn to attain that glory. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that Brahma, seeing the good fortune of the people of Gokula, yearned for a fortunate position like theirs. He expressed his desire in these words. Srimad Bhagavatam 10.14, 34. My dear Lord, I am most humbly praying at your lotus feet for you to please give me any sort of birth within this Vrindavana forest so that I may be able to be favored by the dust of the feet of some of the devotees of Vrindavana. Even if I am given the chance to grow just as the humble grass in this land, that would be a glorious birth for me. Uddhava, however, seeing the Gopis' great love for Lord Krishna, yearned to love him as they did. Uddhava expressed his desire in these words. Srimad Bhagavatam 10.47, 61. The Gopis of Vrindavana have given up the association of their husbands, sons, and other family members, who are very difficult to give up, and they have forsaken the path of chastity to take shelter of the lotus feet of Mukunda, Krishna, which one should search for by Vedic knowledge. Oh, let me be fortunate enough to be one of the bushes, creepers, or herbs in Vrindavana, because the Gopis trample them and bless them with the dust of their lotus feet. Text 158. They who yearn to attain a certain condition can understand the good fortune of they who have already attained it. The Gopis, who yearn to drink the nectar of Mukunda's lips, sing the glories of the good fortune of his flute. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that this is described in Srimad Bhagavatam 10.21, 9, where the Gopis say, My dear Gopis, what auspicious activities must the flute have performed to enjoy the nectar of Krishna's lips independently and leave only a taste for us Gopis, for whom that nectar is actually meant. The forefathers of the flute, the bamboo trees, shed tears of pleasure. His mother, the river on whose bank the bamboo was born, feels jubilation, and therefore her blooming lotus flowers are standing like hair on her body. Text 159. The Lord is so wonderfully attached to the people of Brhad and eternally so full of love for them that he has no desire at all to see his eldest son, Brahma, who, attracted by the flute, bows before him and recites prayers. Text 160. Charmed by the people of Vrindavana, forest, who know wonderful mantras and magical herbs, the hero of Brhad is not eager to speak even for a moment with persons like me, for whom his lotus feet are the only goal. Text 161. Who can describe their attachment to him? Aware only that he is the son of the cowherd Nanda, and elaborately serving him with love, they always pass the time with great anxiety. Text 162. They are beyond time. Their feet are worshipped by us, who are filled with the opulences of transcendental knowledge. They are flooded with a bliss greater than what is in Vaikuntha. They are worshipped even by the Yadavas. Text 163. The people of Brhad were not enchanted by Krishna. It was Lord Krishna who was enchanted by them. That is the truth. He even forgot his mission as the Supreme Personality of Godhead, and I had to somehow remind him. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that some thinkers say that with his wonderful pastimes and features Lord Krishna enchanted the people of Brhad. This verse refutes that claim by saying that it was Lord Krishna who became enchanted. The Lord even forgot his mission of killing Kansa and doing many other things, and by offering prayers Narada had to remind him. Examples of Narada's reminders are Srimad Bhagavatam 10.37, 13 and 10.37, 15. Text 164. Wishing auspiciousness for the Yadavas. How did intelligent Akrira take the Lord, as if by force, from Brhad to Mathura city? Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that the question posed in this verse is answered in the following verses. By hearing intelligent Akrira's description of the great sufferings of Devaki and Vasudeva, Krishna was convinced to go. This is described in Hari Varne, where Akrira says, "Your aged parents are now slaves tortured by the sadist Karnsa." Text 165. He can never leave the people of Brhad. He returns to Brhad at every moment. He lives there and enjoys pastimes there eternally. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that the Lord leaves Brhad and then returns to Brhad again and again and again in his pastimes. Text 166. As very eager to see what actions pleasing to his heart the people of Brhad do when they are tossed by waves of separation from him, the Lord sometimes hides in the depth of the forest groves, so in his different pastimes he sometimes hides. Text 167. I think this action is a very rare gift the crown of all generous persons gives to they who are most dear to him. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that some persons may protest that it is not right for the Lord to separate himself from they who cannot bear even a moment's separation from him. This verse answers them. The gift here is the most intense love for Krishna. It is so rare that none but the people of Brhad are able to attain it. It is described in Srimad Bhagavatam 10.47. 27, where Uddhava tells the Gopis, "My dear Gopis, the mentality which you have developed in relationship with Krishna is very, very difficult to attain, even for great sages and saintly persons. You have attained the highest perfectional stage of life. It is a great boon for you that you have fixed your mind upon Krishna and have decided to have Krishna only, giving up your family, home, relatives, husbands, and children for the sake of the Supreme Personality. Because your mind is now fully absorbed in Krishna, the Supreme Soul, universal love has automatically developed in you. I think myself very fortunate that I have been favored, by your grace, to see you in this situation." Text 168. As the Lord enjoys pastimes in earthly Gokula, so he also does in spiritual Goloka. Any idea that one is higher and the other lower is an imagination only. Text 169. Although he enjoys pastimes there with Sri Nanda and the others eternally and without ever becoming tired, the Lord is not always seen by everyone in Vrajabhumi. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that someone may protest. If the Lord enjoys pastimes in the earthly Gokula eternally, then why does no one ever see him? This verse answers that protest. In Goloka, in the spiritual world, everyone sees the Lord always. In Gokula, in the material world, everyone sees the Lord during a certain period at the end of the Dvaprayuga, but at other times only certain people at certain times are able to see him. Text 170. As in Vaikuntha Gruda and the other eternal associates of the Lord are always present, so in Goloka the Lord's eternal dear friends are always present. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that someone may protest. Nanda Maharaja and the other cowherd people are residents of Gokula in the material world. How can they simultaneously exist in Gokula in the spiritual world eternally? This verse answers that question. As Garuda and the other associates of the Lord stay in Vaikuntha, but at the same time are also present in the material world, so the cowherd people of Brhad are present in the spiritual and material world simultaneously. Text 171 By their own wish, with the Supreme Personality of Godhead, the Lord of their life, they eternally enjoy pastimes in both places. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that the two places are Gokula in the material world and Goloka in the spiritual world. Text 172 Adopting the same methods one uses to attain Sri Goloka, one may see the playful and merciful Lord in the material world. Text 173 O dear one, why are you so eager to see the sweetness of the pastimes at Lord Gopaladeva's lotus feet? Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that here Narada rebukes Gopakumara for desiring something so rare and difficult to attain. Text 174 O brother, know that this is very difficult to attain. The way to attain it very difficult to follow. That is my final conclusion. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that here Narada Muni speaks of attaining Goloka in the spiritual world. Text 175 Most living entities do not know what should and what should not be done. Some few men know what should be done. Text 176 Many are intent on economic development and sense gratification. Some follow the duties by which one attains Svargaloka. Text 177 Some perform religious duties without material motive. Of them, some aspire for impersonal liberation. Text 178 Of them, some are liberated Paramahansis, and of the Paramahansis some are great souls devoted to the service of the Lord. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that the devotees are called great souls because they consider impersonal liberation to be very insignificant and because they are very eager to taste the nectar of serving the Lord. They are described in Srimad Bhagavatam 6.1435. Text 179 Among these devotees they who have given their hearts to being friends of Sriman Maidana Gopala's lotus feet are even more rare. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that the exalted status of the devotees is described in Srimad Bhagavatam 6.146. Text 180 Know that the different ways to attain different goals of life are in this sequence of higher and lower. This is taught by the words of the scriptures. Text 181 Than these devotees there are others even more exalted. I am not qualified to describe them. Text 182 Sri Gopakumara said. Then Narada embraced Uddhava and with plaintive words humbly begged, Please, you say something. Text 183 Uddhava, overcome with ecstatic love and humbly bowing his head again and again, said, At every moment I offer my respectful obeisances to the women in Nanda's Vraya. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that Uddhava could understand Narada's intention in asking him to speak. Touching his head to the ground, with great love he sang the glories of the greatest devotees. Text 184 Uddhava, the servant of Lord Hari, suddenly became very agitated. Taking straw in his teeth and grasping Narada's feet, he sang again. Text 185 The Gopis of Vrindavana have given up the association of their husbands, sons, and other family members, who are very difficult to give up, and they have forsaken the path of chastity to take shelter of the lotus feet of Mukunda, Krishna, which one should search for by Vedic knowledge. Oh, let me be fortunate enough to be one of the bushes, creepers, or herbs in Vrindavana, because the Gopis trample them and bless them with the dust of their lotus feet. This verse is a quotation from Srimad Bhagavatam 10.47.61. Text 186 Displaying symptoms of the greatest ecstatic love and filled with wonder, again he loudly sang. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that some of the symptoms Uddhava displayed were trembling, perspiring, and standing up of the body's hairs. Text 187 When Lord Sri Krishna was dancing with the Gopis in the Rasa Leela, the Gopis were embraced by the arms of the Lord. This transcendental favor was never bestowed on the goddess of fortune or the other consorts in the spiritual world. Indeed, never was such a thing even imagined by the most beautiful girls in the heavenly planets whose bodily luster and aroma resemble the lotus flower. And what to speak of worldly women who are very beautiful according to the material estimation. This verse is a quotation from Srimad Bhagavatam 10.47.60. Text 188 Lord Narada became filled with great wonder. Seeing that I was unhappy, he at once sang this. Text 189 Sri Narada said, Uddhava, the best of all the devotees, offers his respectful obeisances to the dust of the gopis' lotus feet. He prays to be born as a blade of grass fortunate enough to be touched by the dust of their lotus feet. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that this is described in Srimad Bhagavatam 10.47, 61 and 10.47, 63. Text 190 Even Rukmini, who is famous as Lord Hari's beloved, who, yearning for the infallible Lord, refused to act as an ordinary pious girl, and who almost died when the Lord spoke to her a single joke, could not attain even the scent of the gopis' good fortune. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that this is described in Srimad Bhagavatam 10.47, 60, 10.60, 17, and 10.60, 24. Text 191 What are the best of women in comparison to the gopis? What are the goddesses of Svargaloka? What are the queens headed by Satyabhama and Kalindi? What are the noble women headed by Rohini? Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that this is described in Srimad Bhagavatam 10.47, 60. Text 192 I am insignificant. Who am I? Still, my restless tongue will not stop glorifying the gopis. Texts 193 and 194 O son of Agopa, O friend of the Lord of Brhad, Uddhava is the best of the loving devotees. Because he was fortunate to receive the Lord's mercy, he was able to see the ecstatic love of the gopis in Brhad. The gopis gave him such great mercy that he forgot even about Lord Krishna. Uddhava is able to understand the actions of the gopis. He should describe them. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains the Uddhava describes the gopis in Srimad Bhagavatam 10.47, 27. Texts 195 and 196 The Lord's uncle is Svafalka's son Akrira. His heart is dry with knowledge that has no sweetness. An old man, his heart unable to melt with compassion, he came to Brhad as Katansa's messenger. He can meditate on Lord Krishna's lotus feet and describe them, but because he offended the gopis he cannot meditate on them in his heart or describe their exalted glories. Text 197 I will be able to see the Lord's lotus feet which are worshipped by great demigods like Brahma, Narada, and Lord Siva, which traverse the ground of Vrindavana as he herds the cows, and which touch the breasts of the gopis covered with tinges of kunkuma. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that in this verse, quoted from Srimad Bhagavatam 10.38, 8, Akrira meditates on the Lord's lotus feet as was described in the previous verse. Text 198 When I bow down before Lord Krishna in that way, certainly he will place his fearless lotus hand on my head. His hand is offered to all conditioned souls who take shelter under his lotus feet. Krishna is the ultimate goal of life for all people who fear the snake of material existence, and certainly when I see him he will give me the shelter of his lotus feet. I am aspiring for the touch of his lotus-like hands on my head. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that in this verse, quoted from Srimad Bhagavatam 10.38, 16, Akrira meditates on the Lord's lotus hand. Text 199 Indra, who is the king of heaven and the master of the three world, the upper, middle, and lower planetary system, was blessed by the Lord simply for his offering a little water which Krishna accepted. Similarly, Bali Maharaja gave only 3 feet of land in charity to Vamanadeva, and he also offered a little water which Lord Vamanadeva accepted, and thereby Bali Maharaja attained the position of Indra. When the gopis were dancing with Krishna in the rasa dance, they became fatigued, and Krishna smeared his hand, which is fragrant as a lotus flower, over the pearl-like drops of perspiration on the faces of the gopis, and immediately they became refreshed. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that in this verse, quoted from Srimad Bhagavatam 10.38, 17, Akrira says that the Lord gives fearlessness to the devotees that surrender to him. The Lord even gives himself to these devotees. Text 200 In his last moments the saintly Brahmachari Bhisma, who was the grandfather of the Kuras and Pandavas, offered to the Lord prayers that described the exalted glories of the women of Brhad. Text 201 Let my mind be fixed upon Lord Shri Krishna, whose motions and smiles of love attracted the damsels of Vrajadama, the gopis. The damsels imitated the characteristic movements of the Lord after his disappearance from the rasa dance. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that Bhisma speaks this verse, quoted from Srimad Bhagavatam 1.9, 40. Text 202 Seeing the Lord as he was about to go to his own city, Yudhishthira Maharaja's queen said among themselves. Text 203 O friends, just think of his wives, whose hand he has accepted. how they must have undergone vows, baths, fire sacrifices, and perfect worship of the Lord of the universe to constantly relish now the nectar of his lips, by kissing. The damsels of Brhad would often faint just by expecting such favors. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that this verse, quoted from Srimad Bhagavatam 1.10.28, is their conversation. Text 204. Sri Gopakumara said, speaking his words, Lord Narada embraced me. He was plunged in the waves of the ocean of love, waves that made him tremble and shed tears and made the hairs of his body stand erect. Biting his tongue, which yearned to continue describing the gopis, he danced wonderfully and displayed many symptoms of ecstatic love. Text 205. In a moment he became normal again and, seeing me depressed, the best of sages comforted me with affectionate words. Text 206. Sri Narada said, this is a great secret to be concealed in all times and places, and especially to be concealed from the devotees in places where the Lord's great opulences are abundantly manifested. Text 207. That is why I did not reveal this to you in Vaikuntha. Now, inspired by the sweetness of your love and devotion, I have said something about it here. Text 208. Before you and before Uddhava, I vow that I speak the truth. In this place one can attain neither Goloka nor the means to attain Goloka. Text 209. Please hear from me this one instruction. Not far from here a place named Sri Purushottam etc. is splendidly manifested. This is the same place you saw before on the earth. Text 210. There, with Balarama and Subhadra the Lord enjoys many pastimes on Govardhana hill, in Vrindavana forest, and on the shore of the Yamuna. Text 211. The Lord, in whom all incarnations of God rest, enjoys many pastimes there. To a devotee who finds pleasure in him, the Lord reveals his own form. Text 212. As Sri Mathura is dear to Lord Krishnadeva, so this place is also dear to him. Although it is very opulent, it is also very beautiful and charming. Text 213. If when you go there your desire is not fulfilled by seeing the Lord there, you will attain there the way to fulfill your desire. Text 214. There, and in no other place, is the way to attain the spontaneous love the people of Brhad feel for the lotus feet of he who is the Lord of the Gopis lives. Text 215. Sri Krishna's great mercy, which brings that love, comes to some spontaneously and to others as a result of gradual spiritual advancement. Text 216. From a generous donor one may receive either cooked food or ingredients to prepare cooked food. In this way the scriptures describe the ways to quickly or gradually attain the Lord's mercy. Text 217. Thinking the Lord one's own friend or relative as one has a friend or relative in the material world, and yearning to serve the Gopas and Gopas, one should reject awe and reverence and all other impediments and strive to attain that pure love. Text 218. By engaging in devotional service that largely consists of singing about and meditating on the Lord's Vrha pastimes, one attains that love which is glorious with the chanting of the dearmost Lord's holy names. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that there are 9 methods of devotional service, of which 2 important activities are mentioned here. Text 219. In the association of a devotee who relishes the nectar of it, that love appears of its own accord. Still, it should be carefully concealed. Text 220. As one lives alone in the Lord's dear pastime forest, one's love becomes manifest and grows to become very strong. Text 221. That love is far from fruit of pious work, philosophical speculation, yoga, and other spiritual practices. It is decorated with independence from them. It is the root of humbleness. Text 222. Even if one is very exalted, he should be humble and think himself very incompetent and lowly. Text 223. A wise man should try to be humble in his words, deeds, and thoughts. He should shun the opposite of humbleness. Text 224. Humbleness comes from advancement in love for Krishna, as is seen in the example of the women of Gokula when they were separated from Krishna. Text 225. Mature humbleness brings love for Krishna. It is seen that the two are in a relationship of cause and effect. Text 226. O brother, the wise know that the nature of this love is characterized inside the heart by melting and outside the heart by trembling and a host of other symptoms. Text 227. In this love, a fire's flames become the Yamuna's nectar and the Yamuna's nectar becomes a fire's flames. Poison becomes nectar and nectar becomes poison. Death becomes happiness and life becomes torture. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that this is the condition of a devotee separated from Karna. Text 228. It is not possible to distinguish between separation from Krishna and the happiness of enjoying with him, or to distinguish which is full of bliss and which is full of grief. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that even when the devotees are enjoying in the Lord's association, they feel the unhappiness of being separated from him. This is described at the end of the 10th canto in the account of the Queen's water pastimes with the Lord. Also, in either meeting or separation, intense love for Krishna brings an intense bliss. Therefore it is not possible clearly to determine what is bliss and what is torment in these pastimes. Text 229. Gaining the wealth of that love, one again and again acts as a madman. Without that love, the 9 methods of devotional service to Lord Mukunda bring no happiness. Text 230. They become like vegetables without salt, a feast without hunger, scripture a study without understanding, or orchards without fruit. Text 231. In a general way I have said something about this love. I do not have the power to describe it in detail. How can I say much about the love the women of Brhad feel for Krishna? Text 232. When Krishna went to Mathura city, the gopis thought they were burning in the fires of cosmic devastation. Please, don't try to understand, from me, anything more about the cause or nature of their love. Text 233. If somehow Sri Radhika is seen, then the form of that love may be understood. If one is empowered by her, he can describe it. If you are able to understand it, you can hear of it from him. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that a person who is able to describe that love will be at every moment so overwhelmed with ecstatic joy, lamentation, madness, and other ecstatic symptoms that he will not be able to describe it to any listener. Therefore only Goddess Radhika can describe that love. Text 234. If Lord Krishna Kandra incarnates to reveal that love, or if Radhika incarnates, then one may understand it. Text 235. O you who were born in Brhad, to attain your desire you should go to the province of Mathura at once. You are not like me. You are the object of his mercy. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that the province of Mathura here is Purushottam etc. The last sentence here means that Gopakumara received the mercy of the Lord of Goloka. Text 236. Srimanu Uddhava said, as Purushottam etc. is dear to the Lord, so is Dvaraka city dear. As it is decorated with great opulences and appropriate pastimes, so is Dvaraka. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that as a great devotee of Lord Dvarakanath, Uddhava could not tolerate the suggestion that Dvaraka might be inferior in any way. Text 237. Our Lord, the son of Devaki, manifests his own form at Purushottam etc. Standing motionless, he enjoys pastimes for the pleasure of the people there whose hearts are flooded with love for him. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that the motionless form of the Lord here is Dhrubrahma Lord Jagannatha. Text 238. Here one attains the same perfection one obtains there. There is no difference. However, by seeing and hearing of the Lord's Brhad pastimes he will become unhappy there. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that in Purushottam etc. Gopakumara will see pictures and plays of the Lord's Brhad pastimes and hear songs and other descriptions of those pastimes. Yearning to attain the Lord of Brhad, he will become unhappy. Text 239. Also, there, by seeing Lord Jagannatha's lotus face, by obtaining Mahaprasadam again and again, and by seeing many festivals, he will become blissful and he will not be humble at heart. Text 240. Without humbleness he will not attain the pure love that brings one to Goloka, and without attaining Gokula he will not be happy. Text 241. Lord Jagannatha, who is unhappy to see others suffer, will only send him to his Gokula, the ornament of Mathura. Why not send him to Gokula directly? Text 242. There he will see the forests, rivers, hills, and everything else are all void and desolate without Krishna. He will become humble and he will feel the pure love felt by the great devotees. Text 243. There he will search for the person loved by the great souls whose voices there are filled with calls of alas, alas, and whose hearts are burned by great sufferings. Text 244. Sri Gopakumara said, hearing these eloquent and logical words of Uddhava, the best of counselors, Lord Narada became pleased and spoke. Text 245. Sri Narada said, O Uddhava, you love the people of that land. You have spoken good advice for him to attain his desire. Text 246. You know the glory of the land of Brhad. You left your worshipable Lord, Sri Krishna, to go there, and you stayed there for a long time. Text 247. Looking in all directions and seeing that all the signs were auspicious, all-knowing Narada, who is dear to the devotees, became happy and spoke to me. Text 248. O glorious one, dear to Vrad's hero, know that your desire will be soon fulfilled. O very fortunate one, I knew this all along. Text 249. In beautiful Vaikuntha, which is full of the greatest bliss, in Ayodhya city, where the bliss is even greater, and even in this Dvaraka city, your heart became unhappy. In Svargaloka and the other planets, even when you could see the Lord's lotus feet, you could find no happiness. Text 250. I think this unhappiness was only to increase your love for the beautiful lotus feet of your beloved Lord. If it were not so, then why would you be unhappy in this place or unaware of the happinesses in the other places? Sri Sanatana Goswami explains that the beloved Lord here is Sri Maidana Gopala. Text 251. Because of this unawareness, because your heart was calm and untroubled, because you were very curious, and because your love was very great, you could not find any happiness in these worlds, even when there you could see the infallible Lord. Text 252. Therefore, to attain your long-cherished desire, you should go at once to Mathura Vrajabhumi, which makes the earth beautiful and glorious. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that Vrindavana's making the earth beautiful and glorious is described in Srimad Bhagavatam 10.21. 10. Text 253. There you should at once engage in spiritual activities, and that will bring you to beautiful Goloka above the Vaikuntha worlds. Text 254. Sri Gopakumara said, pleased by the nectar of his worlds, I was very eager to go, but I wished first to get the Lord's permission. The great soul Uddhava noticed this. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that the Lord here is the king of Dvaraka. Text 255. Sriman Uddhava said, if you go to any other place, you should first have permission from the king of the Yadavas, but this one place is very dear to him. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that the word very dear here means more dear even than Dvaraka. Text 256. By residing in Dvaraka one attains a love much greater than what one attains even by directly serving the Lord. Text 257. That is why, on the pretext of comforting the devotees for whom the Lord is more dear than life, I stayed in Vrajabhumi for a long time. Text 258. I think when he knows of your strong desire, my master will personally lead you, a person he loves, to that land he also loves. Text 259. Drinking the nectar of his words, I became flooded with great bliss. I fainted and for a moment I closed my eyes. Text 260. I could guess that someone was taking me somewhere. When I opened my eyes I saw that I had come to this forest grove. Chapter 6. Abhistalabha, the fulfillment of desires. Text 1. Sri Gopakumara said, following Narada's instruction, in a sweet voice I chanted Lord Krishna's dear holy names and I sang of and meditated on his pastimes here. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that here means in Vrindavana. Text 2. When I saw the places of the Lord's pastimes my heart became filled with love and my body displayed the symptoms of ecstasy. In my heart I am embarrassed. How can I tell this to others? Text 3. Tormented, I passed my days and nights pitiably crying in pain. Soon I did not know whether I was filled with bliss or drowning in an ocean of pain. Text 4. I did not know whether I was in the flames of a forest fire or in the cooling nectar waters of Sri Yamuna. Text 5. Sometimes I thought I must have fallen into the hand of a demon. I was always drowning in an ocean of pain. Even the slightest fragrance of happiness would not touch me. Text 6. Thus I lived in this grove that decorated Vrindavana forest. One day, as I was drowning in an ocean of weeping, I fainted. Texts 7 and 8. Then I met the crown jewel of all merciful persons. With a hand holding a flute he wiped the dust from my limbs. Again and again this most wise person playfully shook me. He flooded my nostrils with his unprecedented sweet fragrance. Text 9. I reverently gazed at his lotus face. I quickly got up. My heart filled with joy, I tried to touch his exquisite yellow garment. Text 10. Making playful melodies on his flute, that best of heroes moved behind me and then fled into the forest. I ran after him, but I could not catch him. Text 11. He disappeared. Not seeing him, I fainted and fell into the current of the Yamuna. As I was carried along I became conscious and I opened my eyes. Text 12. I saw that, carried by a vehicle rising faster than the mind and traveling along a very wonderful path, I had arrived at a very splendid, flawless place. Text 13. Collecting my thoughts, I happily saw Vaikuntha within which were Ayodhya and many other places, and I became filled with wonder. Then, carried along, I left them all behind. Text 14. Then I came to effulgent Goloka, which was above all the worlds, and which I had long desired. Here was the circle of Mathura. Everything was as it had been on the earth. Text 15 In the circle of Mathura I went to Mathura city. Gazing at it I became filled with joy and wonder. Text 16 There I heard that, imprisoning Devaki, Vasudeva, and his own father, Kansa had usurped the kingdom. Text 17 Afraid of the demons, the Yadavas could not be happy or act as they wished. Text 18 They found themselves troubled by Kansa day and night. Some fled, and some took shelter of him. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that this is described in Srimad Bhagavatam 10.2.14. Text 19 Being also afraid of him, I left, bathed in Visranti Tirtha, and quickly went to beautiful Vrindavana. Texts 20 and 21 There, in Galoka, which the demigods, kings of the planets, and their associates could not approach, seeing a country glorious as the sunrise, where there were the ways and customs and human language of Bharata versus Aryavarta, I became filled with wonder and I plunged in an ocean of bliss. Text 22 In a moment I saw cowherd men going here and there and elderly gopis picking flowers. Text 23 Everyone there was extraordinary, different from any people I had seen before. It seemed that someone had stolen the treasure of their hearts. Text 24 Simply by seeing them I became like them. Carefully composing myself, I approached them and asked them this question. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that the words became like them mean that Gopakumara also became very agitated. Texts 25 and 26 O people served by great bliss beyond what the great Paramahamsas can desire. O people to whom the loving devotees of the goddess of fortune's husband pray for mercy. Please look with kindness on this poor person come to you for shelter. Tell him, who is the king of this place? Where is his palace? By what path does one go to him? Text 27 O fortunate ones, please be kind to me, who with plaintive words asks. O saintly ones, please give a sign in answer. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that they did not answer Gopakumara's questions. He thinks they may be observing a vow of silence, so he asks that with a gesture of their hands they somehow answer his questions. Text 28 Please hear the words of troubled me. You must be overcome with love for that charming person. Text 29 Again and again with plaintive words asking everyone I saw, I went to the different places in Vrata. Text 30 Moving my eyes in all directions, far away I saw a palace filled with great sweetness. Text 31 On that side, and also everywhere, I heard the beautiful singing of gopis, the sounds of them churning yogurt, and the tinkling of their ornaments. Texts 32 and 33 Suppressing the bliss I felt in my heart, I approached an elderly man who was emotionally singing Krishna, Krishna, and crying. I carefully listened to the broken words he spoke. Text 34 Simply by hearing the words this is the palace of Krishna's father, the Gopa King Nanda I fainted, overcome with happiness. Text 35 In a moment brought to consciousness by the kind elderly men, I ran ahead and came to the palace gate. Text 36 There I saw millions and millions of wonders never seen, heard of, or imagined by anyone. Text 37 O best of the Brahmanas, I could not understand whether all the people were filled with bliss or overcome with sorrow. Text 38 When I heard the gopis songs I did not know whether they cried in the greatest happiness or the greatest sorrow. Text 39 As I looked at this place, which I had ascended higher and higher to reach, I thought I am in the material world. Text 40 Then I understood. I am above all material and spiritual worlds. I am above the material and spiritual worlds. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that the word loka here means the 14 material worlds and the words aloka and adiloka mean what is beyond the 14 material worlds. Text 41 An elderly lady came. I bowed down before her and with sweet words asked, Where does the son of Nanda enjoy pastimes today? Srila Sanatana Goswami reminds us that this conversation was at the entrance to Nanda's palace. Text 42 The elderly lady said, He who gives life to us people of Brhad in the morning went to the forest with his cows, friends, and elder brother to enjoy pastimes. Now, in the evening, he will return. Text 43 Their eyes fixed on the path, all the people of Brhad now stand by the Yamuna's shore. Even the trees, eager to see him, stretch their leaves and branches high. He will come by this path. Text 44 Sri Gopakumara said, It was as if I was suddenly bathed with great streams of nectar. With a single glance I saw the path she showed. Text 45 I was stunned with bliss. My legs could no longer move. With a great effort from far away I could hear the sound. Text 46 of cows mooing, and playful, sweet flute melodies filled with many charming waves of sound that enchanted the people of Brhad. Text 47 made the trees shed tears that were a great flood of nectar, made the people of Brhad shed a great stream of tears from their eyes, made milk flow from the breasts of the elderly mothers, and made the swiftly moving Yamuna become motionless. Text 48 Whether this flute flows with poison or nectar I do not know. Whether this sound is harder than a thunderbolt or softer than nectar I do not know. Whether it is hotter than fire or cooler than the moon I do not know. Because of it everyone in Brhad has become mad. Now they have fainted unconscious. Text 49 Then I saw some of the women of Brhad coming from the palace carrying in their hands articles for offering Arati. Others carried on their heads ornaments and delicious foods. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that in their hands they carried lamps, flowers, and other things, and on their heads they carried garlands, ointments, fresh butter, sweet rice, and other things. Text 50 As they hastily and confusedly ran in the direction of the cows mooing and the flute's music, some of the women stumbled and fell. Text 51 Some had put their ornaments in the wrong places, some had forgotten to tie their belts and hair, some, stunned as trees, stayed in their homes, and some fainted and fell to the ground. Text 52 Some, their faces wet with tears, had fainted and were being carried by their friends. Others, overcome with love, came there and said to their friends, Look, it is he. Texts 53 and 54 Continually singing his names and pastimes, decorated with wonderful beauty and colorful garments, and their good fortune robbing goddess Lakshmi of her pride in being fortunate, they ran to the Yamuna's shore. As if pulled by someone, I ran behind. Text 55 Then from far away I saw him. His hand was glorious with the sweet flute. He quickly ran from his friends and cows, said O Sridama, now I have found my friend Srupa, who is a brilliant sun shining on the lotus flower of your family, and gracefully continued walking. Text 56 He was decorated with forest ornaments, a moving kadama garland, and a peacock feather turban. His fragrance filled the directions. His blossoming lotus face was handsome with a playful smile. Text 57 His lotus eyes glistened with merciful glances. His only real ornament was his own wonderful handsomeness. The fingers of his lotus hand pushed back the moving locks of his hair decorated with dust raised by the cows. Text 58 To beautify the surface of the earth, he touched it with his soft lotus feet as he danced gracefully. Text 59 Splendid with the sweetness of youth, his handsomeness made all the directions glorious. The ocean of his many glories charmed the hearts of his eternal dear friends there. Text 60 Controlled by the love of his helpless devotees, he ran to me. I fainted with love by seeing him. He embraced my neck, and then suddenly fell to the ground. Text 61 In a moment I became conscious. I carefully freed my neck from his embrace. I saw him fall into the ground, unconscious, covered with dust, and muddying the path. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that the Lord was muddying the ground with streams of tears. Text 62 The gopis came there and said, Who has come here? What has he done to the goal of our lives? Alas, alas, now we people of Brhad are all dead. Text 63 Crying and lamenting in many ways, and saying, Perhaps he is a servant of the magician Katansa. They gathered around Krishna. Text 64 Texts 65 and 66 Hearing the sound of crying, the people of Brhad, Nanda and the Gopa men, Yasoda, who dearly loved her son, the other women, and the maid servants, fainting and stumbling as they came, all ran there, crying out alas, alas. Text 67 Then the cows, bulls, calves, black deer, and other animals all came there and, seeing what had happened to Krishna, cried in agony. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that the animals all considered Krishna the Lord of their life. Text 68 Gently making sounds of love, their faces bathed with tears, approaching him again, and smelling him, they licked him again and again. Text 69 Crying as they flew in the sky above, many grieving birds made a great sound. Text 70 Their hearts filled with pain, the unmoving trees and plants suddenly became withered and dry. How can I say it in words? All moving and unmoving beings became as if they were dead. Text 71 Tormented, drowning in an ocean of sorrow, confused about what I had done, placing my head at his feet, and crying, I lamented again and again. Text 72 Handsome Balarama, whose fair complexion was decorated with blue garments, who was dressed and decorated as his younger brother was, and who was only slightly older than he, with great fear quickly came from far away. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that Lord Balarama's complexion is the color of a white lotus flower. Text 73 Balarama, the leader of the wise, cried at first, but then he became peaceful at heart. He looked about. He took my arms and carefully placed them around the neck of his younger brother. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that Lord Balarama looked about to find the cause of his brother's fainting. Text 74. He made my hand stroke Krishna's handsome limbs. He made me call out to him with wonderfully sweet words. He made me lift him from the ground. Text 75. At once he opened the charming lotus eyes that had been sealed by streams of tears. Seeing me, he happily embraced and kissed me, but then, looking around, he became embarrassed. Text 76. Having attained me, a friend more dear than life he had not seen for a long time, taking my hand in his left lotus hand, asking me wonderful questions, bringing happiness to all the people of Brhad, and walking as gracefully as an elephant, the handsome Lord entered the village of Brhad. Srila Sanatana Goswami gives, O dear friend, are you well? Are you happy? As an example of Krishna's questions. Text 77. Unhappy in his absence, unable to go anywhere without him, and hoping to see the Lord in the morning, the forest deer passed the night at the entrance to Brhad village. Text 78. Again and again flying over Brhad, the birds gazed at Krishna. Unable to see him at night, weeping and crying out, they left. Text 79. At the insistence of Nanda, who was full of love for his sons, the two brothers did not stay to talk to the cows after they were milked, but went directly home. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that Nanda said, Son, you must be tired from wandering in the forest. Go home with your older brother. Bathe and perform your other duties. I will stay and talk to the cows. Don't delay. Your mother is lamenting. She will rebuke me. Please honor the promise I made her. Go home at once. Text 80. Their limbs and garments bathed in the streams flowing out of love from their eyes and breasts. Again and again Yasoda and Rohini offered arati to each limb of the two boys. Text 81. With her hair she offers arati to her son. She embraces him and lovingly kisses him. Will she hold his head to her breast or her waist? Text 82. Filled with love, he brought me to his mother and made me bow down before her. Seeing that her son loved me, she was as affectionate to me as she was to him. Text 83. Then, ignoring all other duties, some gopis came there on a certain pretext. Text 84. Seeing that the two mothers were making arrangements to bathe the two brothers, the mischievous Lord said to the gopis. Text 85. O mothers, we two brothers are tortured with hunger. Please quickly prep our meal, bring father, and we will eat. Text 86. Hearing these pleasant words, the gopis said, O Sri Yasoda Queen of Brhad, O Queen Rohini, you need not do this. We will do this duty. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that the duty here is the bathing of Krishna and Balarama. Text 87. You two quickly prepare their meal. We will nicely bathe them at once. Text 88. Sri Yasoda said, Girls, quickly bathe the older boy first and send him to fetch Nanda so he may also eat. Text 89. Sri Sripa said, praising Mother Yasoda's pleasing words, some gopis quickly bathed Balarama and sent him to get Nanda as Yasoda and Rohini went into the kitchen. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that Srupa is Gopakumara's original name in the spiritual world. From now on he will be identified as Sartipa. Text 91. By one removing Sri Krishna's wonderful ornaments, they scrubbed his limbs with their own washcloths. Text 91. Alerting me with a signal, from far away he tossed into my open hand the flute which was like the gopis' rival, for which they begged, and which they tried to grab from his lotus hand. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that the signal was the Lord's dancing eyebrow. The gopis begged, give it to me, give it to me. Text 92. Then they anointed him with excellent oil and carefully and expertly massaged him with the soft touch of their lotus hands. Text 93. Still, either because he was so very delicate and sensitive or perhaps out of playfulness, he cried out with a pained expression on his face. Text 94. Hearing this cry of pain, and at once coming out, she who had placed all her love in her son alone asked, What happened? What happened? Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that Mother Yasoda came out from the kitchen. Text 95. Seeing her son's smiling face, she went back to the kitchen. Afraid, smiling, and singing songs, the gopis finished massaging him. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that the gopis smiled because they knew that Krishna only pretended to cry in pain, but they were also afraid that Mother Yasoda would again come from the kitchen. Text 96. Then, with clear, warm, and fragrant Yamuna water from jeweled jars, they playfully bathed him. Text 97. Then, with wonderful garlands, scented ointments, garments, and many ornaments all brought from their own homes, according to their own liking they dressed him as a dancer-actor. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that the word Yatharuchi may also be interpreted to mean according to Krishna's liking. Text 98. Then they fed him some food they had eaten, and then, with the offerings that are said to be proper to give again and again offering Arati to him, they placed the offerings on their heads. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that the gopis may have themselves brought the hidden food out of love for Krishna, or the hidden food may have been arranged by Mother Yasoda's own desire. The Arati offerings include camphor and a lamp. Text 99. With paste of excellent sandal wood, kunkuma, and musk they drew wonderful pictures and designs on his neck, forehead, and cheeks, and in other places also. Text 100. As he lovingly gazed at them, they carefully steadied him with their hands to decorate his eyes with black kajala. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that because Krishna's loving glances made their hands tremble, they could not do a very good job of decorating his eyes. Text 101. Again and again he spoke with them about the happiness of their pastimes in the forest. He said many wonderful joking words and he pleased them. Text 102. Interrupted again and again by their mutual friendship, his decoration did not attain its completion. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that by saying, "This is not good, take it away and do it again," Krishna interrupted the process of decoration again and again. Text 103. Her heart filled with love for her son, Yasoda left the kitchen again and again. Seeing what had happened, she spoke the following words as if she were angry. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that Mother Yasoda was not actually angry. Text 104. Sri Yasoda said, "O Gopi girls, because of your fickleness and childishness his bathing and decoration is still not finished." Text 105. Sri Sartipa said, understanding the playful hearts of the gopis, whose eyes were then fixed on their beloved, an elderly lady said, Text 106. O daughter Yasoda, please happily see how these girls have brought handsomeness to your dark son. Text 107. Hearing these words of her nurse Mukhara, she again left the kitchen. Understanding the joke her nurse had said, she spoke as if she were angry. Text 108. Sri Yasoda said, all handsomeness is offering Arati to his lotus feet. My handsome dark boy dances again and again on the head of the entire world. Text 109. The beauty of all these girls together is not worthy to offer Arati to the handsomeness in the tip of one of his toenails. Text 110. Sri Srupa said, how can his handsomeness, glory, and sweetness be described? It cannot be compared to anything in this world, nor anything beyond it, nor even the king of Dvaraka. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that handsomeness here means the handsomeness of his body, glory means the glory of his dark complexion, and sweetness means the sweetness of his smile and other features. That his handsomeness cannot be compared to anything in the material world means his eyes and the other parts of his body cannot be compared to lotus flowers or other things, and also that his handsomeness cannot be compared to that of the incarnations of Lord Vishnu present in the material world. It cannot even be compared to that of the king of Vaikuntha, the king of Ayodhya, or the king of Dvaraka. Text 111. As Krishna is the crest of heroes, so Radha is the greatest heroine. As Radha is the greatest heroine, so Krishna is the crest of heroes. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that Radha, being like Krishna, cannot be compared to anyone else. They are both like each other and unlike all others. Text 112. Completing the bathing, and seeing that the Gopa king had come with Balarama, all the girls hid, and Krishna at once came before him. Text 113. With the two boys at his sides, Nanda sat down on a golden throne in the dining room and began to eat. Text 114. Yasoda's son was at his left and Rohini's son was at his right. At their insistence I faced them. Texts 115 and 116. The king of enjoyers then ate a meal that had all good qualities, that had 4 kinds of food, that Sri Rohini brought from the kitchen in splendid jeweled, golden, and silver pots, and that his mother lovingly served him. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that the king of enjoyers is Krishna. Text 117. His great golden plate filled with many cups of different kinds of food, he ate a great deal. Text 118. Sometimes his mother, father, or brother would carefully place some food in his mouth and he would playfully and graciously accept it. Text 119. As he ate he drank excellent nectar from a golden cup and excellent water from another golden cup. Texts 120-124. In the beginning he ate very sweet warm milk mixed with sugar and ghee, yalbis, papa cakes, fenica sweets, capitis, many other delicious foods cooked in ghee, and many sweets made of milk and yogurt. In the middle he ate many exquisite, sweet, warm, fragrant, soft foods, vataka cakes, parpada cakes, soup, spinach, other vegetables, many milk preparations of the sweet and bitter kinds, and many other spicy, bitter, and salty foods. At the end he ate curds with sugar, many kinds of curd and yogurt preparations, and buttermilk with hing, and he also fed me all these different foods. Text 125. Glorious with the dancing of his lotus eyes and archer's bow eyebrows, the waves of pastimes of his lotus face, cheeks, charming tongue, red lips, and chewing teeth cannot be approached by words or the mind. Text 126. From their own homes the gopis brought many sweets cooked with milk, butter and sugar and placed them before Mother Yasoda. Text 127. With wonderful playfulness he ate them again and again, praising all of them, delighting all the gopis, and with his own hand feeding me some of them. Text 128. Then Sri Radhika brought a Manohara laddu filled with sugar and placed it at Krishna's left. Text 129. Picking it up with the tips of his forefinger and thumb, and then lightly placing it on the tip of his tongue, he suddenly curled his mouth in an expression of distaste. Text 130. His brother smiled, his mother became angry at Radha, his father was surprised, Radha's bewildered friends felt sick, and her enemies rejoiced. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that Krishna's brother Balarama appreciated the joke, and so he smiled. Radha's enemies are her rivals. Text 131. Then he threw it on the plate of me, who was born in Radha's brother's family. When I ate that sublimely delicious sweet I became filled with wonder. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that Gopakumara was related to Radha's brother, Sridama. The sweet was not actually bitter, but Krishna thought it appropriate that one of Radha's relatives eat it. It was actually the best of all the foods, and out of love Krishna gave it to Gopakumara. Why did Gopakumara become filled with wonder? Because that sweet was the most delicious. Text 132. When with moving eyebrows Radha secretly glanced at him, Krishna pleased her with a gentle smile and a sidelong glance. Text 133. Then I understood this pastime, by which he who is the crest jewel of the intelligent delights they who are overcome with love for him. Text 134. Then, putting some betel nuts in his mouth, playfully chewing them, and glancing at Radhika, he timidly placed the betel nuts in the mouth of a friend. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that Krishna did all this to please Radha. Text 135. Then, reciting mantras for good digestion, his affectionate mother again and again stroked his stomach with her left palm. Text 136. Then, as Nanda was in the cow barn, and as intelligent Balarama slept, Krishna, singing songs, wandered in the courtyard of Brhad. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that at this time Mother Yasoda was absorbed in her household duties. Text 137. After enjoying for a moment pastimes with the beautiful girls of Brhad, out of respect for his mother's call, he went to his bedroom nearby and lay down on his soft bed beautiful as foam. Text 138. On that very splendid, golden, priceless, bejeweled bed were many soft pillows like spotless full moons. Text 139. In the lion's part of the palace, in a beautiful bejeweled room fragrant with agoro incense, the bed, decorated with a canopy of pearls, was very beautiful. Text 140. Intelligent Radha prepared some betel nuts and placed them in Krishna's mouth. Chandravali and Sri Lalita playfully massaged his two lotus feet. Text 141. Some gopis fan him, some bring him betel nuts, some a dish for betel nutriments, and some golden cups with excellent water. Text 142. Some sing songs of glorification that please his ears and heart, some play musical instruments, and some joke with him. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that the word Sankirtana here indicates that the gopis were chanting Krishna's names. Text 143. Thus served by all the gopis, who were melting with feelings of great friendship, Krishna gave the chewed betel nuts they intently desired, although each could not see the others receiving them. Text 144. With these activities pleasing his beloveds and delighted by Sri Radhika's words of love, Krishna, the crest jewel in the assembly of the most intelligent, at once began his pastimes of sleep. Text 145. Receiving a hint from him, all of them, drowning in a flood of happiness, went to their own homes. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that Krishna's hint was the dancing of his eyebrows. Text 146. Then Sridama carefully took me to his own home. What other pastimes Krishna enjoyed that night I cannot say. Text 147. With great difficulty I passed the night, and in the morning I went to Nanda's home. I saw Krishna on the bed, sleeping and bearing the marks of amorous pastimes. Text 148. Going to his side and showing her affection for him in many ways, his honest mother spoke some words to herself. Text 149. Exhausted from having spent all day protecting the cows in the forest and finding the happiness of sleep, even now my boy does not wake up. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that Mother Yasoda does not suspect that Krishna has spent the entire night enjoying the rasa dance pastime. Text 150. Terrible thorns in the forest made these wounds everywhere on all his limbs when again and again he ran here and there. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that these wounds were made by the gopis' fingernails. Text 151. Alas, the black kajala from his eyes has anointed all his limbs. He is so overcome with sleep that he does not even know. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that these marks of black kajala were left by the gopis. Text 152. He does not even know that he is marked here and there with stains of red betel nuts from his lips. He must have broken his necklaces, garlands, and other ornaments as again and again he turned in his sleep. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that the red betel nut stains actually came from the gopis' lips, and it was the gopis who broke Krishna's necklaces, garlands, and ornaments. Mother Yasoda thinks Krishna broke them as he turned in his sleep. Text 153. Even bathing did not wash away the kunkuma-colored Yamuna bank clay that is now the friend of his body. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that the kunkuma actually came from the gopis' breasts. Mother Yasoda playfully calls the kunkuma the friend of Krishna's body because it clings there so tightly. Text 154. Yesterday at sunset the impatient girls did not bathe him very carefully and thoroughly. They did not wash away all the dirt. Text 155. These same things Mother Yasoda spoke again and again before the girls of Brhad when they came, their faces shining with fear, smiles, and embarrassment. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that gopis were afraid that Mother Yasoda had learned the truth of their pastimes with Krishna at night. They smiled when they heard her words explaining how thoroughly she misunderstood everything, and they were embarrassed to see the marks they had left on Krishna's body. Their faces clearly showed the signs of these different responses. Text 156. Then Krishna ended his pastimes of sleeping. Yasoda and Balarama bathed him, decorated him with ornaments, and ate breakfast with him. Text 157. The gopis waited a moment to wish Krishna a happy journey to the forest, and Mother Yasoda performed her duties to make his journey auspicious. Text 158. Although their hearts were tortured with the thought of being separated from him, they sang splendid and auspicious songs and they performed the Purnakambha ritual. Text 159. Then, at that place, Mother Yasoda placed on the limbs of both her son and his elder brother both protective amulets and ornaments proper for the forest. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that the amulets included emeralds and tiger's claws. Text 160. She arranged for elderly Brahmana ladies and other ladies to offer blessings. She did everything to prepare for his journey. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that the other ladies were the elderly gopis. Text 161. Taking the lunch his mother gave, putting the cows in front, and playing his flute, Krishna set out. Text 162. Then, each leaving his own home, all his companions came around him and enjoyed friendly pastimes with him. Text 163. Together they played many melodies, sometimes on bamboo flutes, sometimes on horn bugles, and sometimes on leaf flutes. Text 164. In this way he stayed with his brother and with his friends, who carried paraphernalia for his pastimes and who happily sang, danced, and spoke words of praise. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that the paraphernalia here includes flags, cameras, parasols, slippers, fans, snacks, nectar drinks, toy balls, cymbals, and mridanga drums. Text 165. The older boy was in the front and I was in the rear. Pulled by the rope of love and unable to bear separation from Krishna, the gopis, on some pretext, began to follow behind. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that the older boy here is Balarama, and the I is Sripa, who is speaking these words. Text 166. Seeing it was covered with perspiration, Mother Yasoda affectionately wiped her son's face. The milk flowing from her breasts, she followed him outside the gates. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that first she wiped it with her hand and then again she wiped it with the edge of her sari. The phrase outside the gates here means outside the gates of Brhad village. Text 167 Krishna spoke to her and she turned to go home. Craning her neck to see him, she took 2 or 3 steps and then, overcome, went again to her son. Text 168 She prepared some betel nuts and placed them in his hand and mouth. She turned to go and, as before, she quickly came to him again. Text 169 In the middle of the road she fed her son sweets mixed with fruit and other ingredients and she also gave him something to drink. Then she began to go home, but again she returned as before. Text 170 Carefully inspecting her son's garments and other things, she set everything neatly in order. Again she left, and again she returned. Then she instructed her son. Texts 171 and 172 Son, don't go far in this impassable forest, and never go where there are thorns. With many sweet words she made him promise. Then she turned to go, took a few steps, and returned again. Texts 173 and 174 Dear Balarama, you stay in front of your younger brother. Sridama, you stay with Srupa in the rear. Msu, you stay at his right. Sabala, you stay at his left. With a blade of grass she begged them. Then she gazed at her son. Text 175 With an agitated heart coming and going again and again, she defeated a Surabi cow very affectionate to its newborn calf. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that this means that she was more affectionate to her son than even the most affectionate cow is to its calf. Text 176 Then, bowing down and grasping her feet, embracing her, presenting many different reasons, and speaking many promises, her son made her turn back. Text 177 As a painted picture she stood there at the edge of the forest, gazing at her son, the milk flowing from her breasts, and above them many tears. Texts 178 and 179 With shyness and fear unable to say or do anything, their throats stopped with tears, their eyes flooded with streams of tears, their steps stumbling, and themselves drowning in an ocean of pain without any remedy, the beautiful gopis followed him. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that the gopis were afraid because their superiors were present. Text 180 He charmed the eyes and hearts of these girls, who had come very far from Brhad village. With a great effort he made them return home, although again and again he glanced at them as they left. Texts 181 and 182 With an anxious heart he craned his neck and again comforted them with his glances of love. With the movements of his eyebrows, which carried the message of his love, he embarrassed and even frightened them. They stood, stunned, before his mother. Texts 183 and 184 Seeing his wife's love for her son, the king of the Gopas also became filled with love. Seeing the people of Brhad's great love for his son, he, accompanied by the adult Gopas, followed him for a long way and could not give him up. Texts 185 and 186 Even though, seeing many auspicious omens, and seeing that the cows and every other creature were all very happy, he was happy at heart, he was also tormented by separation from his son. He embraced his older son, and then he embraced his younger son, and then he embraced them both again and again. He smelled their heads and, overcome with love, he shed many tears. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains the Nanda embraced Balarama and then he embraced Krishna. Text 187 His son bowed down before him and explained all the duties to be done. He turned to go, gazed at his son, and then stood still and motionless. Texts 188 and 189 When he saw his 2 sons were deep in the forest and he could no longer hear any sounds from them, he turned towards Brhad village. Engaging some swift servant messengers to bring news of the boys, he comforted his wife and the gopis and brought them all to their homes. Text 190 Singing of Krishna's pastimes, the gopis entered Brhad village. They spent the day thinking of Krishna's company. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that this is described in Srimad Bhagavatam 10.35. 2. Text 191 Even Lord Ananta has no power to describe what they felt. What wise man can describe their suffering? Texts 192 and 193 When he sent the gopis back, Krishna felt unhappy at heart, but when his friends at once made him enter beautiful Vrindavana forest, showed him the beauty of Vrindavana, and also described it in words, his unhappiness went away. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that the beauty of Vrindavana forest is described in Srimad Bhagavatam 10.15. 5. Text 194 Then Krishna enjoyed pastimes with the gopas, and even the moving and unmoving creatures there joined in these pastimes. My heart cannot understand these pastimes. How can my tongue describe them? Text 195 Herding the cows near Govardhana hill, he made them drink the Yamuna's water. In the evening he, the master of Brhad, returned to his own Brhad village and enjoyed pastimes with the girls of Brhad. Text 196 Although the palace of the king of the Gopas is splendidly manifest in a place called Nandivara, the followers of Krishna worship the rasa dance and other pastimes he enjoys in the forest groves. Text 197 O Brahmana, to what may the bliss of living there be compared? How can it be described? Text 198 They who have experienced this bliss say that because it comes from the glory of pure devotional service to the Lord, it is greater than the bliss of they who have attained impersonal liberation and also greater than the bliss of the residents of Mahavaikuntha. Text 199 The bliss felt by the residents of Ayodhya and Dvaraka is greater than that in Vaikuntha. Each is sweeter than the one before. Text 200 The bliss felt by the residents of Goloka is greater than all others. How can it be described in words? Text 201 They who are friends of the Lord in Goloka feel that bliss eternally. They can understand it. Text 202 The residents of Goloka incarnate as eternal associates of the Lord in Vaikuntha. They also appear as reflections among the demigods in the material world. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that the appearance of Nanda and Yasoda of Goloka as Drona and Dara in the world of the demigods is an example of this. Text 203 To please Lord Vishnu when he wishes to enjoy pastimes there, these demigods descend to the surface of the earth again and again. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that Lord Balarama, who appears in Goloka, incarnates in Vaikuntha as Anantasesa. He again incarnates as Anantasesa among the demigods in the material world, and on the earth he again appears as Balarama. The devotee Sridama, who appears in Goloka, appears in Vaikuntha Loka as Gruda. He again appears as Gruda among the demigods in the material world, and on the earth he again appears as Sridama. Vasudeva and Devaki, who appear in Goloka, incarnate as Sutapa and Prasni in Vaikuntha and as Kasyapa and Aditi among the demigods in the material world. On the earth they again appear as Vasudeva and Devaki. These are some examples of how the residents of Goloka incarnate in different places in the spiritual and material worlds and how, as demigods in the higher material planets, they incarnate on the earth to please the Lord. Text 204 As Krishna, the origin of the incarnations of God, is not different from his many incarnations, so the residents of Goloka are also not different from their incarnations. Text 205 According to the time, place, and mission to be performed, the residents of Goloka appear, sometimes in partial forms and sometimes in fullness. They do this as Krishna himself does. Srila Sanatana Goswami gives Lord Brhad, who appeared in Satya Yuga to rescue the earth, as an example of a partial incarnation, and Lord Krishna, who appeared at the end of Dvapara Yuga to enjoy pastimes and reveal the nature of pure devotional love, as an example of the Lord appearing in fullness. Texts 206-208 When the Lord incarnates, the residents of Goloka, each attracted by his own rasa with the Lord, also desire to appear, by some pretext, in their own incarnations, and then at the end their incarnations merge into them and become one with them again. This is what the sages say. Srila Sanatana Goswami gives Brahma's benediction to Drona and Dara, as an example of the pretext mentioned here. When the Lord's pastimes are completed, the incarnation of Nanda Maharaja merges into the existence of the original Nanda Maharaja in Goloka, and the incarnations of the other residents of Goloka also merge into their sources in the same way. Text 209 Without doubting, please understand all this according to the explanations previously spoken by Narada. Srila Sanatana Goswami gives the following doubts as examples. If Goloka is actually superior to Vaikuntha, then why do Kadansa and other demons live there? Why do carts and other objects made of wood and other materials, as well as grains of dust and other lifeless things exist in Goloka? Why do Nanda Maharaja and the other residents of Goloka incarnate as the Lord's associates in Vaikuntha? These doubts were already answered in the beginning of chapter 5, and they will be answered again later on in this book. The first doubt is specifically answered in the beginning of this book. The answer to the second doubt is given in Narada's explanation that everything in Vaikuntha is eternal and full of knowledge and bliss. This is also true in Goloka. Therefore the carts and other objects in Goloka are not lifeless, but are eternal and full of knowledge and bliss. The answer to the third doubt is that in order to assist the Lord in his pastimes, Nanda and the other residents of Goloka incarnate in spiritual forms that are eternal and full of knowledge and bliss. In this way they are among the Lord's eternally dear associates in Vaikuntha. Text 210. O best of the residents of Mathura, please listen, and by Lord Krishna's power I will tell you something wonderful about Goloka. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that although the glory of Goloka is beyond the sphere of words and the mind, by Lord Krishna's mercy it can be described. Text 211. In Goloka there are millions and millions of young, adolescent, and old gopas. Each one thinks, I, and no one else, am most dear to Krishna. Text 212. In the course of their daily activities they constantly associate with Krishna. They are all very pure. Each one is like that. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that the words each one is like that mean that each one, in truth, is most dear to Krishna. Text 213. None of them is ever satisfied. The many varieties of the thirst of their love for Krishna, which is the mother of humbleness, always increase. Text 214. Krishna's great kindness, love, and attachment are seen to be always placed in each of the millions and millions of gopas. Text 215. For these reasons and for hundreds of other reasons persons like myself can understand that so one in any place is more dear to Krishna than they. Text 216. When Krishna's special love to a certain gopi is seen, then it is understood that she is the most dear to him. Text 217. Although each gopi is most dear to the Lord, and although they all experience the many blisses of enjoying pastimes with him, the gopis do not think the Lord loves them. Text 218. Each gopi thinks, when will I be fortunate to be the least of Krishna's maidservants? Text 219. O Lord, even the great souls cannot understand the great wonder of their deep love. Text 221. Day, as he was enjoying pastimes by the Yamuna's shore, Krishna, the son of Nanda, heard that Kalya had again come to his lake. Text 221. At once going there alone and climbing a kadamba tree, he dove into the lake, making the waters very turbulent. Text 222. Playing in the water by wonderfully swimming back and forth and making many loud sounds, Krishna approached the demon, who at once wrapped his coils about the Lord. Playful Krishna then showed something. Text 223. Not seeing Krishna, who had left their company, the Gopa friends became as if they had died. Tormented by the desire to find him, they saw his footprints and followed them to the lake. Text 224. When they saw Krishna could not move, his friends fainted. When they could not see him at all because he was covered by the waters, they no longer wished to live. Text 225. Standing by the shore, the cows, bulls, calves, and other domestic animals from the village, as well as the wild animals from the forest, all cried, fixing their eyes on Krishna's face and screaming in agony. Text 226. Crying pitifully, the birds flew over the lake and dived into the waters. The trees and other plants became dry and withered. May great calamities happened. Text 227. Sent by the Lord, an old man ran to Brhad village, crying and terribly calling out, alas, alas. He described what had happened. Text 228. Seeing many fearful calamities, the people of Brhad left their homes and hurried to find Krishna. Text 229. The old man's broken words were like a thunderbolt falling on them. Texts 230 and 231. In his home Balarama called out, it's a lie, consoling the people of Brhad, who had become like running corpses. He carefully convinced Mother Rohini to stay at home, and then he also ran with the others. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that Balarama knew how powerful his younger brother was. Balarama gave Mother Rohini the task of cooking Krishna's meal, and in this way he kept her at home. Text 232. He quickly came to the lake. Seeing his younger brother in that state, he could not remain peaceful, but he cried in the agony of love. Text 233. He lamented again and again, his cries breaking wood and stone. In a moment he fainted, as Nanda and Yasoda had already done. Text 234. Then everyone let out a great, painful, terrible cry that made the entire world cry also. Text 235. Awakened by this great sound, Balarama, the crest jewel of the sober, with a great effort regained his peaceful composure. Text 236. In a moment Krishna's parents became conscious again. Gazing at their son, and crying loudly, they began to enter the lake, but Sri Balarama forcibly stopped them with his hands. Text 237. Seeing everyone fainted as if they were dead, Balarama became filled with pain. In a voice choked with emotion, he loudly called out to Krishna. Text 238. Sri Balarama said, these people are not your associates in Vaikuntha. They are not your monkey associates. They are not the Yadavas. They are the people of Goloka. You are their only life and soul. They are dying now. Lord, I have no power to save them. Text 239. They are now lifeless. Merciful Krishna, only friend of the people of Brhad, give up this pastime, or your gentle heart will become filled with grief. Text 240. Sri Srupa said, crying with many words of lamentation, fainting, their bodies filled with pain, and their hearts destroyed by grief, the gopis entered the lake, as if to go by the Lord's side. Text 241. Leaving that pastime, freeing himself from the bondage of Kalya's coils, and climbing on the serpent's thousands of raised, extended hoods, Krishna stretched out his two lotus hands. Text 242. Then, bringing his gopi beloveds, Krishna climbed the very wonderful jeweled pastime place of Kalya's hoods. Text 243. With splendid singing and instrumental music, dancing with the gopis on these very wonderful dancing places, Krishna, who is an ocean of playfulness, enjoyed the wonderful happiness of the rasa dance pastime. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that Nanda and the others could not see these pastimes. Text 244. Staying on the shore, and now brought by Balarama to consciousness, Nanda and the others gazed at Krishna and became filled with joy and wonder. Text 245. After subduing the serpent king Kalya, smiling Krishna forcibly took away the upper garments from the serpent's wives as they offered prayers. Text 246. Making of these garments a single long rope, piercing the serpent's nose and threading it, playful Krishna held the rope in his left hand. Text 247. Then Krishna, playing the flute with his right hand, rode the serpent as one rides a horse and made it go here and there. Text 248. Sometimes prodding the serpent with his flute, he made the serpent his carrier, showing it great mercy. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that the Lord's mercy to Kalya is described in Srimad Bhagavatam 10.16. 34. Text 249. Accepting the priceless jewel ornament and the garments, garlands, and fragrant ointments the serpent's wives offered, Krishna placed them on Kalya's hoods. Text 250. Then, with many lotuses, water lilies, and other flowers the serpent's wives brought from the Yamuna, Krishna decorated both himself and the gopis. Text 251. As the serpent king offered prayers with its countless mouths, Krishna emerged from the lake, making his friends and relatives dance with joy. Text 252. Then, from Kalya, who was very happy to have attained a very great mercy that even Garuda could not attain, very wonderful Krishna descended with the gopis. Text 253. Flooded with streams of tears from the happy eyes of Nanda and the others as again and again they embraced him and offered arati to him, Krishna, after mercifully giving some instructions, sent the serpent king out of the lake. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that the Lord's instructions to Kalya are given in Srimad Bhagavatam 10.16.6061. Text 254. Pleased by a great and beautiful festival of singing, instrumental music, and other festivities celebrated by the happy Gopas and Gopis, the Lord went to his own home. Texts 255-257. Once, Kansa's two great demon servants Kasi and Arista, the first assuming the form of a great horse and the second assuming the form of a bull, both of them so tall their great bodies touched the sky, both of them like death personified, and both of them terrifying the Gopas, wreaking havoc in Gokula, and with their roaring making every living entity fall to the ground, came to Brhad. Text 258. Surrounded by his dear friends terrified of the two demons, Krishna, comforting them and showing them his heroic power, flexed his arm. Text 259. First the horse came running, and Krishna kicked it far away. Then Krishna went to the bull, pierced its nose, and brought it before the deity of Lord Shiva. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that Krishna tied a rope to the bull's nose and brought it before the Shiva linga in Vrindavana so Lord Shiva could ride it. Text 260. When the horse came again, very powerful Krishna, jumping on its back, subdued it and, ordering it to go here and there, was very splendid and glorious. Text 261. With his friends and relatives, Krishna enjoyed riding on the horse as with pastimes of wonderful leaps of thousands of hands it wandered on the ground and in the sky. Text 262. In a moment defeating it, bringing it under his control, and bridling it, for pastimes of riding Krishna kept the horse in Brhad. In the same way he kept the bull for pulling carts. Text 263. One day, as Krishna was living in the town of Nandisvara, Akrura came to bring him from Brhad to Mathura city on Ktisa's order. Text 264. When they heard this news, even the people in other places, and even the stones, wood, and other inanimate objects cried and broke into pieces. Text 265. At night hearing this news, all the people of Gokula lamented, crying and fainting again and again. Text 266. Yasoda, terrified of the demon Katansa, and thinking her son her very life, with many loud complaints hid Krishna in a secluded place. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that she hid Krishna behind a curtain and other obstacles. Text 267. In the morning Akrira, with many arguments, convinced Nanda. Then Nanda convinced his crying wife and brought his son outside. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that Akrira's arguments included a description of Katansa's wickedness and Krishna's supreme strength. Text 268. It was as if Nanda had broken the lives of the gopis as they loudly called out, "Alas! Alas!" shamelessly cried, and gazed on Krishna. Text 269. Then poor Yasoda came outside. Wiping away the streams of her tears, she took her son's hand and, as if making a gesture, placed it in the hand of Akrira. Text 270. She said to Nanda, "I trust no one but you. He who is more dear than life I place in your hand. Keep him by your side. Return him here, and place him again in my hand." Text 271. When the pious lady, overcome with love for her son, and fainting again and again, went, without Krishna, to her home, a great cry rose among the women of Brhad. Text 272. When this is remembered, even today, the rocks cry out, dry wood sheds tears, thunderbolts break into pieces, and, if it has not already given up its life, the world is at once plunged in an ocean of sorrow. Text 273. Again and again comforted by honest, simple Yasoda, the women of Brhad, their hearts drowning in an ocean of pain and grief, angrily said to her. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that Mother Yasoda said to them, "I placed Krishna in the hand of Nanda and the hand of Akritira, who is the son of a great sage. Krishna will be returned. Because he was placed in the hands of good people, there is no need to fear. They will quickly return him to me." Mother Yasoda was simple and honest, and therefore she had faith in the words of crooked Akrira. Text 274. O merciless one! O fool! How, after placing your own son in the paws of a tiger, can you, alone, enter your empty home, which should now be set in flames? Text 275. Pushed by grief, rebuking her and the others, cursing Akrira, calling out to the Lord, and crying pitifully, they ran from their homes. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that the others here are Nanda and the Gopas. Text 276. With these cries of intense grief and pain they made Akrira, Nanda, the Gopa boys accompanying them, and their beloved Krishna standing on the chariot, cry, and they made all the people of Brhad faint. Text 277. Composing himself, and seeing that the Gopis had become as if dead, he who is the Gopis goal brought them again to life, descended from the chariot, and, unseen by anyone, went with them to the forest. Text 278. Composing himself, Katansa's messenger Akrira, not seeing Krishna on the chariot, and feeling morose, convinced Balarama with many eloquent words. Text 279. He described how only for Krishna's sake Devaki, Vasudeva, and all the Yadavas has suffered. Text 280. Then Balarama, who is the son of Vasudeva and Rohini, with his uncle Akrura searched for his younger brother Krishna. By following certain signs he came to the right forest grove. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that the signs here were Krishna's footprints. Text 281. When Balarama could see Krishna and the Gopis from far away, Akrira called up so Krishna could hear his words. Text 282. Sriman Akrira said, "Wicked Katansa insults your poor, aged parents again and again. Again and again he raises his sword to kill them. They are plunged in fears, lamentation and pain. They are your devotees. It is not right to ignore them." Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that Vasudeva and Devaki, Krishna's parents, are afraid of Katansa. They lament because they cannot see their son, and they suffer because they hear from Karnsa many lies about their son. Text 283. All the Yadavas placed their eyes on my path. They suffer greatly. They have no other shelter. They are overcome with grief. Let not their hopes be destroyed. Let not the demigods, brahmanas, and others continue to fear Katansa. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that the words placed their eyes on my path mean that the Yadavas know of Akrira's journey and mission and they are anxiously awaiting its outcome. The words they have no other shelter mean that Krishna is their only shelter. Text 284. Again and again he praises the strength of his arms. He does not think the demigods have any power at all to crush him. He is always worshipped by demon kings nwerful as he. Text 285. Sri Srupa said, Placing blades of grass in his teeth, he spoke many sweet words. He who is named Akrira, and whose actions are very terrible, bowed down before the women of Brhad, one by one. Text 286 Sriman Akrira said, "Don't kill they who were born in the Yadu family. Be kind to them, for they are filled with grief. O goddesses, Krishna's poor parents, who are imprisoned by Katansa, should be rescued." Text 287 The Gopis said, O thief, liar, follower of Katansa, where are the parents of he who is the son of Nanda and Yasoda? Don't kill Gokula village. Don't crush women. Text 288 Sri Srapa said, hearing of wicked Katansa's deeds and of how he himself was the cause of his relative's suffering, and seeing that Balarama agreed, Krishna comforted the Gopis and, filled with rage and grief, left the forest grove. Text 289 Akrara was pleased. Encouraged by Balarama, he ran to bring the chariot. Text 290 Understanding that Krishna would now go to Mathura city, again and again gazing at his lotus face, frightened of the fire of separation from him, crying, and falling at his feet, the Gopis said to Krishna. Text 291 Lord, we cannot live without you. We have no shelter but you. Lord, don't abandon your maidservants. Please don't go. Text 292 For your sake we made the forest our home and our homes a forest. We made enemies friends and friends enemies. We made poison nectar and nectar poison. Without you we will see. Text 293 Not seeing your handsome smiling face, your charming lotus feet, and your chest worshipped by all splendors, we will slowly die. Text 294 When, desiring to enjoy Gopa pastimes, you go to Vrindavana forest with your friends, only by hoping that certainly you will return in the evening, can we somehow, painfully, pass the day. Text 295 When, following Katansa's order and in the company of Karnsa's dear friend, you have gone far away to that city, how, filled with many fears and worrying that you will suffer in a faraway place, will we live? Text 296 We don't know how hard it will be to kill Karnsa and his followers, or how long it will take to kill the sufferings of the people there, or whether you will remember us there. Text 297 When the Gopis spoke these plaintive words everyone there wept and fainted. Text 298 Somehow regaining his composure, and wiping the tears from his and the Gopis' eyes, the Lord spoke the following words in a voice choked with emotion. Text 299 The Lord said, I will very easily pacify this impotent Katansa, who hates me and my devotees. Have faith that I will soon return. O friends, do not cry and make things inauspicious. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that pacify here is a euphemism for kill. Text 300 Sri Srapa said, Then Nanda, the Gopas, Rohini, Sri Yasoda, the others, and the animals, all quickly came there. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that the others included the Brahmana priests, the servants, the maidservants, and many others. The animals included the cows, buffaloes, and many other animals. Text 301 With a great effort turning his glance from the Gopis, Lord Hari, with his elder brother, climbed the chariot Akrura had quickly brought. Text 302 Seeing the Gopis crying, fainting, falling to the ground, and turning the dust to mud with their tears, Yasoda cried pitifully. Text 303 Even thought he was also unhappy at heart. Nanda, showing his eloquence, spoke words to comfort her. Text 304 Sri Nanda said, Don't think I go happily to that city, or that I believe Krishna is someone else's son, or that I will leave Krishna there and somehow return to Vrindavana without him, or that I will be eager to stay long in that city. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that Nanda here asserts that Akrira's claim that Krishna is Vasudeva's son is a lie. Text 305 Do I not know that without your son we people of Vrindavana cannot live for a moment? Know that as soon as Vasudeva and Devaki are released I will return with your son. Text 306 Sri Srapa said, comforted by him again and again with many promises and now peaceful at heart, Yasoda comforted the Gopis with many words. Text 307 Carefully pacifying them in many ways, she picked them up. The Gopis climbed on their carts. Akrura made the chariot go. Texts 308 and 309 Seeing Krishna leaving, unable to bear his separation, their dried up mouths crying alas, alas, their steps faltering, and their pitiful wailing filling all directions, the women of Vrindavana ran after the chariot. Text 310 Some grabbed the chariot, some threw themselves under the wheels, some fainted, some could not move. Text 311 Then cows, bulls, calves, deer, and other animals, crying, and their faces washed with tears, surrounded the chariot. Text 312 Making a great sound, the birds flew in a circle above them. The leaves of the plants suddenly withered. Text 313 The trees and rocks fell from the great mountains, the lotuses withered, and the rivers, now very thin, flowed upstream. Text 314 Seeing the condition of his most beloved gopis, Krishna became filled with pain and grief. Unable to stop their crying, he himself became washed in tears. Text 315 Fearing that Krishna might again jump from the chariot, or faint unconscious and fall from it, Akrura, the elder of the Vaishnavas, affectionately held him from behind. Text 316 Noticing that Krishna had fainted, Akrura, with the permission of Balarama, Nanda, and the others, with his whip made the chariot's horses go very quickly. Text 317 Here and there the gopis would throw themselves before the horses, but Akrura would always make the chariot swerve and not hit them. Text 318 As the crying gopis looked on, Akrura stole the Lord from them as an eagle steals a piece of meat from Cree birds. Text 319 Akrura drove the horses so fast that soon no one could even see the chariot. Text 320 Each climbing on his own cart yoked with great bulls, Nanda and all the gopis quickly followed the chariot. Text 321 Bringing him to Brahma Lake, and speaking many eloquent prayers, Akrura woke Krishna and brought him to his original consciousness. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that Brahma Lake is also known as Akrura. Text 322 It is very difficult to hear what happened to the people of Brhad. Alas, alas, talk of it breaks thunderbolts and other hard things into pieces. Text 323 Sri Pariksit said, O mother, speaking these words in a pitiful voice, crying in pain, and overcome with love, Sartipa fainted. Text 324 With many great efforts the agitated and crying Mathura Brahmana brought him back to consciousness in a moment, and again he spoke. Text 325 Sri Srupa said, Then Krishna went to Mathura city, delighted the people there, killed Kansa and Ktisa's followers, and released his parents. Text 326 He crowned Ktisa's father, Ugrasena, ruler of the kingdom, brought the Yadavas there from all directions, and comforted the people of the city. Texts 327 and 328 To please the Yadavas, for whom he was the only goal of life, and who were very unhappy, frightened by the kings that had been Karisa's friends, Krishna, who is affectionate to his devotees, stayed there with his elder brother. Then Krishna sent Nanda and the other Gopas back to Gokula to comfort the people there. Text 329, Krishna said, Father, with the Gopas please go to Gokula at once, so the people there do not die in my absence. Text 330 I will stay here briefly to please my friend so unhappy at heart, and then I will quickly return to Brhad. Text 331 Sri Nanda said, I will never believe that you are some else's son and you will go to live somewhere else. When you say I will return, I believe you. Text 332 Save us. Save us. Don't leave us. Don't leave us. Go where you like. We will go with you. Text 333 Because of my promise, your mother and the people of Brhad are still alive. Oh dear one, if I am hard-hearted and return without you, they will die in a moment. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that Nanda had promised the people of Brhad that he would not return without Krishna. Text 334 Sridama said, O Lord, how can we, who could barely stay alive when you hid for a moment behind a tree, a vine or something else in your pastimes of herding the cows in the land of Brhad, survive if you stay for a long time in a faraway place? Text 335 Sri Srupa said, When the Lord, hearing their unhappiness, became silent, Vasudeva, fearing the Lord would want to go to Brhad, spoke. Text 336 Sri Vasudeva said, Brother Nanda, your son will be perfectly happy staying in Brhad with his elder brother. He will not be happy anywhere else. Text 337 However, this is the time for them to accept the sacred thread. Let them become Brahmacharis, go to another place and study. Afterwards they will return to Brhad. Text 338 Seeing Krishna smile at Vasudeva's words, Nanda, filled with tears and not smiling, left. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that with this smile Krishna hinted that he wanted to do as Vasudeva said. Nanda understood the hint and, convinced that Krishna would certainly return to Brhad to be with them, left. Text 339 Accompanied by the Yadavas, the Lord followed the king of the Gopas. As the weeping Gopas one by one held his neck, the Lord wept loudly. Text 340 Seeing that Krishna was unhappy and wanted to go, Vasudeva and the other intelligent Yadavas turned him back with many logical arguments. Text 341. By Krishna's desire, Nanda and all the other Gopas went to Brhad. Hearing that Nanda had come, the people of Brhad happily came to meet him. Text 342. Out of grief and embarrassment, covering his face with a cloth, very morose and crying, Nanda went to his home and lay down on the ground. Text 343. Not seeing the Lord, the people of Brhad became filled with pain, filled with many fears. They did not know what to do. Their mouths dried and withered. They could not even ask about him. Then, from an elderly Gopa, they heard the news of the Lord. Text 344. Alas, 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 alas. Krishna's mother and the other women cried in agony. Alas, 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 alas. How can I describe what they felt? Text 345. Sri Pariksit said, O mother, his heart burned by these activities. Srupa, the best of the cowherd boys, again fainted. Text 346. The great Brahmana carefully brought Srupa to consciousness again. Fearing he would faint again, Srupa did not say anything more about this topic. Text 347. Seeing that the Mathura Brahmana was very eager to hear the rest of the story, the great soul Srupa, carefully pacifying his heart, spoke. Text 348. Sri Srapa said, deciding that there was no other way to remove their grief, Krishna, who was conquered by his devotees' love, quickly returned to Brhad. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that Krishna made this decision after hearing the words of Uddhava. Text 349. Merciful Krishna, who is the crest jewel of the wise, restored the lives of the people of Brhad. He enjoyed pastimes with them, and they forgot all their sufferings and the roots from which their sufferings grew. Text 350. If someone sometimes would remember or speak of the Lord's absence from Brhad, the person would think, I was frightened and lamented greatly because I saw a very bad dream. Text 351. Their senses attracted and charmed by the sweetness of Gopala's pastimes. After a time the people of Brhad could not remember the Lord's leaving them. Text 352. O friend, after some time, as if he had never come before, Akrura came again and took his chariot to Brhad. Text 353. Again he took away the life of Brhad. The people there attained the same condition as before. Text 354. Again Krishna went to Mathura city, killed Kansa, and returned to Brhad as before. In this way he enjoyed pastimes. Text 355. Again and again he goes to Mathura city and, as before, again and again he returns and enjoys pastimes in Brhad. Text 356. Again and again he subdues Kalya. Again and again he lifts Govardhana hill. Again and again the Lord enjoys many wonderful pastimes that enchant the devotees' hearts. Text 357. Poisoned by great love for Sri Krishna, the people of Brhad think these events never happened before. Text 358. Separated from him, and meeting him again, their love for Krishna grows very great. Text 359. For the eternal residents of Brhad, the news of these pastimes is far away. Even newcomers like myself cannot remember them. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that by the Lord's mercy the eternal residents of Brhad forget these pastimes. Text 360. How can they who are always plunged in a great ocean filled by streams of the Lord's charming sweetnesses and are humiddened by attaining the great treasure of pure love for him, not forget? Text 361. Plunged in an ocean of love for his dear devotees, even the Lord himself, the crown of the wise, has no power to understand his own opulences, what he has done, and what he will do. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that even Lord Krishna forgets that these pastimes have happened again and again. Text 362. These pastimes, where the Lord's lotus feet are served by his personal associates, are eternal, spiritual, and full of knowledge and bliss. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that the LNRD's pastimes appear like those of an ordinary human being. This is described in Srimad Bhagavatam 10.8. 31. Sri Vishnu Purana also explains, by his own wish the Lord of the universes enjoys pastimes like those of a human being. Text 363. O Brahmana, thus I have described to you the extraordinary and supremely exalted flood of sweetness that is Goloka's glory. Text 364. The Mathura Brahmana said, when Krishna went to Mathura city, where did you stay? How, attaining his feet after a long time and with great endeavor, could you wish to go somewhere else? Text 365. By the Lord's order everyone like me stays in Brhad with Nanda and the others who are like him. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that Nanda and the others have the same nature as the Lord himself. Text 366. It is the nature of Goloka that they who live there never wish to leave it, even if they cannot have Krishna's company there. Text 367 Torment felt their dances again and again on the heads of all happinesses. Grief felt there is better than the greatest bliss. Text 368 Staying there always, attaining an eternal result beyond what I could desire, and my heart always feeling fulfilled. I never became satiated. Text 369 With my senses and limbs I cannot, for even a moment, leave Krishna's lotus feet which are anointed with kumkuma from the Vragopis breasts. Text 370 In this very poor person the Lord's mercy has placed faith in his sweetness. What by others cannot be spoken, I have somehow said. Text 371 Staying for a long time in Goloka, I came to see that it was the same as beautiful Mathura Mandala in the material world. Text 372 Mathura Mandala is also filled with the same gopas, birds, worms, hills, rivers, trees, and everything else. Text 373 It is eternally decorated with the same pastimes of Sriman Krishna Kandra. Text 374 Sometimes I stay there and sometimes here. Now I do not see any difference between them. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that there and here refer to Goloka in the spiritual world and Mathura Mandala in the material world. Text 375 Only when coming from one and going to the other may I see be a slight difference. Attached to both places, I do not know any difference between them. Text 376 Neither my eyes, ears, nor mind touch any place other than these two abodes. Text 377 My heart does not think. Lord Sri Krishna also stays in other places, and his devotees also stay in other places. Text 378 When sometimes I see the residents of Vaikuntha or other places, I see them as being tormented by separation from Sri Krishna. Text 379 Sometimes I see in their love is not like the love the people of Brhad feel. From that I feel distress, love, and then the highest happiness. Text 380 I offer my respectful obeisances to the people of Goloka, who eternally see the glories of that abode, and who are worshipped by the residents of all the worlds. How can I describe them in words? Chapter 7 Jagadananda, the bliss of the worlds. Text 1 Sri Srapa said, O Brahmana, please consider all this and decide what is the best goal of life and the best way to attain it. Text 2 O best of Mathura Brahmanas, by the grace of the goddess you also may attain all that I have attained. Text 3 Know that what you have not attained you will attain. I will see the Lord bestow his great mercy on you. Text 4 I have told you the most confidential secrets of the Lord, his devotees, and myself. Texts 5-7 Everything of the highest love for the Lord's lotus feet which I am embarrassed to reveal even in my own heart, and which is so confidential I myself do not know of it directly, in your presence has come from my mouth, for the Lord entered my heart and forced it out. Text 8 By the symptoms you show you can see that you have great faith, which will bring you the greatest result. Text 9 This morning Queen Radhika instructed me, O Sripa, a Mathura Brahmana who is my devotee has come to my forest. Text 10 On my order quickly go there alone, enlighten him, comfort him, and give him Krishna's mercy. Text 11 Following her order, I happily came here from far away, not caring for the happiness of Krishna's company. Text 12 Sri Pariksit said, Seeing that the wealth of spiritual love had not yet appeared in the Brahmana, Srupa placed his hand on the Brahmana's head. Text 13 Then, by the mercy of that great soul, the Brahmana could see in his heart everything that Sartipa had seen. Text 14 Made successful by the very wonderful glory of association with a great soul, the Brahmana at once attained his original spiritual form. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that by the great mercy of the Lord one attains the association of a devotee. The value of associating with a devotee is described in Srimad Bhagavatam 3.7.19. By serving the feet of the spiritual master, one is enabled to develop transcendental ecstasy in the service of the personality of Godhead, who is the unchangeable enemy of the Madhu demon, and whose service vanquishes one's material miseries. The Vasistha Sastra explains, one should always associate with devotees. Even if they do not teach you directly, their conversations amongst themselves will teach you. Association with wise devotees makes what was empty full. It turns death into immortality. It turns calamity into good fortune. Srimad Bhagavatam 5.12 explains, My dear King Raghugana, unless one has the opportunity to smear his entire body with the dust of the lotus feet of great devotees, one cannot realize the absolute truth simply by observing celibacy, brahmacharya, strictly following the rules and regulations of householder life, leaving home as a vanaprastha, accepting sannyasa, or undergoing severe penances in winter by keeping oneself submerged in water or surrounding oneself in summer by fire and the scorching heat of the sun. There are many other processes to understand the absolute truth, but the absolute truth is only revealed to one who has attained the mercy of a great devotee. The value of association with devotees is also explained in Srimad Bhagavatam 3.23, 55, 3.25, 25, 4.9, 11, 4.24, 57, 58, 5.12, 13, 5.13, 21, 7.5. 31, 10.51, 53, 11.26, 31, 34, 11.12, 12, 11.19, 33, 34, 3.13, 4, 4.9, 10, 4.9, 12, 11.13, 36, 5.5, 23, 11.14, 17, 11.2, 55, 1.3, 18, 11.2. 29, 10.47, 24, 4.22, 39, 10.2, 33, 10.87, 29, 3.5, 39, 11.17, 39, and in Bhagavad Gita 7.28, 10.10, 13.18, 18.54, 55. Text 15. Now plunged, as Rupa was, in the nectar ocean of great love and tossed by the waves of many devotional ecstasies, the Brahmana cried out, O Krishna, Krishna, please show me he who is the crown of youths. Text 16. Taking a blade of grass in his teeth, he bowed down before Sartipa and with plaintive words asked both him and the moving and unmoving creatures there, where is Krishna? Have you seen him? Text 17. Chanting Krishna's beautiful names, grasping his guru's feet, plunged in an ocean of love and overcome by his guru's affectionate glance, the Brahmana wept. Text 18. At once overcome with great love, standing up, wandering as a madman, and fainting unconscious, he fell on some thorny kriya bushes. Text 19. O mother, from far away came sweet, deep sounds of bamboo flutes, horn bugles, tamburas, venas, and leaf flutes. Text 20. Awakened by the loud sounds, standing up, and running toward them, they saw Gopaladeva, splendid with handsome dark limbs. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that the they here are the Guru and his disciple. Text 21. Who enjoys limitless pastimes, who, so the cows could drink the Yamuna's water, and so he could play with his friends, with dancing limbs moving like the pastimes of a regal elephant, gathered everyone together. Text 22. Who was decorated with the ornaments of youth, who was an ocean filled with waves of handsomeness, who filled with bliss the eyes and hearts of the world, whose sweetness became newer and newer at every moment. Text 23. Whose handsome form had all transcendental virtues, whose ears were decorated with kadamba flower earrings, who wore a peacock feather crown, whose conch shell neck was decorated with a strand of pearls, who was splendid with a pair of yellow silk garments. Text 24. Whose broad chest was decorated with a great necklace of Gija and with the Srivatsa home of the goddess of fortune, who had a lion's waist, who was strong as hundreds of lions, whose lotus feet were worshipped by the greatest handsomeness. Text 25. Who was handsome with garlands of kadamba flowers, Gija, Tulasi, peacock feathers, and Pravala, and whose broad hips were splendid with a sash of colorful flowers. Text 26. Who was handsome with broad arms splendid with golden armlets and bracelets, whose lotus fingers played the bamboo flute placed to his bimba fruit lips. Text 27. Whose waves of nectar flute music never heard before enchanted the people of the world, whose restless, playful lotus eyes were decorated with pastimes of slightly crooked glances. Text 28. The glory of the dancing of whose archers' bow eyebrows filled the devotees with love, whose always smiling handsome lotus face attracted the hearts of the kings of the sages. Text 29. The sesame flower tip of whose nose was splendid with an elephant king pearl, who sometimes placed a splendid hand on the black bumblebees of his curling locks of hair decorated with dust raised by the cows. Text 30. Whose broad half-moon forehead was decorated with Yamuna mud tilaka, whose body was decorated with pictures and designs drawn in different hill mineral colors, who was an ocean filled with waves of many blissful pastimes. Text 31 Who sometimes assumed a graceful threefold bending posture, who, playing jokes on his flute, made his friends laugh, who decorated the earth with his footprints. Text 32 And who was accompanied by his handsome and fair complexioned elder brother Balarama, whose age and ornaments were like his, and by his dear friends, who were also like him. Text 33 Filled with wonderful bliss by seeing him, they both fell down offering Dandavat obeisances, their peaceful composure destroyed. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that the they here are the Guru and his disciple. Text 34 Overcome with love for his dear devotees and bewildered with happiness, Krishna ran to them, fell on them, and embraced them with his great long arms. Text 35 His heart melting with mercy, the Lord bathed them with streams of tears of love. With both hands he pulled them up at once. He made them peaceful. Text 36 Wiping the tears and dust from their limbs, the merciful Lord embraced them again and again. Sitting with them on the ground, with the nectar of his words he pleased the Brahmana. Text 37 The Supreme Lord said, O Janasarma, kindness of Mathura, O saintly one, O moon rising from the ocean of the Brahmanas' families, is everything well with you? Note. The Brahmana is here placed in his eternal position as a cowherd boy, and the Lord addresses him by his name in the spiritual world, Janasarma. From now on he is known as Janasarma. Text 38 By seeing you, I and my friends have become happy. My heart is drawn to your mercy. I always gaze at your path. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that the words I always gaze at your path mean that Krishna anxiously waits for them, thinking when will they come. Text 39 By good fortune you remembered me. By good fortune after a long time now I can see you. I am your obedient servant. Please stay here and enjoy as you wish. Text 40 Sri Pariksit said, overcome with awe, love, and bliss, he could not reply. Janasarma could not even gaze on the Lord. Text 41 His eyes and throat filled with tears, he placed the Lord's lotus feet on his head and wept. Text 42 Not seeing any proper gift to give, Krishna, the crest jewel of the generous, became agitated. Taking the ornaments from his own body, he decorated the Brahmana and made him look like Sartipa. Text 43 In this way the Lord was merciful to the Brahmana and made him a personal friend, like himself. Then Janasarma attained his desires. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that the Lord made him one of his Gopa friends. By attaining his original spiritual form, the Brahmana's desires were fulfilled. That the devotee's desire an attainment like this, and not material things, is described in Srimad Bhagavatam 11.14, 14, 11.20, 34, 9.4, 67, 10.16, 37, and 10.83, 41-43. Text 44 With a wonderful sound from his mouth, Krishna had the cows drink water, and with a signal from his flute he called them together. Text 45 After making the cows sit in comfortable places, he and his elder brother played in the water with the two of them and with his other friends. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that the two of them are Srapa and Janasarma. Text 46 Sometimes, as his friends splashed water, he defeated them with splashes, and sometimes the Lord who is expert at playing enjoyed his own defeat. Text 47 Making delightful splashing sounds, and swimming sometimes with and sometimes against Sri Yamuna's currents, he enjoyed many wonderful pastimes. Text 48 Sometimes, submerging his body in the dark waters of the Yamuna and placing his face in a forest of blue lotuses, playful Krishna hid, unseen by anyone. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that Krishna's body was hidden by the dark water and his face was unrecognizable among the blue lotuses. Text 49 Searching, and not finding him, his grief-stricken friends wept terribly. Text 50 Laughing as he emerged from the forest of lotuses, happy Krishna played with his friends, their eyes wide with a flood of happiness. Text 51 He decorated them with water-flower garlands strung on lotus stems and they also decorated him. Then they emerged from the water. Text 52 To enjoy lunch he had the Gopas make many circles on the broad shore of the Yamuna, and he placed his elder brother in the middle. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that this is described in Srimad Bhagavatam 10.12, 1. Text 53 Wonderfully going here and there among them as if playfully dancing, he enjoyed serving them the many wonderful foods they had brought from home. Text 54 Then he served to them, as they wished, the fruits they playfully gathered from the wonderful and splendid Vrindavana trees, which always bear the fruits and flowers of every season. Texts 55-57 He served them mangoes, tulas, bilvas, badras, amalakas, coconuts, panasas, grapes, bananas, nagarangas, kriras, kharjuras, pomegranates, and other sweet ripe fruits. To please them, he took a little from each one. Sitting next to each one, the infallible Lord both fed and ate. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that Krishna sat next to each boy. Each boy thought that Krishna was sitting next to him alone. Texts 38 and 59 Tasting everything and deciding what was the most delicious, each boy would respectfully offer it to Krishna, praising it and placing it with his own hand in Krishna's mouth. Tasting the delicious food, joking, and making funny faces, Krishna charmed them and made them laugh. Texts 60 and 61 Drinking and giving them to drink many kinds of bitter and sweet nectar drinks and Yamuna water in gourd cups. The Lord who is expert at enjoying many kinds of happy pastimes pleased all the gopas. Text 62 Then he chewed fragrant betel nuts mixed with camphor and brought from home, and he also chewed betel nuts and betevs found in the forest. Text 63-66 Then he took and distributed the wonderful garlands his friends made of tulasi, malati, jati, malaika, kunda, kubjaka, lavanga, kataki, jinti, madhavi, the 2 kinds of yathika, the 2 kinds of karavira, the 2 kinds of satapatri, palasa, navamali, odra, damanaka, kadamba, nipa, bakula, naga, panaga, kampaka, ktitata, asoka, mandara, karnikara, sana, arjuna, patala, Priyaka, and many other flowers and their leaves. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that the 2 kinds of yathikas are the white and golden kind, and the 2 kinds of karaviras and satapatras are the white and red kind. Text 67 Then he anointed his limbs with powder made from sandal, agaru, musk, kunkuma, and other fragrant things brought from the forest. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that the boys crushed these things with stones and made of the powder a paste with water. Texts 68 and 69 Then, in a beautiful forest grove scented with fragrant flowers and pleasant with humming bees, on an excellent bed made of new soft leaves and flowers, served by boys expert in combing and decorating his hair, singing, massaging his lotus hands and feet, reciting prayers, and fanning him, and his soft pillow the body of a dear friend named Sridama, he slept. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that this is described in Srimad Bhagavatam 10.15. 16 and 10.15. 18. Text 70 With hundreds of different playlets and funny expressions on his lotus face, he won over the discriminating audience of his friends expert in comedy and made them happy. In this way he and Balarama enjoyed many happy pastimes. Text 71 By sounding signals on his flute and horn making the cows stand up and walk, he enjoyed pastimes near Govardhana hill. Text 72 Each boy eagerly claiming I am first. With wonderful and colorful forest ornaments they decorated him according to his own wish. Srila Sanatana Goswami gives Haratala Tilaka, a peacock feather crown, and a gunya necklace as examples of these forest ornaments. Text 73 Then, placing the newcomer, the Brahmana now named Janasarma, in Srupa's hand, Krishna, who gives happiness to Brhad, enjoyed the pastime of entering the Gopa village at evening. Text 74 O you who by Lord Gopinatha's mercy have become a great saint, reflecting on it please accept this answer to your question. Note: in this verse Maharaja Pariksit is speaking to his mother. Text 75 Mother, please try with a great effort to go to Sri Galoka, which is a deep ocean of the greatest transcendental bliss. Simply by going there one is able to enjoy many sublimely sweet and blissful pastimes with the Lord. Text 76 These pastimes are not always manifested to one who simply goes to Mathura Manala on the earth. However, they will be manifested to one who is flooded with the mercy of a devotee dear to the Lord. Therefore, O Mother, please take the dust of they who are dear to the Lord. Text 77 O Mother, by describing Galoka, which brings eternal love for the Lord's glorious lotus feet touched by the glory of the Kunkuma on the Gopis breasts, I have answered your sweet and profound question and I have dispelled your doubts. Text 78 Far above Vaikuntha, Galoka is splendidly manifest. It is attained only by a flood of love for the feet of the Gopis handsome lover. It gives a great result beyond what one can desire. It gives a treasure of spiritual love to they who meditate on it. Text 79 Now please hear the words of the great sages describing this, words that will please your heart. Text 80 Above Svargaloka is Brahmaloka, where Brahma and the sages reside. Also there is the abode of Lord Siva and the abode of the effulgent liberated souls. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that this and the following texts are taken from Indra's prayers to Lord Krishna in the Hari Varne. The statements of this verse are also confirmed in Srimad Bhagavatam 2.5.42 and Bhagavad Gita 10.12 and 10.20. Texts 81 and 82. O Krishna, your splendid realm of Vaikuntha is very great, but far above it is Goloka, the splendid realm of the cows, where the great souls go. Although we have all asked Grandfather Brahma about it, none of us know any place above Goloka. Texts 83-85. Svargaloka is the realm of virtuous persons who are peaceful and self-controlled and have performed pious deeds. Brahmaloka is the realm of they who have performed spiritual austerities. Goloka is far above them. O Krishna, O Saintly One, you personally stay in Goloka and protect everyone from all calamities. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that the word Brahmaloka here means Vaikuntha Loka. Text 86. O son of Kunti, in many different forms I wander in the material world, in the spiritual world, and in the eternal realm of Goloka. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that this verse, quoted from the Skanda Purana, is spoken by Lord Krishna to Arjuna. Text 87 and 88. Sri Janama said, O best of the Vaisnavas, I had heard these verses before, from Vaisampyana, but now that I hear them from you a new understanding shines in my heart. Ah, the glory of the devotees is very wonderful. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that the verses referred to here are the quotations from Harivatansa found in texts 80-85. Text 89. Fearing that this description will now end, my heart has become unhappy. Please give some more nectar, so it will be happy. Texts 90 and 91. O child, happy to hear the description of Goloka's glories. With wonderful and sweet love your father sang from 2 stories many verses that confirm these descriptions, beautiful verses that are the essence of the Shruti and Smriti. I wander in this material world and speak these verse. In this way I become free from the unhappiness of separation from your father. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that the 2 stories are Brahma Samhita and the 10th canto of Srimad Bhagavatam, which are both quoted in the following verses. Text 92. I worship Govinda, the primeval Lord, who resides in his own realm, Goloka, with Radha, who resembles his own spiritual figure and who embodies the ecstatic potency, Hladini. Their companions are her confidants, who embody extensions of her bodily form and who are imbued and permeated with ever-blissful spiritual rasa. Note: this verse is Brahma Samhita 5.37. Text 93. Below the planet named Goloka Vrindavana are the planets known as Dividhama, Mahesadama, and Haridama. These are opulent in different ways. They are managed by the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Govinda, the original Lord. I offer my respectful obeisances unto him. Note: this verse is Brahma Samhita 5.43. Text 94. The damsels of Vrindavana, the Gopis, are super goddesses of fortune. The enjoyer in Vrindavana is the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Krishna. The trees there are all wish-fulfilling trees, and the land is made of transcendental touchstone. The water is all nectar, the talking is singing, the walking is dancing, and the constant companion of Krishna is his flute. The effulgence of transcendental bliss is experienced everywhere. Therefore Vrindavana Dhamma is the only relishable abode. Note: this verse is Brahma Samhita 5.44. Text 95. In Goloka numberless milk cows always emit transcendental oceans of milk. In Goloka is eternal existence of transcendental time, who is ever present and without past or future and hence is not subject to the quality of passing away even for the space of half a moment. That realm is known as Goloka only to a very few self-realized souls in this world. Note: this verse is Brahma Samhita 5.56. Text 96. Dear friends, just imagine how fortunate the land of Vrindavana is where the Supreme Personality of Godhead himself is present, always decorated with flower garlands and engaged in tending the cows along with his brother, Lord Balarama. He is always accompanied by his cowherd boyfriends and he plays his transcendental flute. The residents of Vrindavana are fortunate to be able to constantly see the lotus feet of Krishna and Balarama, which are worshipped by great demigods like Lord Siva, Lord Brahma, and the goddess of fortune. Note: this verse is Srimad Bhagavatam 10.44. 13. Text 97. The Gopis and cows of Vrindavana are so fortunate that they have been able to supply their breast milk to you. Persons who are engaged in performing great sacrifices and offering many valuable goats in the sacrifice cannot attain the perfection of understanding you, but simply by devotional service these innocent village women and cows are all able to satisfy you with their milk. You have drunk their milk to satisfaction, yet you are never satisfied by those engaged in performing sacrifices. Note: this verse is Srimad Bhagavatam 10.14, 31. Text 98. How greatly fortunate are Nanda Maharaja, the cowherdmen, and all the other inhabitants of Brhad. There is no limit to their good fortune, because the Absolute Truth, the source of transcendental bliss, the eternal Supreme Brahman, has become their friend. Note: this verse is Srimad Bhagavatam 10.14, 32. Text 99. My dear Lord, no one can actually appreciate the good fortune of these residents of Vrindavana. We are all demigods, controlling deities of the various senses of the living entities, and we are proud of enjoying such privileges, but actually there is no comparison between our position and the position of these fortunate residents of Vrindavana, because they are actually relishing your presence and enjoying your associate by dint of their activities. Note: this verse is Srimad Bhagavatam 10.14, 33. Text 100. My dear Lord, I am therefore not interested in either material opulences or liberation. I am most humbly praying at your lotus feet for you to please give me any sort of birth within this Vrindavana forest, so that I may be able to be favored by the dust of the feet of some of the devotees of Vrindavana. Even if I am given the chance to grow just as the humble grass in this land, that will be a glorious birth for me. But if I am not so fortunate to take birth within the forest of Vrindavana, I beg to be allowed to take birth outside the immediate area of Vrindavana, so that when the devotees go out they will walk over me. Even that would be a great fortune for me. I am just aspiring for a birth in which I will be smeared by the dust of the devotees' feet. I can see that everyone here is simply full of Krishna consciousness. They do not know anything but Mukunda. All the Vedas are indeed searching after the lotus feet of Krishna. Note: this verse is Srimad Bhagavatam 10.14, 34. Text 101. My Lord, sometimes I am puzzled as to how your lordship will be able to repay, in gratitude, the devotional service of these residents of Vrindavana. Although I know that you are the supreme source of all benediction, I am puzzled to know how you will be able to repay all the service that you are receiving from these residents of Vrindavana. I think of how you are so kind, so magnanimous, that even Pitana, who came to cheat you by dressing herself as a very affectionate mother, was awarded liberation and the actual post of a mother. And other demons belonging to the same family, such as Aghasura and Bakasura, were also favored with liberation. Under the circumstances I am puzzled. These residents of Vrindavana have given you everything. Their bodies, their minds, their love, their homes. Everything is being utilized for your purpose. So how will you be able to repay their debt? Note: this verse is Srimad Bhagavatam 10.14, 35. Text 102. O Krishna, as long as people are not your devotees, their desires are thieves, their homes are prisons, and their love for others is a pair of shackles binding their feet. Note: this verse is Srimad Bhagavatam 10.14, 36. Text 103. I can also understand that your appearance as a small cowherd boy, a child of the cowherdmen, is not at all a material activity. You are so much obliged by their affection that you are here to enthuse them with more loving service by your transcendental presence. In Vrindavana there is no distinction between material and spiritual, because everything is dedicated to your loving service. My dear Lord, your Vrindavana pastimes are simply to enthuse your devotees. If someone takes your Vrindavana pastimes to be material, he will be misled. Note: this verse is Srimad Bhagavatam 10.14, 37. Text 104. My dear Lord, I have nothing to say about people who advertise that they have already realized God, or that by their realization they have themselves become God. But as far as I am concerned, I admit frankly that for me it is not possible to realize you by my body, mind, or speech. What can I say about you, or how can I realize you by my senses? Note: this verse is Srimad Bhagavatam 10.14, 38. Text 105. My dear Lord, you are the supreme Lord of all creation, although I sometimes falsely think that I am the master of this universe. I may be the master of this universe, but there are innumerable universes, and there are innumerable Brahmas also who preside over these universes. But actually you are the master of them all. As the super soul in everyone's heart, you know everything. Please, therefore, accept me as your surrendered servant. I hope that you will excuse me for disturbing you in your pastimes with your friends and calves. Note: this verse is Srimad Bhagavatam 10.14, 39. Text 106. My dear Lord Krishna, your very name suggests that you are all attractive. The attraction of the sun and moon are all due to you. By the attraction of the sun you are beautifying the very existence of the Yadu dynasty. With the attraction of the moon you are enhancing the potency of the land, the demigods, the brahmanas, the cows, and the oceans. Because of your supreme attraction, demons like Katansa and others are annihilated. Therefore it is my deliberate conclusion that you are the only worshipable deity within the creation. Accept my humble obeisances until the annihilation of the material world. As long as there is sunshine within this material world, kindly accept my humble obeisances. Note: this verse is Srimad Bhagavatam 10.14, 40. Text 107. It is quite natural for these Vrindavana inhabitants to thus receive a great personality like you. The herbs, creepers, and plants are also so fortunate to touch your lotus feet, and by your touching the twigs with your hands, these small plants are also made glorious. As for the hills and the rivers, they too are now glorious because you are glancing at them. Above all, the damsels of Brhad, the gopis, attracted by your beauty, are the most glorious, because you embrace them with your strong arms. Note: this verse is Srimad Bhagavatam 10.15, 8. Text 108. Dear friends, our Vrindavana is proclaiming the glories of this entire earth because this planet is glorified by the lotus footprints of the son of Devaki. Besides that, when Govinda plays his flute, the peacocks immediately become mad. When all the animals and trees and plants, either on the top of Govardhana hill or in the valley, see the dancing of the peacock, they all stand still and listen to the transcendental sound of the flute with great attention. Note: this verse is Srimad Bhagavatam 10.21, 10. Text 109. Of all the devotees, this Govardhana hill is the best. O my friends, this hill supplies Krishna and Balarama, along with their calves, cows, and cowherd friends, with all kinds of necessitable water for drinking, very soft grass, caves, fruits, flowers, and vegetables. In this way the hill offers respects to the Lord. Being touched by the lotus feet of Krishna and Balarama, Govardhana hill appears very jubilant. Note: this verse is Srimad Bhagavatam 10.21, 18. Text 110. The scorching heart of the autumn sunshines was sometimes intolerable, and therefore the clouds in the sky appeared in sympathy above Krsn and Balarama and their boyfriends while they engaged in blowing their flutes. The clouds served as a soothing umbrella over their heads just to make friendship with Krishna. Note: this verse is Srimad Bhagavatam 10.21, 16. Text 111. Even the river Yamuna, being desirous to embrace the lotus feet of Krishna after hearing the transcendental vibration of his flute, broke her fierce waves to flow very nicely with lotus flowers in her hands, just to present flowers to Mukunda with deep feeling. Note: this verse is Srimad Bhagavatam 10.21, 15. Text 112. Just by Krishna's association the trees, plants, and other vegetation in the forest immediately became Krishna conscious. A Krishna conscious person sacrifices everything for Krishna. Although trees and plants are not very advanced in consciousness, by the association of Krishna and his friends they also become Krishna conscious. Then they want to deliver everything whatever they have, their fruits, flowers, and the honey incessantly falling from their branches. Note: this verse is Srimad Bhagavatam 10.35, 9. Text 113. I think that the drones that are buzzing all around you must have been your devotees in their past lives. They cannot leave your company because no one can be a better, more affectionate master than you. You are the original and supreme personality of Godhead, and the drones are just trying to spread your glories by chanting every moment. I think some of them must be great sages, devotees of your lordship, and they are disguising themselves in the form of drones because they are unable to give up your company for even a moment. Note: this verse is Srimad Bhagavatam 10.15, 6. Text 114. Krishna would play his flute, and together the sounds became so sweet to hear that together the aquatics, the cranes, swans, and ducks, and other birds were charmed. Instead of swimming or flying, they became stunned. They closed their eyes and entered a trance of meditation in worship of Krishna. Note: this verse is Srimad Bhagavatam 10.35, 11. Text 115. My dear mother, the birds, who are all looking at Krishna playing on his flute, are sitting very attentively on the branches and twigs of different trees. From their features it appears that they have forgotten everything and are engaged only in hearing Krishna's flute. This proves that they are not ordinary boards. They are great sages and devotees, and just to hear Krishna's flute they have appeared in Vrindavana forest as birds. Note: this verse is Srimad Bhagavatam 10.21. 14. Text 116. Blessed are all these foolish deer because they have approached Maharajananda's son, who is gorgeously dressed and is playing on his flute. Indeed, both the doe and the bucks worship the Lord with looks of love and affection. Note: this verse is Srimad Bhagavatam 10.21. 11. Text 117. My dear friends, the cows are also charmed as soon as they hear the transcendental sound of the flute of Krishna. It sounds to them like the pouring of nectar, and they immediately spread their long ears just to catch the liquid nectar of the flute. As for the calves, they are seen with the nipples of their mothers pressed in their mouths, but they cannot suck the milk. They remain struck with devotion, and tears glide down their eyes, illustrating vividly how they are embracing Krishna heart to heart. Note: this verse is Srimad Bhagavatam 10.21. 13. Text 118. When Krishna plays his flute, all the cows and other animals of Vrindavana, although engaged in eating, simply take a morsel of food in their mouths and stop chewing. Their ears raise up and they become stunned. They do not appear alive but like painted animals. Krishna's flute playing is so attractive that even the animals become enchanted, and what to speak of ourselves. Note: this verse is Srimad Bhagavatam 10.35. 5. Text 119. The wanton Aborigine girls also became fully satisfied when they smeared their faces and breasts with the dust of Vrindavana, which was reddish with the touch of Krishna's lotus feet. The Aborigine girls had very full breasts and they were also very lusty, but when their lovers felt their breasts they were not very satisfied. When they came out into the midst of the forest they saw that while Krishna was walking some of the leaves and creepers of Vrindavana turned reddish from the kunkuma powder which fell from his lotus feet. His lotus feet were held by the gopis on their breasts, which were also smeared with kunkuma powder. But when Krishna traveled in Vrindavana forest with Balarama and his boyfriends, the reddish powder fell on the ground of the Vrindavana forest. So the lusty Aborigine girls, while looking toward Krishna playing on his flute, saw the reddish kunkuma on the ground and immediately took it and smeared it over their faces and breasts. In this way they became fully satisfied, although they were not satisfied when their lovers touched their breasts. Note: this verse is Srimad Bhagavatam 10.21. 17. Text 120. Sometimes Krishna would go to a somewhat distant place to see the beauty of the forest. Then all the other boys would run to accompany him, each one saying, I shall be the first to run and touch Krishna. I shall touch Krishna first. In this way they enjoyed life by repeatedly touching Krishna. Note: this verse is Srimad Bhagavatam 10.12. 6. Text 121. In this way, all the cowherd boys used to play with Krishna, who is the source of the Brahman effulgence, for Jnanis desiring to merge into that effulgence, who is the Supreme Personality of Godhead, for devotees who have KM 65703 accepted eternal servitorship, and who for ordinary persons is but another ordinary child. The cowherd boys, having accumulated the results of pious activities for many lives, were able to associate in this way with the Supreme Personality of Godhead. How can one explain their good fortune? Note: this verse is Srimad Bhagavatam 10.12. 11. Text 122. Yogis may undergo severe austerities and penances for many births by practicing yama, niyama, dasana, and pranayama, none of which are easily performed. Yet in due course of time, when these yogis attain the perfection of controlling the mind, they will still be unable to taste even a particle of dust from the lotus feet of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. What then can we describe about the great fortune of the inhabitants of Vrajabhumi, Vrindavana, with whom the Supreme Personality of Godhead personally lived and who saw the Lord face to face? Note: this verse is Srimad Bhagavatam 10.12. 12. Text 123. When Krishna would feel tired and fatigued, he would sometimes take shelter of the root of a big tree or the lap of a cowherd boy and lie down. Note: this verse is Srimad Bhagavatam 10.15. 16. Text 124. When he would lie down with a boy or a root as his pillow, some of the boys would come and massage his legs, and some would fan his body with a fan made from leaves. Note: this verse is Srimad Bhagavatam 10.15. 17. Text 125. Some of the more talented boys would sing in very sweet voices to please him. Note: this verse is Srimad Bhagavatam 10.15. 18. Text 126. O learned Brahmana, Mother Yasoda's breast milk was sucked by the Supreme Personality of Godhead. What past auspicious activities did she and Nanda Maharaja perform to achieve such perfection in ecstatic love? Note. This verse is Srimad Bhagavatam 10.8, 46. Text 127. Thereafter, O Maharaja Pariksit, best of the Bharatas, when the Supreme Personality of Godhead became the son of Nanda Maharaja and Yasoda, they maintained continuous, unswerving devotional love and parental affection. And in their association all the other inhabitants of Vrindavana, the Gopas and Gopis, developed the culture of Krishna Bhakti. Note. This verse is Srimad Bhagavatam 10.8, 51. Text 128. O Maharaja Pariksit, best of the Kuras, Nanda Maharaja was very liberal and simple. He immediately took his son Krishna on his lap as if Krishna had returned from death, and by formally smelling his son's head, Nanda Maharaja undoubtedly enjoyed transcendental bliss. Note. This verse is Srimad Bhagavatam 10.6, 43. Text 129. Because of Mother Yasoda's hard labor her whole body became covered with perspiration, and the flowers and comb were falling from her hair. When child Krishna saw his mother thus fatigued, he became merciful to her and agreed to be bound. Note. This verse is Srimad Bhagavatam 10.9, 18. Text 130. Neither Lord Brahma, nor Lord Siva, nor even the goddess of fortune, who is always the better half of the Supreme Lord, can obtain from the Supreme Personality of Godhead, the deliverer from this material world, such mercy as was received by Mother Yasoda. Note. This verse is Srimad Bhagavatam 10.9, 20. Texts 131 and 132. The Supreme Personality of Godhead, Krishna, is the bestower of many benedictions, including liberation, kaivalya, or oneness with the Brahman effulgence. For that Supreme Personality of Godhead the Gopis always felt maternal love, and Krishna sucked their breasts with full satisfaction. Therefore, because of their relationship as mother and son, although the Gopis were engaged in various family activities, one should never think that they returned to this material world after leaving their bodies. Note. This verse is Srimad Bhagavatam 10.6, 39-40. Text 133. In the evening Krishna and Balarama, along with the boys and cows, returned to Vrindavana playing their flutes. As they approached the village, all the Gopis became very joyous. Throughout the day the Gopis used to think of Krishna while he was in the forest, and in his absence they were considering one moment to be like 12 years. Note. This verse is Srimad Bhagavatam 10.19, 16. Text 134. The Gopis' mind and intelligence became absorbed in thoughts of Krishna. They all imitated the activities of Krishna and his speeches. Due to their heart and soul being completely given to Krishna, they began to chant his glories, completely forgetting their family interests. Note. This verse is Srimad Bhagavatam 10.30, 43. Text 135. What austerities must the Gopis have performed? With their eyes they always drink the nectar of Lord Krishna's form, which is the essence of loveliness and is not to be equaled or surpassed. That loveliness is the only abode of beauty, fame, and opulence. It is self-perfect, ever fresh, and extremely rare. Note. This verse is Srimad Bhagavatam 10.44, 15. Text 136. The Gopis are so fortunate that they can see and think of Krishna 24 hours a day, beginning from their milking the cows or husking the paddy or churning the butter in the morning. When engaged in gathering fuel, riding on swings, taking care of crying babies, cleaning their houses, and washing their floors, they are always absorbed in the thought of Krishna. Their hearts full of love for him and their throats stopped with tears, they always sing of his glories. Note. This verse is Srimad Bhagavatam 10.44, 15. Text 137. My dear friends, we must accept the Gopis' activities to be the highest form of piety. Otherwise how could they have achieved the opportunity of seeing Krishna both morning and evening when he goes to the pasturing ground with his cows and cowherd boy friends and returns in the evening? They frequently see him playing on his flute and smiling very brilliantly. Note. This verse is Srimad Bhagavatam 10.44, 16. Text 138. I am not able to repay my debt for your spotless service even within a lifetime of Brahma. Your connection with me is beyond reproach. You have worshipped me, cutting off all domestic ties, which are difficult to break. Therefore please let your own glorious deeds be your compensation. Note. This verse is Srimad Bhagavatam 10.32, 22. Text 139. My dear gentle friend Uddhava, please go immediately to Vrindavana and try to pacify my father and mother, Nanda Maharaja and Yasoda Devi, and the Gopis. They are very much grief-stricken, as if suffering from great ailments. Go and give them a message. I hope their ailments will be partially relieved. Note: this verse is Srimad Bhagavatam 10.36. 3. Text 140. The gopis are always absorbed in thoughts of me. They have dedicated body, desire, life, and soul to me. I am anxious not only for the gopis, but for anyone who sacrifices society, friendship, love, and personal comforts for me. It is my duty to protect such exalted devotees. Note: this verse is Srimad Bhagavatam 10.46. 4. Text 141. The gopis are the most dear. They are always thinking of me in such a way that they remain overwhelmed and almost dead in anxiety due to separation from me. WK Note: this verse is Srimad Bhagavatam 10.46. 5. Text 142. They are keeping alive simply by thinking that I am returning to them very soon. Note: this verse is Srimad Bhagavatam 10.46. 6. Text 143. When Akrira took Balarama and myself to Mathura, the gopis, their hearts full of love for me, became overcome with the pain of separation. They could not see happiness anywhere. Note: this verse is Srimad Bhagavatam 11.12. 10. Text 144. O gentle one, when I, their beloved, was with them in Vrindavana, the gopis nights passed as half a moment. Now, without me, they pass as a kalpa. Note: this verse is Srimad Bhagavatam 11.12. 11. Text 145. Their hearts tied to me, the gopis were not aware even of their own selves. They became like sages absorbed in meditation and unaware of the world of material names and forms, or like rivers that have entered the ocean. Note: this verse is Srimad Bhagavatam 11.12. 12. Text 146. Desiring me as their paramour, and unaware of my true nature, hundreds and thousands of gopis attained me, the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Note: this verse is Srimad Bhagavatam 11.12. 13. Text 147. Among all the living entities who have accepted the human form of life, the gopis are super excellently successful in their mission. Their thought is thoroughly absorbed in the lotus feet of Krishna. Great sages and saintly persons are also trying to be absorbed in meditation upon the lotus feet of Krishna, who is Mukunda himself, the giver of liberation, but the gopis, having lovingly accepted the Lord, are automatically accustomed to this habit. They do not depend on any yogic practice. The conclusion is that one who has attained the gopis condition of life does not have to take birth as Lord Brahma or be born in a Brahmana family or be initiated as a Brahmana. Note: this verse is Srimad Bhagavatam 10.47. 58. Text 148. The gopis were not born of any highly cultured family. They were born of cowherd men, and yet they developed the highest love of Krishna. For self-realization or God-realization there is no need to take birth in a high family. The only thing needed is ecstatic development of love of God. In achieving perfection in Krishna consciousness, no other qualification is required than to be constantly engaged in the loving service of Krishna. KRSN is the supreme nectar, the reservoir of all pleasure. The effect of taking up Krishna consciousness is just like that of drinking nectar. With or without one's knowledge, it will act. Note: this verse is Srimad Bhagavatam 10.47. 59. Text 149. When Lord Shri Krishna was dancing with the gopis in the Rasa Leela, the gopis were embraced by the arms of the Lord. This transcendental favor was never bestowed upon the goddess of fortune or other consorts in the spiritual world. Indeed, never was such a thing even imagined by the most beautiful girls in the heavenly planets, whose bodily luster and aroma resemble the lotus flower. And what to speak of worldly women who are very beautiful according to material estimation. Note: this verse is Srimad Bhagavatam 10.47. 60. Text 150. The gopis of Vrindavana have given up the association of their husbands, sons, and other family members, who are very difficult to give up, and they have forsaken the path of chastity to take shelter of the lotus feet of Mukunda, Krishna, which one should search for by Vedic knowledge. Oh, let me be fortunate enough to be one of the bushes, creepers, or herbs in Vrindavana, because the gopis trample them and bless them with the dust of their lotus feet. Note: this verse is Srimad Bhagavatam 10.47. 61. Text 151. When in the rasa dance the gopis embraced to their breasts Lord Krishna's lotus feet, which are worshipped by Lakshmi, Brahma, the demigods whose every desire is fulfilled, and the masters of yoga, they became free of all suffering. Note: this verse is Srimad Bhagavatam 10.47. 62. Text 152. I constantly pray to be honored by the dust of the gopis' lotus feet. The Gopis chanting of the transcendental pastimes of Lord Krishna has become celebrated all over the three worlds. Note: this verse is Srimad Bhagavatam 10.47, 63. Text 153. My dear Gopis, what auspicious activities must the flute have performed to enjoy the nectar of Krishna's lips independently and leave only a taste for us Gopis, for whom that nectar is actually meant. The forefathers of the flute, the bamboo trees, shed tears of pleasure. His mother, the river on whose bank the bamboo was born, feels jubilation, and therefore her blooming lotus flowers are standing like hair on her body. Note: this verse is Srimad Bhagavatam 10.21, 9. Text 154. Lord Shri Krishna is he who is known as Jana Nivasa, the ultimate resort of all living entities, and Wahap is also known as Devaki Nandana or Yasoda Nandana, the son of Devaki and Yasoda. He is the guide of the Yadu dynasty, and with his mighty arms he kills everything inauspicious as well as every man who is impious. By his presence he destroys all things inauspicious for all living entities, moving and inert. His blissful smiling face always increases the lusty desires of the Gopis of Vrindavana. May he be all glorious and happy. Note: this verse is Srimad Bhagavatam 10.90, 48. Text 155. Sri Janam Jaya said, I have found the goal of life. I have found the goal of life. O my Lord, O my Guru, you have explained to me the confidential glory of Goloka. Text 156. Sri Himini said, O dear one, you have spoken the truth. Anyone who with devotion hears, chants, or remembers this story, attains that supreme abode. Text 157. Obeisance to unlimitedly merciful Lord Krishna, who is the son of the Gopas king, who is the supreme Guru, who gives devotional service to the devotees and who is very pleased by their service.